Hello everybody and welcome to Adobe Live. We are on the countdown. There's only 59 minutes left until Adobe MAX London. Who's counting? As you can probably tell by the accents, we are not from London. We're from Sydney, Australia. My name is Flynn, and the handsome gentleman to the left of me is illustrator and artist from Sydney, Australia, Jeremy Lord. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello, Flynn. How are you going?
I'm very good, thank you. It's been a while since we've been in the studio, and it's very exciting that we are here. This is actually kind of historic. This is a 13-hour live stream. Don't worry, it's not us. It's not just us the whole time. We're going to be here for an hour chatting about Adobe MAX London, jumping on the hype train. It is 6 p.m. here, and Adobe MAX London for us will start at 7 p.m. So we'll be sitting down with some popcorn and some drinks and maybe watching it here from the Asia Pacific region, which is where we do Adobe Live. Jeremy is a regular guest on the show, and we've asked him to come on and create some artwork while we're chatting about it so we can have a little bit of that creative, juice while we're chatting about all the sessions and all the stuff and all the speculation of what is coming. I've been talking for a while. Jeremy, do you want to kind of give a quick little intro of who you are and what you do for all the fine people?
Sure, yeah. So I'm Jeremy Lord. I am an illustrator and an artist. And this is my website, basically. It's a bit full on. There's a lot of color happening.
There's a lot of color.
My inspirations are very kind of like anime based, a little bit of kind of 80s retro kind of vibe, a lot of cyberpunk. Working for a lot of kind of like video game clients, sort of Japanese themed clients as well seems to be a trend in what I do. So this is kind of like the bulk of my website. You can find me online as well on Instagram. And that's essentially kind of my 20 years of career in a nutshell.
There's 20 years. Look at it.
Yep.
Hope you enjoy it. And also you have an Instagram as well. Let's plug your Instagram before we get stuck in as well. You'll need to go over there. And you closed it. Jeremy Lord _ is his Instagram. And I know we can share it in chat. Go check him out. Give him a follow. Fantastic work there. There's so many creatives that we have going on. There's some folks in chat as well. I think we've asked you. It's always fantastic to find out where you're tuning in from. As I said, we are here in Sydney, Australia. I can see some folks from Poland, Netherlands, France as well. Fantastic to have you here. I hope you're hyped. Hope you're ready to go for Adobe Live and Adobe MAX London. I think this is the second Adobe MAX London, and I've been preparing for this in this studio for 2 days by myself, kind of going a little bit crazy. And I never bothered to check. So someone can fact check me in chat, but I'm pretty sure it is the second Adobe MAX London. And let's just jump over and we'll just start chatting about kind of what Adobe MAX is. And for those that might be unfamiliar. So Adobe MAX was traditionally this big creative conference that was always happening physically in North America. And now, sort of since 2020, it's kind of expanded to have like different sort of events. And MAX London is kind of the second biggest one. Like it's really kind of coming into its own, which is super, super cool. And I'm just going to kind of show you how to prepare for the event. Then we're going to jump over and we're going to chat a little bit about some of the artwork that Jeremy's going to be creating for us today. So this is the website. So if you want to watch, go to max.adobe.com. It'll bring up the London website, should kind of jump you to the right spot. You can see some of the speakers down here, some of which we're going to talk about. If you're familiar with Adobe Live, there's probably some faces that you recognize as well, and some folks that are going to be on Adobe Live in this 13-hour marathon stream that we're doing. So, and if you just want to watch through the website, maybe you have to work today and you don't want the distraction of lots of people talking, you can just click that online tab. You press play here when everything starts. You can just watch the keynote and pause it and all that sort of stuff, which is really cool. So you can go there and check that out. And then if you go back, I was going to say something. I had a note to say something. You don't have to register for this one. So ignore that register button. You don't need to do that. So don't bother with that. Just click the online tab up there and then you can watch it. You can also watch it here on Behance or YouTube. So wherever you're watching, if you do want to hang out with the community, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be sitting in chat, watching it with the rest of you guys and watching the European Adobe Live team. They're bringing on all these crazy people. We don't even have time to kind of talk about all of them because there's so much stuff happening. So I'm hyped. There's a lot going on, a lot to cover. Let's jump over to Jeremy. We'll do some artwork and then we're going to highlight some of our favorite sessions for you guys as well. So Jeremy, take it away.
So this is super exciting. Like, as always, there's a lot of things going on. And yeah, I'm here to kind of, I guess, provide a little bit of creative relief, if that's a thing.
Yeah, it's like a breath of fresh air, because otherwise I'm just kind of, yep.
Yeah.
No one wants that.
Okay, so what we're doing is, as I said, like I'm an illustrator, so I usually work in either Illustrator or Photoshop. Predominantly Photoshop, but I thought today I would kind of switch it up and do kind of like a Max splash artwork or something. But also kind of, I guess, fitting to a brief that fits with like the previous kind of graphic illustration style that that you'd see in a kind of like a Max conference and what's up on the website that you were just showing. So this is not strictly speaking like what I would normally do in my free time, but it is something that I super enjoy doing. And yeah, so I've got a bit of a sketch that you can see up here with the Max logo and a kind of a loose kind of starting point. And I'm just going to start kind of creating random stuff. It may look like this when it's finished. It may look nothing like this when it's finished. Who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, that'll be me kind of like talking about this. And then, yeah, we can talk about some of the things that we're looking forward to in the conference and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So essentially, like, I'm not going to kind of go through all the like Illustrator tutorial here, but I'll just kind of start with a nice little kind of background. Make sure that my work here is on a multiply layer so I can kind of work behind it. So I'm using this as a basic sketch, which is very similar to what I would normally do in Photoshop. So I can start laying down some colors and I still see my kind of artwork there. And I really want to be naming my layers as well.
Do you name your layers when not streaming live to
Look,
people?
I should say yes. But yeah, I should.
Didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
Do
there,
I?
but
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So yeah, look, maybe kind of chuck a little gradient on this, have some fun. There's a lot of new features coming out with all of these new programs that I'm not super across. As I mentioned, like I usually tend to stick to Photoshop. So I am pretty pumped to see what's cooking with new features in Photoshop. And I believe we've got a few of those coming up as well that we can chat about.
Quite a bit. It's really hard because we're creating this content, like we're creating this 1 hour hype stream, but I know what a lot of the announcements are. And I was like, hang on a second. We can't talk about any of that stuff until after the keynote. I would definitely be in a lot of trouble doing that. But yes, there's some very exciting announcements coming. And if you remember previous Max sessions, a lot of the kind of big announcements, like big kind of milestone announcements do happen. Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff, but obviously I'll get in a lot of trouble if I just blurt it all out in the pre-show hype stream. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, good stuff coming. Yep, and some stuff to illustrate.
It's like one of those like Comic-Con things where one of the actors like tells the plot of the next Avengers movie or something.
Yeah, it was Peter Parker, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he always,
yeah, Tom Holland.
They just didn't let him see the scripts and stuff. Yeah, I don't want to Tom Holland my career at Adobe live. But yeah, what's going on chat as well? So I know there's a couple of people that have jumped in and let us know where they're from. That's super cool. Is this your first Max? I think is an interesting one. I'm going to assume that most people are familiar with Max if you're here. But I'd be really interested if it's your first Adobe Max and what you're hoping to get out of it. Is there a feature or like an advancement or a particular app that you want to see get a little bit of love? It definitely won't impact what is being announced, but I think it'd be really interesting. Like, what's your favorite app, Jeremy?
Oh, Photoshop, 100%.
Right.
Yeah, don't even have to think about that one.
Yeah.
It's the one I use the most. Yeah, I use it all the time. I feel like I know it pretty well.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things as well where it's like I know it for what I need to do. So there's a whole facet of Photoshop that I have absolutely no idea about.
Totally.
That I've never explored. And that would probably be the more like photography side of Photoshop, which ironically is probably what it was originally intended for, that I know nothing about, or very little about.
Yeah.
So Photoshop 100% is my go-to app for this kind of stuff, just because it allows me to just do my digital drawings like I want to do them.
Yeah. It's like your home home base.
It is,
right?
yeah. It's where I'm comfortable. It's where I like to sit and just kind of, I've got all my shortcuts all set up. I've got all my like scripts and everything that I like to kind of work with. It's my safe zone.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I'm like that with a lot of apps. I've recently had to jump out and use different streaming software and different operating system, even for today. So it's hard not being in the place that you know really well.
Yeah.
But it is very important to continue to learn. So, okay, cool. We're going to check back in Jeremy in just a little bit. And I'm going to jump over to my screen over here. So let's jump back here to the Max website, and we're just going to check out some of these speakers. So this is a selection of some of the speakers that we have and that are available online. I believe the online schedule may have disappeared. Let me just have a quick little look. Because of course I prepared all this and then it all changed just before, about 30 seconds before we went live. So everything's moved around a little bit.
Plans.
Yeah, well, because we often do, at Adobe, we'll often do a pre-show website, which is all about registering and why and all that stuff. And then there's the live event. And so, yes, it has changed a little bit. So we'll just ignore the whole schedule thing that I was going to cover. And we'll just jump straight into some of the speakers. And some of our speakers have actually been very kind. And they have provided us with a quick little 1 minute snapshot of some of the features that they're going to do. And we're going to check it out now. So we're going to start with Rob.
Hey, I'm Rob de Winter, and here's a super useful Photoshop tip from my Adobe MAX London session on April 24th, which you can join in person or online. I'll show you how to unlock the creative potential from the latest Photoshop features and speed up your workflow with smart time-saving techniques. To set cloud selection as the default, go to Edit Preferences on Windows or go to Photoshop Settings on macOS. Under Image Processing, find Select Subject and Remove Background, choose Cloud and click OK. Now, when you click Select Subject or Remove Background in the contextual taskbar, Photoshop will use the cloud-powered method to get sharper and more precise selections. Wow, even the fine details like spokes are perfectly selected, just with one click. Want to see more? Then follow the link for all the details on Adobe MAX London, live or online.
Pardon me, that finished. Yeah, so I have our mics off because we don't want to interrupt Rob as he's on a flow. So that's super cool. So if you weren't aware of that feature, it's in beta. I think maybe it's switching over to like retail, like the normal version now, checking for updates depending on when you're reading this. But yeah, if you want to get a much better selection, is switching it over to the cloud-based version. You'll just get a much better selection these days. A lot of people don't know that, so that's super cool. But yeah,
I had no idea about that.
Yeah, it's quite useful. And so we're just going to check out this session. So this is the session by Rob, which you can check out. Photoshop Creative Boost, elevate your design process. And this will be available on demand and live as well. So I know that we all have jobs and things that we need to do, so you can kind of come back and watch everything that we show today is available on demand. So if you can't watch it with us. And they're going through a whole bunch of things. I won't read through everything, but you can see there, the second one, use cloud-powered solutions to make your work more precise. And there's lots of different things in there. There's a little bit of AI interaction with generative fill techniques and things like that. Powerful removal technique. This is all the stuff that you said your Achilles heel in that side of things.
Yep.
So yeah, it's always really interesting to see all this sort of stuff come through. So we're talking about like workflow hacks, and things like that. Do you have anything in particular that's like newish in Photoshop? I would assume your go-to that like you has improved your workflow recently.
Yeah, it's a good question because it's a tricky one, right? Because it's like I'm very set in my ways with Photoshop, and I do the same thing over and over again. But I recently discovered something that has actually changed the way that I use a tool that I use all the time, and for the better. And I don't know if this is a new feature, but like I've only recently discovered it in the Liquify tool, which I use to kind of like modify sketches when I'm at the phase when I'm like still making like loose sketches of poses for like human poses and that kind of stuff. Trying to make it dynamic and active, I use the Liquify tool to like move stuff around without having to redraw. It's a bit of a cheat.
Yeah.
But there's thing in the Liquify panel that allows you to freeze a portion of the image so that you can modify the rest of the image and that will remain intact. So like, for instance, if I want to move like a person's torso but leave their head where it is, that's tricky to do with a brush size.
Right.
But this freezes like a mask that allows you to like, don't affect this. And so you can mess with anything around that.
Oh, wow.
But that frozen part will not it's basically like if you consider liquefying something, if you freeze that, it won't get modified. So that has definitely been something that I've been like, wow, how long has that been sitting there for me to use without me knowing it?
That's it. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know if it's new or if it's something that, it's been there for a long time and I'm just kind of rediscovering it. It was great. Larianne in chat saying, hi, Rob. Yeah, Rob was very nice to share that with us. We've got some more videos and things like that to talk about too as we go along. I might jump into the next one. Let's go straight to the next one. This is a new fella, unknown.
I'm logo designer / design educator James Barnard, and here's a quick snippet from my Adobe MAX London session on navigating social media as a designer. When I first started filming myself for socials, I used to ramble, mumble, and say and all the time. So if there's one tip I could give you for making content online, it is write a script. It's much harder to keep people engaged if you don't first organize your thoughts on paper. Once I've got my script nice and succinct, I'll just read it one line at a time to camera so I don't have to memorize anything. I can then import into Premiere Pro and auto-transcribe, amazing. Click on this filter and delete all the pauses and gaps all at once. And if you do happen to sneak in an accidental or you can remove those as well with the click of a button. If you'd like this snippet, then make sure you join me in person in London on the 24th of April or watch my session online for free at max.adobe.com/London.
I remember James went to a couple of conferences and he stopped doing the designers thing, which he's kind of known for. And so many people disappointed. They're like, come on, you've got to do the designers for me. So it's good to see that it's back. That, of course, is not an unknown. That's James Barnard, who I'm sure you follow. If you don't, creates these really engaging reels. We've kind of adopted him as an honorary Australian. He moved over here in 2020. He's also done a lot of we've done a lot of live streams together. He's actually been in this studio doing a live stream before. And let's check out his session and then we'll check back in with Jeremy. And we want this Flyn and we want this. So if you want to check out any of these ahead, obviously in your own time, you can just click on their heads and it will take you to their session. So you can jump ahead. I'm really pumped for this session that James is doing because we've done a deep dive in this kind of direction before with James. And I think he's one of the best people doing this at the moment. So it's talking about turning likes into leads, navigating social media as a designer. I cannot think of very many people that will be better to teach this sort of thing, that are teaching this sort of thing. So he's talking about where he finds inspiration, and I think the most important one, their time. I'm going to talk to you about that in a second, Jeremy. For video content creation, it's very daunting. How to navigate platforms like Instagram, easy. TikTok, what? Never used it, so that's interesting to me. How to turn videos into leads and tips and tricks of Premiere to speed up your production. That's the inevitable thing, right? Like, you're your own social media manager now. He makes it look easy. It's not. Like, anyone that's tried it, any creatives out there, I don't know about you guys, but like can feel like a full-time job creating video content, creating any content, like, and making it relevant and liking it yourself. Yeah, I think is like, you look at something and go, nah. That's gross. I think this would be a really interesting session and really relevant to a lot of creatives. My question for you, Jeremy, is when you're posting things on like social media or anything like that, do you get more engagement from video content over static stuff?
Definitely video content, I think, and I think what's really cool about this kind of session is like it's great to see the creative things like, oh, look at this work that I'm creating, it's amazing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But it's also really nice to see, like, I guess, maybe this isn't the right word, but the more like business side of being a designer or an illustrator or a creative, like it's not all just kind of like, oh, you make pretty pictures and you use fancy colors and stuff. Like, no, there's as you said, like you're your own social media manager, you're your own producer, you're your own everything. Accountant and admin person and personal assistant, you're all of those things wrapped into one, and you're also meant to be like really creative, so time is definitely a thing. But I think what's really nice is like seeing the behind the scenes. I think people really connect with. Like if I put an illustration out there, it's static, it's cool. Like other illustrators might like it and see things in it that, you know, I guess other non-creatives might not.
Right.
And that's fine. But then when you put the process in and you can see like there's a person there and they're doing the thing, I think that's super engaging and really interesting. And I think James Barnard's videos, I certainly learn a lot from like all the tips and things, a lot of the things that I'm working on today. I learned through people like James Barnard. And just seeing him in his studio and seeing the kind of the interactivity there is really cool. So yeah, definitely videos are super time consuming, but they do get a lot more engagement.
Yeah, definitely. I've followed some of James's steps, like specific steps to create reels and stuff like that, and it's been like really good. Even a dum-dum like me can follow it, then you definitely can out there. But it is, I think what's going to be very interesting is hearing like how he manages his time with that, because there is a tipping point, right? It's like, oh great, I've got all these leads, and then it's like, oh, I'm speaking at 3 conferences. Like James, I think this is the 3rd conference James is speaking at in like 3 or 4 weeks. I'm hassling him to come on Adobe Live, and then he's getting clients and you don't want to say no. So it'll be interesting to hear him talk about the balance between those things, because there is almost a thing of like too much success. Like you don't want to be knocking clients back. I'm too busy. But at the same time, obviously any freelancer or small business owner knows it's a bit scary when the phone stops ringing. So it's going to be very interesting hearing him talk about that. And I know that he's been spending a lot of time preparing for this talk. So good luck, James. I don't know if you're seeing this, but it's probably 8 o'clock there. But good luck, buddy. Let's check in with Jeremy. How do I do this? Buttons go like this, and buttons go like this. I've got quite a smorgasbord of things going on here. But we've done it. We're doing fine. What's going on? We're going to check back in on the progress here.
So we're still kind of at the phase where I'm just kind of adding stuff. I'm just adding a whole bunch of different things, just building out a bunch of different shapes, trying to see kind of what's going to fit, moving it all. Now, one of the things I think what's kind of worth mentioning here is that normally when I'm doing this, I would probably be working in, like I said, in Photoshop.
Yeah.
But one of the things that Illustrator kind of affords that I think is really nice is this ability to just like move stuff around without having to necessarily like manage a billion layers.
Right.
Like all of these extra things, like in Photoshop, that would probably just be like one separate layer. But here, and they are all in layers, but they're kind of like neatly packaged and everything. So there's something nice about kind of doing this slightly more kind of, I guess, graphic illustration.
Yeah. It's like geometric a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit more kind of like shapes, less, I guess, pure drawing,
yeah,
which is what I would normally do, kind of like this comic book anime kind of style that I generally like to work with. It is nice to be able to kind of work in a slightly different way. And like we said, like, it is, Photoshop is my comfort zone, and it's what I feel like I know super well, although I'm sure that there are plenty of people out there who would say, you don't know anything.
It's like that with any
true.
program, right? Like, there's probably an engineer that's been at Adobe for so long that they have a completely different perspective and understanding of how it's built and functions and things. I know my buddy Jesus Ramirez is coming on Adobe Live. Hey, Jesus. He'll be jumping on, and I know that he knows more about Photoshop than 20 of me would ever know in a full lifetime. Like, just seeing him, like, just playing, it's like playing keyboard, like, just the depth of knowledge of, I know that if I do this, all these hundreds of things happen. So, so it is always interesting, like, learning from people that, like, have such an in-depth knowledge of something.
It is, and I think one of the things, if it's like, if it's your first time kind of looking at an Adobe program and you're like, whoa, what are all these menus and these buttons? What do all these things do?
Right.
I think one of the key things that I always tell my students and that I always try and kind of remember is there's more than one way to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And in saying that, there isn't really a right way and a wrong way. There's probably a more efficient way and a less efficient way.
Yeah.
But efficiency isn't necessarily always enjoyment.
Yeah.
And so I think that's really crucial to remember. Like, just because somebody told you, like, oh, you're doing this wrong, and I was like, no, did it work? Did you do what you needed to do?
Yeah.
Then it's right.
Yeah.
Now, like, maybe it took you double the time, but like, who cares?
That's it. But that's like a fine-tuned thing. So, okay, great.
Yeah.
You get better at that over time as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Time isn't necessarily everything. Like, sure, if you're working for clients on certain things, like, that's definitely going to be a factor for you.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's just, it is what it is.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, very cool. Someone said, I like you, Jeremy. Your work is superb. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Superb.
That's why we do it.
That's why we do it. I love that. Okay, cool. Let's check in with our next speaker, our next highlighted speaker, Liz Mosley.
I'm Liz Mosley, and as a creative professional, I understand how much pressure there is to produce large amounts of on-brand content for multiple channels. But here's a tip to save you loads of time in Adobe Express. I have a template I've created to highlight quotes from guests on my podcast. All of those quotes and the guest names are saved in a CSV file and their headshots in a library. And if I head to the bulk create feature just above my artboard, I can upload the CSV file and connect the relevant text box with the relevant CSV column. I can then select the headshot images I want for each quote, and now I have quickly created loads of on-brand social media posts in minutes. Once that's done, it's super easy for me to select a post and use the scheduler in Adobe Express to schedule it to the social channel of my choice. Make sure to join Andy Lambert and me for our session, either in person or online, for MAX London, taking place on the 24th of April this year.
There we go. And 24th of April, that is today, right? Depending on where you are in the world. Cool. So let's flick over and check out Liz's session. And I think she's actually doing 2 sessions, which is pretty cool. So Liz is from the UK. I know her from her podcast. And I think she's probably going to be talking about some of that stuff during the live. Oh, I'm on your screen and not my screen. So if you click Liz's little profile picture there, then you can come through and you can see some of the speakers. So she's doing 2 sessions. I think there's something interesting here, actually. These super sessions, I had to double check that these are actually going to be available. Super sessions at Max traditionally are not recorded. I think it's just the time that they're on, or it might be the size. They're often conversations and fireside chats. And if you've ever been in this studio environment before, you know how crazy that can get. So I'm guessing that's why it's not filmed or recorded, but often they're not. This one is. So this is going to be available on demand, and it's also available to watch during Adobe MAX London, which is really cool. So I wanted to double check that with the powers that be. So she's doing a session, Creativity Super Session, on graphic design. And this is with Bart van der Velde. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly. And talking about different ways of importing Illustrator and Photoshop art into InDesign. Something that's really interesting, I've always found very fascinating, is that InDesign is one of the most, InDesign sessions, anyone talking about InDesign at Max, are one of the highest rated and highest viewed sessions ever, which I find very interesting.
I find that's surprising to me, for sure.
What would you guess?
I would say probably either Photoshop, Illustrator, or probably Photoshop.
Probably Photoshop, right? Yeah, that would be my guess too. So I've always found that very, very interesting. But there's a deep passion for InDesign, and my heart goes out to you. It's been a long time since I've used it. Don't do any print media, so but I do know a lot of designers, particularly brand designers, who just swear by it, use it all the time. Even use them for presentations and things like that, because they can get that pixel perfect kind of thing happening there in a similar way that Illustrator can. I digress. So that's a really interesting session. And then the other one is unlocking speed and scale with branded content. And this kind of comes back to that social media thing, this whole other, role that we all need to have as creatives. I won't read this all out because there's a lot of words here, because I'm sure that Liz and Andy Lambert have put a lot of effort into this one. But this is one that's really around Illustrator, InDesign, Photoshop, and Adobe Express. I think there's going to be some really cool Adobe Express stuff and things happening here. I think that's what we just saw a little bit of a preview of, which is the bulk create feature in Adobe Express. And I don't know when the last time it is that you dipped into Adobe Express, but it's quite interesting because it's based on the web. It gets updated all the time. It's constantly kind of iterating, and it changes quite a lot. So if you haven't checked it out in a while, particularly as after the keynote and things like that, it's a great time to check it out and have a little play around there. Personally, I'm waiting for some more animations. I've been using the wiggle animation for everything for a long time, so that's my fingers crossed for that one to come through. By the way, guys, if you have any questions or if you just want to say hi, we are live, so We're live on Behance and we're live on YouTube. We can see a whole bunch of you in there. Hope you're getting pumped for Adobe Max. Let us know if it's your first time here as well. But yeah, those are some of the sessions. I had written down Liz's podcast to give it a shout out. Maybe Johanna can find Liz's podcast and we can share that in chat, because it's really, really good and it's great for aspiring creatives and people out on their own and small business owners and freelancers and blah 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 blah. So that's a super cool session. And then we'll go straight to Andy Lambert, because I think he's going to talk a little bit more about this. Andy, take it away.
Hey, it's Andy, Senior Manager of Product at Adobe. In our session at Adobe MAX London, we'll be digging into how you can safely scale content production across your organization, allowing your employees to self-serve based on their own content needs, but within the guardrails and brand standards that you set, allowing you to meet your organization's scale demands without compromising design quality. One of the features we'll be digging into is the brand new Adobe Express Clip Maker, which allows you to input any long form spoken word video, and from this you'll receive 10 perfectly edited clips, ideal for short form social first video. This allows you to maximize the impact from the content that you create. We're excited to dig into this session with you, so look forward to seeing you there, Adobe MAX London.
Cool, back to talking heads. I got to time that right, and I've done a terrible job of it. So there you go. That's Andy kind of explaining a little bit more about that session that they're doing. Something that I quite like that they do at some of the Adobe Max sessions is teaming up someone from Adobe with a creative, like an external creative, so they can kind of talk about that difference between someone that's on the product side, like creating this product for creatives to use, and then you've got someone on who is a user of those programs. Like usually it's someone pretty close to Adobe, but that they get to talk about it from a great, like this, this is a tool that actually is valuable for someone that's in the trenches, as they say. Yeah. It's always good to get that kind of feedback, such as yourself and me, I guess. Wait, we're doing that.
Total sense, right? You're catering this for these people. Have one of those people on the thing. And like, what do you think? Yeah. It does make a lot of sense. So speaking of things that make sense, let's jump over to your screen, I think, and let's check in. This is getting pretty trippy and artworky. Yeah, so we got a lot of lines happening. What I'm gonna do is this is one of my favorite things to kind of mess around with, and it is this kind of all the gradients and gradient meshes that you can create in Illustrator, and I'm gonna just flip back to a trusty brush tool. And I'm going to create a big,
brush tool in Illustrator?
Yeah, there are brush tools in Illustrator for sure. I got to make this real big. Here we go. I just want to get a nice kind of swirly line behind this. And then we can, actually, I'm going to do this a different way. Again, more than one way to do the same thing.
Right.
I'm going to do this with the pencil tool. So it's going to create a line for me. And I'm going to apply a stroke to that. And that's going to be a little bit easier to manage.
Why is that? Why is it better?
So because instead of creating a blob shape, it's actually created a line.
Oh,
it's going to afford me more options later on,
Yeah.
such as if I wanted to give it rounded edges like this, right? Make it a kind of a nice rounded feel. But also one of my kind of favorite tools in this, because I'm a sucker for nice, clean, smooth, tight curves and lines.
Right.
Which is probably from a slightly kind of typography background. I did a master's in graphic design and typography, and I really enjoy working with the smooth tool and trying to get this kind of sense of smoothness going in there. And that's something that I wouldn't necessarily get if I was using the brush tool that I was using before.
Yeah. That's interesting. You just kind of do it in the direction that you want it to go. Sorry.
Yeah. So it takes a little bit of getting used to, but the way you want to think about it, this is it's like clay. And if there's a little bump on the clay on the surface of your pot or whatever, if you run your hand across it, it'll just kind of smoothen it down a little bit. Right. So I'm literally just doing the same thing, just kind of brushing that line in areas where I'm seeing bumps and kind of fixing it. I could also fix this manually with the actual handles in there, but I find that gets a little bit trickier to use. And then what I can do is I can apply a gradient to this if I apply that gradient to the line work, I can then change that. Whoops, sorry. Go on to my gradient in here. And I can give it a really cool kind of, again, with the kind of the retro 80s effect kind of thing, apply something that's really quite effective on this particular line work here and get something really nice looking.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. Is there a big difference between the way that you approach color in Illustrator than it would be in Photoshop?
In theory, no. In practice, yeah.
Okay.
So in theory, like the color theory holds whether you're working in Premiere, photography, illustration, Photoshop, whatever program you're using, the color theory is always going to be the same, right? Like complementaries, purple and yellow are good colors that go well together, red and green clash, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But the way I approach color in Photoshop is a lot more just kind of like put something on there and then edit it later on.
Right.
Because it's so easy to kind of manipulate those pixels, whereas Illustrator is less kind of pixel based, it's vector based. And so there's a little bit more like you kind of have to know what you're doing before you do it.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You can totally go in and kind of recolor artwork. Like it has come a long way, I think, Illustrator, in kind of matching Photoshop's ability to mess around with colors.
Yeah.
But it's still not quite there, I think.
Yeah.
So my process with working with colors is a little bit less experimental in Illustrator.
Right. Cool. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Very cool. Let me just check in. Oh, that's just you and me. I'll answer that question in a little bit, Johanna. So let's jump back. Cool. Oh my gosh, you guys, there's only 23 minutes until the whole thing goes live. Believe it or not. Okay, cool. Let's check it out. Who's next on the chopping block? We have, we did Andy, didn't we? Yes, we did.
Yep.
I'm sure we did. So here's Karina. Take it away, Karina.
Hey there. I'm Karina Anglada, and I'm thrilled to be part of Adobe MAX London happening on April 24th, both online and in person this year. Join me to elevate your social video content using Firefly and Premiere Pro. Here's a quick little preview. On the Adobe Firefly website, generate an image with a prompt. Click Edit, then Generate Video. Choose your aspect ratio, add in your prompt, and hit Generate again. Then download your video. In Premiere Pro, add the new clip to your timeline, and under Effects, search Ultra Key. Then hit the eyedropper to select your key color, make some tweaks, and get your timing just right with your transition. And boom, you've got a custom transition with the help of Firefly and Premiere Pro. Try this on your next project and follow the link to learn more about Adobe MAX London.
Cool. So there you go. Thanks, Karina. You may have noticed we were like floating a little bit there in that screen. Karina. So let's check it out. So Karina is Adobe stuff. Like she's part of the crew. She's going to be talking about social media content creation in the world of AI, which I think is probably like just smorgasbord for SEO right now. Like that sentence is like so searchable. Yep. So we're talking about Adobe Firefly and AI powered stuff. So I think this is a session not to miss. Should be pretty interesting to hear someone so senior talking about something that's so important. I'll leave it at that. So level up your content with generative AI and Firefly video model. So do you remember, it's been a couple of years now since like Firefly and the big AI thing came in. We've been living with it for quite a while now. And I remember one of the main things that I was asked a lot on Adobe Live, or we were asked a lot on Adobe Live, was around the video stuff. Because it's like, this gap in a video that I don't have, or how can it help me with video content? And it's quite interesting because it is here now. And it's pretty crazy what it can do. We played around with it a little bit on Adobe Live. And I'm sure some of you have played around with it a little bit too. So it's going to be really interesting to see where that's going, I think, because like the future of like AI helping you with your editing, with your workflow, as we talked about before, creating video content is quite time consuming, even if you've got the best tools in the business to deal with it. Like, how can AI help me, I think?
Yeah.
You know, how can I recover these drop frames? Like, you know, how can I stitch these together, or something was wrong with the shoot, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and edit on the go with mobile first video editing, I'm very interested in. That's that last line there. So let's see.
I think what's cool about this is like, I think like obviously AI sometimes cops a bit of a bad name and it's quite controversial. It depends on what it's used for, obviously, but
Right.
I think what a lot of people tend to forget is like, yeah, these little things, right, where it's like AI can streamline your workflow and just kind of, and actually it was weird because when AI started coming out, a lot of the contracts that I would get as an illustrator started stipulating don't use any AI tools.
Right.
Which is like, all right, so legally speaking, how do you define that? Because technically the magic wand in Photoshop
Right.
is kind of an AI tool, right? It's a click of a thing and it knows what pixels you want to select or not.
Yeah.
And it's running off of an engine, but it's a form of AI.
Right.
I
Yeah.
guess.
It's very vague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like, all right, so then, or even like any kind of like gradient maps or any of those things that is kind of like doing the work for you. Like at what point do you say like, you creating the artwork or you're not creating the artwork? But yeah, I think AI doesn't have to be this thing that's like press a button and cheat code and it's made an artwork for you. It can be this thing that's
Right.
like, help me make this selection better.
Yep.
Help me like customize my scripts a little bit better, all that kind of stuff. So I definitely think that there's a place for it in the workflow. It just depends on how you use it, I guess.
Automatically name my layers.
Yeah. Oh man.
I've actually literally put that request in before. I'm really waiting for it, and when it happens, you can thank me. That's my favorite thing.
Totally.
Really
that would just be amazing. Right?
I wanted it.
So,
It makes sense, right? It's like, okay, I can detect what you're trying to do here.
Yep.
This is tight. This is the heading. This is. I'm sure. Come on, let's go.
Fix the problem I'm trying to have. It's like, I have a problem with color. Fix.
Yes, totally. So that's cool. Let's jump into the next one, and then we'll jump in. So next coming up, Tony Harmer, and I think we're handing over to Tony as well with the Adobe Live team. So he's a busy boy over there in London. So I'm sure they're having a great time down there. It's gonna be live from the show floor. In fact, when we say goodbye, we'll be handing over to Tony and the team as well. So that's gonna be great fun. But let's find out what session Tony's up to. Take it away, Tony.
Hey there, is this thing on? I'm Tony Harmer, the Design Ninja, and I'm one of the speakers at MAX London, taking place on the 24th of April this year. I'm running a session on Illustrator Mastery, and here's a quick but simple tip that could start you on the path to being a total Illustrator ninja. At the bottom of Illustrator's toolbox, you'll see the fill and stroke attributes. Tap X on your keyboard and you'll see that you can change which one of those is in front. Hold down the Shift key and tap X and you'll swap the attributes over. Now try this. Tap the slash key and you'll see whichever attribute is in front is suddenly set to none. Tap the period or full stop and you'll apply a gradient, and tap comma for solid. Find out how you can join us in person or online by visiting max.adobe.com/London. See you there.
Thanks, Tony. That'll be lots of fun. Definitely catch that. Looking forward to seeing Tony and Kladi as well. And I do have a clip from Kladi as well, so hopefully we can show that before we run out of time, because we're getting pretty close. Oh my gosh. 15 minutes left. We've only got 10 minutes here. We're gonna have to check back in with you in a sec. Let's check out Tony's session as we go through. Probably the greatest moustache in the world.
It's quite legendary.
Some of the sessions I've seen and the live sessions I've seen from Tony, fantastic, really amazing for productivity hacks. So he's one of those people that works really, really quick, and it's really valuable watching like a full session rather than like a quick little snippet that you can see right there, because it's that whole thing of watching someone and their workflow, and then you pick up all those little nuggets that isn't even the purpose of the session. It's like, wait, what was the shortcut? And it's like, oh, I set up a special shortcut that does all these actions because I'm sick of using this all the time. So yeah, Tony, like Illustrator Mastery, advanced techniques you need to know, strong recommend. Check that out. And let's jump over to you, because you're making wiggly lines, which is
I'm
really
making
cool.
wiggly lines, yeah. So this is basically, like, again, most of you guys probably know Illustrator better than I would, so you probably know exactly what I'm trying to do here with this. But for those of you guys who don't, just a quick little kind of tip for doing this kind of stuff. What I've basically done here is I've created a shape. I've created all these kind of like black and white lines.
Yeah.
I've created a shape on top, and then I've gone into object, envelope distort, make with top object, and it's giving me an error message. I'm not, it's because it's in a different layer. That's why. And then basically I've added some points on that top, and it creates an envelope wrap that I can then use to distort the shape that's inside it. And you can get some really cool kind of 3D shape effects that would ordinarily, like trying to build this shape from scratch in Illustrator would be a huge task.
Right.
But using something like an envelope wrap, you can get some really cool effects going in there. And that just kind of leads into what I'm kind of put up on the top kind of part of my illustration there. And it just kind of works super well. So things like this, I discovered this relatively recently, this envelope wrap. I know it's been in Illustrator for like ages. It's absolutely not something that people will be like, oh my God, what is that? That's so new, great. But it is, again, like because I don't use Illustrator that often.
You're like, wee.
Yeah, and it's one of those super satisfying moments where like you look it up and you do some research into it and it's like, I'm trying to do this very specific thing and I hope I find the way to do it.
Yes.
And then somebody's got a video for it. In this case, it was actually James Barnard that I watched, and it was like, that is exactly what I'm trying to do.
Right.
Oh my God, I cannot believe there's a function that does exactly that thing. Seems so specific. But yeah, that's basically kind of what I'm doing. The idea here, sort of creatively speaking, is just kind of, something that kind of encapsulates, I guess, a sense of like creativity, but also trying to fit, like I said at the beginning, to a brief that is like the Adobe MAX visuals.
Totally, yeah. Well, I mean, that's exactly right. Like we just basically, we did the brief together, and it was like, cool, something like this, but not exactly this.
Yeah.
What would another iteration of the big psychedelic colors you're thinking about? It's like a big creativity conference. Like you can very quickly start narrowing down the kind of look and feel and the sort of thing that they would want. You would want different elements, different shapes. You could do to all sorts of different sizes and scales and animate and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, exactly right. But yeah, it's very cool. We might only be able to check in with you one more time, Jeremy. So keep that in mind when we skip over. I definitely want to make sure that we have time for Kladi's session because she will be taking over with Tony on Adobe Live for the watch party, I think, in 12 minutes. So take it away, Kladi.
Hi, creatives. I'm Kladi from Adobe, and I cannot wait to see you at the Creative Conference, Adobe MAX 2025 in London on April 24th. In my session, I will show you how to modernize your workflow by working faster and smarter in Photoshop and Illustrator and blending together expert techniques with the latest AI-powered tools. And here is a quick tip. I will show you how to make detailed selection of people and details such as hair, eyebrows, eyes, nose quickly and with great precision and control. So you do not have to waste time with manual selection and you can jumpstart your adjustment such as editing colors and so much more, working non-distractively. If you're a designer looking to get an edge, then join me to enhance your creative process. If you wanted to learn more on how to join Adobe MAX either online or in person, well, look at the link in the caption.
Yeah, cool. We were just checking that out because that's Photoshop, and Jeremy, like the hairs on the back of Jeremy's like neck just kind of went. I feel Photoshop updates coming. Yeah, so
my spidey senses tingled.
That was obviously some of the like Gen AI stuff of helping you select faces and identifying faces and things like that.
This is what we were just talking about, right?
Exactly. It could be a huge time saver, and also your favorite tool, I would say, the hue and saturation tool, just popped up and had a little moment there with Kladi's session. So yeah, definitely one to check out. We're going to press this, no, not that button, this button, but we'll flick over to me and then we'll jump back over to Jeremy in a sec. Let's just check out Kladi's session and then I think we're gonna have to wrap up because we're getting pretty close. I want to get the popcorn out. I want to get ready. Yeah, Kladi's doing stuff. I'm sure if you're familiar with Adobe Live, you will have seen Kladi's live streams and things like that. It's fantastic. But yeah, should be very interesting in supercharging like your Photoshop workflow. There's been a couple of workflow things here which I really enjoy.
Yeah.
They're like my favorite things to watch because I just love seeing how someone else in long form, like approaches a project, because you get the good, bad, the ugly. You know, when you were doing the envelope distort and then something was on the wrong layer, so it didn't quite work.
Yeah.
But that's so valuable to see in these sorts of sessions and here on Adobe Live, because you go home and you try to do it and you follow it step by step and it doesn't work and you pull your hair out. So it's really good to know, like, see those mistakes and go, oh, something like that will impact everything. So I personally think it's really, really valuable.
I agree. Like, and I remember actually we did a stream series recently on the home theme, and James Barnard was on, and he's obviously like Illustrator whiz, and he ran into a little bit of an issue where something wasn't quite like clipping on there, and we were all kind of like, you know, troubleshooting it live as we were doing it, and it finally kind of like clicked and he figured out. But I think the mistakes in those kinds of things, if you can call it mistakes, are actually what shows you the real level of skill.
Right.
Because if it all just goes so smoothly, it can just be like, well, this is super easy.
Right.
But when somebody messes up, you're like, oh, okay, there's still like,
there's friction.
This is difficult. This
is
is difficult, and this is how you overcome it. And like, so yeah, I would agree with that. I think this, like, the workflow thing is super interesting to see, because it is really this thing of like, yeah, you learn a lot about how to do the thing.
Yeah.
More than just like, here's how to draw a head, here's how to draw a hand. It's like, oh, all right, this brush isn't working up. This one.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. Reminds me of the owl, like the drawing of 2 circles of the owl and then the rest of the owl.
Yeah.
That's right. That's great. Hey, we've only got 4 minutes left, so let's make sure that we do our due diligence. Let's jump over and let's check out.
Yeah. So this is it. This is obviously this is one that I prepared earlier.
Very astute of you.
If you want proof of that, that's the one we've been working on live, and then this is the final one. For all intents and purposes, same process, just the ingredient that was missing from the other one is just more time.
Yeah.
Never in a million years would I be able to finish something like this in an hour.
Yeah.
Even if I knew exactly what I was doing, even if I was tracing the image, it would still take me longer than an hour to actually like execute this. But yeah, that's basically kind of like the idea here is just like a little bit of hints of Adobe programs with some of the kind of the Illustrator handles, and just, yeah, messing around, having a bit of fun with lots of things going on with colors. Bit nondescript, not super figurative, a little bit more graphic. But yeah, I certainly kind of enjoyed working on this one. It's definitely not something that I would normally do.
Yeah, that's cool, right? Getting out of your comfort zone a little bit and doing something a bit different.
It is, and learning new things. And like, I've had to learn how to do an envelope wrap to kind of do something like that, which is definitely something that I could kind of incorporate and even bring into my Photoshop workflow for sure, like creating assets in Illustrator and bringing them into Photoshop.
I love it. So good. Well, thank you so much for showing that. We are going to wrap up because, hey, we've only got 2 minutes left. We need a little bit of a 5-minute transition for our friends in Europe. So stick around. We've got Tony, Harmer, and Kladi as well jumping in. But hey, since I've got a second left, let's do this. If you are just joining us, this is the hype train. Jump on board. You don't need to register for Max. You can just watch it online. You can watch it exactly where you are right now to have some commentary from the Adobe Live team. You can watch it from the website as well if you just want to watch the keynote and everything like that. And you can watch it on YouTube or Behance. Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, man. It's been a blast. Super fun.
Really cool just to be back in the studio. And Dark Hours Code for looking after us in chat. And everybody at the Adobe Live team, thank you so much for allowing us to be part of this. And everybody else for watching, have a fantastic Max. Bye.
Okay, here we are. It's takeover time. Kladi, we're actually live right now.
Really? All right. Hello. I'm still typing there. Like, shall I do the intro, Tony?
Apparently starting soonish. Of course, here we go. So credits rolling in. Do you want to carry on doing that?
Absolutely. I love
Fantasy
that.
football.
Really incredible. Well, welcome everybody. As you can tell, we're here just kicking off Adobe MAX London. I am Kladi, an Italian designer based here in the UK and also Adobe Senior Design Evangelist and Community Advocate. And I'm here with the one and only.
And you're amazing. I'm Tony Harmer.
Tony Harmer.
I'm an artist and author. And you know, just guy around town, all of that sort of stuff. We are so excited.
Yes.
I shouldn't have had so much sugar this morning.
And you can see that David is already on stage. So the keynote has officially kicked off. And as usual here at Adobe MAX, we love to start the day with the freshest and most exciting news. And our keynote is getting started by David Wadhwani, which is, I think, saying hello to the incredible community that is come here. At the moment, we do not have the audio for the.
That's coming up right now.
For the live at the keynote on stage. But Tony, tell us a little bit more about yourself in the meantime, please.
I'm not very good. Oh, okay. So I am a LinkedIn Learning author. I have over 60 courses on LinkedIn Learning. I'm an ex-Adobe person. Well, I'm not really ex, am I? Really?
We're still here. We're still here.
Still here. And I make stuff in all sorts of mediums. There you go.
And he's been my teacher and gurus for many years.
I have.
That's
and
how I
you're
learned.
My favourite student ever.
And we are very excited to be here and to come together. So if you see us looking around and there is a little bit of chaos, this is because we are in the middle of the creative park. So you would imagine that around us, there are a lot of people, a lot of Adobe employees, a lot of creatives.
There are 1,500 people.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! I want to make sure that we give a shout out at that. So right now, David is giving a shout out to some incredible creators. I can see our friend David Oku, Anna Nobar, Mike Will. So we have illustrators, photographers, more photographer, Danielle Molinet, our friend from Manchester, Danny Dotto, that have been showcased on the keynote. I love this moment. In which we actually see our community and our artists, our local artists being showcased at MAX, because that's the beauty about MAX. That's like where creators come together. That's what I love about Adobe MAX, really seeing incredible people, a lot of creativity paired up with new technology announcements.
We've got 1,500 people in that auditorium. It's absolutely crazy in there. Bigger Max than last year, so that's great. It's getting more, maybe more days in the future. Who knows?
We hope so. Let us know in the chat if you want more of Max London or more Max in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why not? Should we pitch Paris for next year? Max Paris.
Yeah. And don't forget, you can join us in the chat on behance.net/Adobe Live and also on YouTube. So go ahead, we'll do that. I'm so excited. I'm going to just apologise in advance for any mistyping that goes on.
We are multitasking here. We are listening to the keynote live, and then we are here chatting with you, and also looking forward to get some feedback as well. So you will see that right now, after David finished his introduction within our general improvements and our general roadmap for what is coming up at Adobe, we will have some of my colleagues, evangelists, on stage showcasing the different apps and most importantly, the different features and technologies that are being announced today. And if you go on your Creative Cloud app, you will be able to update all your creative suites and you're going to be able to experience live these wonderful new applications. So here, I think that's Hannah's work. I can recognize Anna McNaught. She's an incredible digital artist and a designer. And we can see some of Mike Fugoso. I love that I can see all my colleagues' artwork showing up on stage and all the different exploration. I think here we're talking about already boards, which is a brand new feature within our firefly.com.
Yep.
And in the meantime, I just wanted to say hi in the chat. I can see, let's give a shout out to a few names. And also let us know where you're watching from. Because the beauty of Adobe Live and the beauty of the chat is that here we have people watching from all over the world,
We do, yep, we do, absolutely. And there's also takeovers going on in Sydney as well, and New York. It's very early for the people in New York, but there we go. So let's say hi to a few of the people who are with us on Behance right now.
We got
We've
Sean.
got Oliver, we've got Caroline, we've got Robert,
we've got Bruce, we've got Marion, and the scroll direction on this is never the right way for me, but there we go. We've got Raphael, we've got, there's someone called Kladi, she sounds great. Sean Kosel, hello Sean, they're in the chat, fantastic. Sean streams on a Tuesday and a Thursday. Always got a nice challenge going on where you could win a full year of Creative Cloud. So have a look at those things there. I'm going to give you a shout out. Flyn, hello! Flyn's here. Fantastic. Ah, so good. And yeah, plenty going on there. On
Team
YouTube.
is in the chat.
Sorry?
Our amazing team Mobs is in the chat as well, saying welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
So team will be there. If you have any special requests, the team has the special powers are also pasting links directly inside the chat. So if there is anything in particular, like in this case, we're talking about the Firefly models, and David was introducing Firefly Boards. Maybe you want to know how to access it. Well, team will probably be able to just quickly drop a link there for you to go ahead and start exploring these new technologies. Alexandra said, I am from France. By the way, I don't know if you say that we are in London today. So that's the Adobe MAX London, and we are at the magazine venue. We can see that we have France. I know that we have Sweden. We have Germany. New York in the chat.
Bruce is on from New York.
What time is it in New York right now? That's so exciting.
It's about 5 in the morning, isn't it? Something
Ooh,
like
that's
that.
commitment.
Yeah,
that's commitment.
That is
Let's
commitment.
go, Bruce.
I don't think Bruce ever sleeps, actually, to be fair. I think he's just painting digitally the whole time.
Wow. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, Bruce, I'm going to go and check your work on Behance.
And Tim's here.
Of course.
Lovely Tim. In one of his many guises there. And apparently we're up for another Das Tony Award, which is great. My award shelf becomes much heavy.
Okay, so exciting here. I can see that we have a swap on stage. So we have Kelly Herbert, which is our senior experience designer at Adobe, showcasing the new technology advancement and improvements for our Firefly.com.
Yep.
So one of the key highlights here is Firefly Image Model 4. You will see once you're going to go ahead and start testing, there's been incredible improvements in, as you can see here, we moved right away into a photographic look, because that's the main input.
And speed, right?
Yes.
It's really fast.
Yeah, you're going to be able to generate
really
much
fast.
faster, but also a way more photographic fidelity of the output. And this is because simply our new model has been fed with images from Adobe stock and always commercially safe to use. So, you know, Adobe approach to AI, we do not scrape the internet, we do not hold or use any of your content. We use safe content that we are allowed and approved to do.
And they're compensated for it.
And they're compensated for it.
Which is the main deal on that. And one of the other things is, I know that like last year and for a few months before that, I remember off speaking with Raul, who was telling me about the commitment Adobe Stock had to making sure that it's not just white people that come back in the results, that we've got people of color, great ethnic mix in the results that come back.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Super important.
Something else that I want to share here with you is not only Model 4, but we also have 4 Ultra. Now the difference between 4 and full Ultra are credits. So full Ultra is as the name says, is the slightly more updated version of Firefly. Hello. I can see a lot of people walking around, a lot of people from the Photoshop team. We actually have a lot of US teams, which I think is one of the most exciting thing here about Max. We have creativity creators, but also the product team. So the people that work throughout the year, every day of making these improvements coming together in one place. Which is really, really exciting. But we were talking about Ultra. So the beauty about Ultra is that we have even more quality and details. So finally, we can confidently generate people. We know that they're going to come with 2 arms and 5 fingers versus what we had so far, that it was leaning towards the 6 legs and 4 arms and probably 12 fingers. Which is very incredible improvement. So I really want for you to go and have a look and experiment with these incredible tools.
Yeah.
We're talking about the difference between 4 and 4 Ultra in terms of credits.
Yeah.
So there's been a commitment to make sure that 4 is going to be unlimited for everyone. While we move into the Ultra model or the video model, that's when the credits are going to kick in. If you're really but that means that you need to use that for a commercial or professional output, and therefore it means that you're probably going to get compensated for it. While if you're just brainstorming or using it for ideation, it's free to go.
Yeah. Right now, by the way, we're in Neo, which is something I've been doing a lot of work on recently, and I'm continuing to do this year.
Neo is so cool.
It is so good. So what's happening here is that it's being used to inform a prompt. So it's helping the system to actually place things in the right place. So just by dropping simple objects, you don't have to be a 3D modeler to do this. It's a web app as well, so it doesn't need, you can basically work with it anywhere, pretty much, that you can get a standards compliant browser. There are recommendations that really Safari on the Mac and Google Chrome are the best browsers to work with that. But here, just simple shapes. Anyone could do these things. And look at that, you're getting the results back. It's honoring that. So it's almost like having reference image, but with so much more stuff, just having to wait to various different people as they come in. I love Neo so much.
Yeah. So this is just one way of using Neo, of course, and this is within the conversation of, you know, creating and generating images with the implementation on Firefly. But of course, Neo has got much broader scope because, of course, allows you to use all these amazing 3D shapes. So if you're someone who doesn't know what to use, 3D is a fantastic way to start experimenting. And by the way, I don't know if you know that, but now you can also copy-paste from Illustrator. So if you go from Illustrator and you have like a shape or a particular path that is quite complex, especially creative curves is something that requires a little bit of understanding of how 3D element works. You'll be able just simply to paste it, literally Control-C or Command-C if you're on a Mac, and then move inside Neo, and then you move into pasting it and have it in 3D shape.
You know, somebody completely fabulous is doing Neo this afternoon in their Illustrator session.
Oh, really?
They're so fabulous.
Oh, wow. I wonder who that is.
I don't know, but they've got a really colourful shirt on and a beard and a mustache.
And we really look forward to see it. Of course, we have our amazing Tony session and myself, which I don't know how they dare. We need to have a word with someone here.
I know.
Max. We have a session at the same time, which is crazy. But at least we are all covering good stuff. So no matter what, no matter what. Yes, we should do a collab between session next time.
We should do a video call while we're doing it. I'm watching yours, watching mine. Cool.
Talking about video, we moved into our Firefly video model because we had a ton of improvements here as well.
Crazy good.
I've been doing a few demos in these couple of days with our video models, and what is exciting here that we have a few options in which we can start generating videos. So what we're doing is implementing frames. Now when we do implement frames, the model will already take in directly from the actual image reference, so we're going to be able to inform our prompt, but actually also the the resolution and the size of the image from the frame, and you can add start and ending frame as well. While if we do not have any frame informing the prompt, you have access to all the camera settings that Kelly was walking through, which allow you, to share the camera angle, or maybe if you want this camera to move around, or if you want a static camera. So you will see that if you do not see the setting, it's because you are using a frame, and the frame is what is informing and guiding the prompts. And David is back on stage. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so more details on the new model release. So explore new ideas, word class control. Yeah, talking about control, there is something that is super powerful, which is the slider. The style slider and the visual intensity slider has taken on a major improvement. I don't know if you had to play with it.
No.
You're in the chat. I can see you giggling in the chat.
Yeah, there's some amusing stuff going on. Tim's in the chat, and Bruce is wondering who the person is in the colourful shirt.
Who wonder? Let's wonder who that is. So the great things about I was talking about the style slider and how it's been improved. So our style slider within Firefly is now alive on its own. In the past, we were uploading an image and then we were just distributing the strength, so how much that image will impact the prompt and therefore the generation. Well, right now, you do not need to input any image because the slider itself is has become more powerful, and that's why I say it's alive on its own. If you turn it to the left, is what we call raw, and therefore the result that you will expect is a result that is almost collage, like a really photorealistic and raw, while the more you turn the slider to the right, the more you kind of sprinkle a little bit of AI finesse into it. Therefore, you will have images that we call tuned. So let's go ahead and have an experimentation with this incredible slider, because I think it's super, super fun.
So good.
And now we are in boards. How fun is boards?
Yeah.
I love it. As you can see, we have literally an infinite board in which you can collaborate. So I see here that Kelly is on stage, but then someone else, you have a few more people. That's a collaborative tool for brainstorming.
Yeah.
Now, the power of Firefly, and what I think it really makes it stand out from the other Gen AI products that are out there in the market is that not only we have the commercially safe aspect, which is of course paramount for us because we stand with the creators, but also we have the opportunity to really move from brainstorming now. So from the ideation with Firefly Boards, and then refining assets maybe with text to image, vector image, or scene to image, which is the Neo implementation, making them move with video, and then you can send them directly to Express or Photoshop to really finalize your work. So you could technically do like an entire workflow with Neo.
I find, as an illustrator, I find this really, really useful as well. So all of the things that I use for reference until recently have been apps that aren't in that ecosystem. This is in that ecosystem, and the fact that you can do all of the different things you can do in there to generate and explore ideas, amazing.
It's incredible. And as you can see here, Kelly just showing different way of using boards. So you can bring your own images, you can quickly make them look nice and organized by aligning them into this little mosaic vertically or horizontally, depending which way you want to go. But besides bringing your own images, if you can see here at the very top, we also have a magnifying glass, and that's the way in which you can access Adobe stock directly within Firefly Boards. We have this incredible integration. But what if you do not have the image of reference? And if you do not have the image from stock? Well, the beauty here is that because we are working within Firefly, you can actually generate your image as well. So you can bring your own, you can use stock images as a reference, but also if you really have that crazy idea, you can just go ahead and prompt it, which is super cool. And I think what we're going to be leaning on here is the incredible Remix. Do you ever play with Remix?
No, not yet.
So Remix is a fantastic feature that allows you to bring together 2 or more images. In this case, you're just using 2, but we can really use like as many images as you want. Yeah. And once you select them and then hit the Remix button, which will be on the contextual taskbar that appears there on the top, what Boards does, it is going to create a prompt that describes the images and put it into the scene together.
Well, so look at that. I'd never type all of that lot.
No, exactly. So as you know, I'm Italian. I speak 3 different languages. I'm highly dyslexic, and you know, if you are my friend, you know that I misspell at least one word in each text I send. Well, with this amazing Remix feature, I will be able to leverage the prompt directly from Firefly, which is also teaching me how to prompt, which is super, super incredible. So what I tend to do is not only brainstorm visually, but also brainstorming, you know, within our prompting itself, and then I can reuse that in our text to image. Now the text is live, so you're not stuck with whatever Firefly gives you, and I would suggest for you to like go ahead and make sure that you actually read what the prompt looks like, so you can rearrange it. Like in one of my example, I had a portrait of a lady, and then I had like a composition, like a bonsai with crystals and nature. And of course, once I use Remix, what it tends to do is like the most classical pose, so for the lady to hold this composition, but I really wanted to develop an head piece. So what I've done, I used Remix to have the description, and then I simply brought back the description of the crystals and the bonsai on top of her head. So I just copy and pasted the line of prompt generated by Adobe Firefly, and then deleted the description of her hair and just said, on her head, blah, 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 all the crystals and so on, which is super, super powerful. And look at that. Okay, so here we're talking about style reference. So style reference and composition reference that you probably are familiar with if you had a play already with Firefly. They are also now available inside Firefly Boards. This is so super powerful. It really gives you a lot of control.
It is. I just want to say hi, by the way, to a few people who are visiting us with YouTube, including our very own Marcus Wrench is there with us on YouTube at the moment, and a whole bunch. Lorianne, Saeed in there. Also, we have Eden, Vanessa, Srinanth, and Jack is there as well. So good to see. And we just love the fact that people just come along and take our picture. I feel like I want to go.
Picture time. Clara, where are you going? We were actually posing for you. That's the beauty and the fun of Adobe Live. We're literally multitasking. This is one for the books.
I get instant buyer's remorse the minute I've done that and thought, why did I do that?
But that's the fun, and we know we are a family here at Adobe Live.
Yes, we are.
The beauty of hanging out together with this incredible community and with you guys is really to learn more about Adobe, have fun while we do that.
We do.
And
Hi,
look how
Andreas.
cute it looks like. We got
Hi,
a little
Doris.
replay of that. That's really, really cute. Really cute. And Tony and I have been knowing each other for many years.
Yeah.
I was actually working in PR, and and that's a couple stories. We have more than one stories now. So the actual first time that I discovered, no, that's not the orange juice story. I'm sure everyone in the Adobe Live community knows my shame already. So that's a story about how I actually got to know you. So I was pivoting from PR, and that's like probably something that a lot of you can relate. I didn't study graphic design out of uni. I was literally working in PR, working in the UN. That was my first internship. So going more into like diplomatic communication career. But then I really, was really worried about making sure that the font matched and the color for the press release, and nobody really cared in a PR team. So I started to study graphic design, and I actually was buying computer arts at the time. Yeah. And one
magazines,
of the CDs.
do you remember those?
Yeah, magazines. And CDs. CD-ROM, I think they were called. And in one of those CDs, Tony was featured. Yeah. Tony was featured. I still remember your picture. It had a white cover and a black and white picture of you. And I started to watch your tutorial, and I had a ton of fun, which is hopefully what you guys are getting out of this stream together here. And then I just started to follow you live. We happen to be in the same country, and I think Designer Fiesta was where we met for the first time. And I spilled the orange juice and all that good fun. Let us know in the chat if you know the orange juice story, by the way. I want to know how many people actually
and also
remember
the
that.
sequel, the water story.
Let's not lean in that too much.
This is all great enrichment content for you. Andy Lambert just there from the
Adobe Express team.
Fabulous guy.
Andreas
Probably
Holler,
the
oh my
most
God.
responsive product manager I have ever known.
He's incredible. Well,
Really,
everyone is incredible
really
here.
good.
And I can see that we have Amy for the Photoshop team coming directly from the US. I really love to give shout out to these incredible people that really work day and night at Adobe to make things happen for us guys.
Stephen doesn't know the orange juice story, but Stephen will spill that another time. No.
Maybe later on. Let's see if there is time for the orange juice. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. In the meantime, I'm having a moment on nostalgia because I'm seeing a lot of Andreas Holler. I remember you from the old days in which I was on Adobe Live 24/7 doing a lot of challenges. I used to do a lot of Illustrator challenges, Photoshop challenges, that 3 days, 3 hour streams. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
I think we're talking 2016, if not earlier. So good to see the community. I missed you guys, and it's so good to be back here at Adobe Live. I really hope to have time to come and share some more workflow really soon. Wait, they allowed Kladi to liquid at Adobe MAX London. Hey!
You just hovered it over your laptop. Sorry, I did a bit of mic thump there as well. Poor Holly on the desk is going to be reeling.
Okay, so here we have more experimentation with Firefly. So
Look at that board.
Yeah, that's incredible. So we literally took the style. It's so clear. I probably, we were just chatting our own little stories, but it's so easy to see that what's happening here is that we have a composition that it was made by picking up the style of the first image, because we can see that the color were from the image of the lady with the colorful coats, while the composition was the product with the bottle.
Yeah.
And then if you were wondering how the disco ball was moved around the image, well, that is because that was removed background action, which is also possible within boards. By the way, if you're wondering how to access board, head on firefly.adobe.com and request access to the beta. It's currently on a private beta, but it's going to be very, very quickly rolling into public. So it's going to be opening up to the public more and more.
Okay. So that looks like Kelly's wrapping up. We're back to David. Also, while we get a moment, I just want to give a shout out to somebody on the Photoshop team, Meredith. Her birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday, Meredith. We love you.
I've got your birthday card in my bag right down there.
Because we thought she was going to be here.
I know.
We miss you here, Meredith.
Yep.
So,
and also, hola chamas to to my two lovely, lovely Spanish-speaking people on the Photoshop team. There are more than two, of course. Ande and Andrea.
And Andy.
And Andy.
Yes, that we just saw a moment ago. Okay, so what we're moving on. Okay, so we have again into a little bit more leaning on. Oh, that's a big announcement here.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're literally watching this live with you. That's the whole point of having the live watch party, because we're literally seeing what's happening live as we go. I'm probably going to ask if we can turn the volume down a little bit, because here we go. Perfect. So I can actually be present here with you guys.
Yeah.
Now, what David is showing is a big announcement, and I want to make sure that I take a moment, because you saw some logo from third-party companies, such as ChatGPT, so OpenAI, Flux, Google. Now, if you look at that particular logo and you're wondering what's going on there, well, Adobe has reached an agreement with third-party models, and in fact, what is happening there is that we are implementing, and we're giving you the choice in between using our Firefly model, which are commercially safe, and other models, which are our Flux, our Imagen 3 from Google. Of course, there are just a couple now. We're going to have further implementation within our models. But remember, this is completely up to you. The only reason why those have been implemented within Firefly.com and Boards is because we had a request from creators saying, hey, the only reason why I move away from Firefly is when I want to experiment with other models. Yeah. So we are giving you basically a door that you can decide to open or not. If you are creating for your clients and you want to stay commercially safe, then Firefly 4 or 4 Ultra is the way to go. Yeah. But if you're just looking to experiment and to brainstorm, then you can open the door to this third-party model. And by the way, I've done a bunch of press meetings with our VPs yesterday and in this past week. And it was so wonderful to hear from them that they actually reached an agreement with these third parties. So when you're using, but only when you're using this third-party model within Firefly.com, they have agreed to follow and respect, because that was the only way in which they could have made it within our platform, to do not use any prompt or any content that you create. So while you are on an Adobe environment, you are safe and you are protected to create knowing.
And this is a big thing, right?
That is a
There's
massive
a
thing.
lot. I know there's that phrase, haters want to hate, and all of that stuff. But there's so much content that's absolutely false. About your documents being spied on, whether they're desktop documents or cloud documents or whatever. That is absolutely 100% untrue. That would actually be illegal to do that anyway. Right.
And you probably wouldn't see me standing here. I know that's something that my director says, and I can confidently repeat because of the trust that I have in Adobe, and of course in the team that I work with. And Deepa is on stage, by the way. Our lovely Deepa is about to introduce all the incredible products. So we're going to move quickly.
She's kind of camouflage though.
Yes. Totally on brand.
Totally
on brand. So we're talking about something very important here. So until I'll be here on stage and you see me talking, you know that I'm here with the trust of what is happening. And we have part of our team coming here. Hi, Meryl. Hi.
We've got Keys there and
Emma
Teresa
as well coming in. So
Yep.
that's the beauty of being live. It is a bit chaotic,
Yep.
but that's the beauty of Adobe Max. There is a lot of people roaming around, and a lot of people from our team. And Pay as well.
I just saw Pay
Yay.
too. Yeah, yeah.
So,
and
so
Andrea's
exciting.
just over there.
Yes. Hi.
Hola, Shama.
Okay, so here we're introducing some of the main features that are gonna that we literally pay attention to throughout the Creative Cloud. So we have an overall performance enhancement. I would say particularly also inside Adobe Illustrator, control and expressiveness. That's probably focusing on more on Photoshop, but also the Gen AI feature injected within. Illustrator. I've seen a lot of improvements also in the text to vector and gen shape fill generations. And I lost the third one. I don't know what it was.
Oh,
catch it?
expression. Me too. I lost it too.
Okay.
There's so much chat going on in these different streams. It's so good.
And we have Emily. Hi. Hi. Oh, hi. How's it going?
Sil, hey.
Hi, Sil. Yes, we're
live right now.
That's the beauty of the live.
They are so
that's a
cheeky.
great opportunity to meet with incredible creatives.
Yep.
And that's why I feel like I love to keep it like real with you guys, because that's the energy of Max.
So we have lots and lots of people wandering out. So behind the cameras on the other side of the ropes, we've got people who wander past and wave, blow kisses, occasionally throw. There we go, missed.
I've seen that. Okay, well, let's see here. I think we have some announcements starting with Photoshop and Express. Hello! More pictures. Picture on the live, for the live.
Yeah. So we've got Anna in the chat as well.
Anna was one of the featured artists.
Yep.
So Anna, please let us know more about yourself. If you want to share your link with Team Mobs, maybe you can share your website. So Anna is UK photographers, and I'm very passionate about her work. So please go and check it out, or maybe you can just check her page here on Behance. And you can see that Anna also said, I left YouTube. We're neglecting YouTube. Are you on the YouTube?
I just went across to YouTube just a minute ago. I did have a look in there just a moment ago.
I'm just going to go
Paul
ahead.
Trani's on stage right now.
Oh, incredible. Let's go ahead and see our live directly here. Okay, so what's up to the chat of YouTube as well? Sorry if we left you alone for so long. We were just focused on our Behance. That's where we live and breathe when we are on Adobe Live. But of course, we are also live on on the YouTube community. So what's up? What's up, people of YouTube? Say hi. Let us know. Let us know where are you watching from. I can see someone asking a link from the Keynote. You can go ahead on adobemax.com.uk/Max London, and you'll be able to have a look at the Keynote. So let's see that Paul Trani is quickly moving within our Photoshop improvement, and that's also why we were talking about the, Deepa was introducing the performance improvements here. So this particular
Look at that mask.
Yes.
Look at that mask. That is
happening.
absolutely insane. And this is a big thing, right? AI-assisted masking. Onboard AI, by the way, not generative.
Yeah, that's
things.
our Adobe Sensei.
Built into the app,
called Adobe Sensei.
So
if you're wondering where and how to get here and what Paul is showing, you will be able to access this feature either from the selection or from the object selection tool. And then on the top option bar, you have select subject. You want to make sure that you switch to our cloud performance. That will allow you this improved quality of your selection.
Yep.
So if you do not see these results, make sure that you go to the very top option bar, click on the little down pointing arrow and switch from machine to, from local basically to cloud.
Yeah. I'm excited to see the stuff coming along in Lightroom soon as well, which will be really, really exciting. That'll be.
Well, actually, some of the things that hopefully Paul is going to show here is been working the other way around.
Yeah.
So our object people attribute selection that we're going to see very shortly, that allows you to quickly identify people and attributes,
so good.
comes from Lightroom into Photoshop.
It does.
So it was, I think, a couple years ago, 2 years ago, launched within the local masking for Lightroom, and is now migrating within Photoshop. Yeah. Something else that Paul is showcasing is gradient. Did you ever play with gradient within Photoshop?
Yeah, of course.
So now you can also make lines from your gradients. So not only have our smooth color gradients, what Paul has created here is literally a gradient and then split it into a line pattern, and then use the radial gradient to do
I'm going to
so.
give you a hot tip as well.
Let's do it.
When you're using the gradient tool, okay, in Photoshop, if you use the left and right bracket keys, right, so that's the square brackets, not the parentheses, okay, but when you use those, you can cycle through the gradient types really quickly without clicking on them.
Amazing. So that's just the bracket?
Just the brackets,
So pressing the G.
So originally you start with linear,
Okay.
right, but let's say you wanted to go to a diamond gradient, you could just tap away on the bracket keys and you'll cycle through those things. There, just go left and right, backwards and forwards.
Really, really exciting.
I'm all about the productivity. You know I am.
Yes,
I love
yes.
the-
I love the something that you share. I'm going to ping you on this because I know that is one of the tips that you shared with someone else as well for Illustrator, like how to move quickly between blend modes. That's one of the wonderful tips that I love from you. Okay, so here we moved from Photoshop inside our Firefly, and we know that Paul loves to create these composition that have usually feminine entities, quite ethereal, with lots of flowers and also skulls. I would say that's his like signature mark for his creation. So here has been also introducing like a Roman statue and then a skull or like a skeleton, and then some more shapes. They probably created just with a vector mask within Photoshop. Is reshuffling all these layers together. And I can see that they have now clipped mask our images within the shapes.
So good, right?
And of course, because that's a clip mask, if you move the mask, you'll be able to actually see what the content shows through within the image.
Yeah,
it's
so
really,
the
really
trick
exciting.
there, of course, is to click that link icon in between the layer content itself and the masking content that allows you to move that independently between the two. I know you know that. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, and I love that you can you pointed that out because you can actually see it right now on screen.
Yeah.
So if you really zoom in within your screen and within his layer, you can actually see what Tony was saying regarding the two masks happening there. And of course, we had some flowers coming in within the composition. Let's see what he does with it.
Another tip: if you wanted to create animated content from this in Photoshop with the timeline, the mask position can also be animated in there. So everything Paul was doing a moment ago, if you thought, oh, I like the way that looks while he's moving that around,
you can
could
actually make
do
it
that,
happen.
and then just export that
then
as a
output
movie
it.
file or even as a GIF.
Yes, super, super cool. So what happened here is the introduction and presentation of our new adjust color bar. You can see that with the brand new adjustment colors, we have now all the prominent colors from an image popping up within your screen. So they will be able directly from, there is a new literally button within the contextual taskbar that you'll be able to click on. And then from there you have all this prominent color coming in, and you'll be able to select the prominent color and quickly change hue, brightness, and lightness of the color itself. So that's what happened with the flowers, because we were just talking over it. And we're back in Firefly video model.
And by the way, Clara has just joined us in the chat. I think she's related to that Clara over there. No, wait, it is that Clara over there.
Our lovely Clara saying, what's up? Hello, everyone.
Super lovely Clara.
Anna is saying, I need to step up our Behance game. Well, feel free to share the website with team as well, and hopefully be able to put it in chat. Lisa Fernandez, welcome. Sean, I missed you so much. So good to be here. And we can see, I can definitely hear Paul from here as well, playing with a video and showing this incredible enhancement of our video technology with Gen AI. So as you can see, like we were mentioning before, Paul has actually used a frame to inform the video composition. So he quickly was able to bring together, look at that, how gorgeous that is. I'm really mind blown every time that I see the results of our video.
By the way, over on the YouTube chat, Emily B, the lovely Emily Bisset, who's actually on after us. She's following up on after us. She's in there. Hi! So good. And she's loving that Paul is repping the pink. If you follow Emily on Instagram and her other platforms, she did a super, I was telling Laura, my girlfriend, about this morning at breakfast and saying that she did this really funny thing where she was throwing all of the pink, for which she's well known, throwing it all out of her wardrobe and then dressing in black and just saying that from now on I am just known as E.
Oh, yes. Oh my God, I think that was
the
like
whole
the
goth
Easter,
thing going on.
the
Yeah,
Easter,
yeah, it's really good.
The 1st of April, April Fool.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I woke up this morning, I could no longer bear this disgusting
God.
colour. Really
Go and check
funny.
out Emily's Instagram.
She's hilarious
Yes,
and
so much fun.
skilled.
Okay, so you can see now Paul composition coming to life. He has the video masked, brought within Photoshop, because as Tony was saying, something that people are still to these days not aware of, which I'm so mind blown, is the fact that Photoshop has an incredible timeline that allows you to create keyframe animation, but also full-time animation, in which it literally creates interpolation between two different keyframe that you place within the timeline.
Yeah, you can get it to tween. Absolutely, yeah. Really, really good.
So incredible. So look at that. He's actually doing what you were mentioning before.
I think he just learnt it from us.
He was listening.
I think that just came into his ear and he thought, that's a good gig, I'm going to do that. Is he in Express now? I think he is,
no,
right?
we're still in Photoshop.
Oh, still in Photoshop.
Still in Photoshop from my screen. But you're looking in the future.
I am looking in the future.
Understood. Yes, we are in Express. And because once we create our video and we're able to render it, of course, you can do some video stuff in Express as well.
Yeah.
It's not as, I would say, complex as Photoshop yet, although I think that the goal is to make sure that we can integrate all the powerful features of our app so we can quickly navigate from one to the other. But the beauty here of Express is that once you create your content, you can quickly jump into the scheduler to be able to move your content.
I use that literally every day.
Oh, really?
Every day. And in fact, consistently for the last 443 days, I have not missed a single day's post.
Oh, with your image editing,
With my image editing, yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, so this is so powerful, and if you want, you can also cheat and also schedule it in advance.
Yeah.
So if you end up feeling very creative a specific year or a specific day, you can actually upload more than one. And our lovely Anna came to stage. Shout out to Anna. She's now on maternity leave until October.
I'm so excited
So
for her.
Anna, we miss you. We really miss you here in London. But she's actually showcasing some incredible Photoshop features, and in particular the Gen AI features directly from her home, I think, in New York.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we're exploring the Generative.
Couple, those two. They really are lovely.
So we have here Generative image, and that's basically Firefly integration within our Photoshop. So you can literally access the same workspace, because it mirrors all the workspace within Firefly directly inside Photoshop. And the beauty here is that you do not have to leave. Here it is, James. And we have Michael and Jordan. Yep. That's what we're talking about.
In a good way.
Yeah, look how quickly now you're able with these people attributes.
Michael's here, right?
Michael is here. I think he's next one on stage.
Yeah.
After Deepa. Incredible. So, yes, Omis, our homie is here. So look at that. We have, we are able to share different people and then all the different attributes. And now what Anna is doing is actually moving into our improved action. I know that there is so much work behind this panel. If you do not see the new panel coming in, make sure to go at a little burger menu that you'll find on the top right of the action panel in order to move from your classic into our new panel that will quickly allow you to search an action and then simply press a button to perform it. And I can see you're busy on the chat.
I am busy on the chat because there's a really good question come up in there from Chantal, who's asking if it's possible to schedule if you have a personal Instagram account. And at the moment, that's not the case. You have to have either a creator account or a business account to do that. There will be a reason for that. I do not know at the current time exactly what the reason is, but it will be something between Adobe and Meta that makes it that way at the minute.
Yes, and I think it's got a lot to do with music, copyrights, and stuff like that. Because of course, within Adobe Stock, you can add also sounds and music. So I think that the creator accounts has a different level of permission and also perhaps check compared to a personal account. And Deepa is back on stage. Let's see what we're going to be covering right now. I'm so excited, so many news. So we've done Photoshop. I think she's going to do a little walkthrough again of what the Photoshop features were. I can see Paul's work kind of popping back within the background. And what's coming next? Illustrator, yes.
Yeah.
So I was right. Our homie is back on stage. Super excited to see what Michael is going to show today. By the way, stay tuned because...
Quite a few of the team, by the way, over there in the central column there from the Illustrator team over there.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them yet. I've seen InDesign team. I haven't met the Illustrator team yet. So I would say keep your eyes peeled because I know that Michael is going to show some life improvements, tools and techniques. That means stuff that we probably as illustrator or designer have wanted for a very, very long time. So I really look forward to see what's coming here with Michael. Skipping the
I have
really
an InDesign book coming out
Oh, really?
in October.
Ooh, well, give us a shout out in the
Tiggs
meantime.
Rice, lovely photographer, Tiggs Rice.
Oh, yes,
She's
yes.
doing the cover shot.
Oh, amazing. So incredible. I think I met her at the Adobe Breakfast.
She was,
in
yeah.
London. Yes, yes. Well, shout out to Tiggs. Tiggs, is that right?
Tiggs, yeah.
Tiggs, yes. Shout out to Tiggs. We look forward to see it. When is it coming out?
October.
Woo! Are we going to see it at Max LA?
Yeah,
Yeah, might do. Lisa Fernandez would love to make animated GIF with some illustration. Well, go ahead and explore Photoshop. There we go. We have Michael on stage.
Right, let's do a homie count.
So that was just one.
Yep.
I'm surprised there were only one. Help us in the chat. So we have these things, Michael, I don't know how many homies he said during the Max LA, but I think we're over 20.
He over-homied last year.
He over-homied.
By his own admission. Afterwards, he was going like, why did I say homies so many times?
Okay, so I'm really curious to see what, oh well, he's showing us his amazing work, really complex layer here. And I think that here we're talking about the improvements. And I know that this might be a little bit more of a niche conversation regarding the performance improvements for Illustrator because not everybody makes as many zillions files as Michael does. But I think that you look at that, how quickly you can move through all these great, look at that.
Yeah.
So many different.
I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up sometimes between Michael's work and Orlando Aracinia's work. Yeah, for about how many gradients are in a single piece, right?
Yeah. But now we're able
that's a
to
good
move
thing,
fast.
right?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
good
and we're able to move very fast with it as well. So let's see what is happening here. He's bringing a lot of images to, I think he's just looking at inspiration. I'm really curious to see. I've not seen this demo. I know that there is a lot of space, a lot of spaceship, a lot of robots.
Always.
I can see a beautiful text composition coming through. So we can see some gradients coming through. He's quickly editing gradients and changing colors. But I'm really looking forward to see where this is going.
Yeah.
Hey, we didn't have many.
Oh, he's got a Viper. Is that a Colonial Viper? What's going on with Battlestar Galactica at the moment? It's everywhere.
Yes. Okay, so I think that what he's doing here is showcasing our incredible new way of making gradient. In the past, he would have had and take every color stop and then either use the eyedropper tool or double click on it to browse your swatches. Time wasting. Well, right now you're able to quickly select your swatches, go to the swatches panel, create a gradient,
and make them.
with the same. Sorry.
And make the swatches. At
And
the same
make
time.
the swatches. Yeah. So with the same workflow, swatches panel. Make sure to select your swatches first. You are able to quick generate swatch info, which is what every designer loved. In the past, you basically had to go ahead and write the S code, write the RGB color manually, probably going through the color picker. Taking them down, or maybe if you are a little bit more of an intermediate or a pro, heading into a blog, finding a script and running a script that could do that for you. But now finally we have these we call like life enhancement feature that came within our swatches panel. Race in London.
Yeah,
what's
the
going
other
on
thing
there?
we have going on here, of course, are some fonts that are now included in Adobe fonts from the new collaboration with Monotype. So the heavily...
Tell us more.
Yeah, so the fonts that a lot of us use that were outside of that system now available to you at fonts.adobe.com. So if you need to use the full set of Helvetica, which is quite a lot of money if you had to buy that, a license for it, now available to you within your Creative Cloud subscription, and that is
crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. And that means that, of course,
so many words going through my head then, I nearly did to swear.
That also means that it's available throughout your Creative Cloud, so you can literally access it and activate it within every app. And we have some little cute illustration here. So we had a different style. I know that it's been in Japan for a
this looks
few
like the quick
times.
pen tool. It's the quick pen tool.
Yes, it is. Did you ever play with it?
Yeah, of course. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes, tell us more. Tell us more.
Yeah, well, so you can use the 3 modes that appear in the HUD. That's the heads-up display, which you can see in the top left-hand corner. You can cycle through those modes using the 1 and 2 keys in your keyboard. You can also use the Option key and Option and scroll to change the amount of curvature in there. Fabulous, fabulous tool. Originally designed just for Illustrator on
the web, yeah.
Yeah, but now, of course, sitting there, Michael's using it for reals, as he would say.
Yes, yes. I love this tool. I think it really, really helps creating curves, which is one of probably of the, I would say, big barrier points for people that start to learn Illustrator. You end up with way too many anchor points. Well, you usually, you have to think about, basically like a circle, and then having your anchor points navigating on the each quarter of your curve. And we moved swiftly and quickly inside mockup. So not only Michael was able to use the quick pen tool to quickly create an artwork, but then we use the mockup to then move it directly and showcase it in real life. And look at that. The beauty about mockup is that you can also implement more than one illustration. So you can go ahead and look how beautiful it is. So that's a raster image. It's a raster photography within Illustrator that our Illustrator engine reads and understands within 3D shapes, and then is able to move and adapt our vector graphic within the 3D shapes that understands within the image. But we moved to a different artwork already, so more cool stuff.
It's working real quick.
More cool stuff coming. I'm wondering what's happening here.
By the way, despite the fact that we've known each other as long as we have known each other, you remember last year when I discovered that you also are a bit of a Trekkie and a complete sci-fi nerd?
Yes.
How did I not know that?
I think it was during like a live call or
You
like...
are perfect.
Yes. That's why we're friends.
That's exactly
So look at that, we have more spaceships. So we had just a little slightly diversion with a little skull and a candy and Halloween theme, and now we're back into ooh, I know what's coming here. That's Gen Expand. So this is probably one of the coolest features within Adobe Illustrator and Firefly implementation, and probably one of that I actually get to use more often, because of course as a creator I don't lean into text to vector or gen fill too much. I just kind of use it just for like secondary elements. But that incredible Gen Expand literally allow you to quickly resize an illustration, which it works great for background. So if you have your main piece, but then you need to resize it because maybe your director, your client, and change his mind, you can just real quick.
Or hers, or theirs.
Yes, yes. You can just quickly use Gen Expand to quickly expand your artwork, which will stay, by the way, better. And we're now in Neo.
I don't know why you're coming to my session, Michael. You're kind of doing half of it for me. I can just skip past the...
Same here. We should think before that. Okay, incredible. So we have more. Oh, okay. So Oliver is saying that the Express scheduler only works fully with business account. By the way, you can connect a creator account, but not on scheduling option works.
Yeah.
Okay, this is to test
Oliver's
and experiment.
great for jumping in.
Amazing.
Really
Thank you, Oliver, for having all the latest details. I know that the team is hardly at work, so expect changes. I think that's one of the truths with Adobe Express.
Yeah.
Things change really, really quickly within our Express homepage.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have from Adobe Express into, from Illustrator into Neo, and then from Neo into Express. I think we're adding a little bit of animation here from our graphics.
This is going down really, really well, by the way, on YouTube.
Let's see if there is any question.
And Craig there saying, Adobe Illustrator, the original AI. That is one of the things that's very confusing when you're talking with other Illustrator people about AI. Yeah, in AI, as in Illustrator.
Yes, there are so many threads. I think I found on Reddit, and I think something on Threads was going viral about like, oh, I love when AI meant Adobe Illustrator. Well, it still does.
Yeah, it does.
Adobe Illustrator ain't going anywhere. We love it. I'm an Adobe Illustrator girl, so I love my Adobe Illustrator, and that's what it means to me when you say AI. So make sure to not capitalize your eyes, so we can stay within our Illustrator love.
Big A, little I.
Yes. I love that. Big A, little I.
Big A, little I.
I'm going to trademark that for you, Tony, and then reuse it.
Thank you.
And shout
we'll
you
have
out.
it as a soundbite.
We have Deepa back on stage.
Yep, Sean saying AI and AI, not confusing at all.
Yes. Okay, so we are now, here we go. So do you want to tell us a little bit more about fonts? I know that you already mentioned it, but I know that Deepa, I think we went just through it. I think that that's just a very, very incredible integration.
Yeah.
What's happened there.
It is, it really is. And I mean, Monotype, home of some of the most fantastic fonts on the planet, and also really meticulous but font matrices, the things that actually take into account spacing between characters and between words in a font, because they're normally designed within a certain range. They are super hot on those details. You know, truly professional typographers working there. So that's coming into, not that the things that aren't there already, but I mean, these are
we have more.
on the level of type.
We love more. You aren't a designer if you aren't scrolling all day to find the right font, and then you end up using the one they use every other time.
Oh, so we're in video now.
Yes. So we're talking about the Gen Extend within Adobe Premiere. That was one of the main questions, how AI within Firefly integrates with Premiere, and we have here Gen Extend, Generative Extend, or Gen Extend for friends, that allows you to create, I think it's about up to 2 seconds clip.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 2.6.
But I mean, that's normally what you need, right? You've got just that little bit that just doesn't quite make it to the next cut you're working on. And what do? You know, normally the answer is to mess with the duration, which isn't always possible to do that. So then you've got a more
or try to add
problem.
like add a still and then add a fade in between two stills and
like
just,
normal.
And pretend that it's not.
Yeah.
And add maybe graphics that run in through it just to distract people's attention. But here we have now Kelly demoing what's happening here in Premiere. To be completely honest, I'm not a super Premiere girly. I know that we have our incredible Robert Raninsky, which is our DVA.
Robert Raninsky, fabulous.
Video maker, photographer, and creators, and also evangelist here at Adobe, based in Germany, in Munich. So he's the one who focuses more on the latest and greatest of video models. Do you use Premiere much?
I've just come out of a month-long editing sequence, so
I do.
so
tell us more. Tell us more.
I spent 4 weeks working on a project, huge project, and I was doing the editing for that and getting that shipped out. So a couple of challenges in there. So I use Premiere a lot. I use After Effects a lot. Nowhere near on the level that Robert does.
Okay,
You know.
But they are videographers, so they live and breathe in Premiere.
Check out Robert's Star Wars fan movie, E11, on YouTube. Very funny. And our own Emma Lestrade, who is just over there on the community stand at the moment, or just popped round the corner from the community stand. Probably heard her name being mentioned. Run away! So she's actually in that movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So yeah, she is. So the stormtrooper at the door, that's Emma.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Not Emma in the costume, it's Emma's voice.
Okay,
and hi, Evie.
I think that now we moved inside Firefly Video, and probably what I expect here is Kelly showing us how to download the video and then bringing it back inside Premiere. Yeah, this is what is happening.
And I mean, this is what editors need, right? It's the function of it is what you need, but the fact that it delivers it really quickly, because it's stressful, you know, when you've got people who are waiting on a product to come out of the other end. They have maybe no understanding of what it takes to put it together. Yeah, and they just think, well, it's only a 5-minute video. Yeah, surely it's only going to take 5 minutes to edit it, and they.
5 minutes. Every time that I'm over a minute, I'm like, oh my God, this is going to take a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, the beauty, and I've seen, like, going back to Robert, because again, like, he's the one who focuses more on this demo. Go ahead and check out also his Instagram. I know that there is a video of his trip to Iceland. I don't know if you've seen that one there, but
I don't think I have
he
yet.
had a few shots. So what he did, he was able to integrate some of his incredible photography thanks to our video model. So with Firefly Video, he was able to take some of his pictures and turn it into short clips and integrate. So there is like a beautiful shot of some Icelandic horses. And then the simply addition that was added, it just simply having the hair of the horse moving with the wind, which enables you to add the image within the video directly, which I think is so exciting, allowing you to repurpose your work in such a way.
Yeah. But this is the thing, right? What we should be looking at here, in the broader sense of all of the stuff that we're seeing this morning, if you wanted to sum this up in 2 words, it would be creative possibilities. That's what all of this is opening up.
Yeah, I really love like that is limitless for you to understand how to use this product. Hello.
Hey.
We had some video in the background as well. I love to see our community that is here with us and literally following us through the live, in the chat, and also here in person at Adobe MAX. But yeah, honestly, your creativity is the only limit, and it's never been. I know that that's kind of like a soundbite that has been going around for many years, but I don't think that it's ever been as true as today. Because you can really do whatever you want with these things. It's really up to you. And I strongly believe that talented creators will always stand out because, first of all, your art direction, how cohesive your vision is, how cohesive and how professional your output is, will have an impact. Because since I joined Adobe, I received a ton of portfolio, and trust me, I can tell real quick what is coming out of just an AI, just drop there with careless and not too much passion versus someone that has put passion and love in their craft.
The other thing, and this is the thing I've been using to underline this right since the beginning of that whole AI thing, not just with Adobe, but generally, because don't forget, even the stuff that emerged before image tech, all the text things and the code stuff, right? Clients don't ask you for your work in the form of a prompt. They ask you to solve a problem for them, and that is a very, very human thing. That's what we do. And also a word that I love using for that conversation is intention. AI doesn't have intention, which is what leads to craft your final output and your final project. It's a tool, but I think the frustration comes from people who are using it in the raw, just as it is, and that, there's going to be a period where that's going to be that way. If you think back to when photography became a thing, painters at the time would have been outraged by all of this photography. That's or not just, real art.
And then a Mac. And then creating a Mac, what it did for typography as well, for example.
And I was there at that very time with my airbrush working away in my studio thinking, that'll never catch on. Don't take predictions from me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I love, these conversations, and I love to explore everybody's takes. Of course, the industry is changing. We are in a moment in which the change is extremely apparent, and is happening very, very fast. But it's nothing new, really. It's nothing new from what we experimented throughout. Stefan say, thank you, I'll be watching later. Yeah, of course, this is available on demand later. I think the entire 14 hours of the stream that is going on worldwide, you will be able to pick and choose every single part of the stream and be able to watch it live again alongside the main keynote as well.
I think some of the session content for online is being is highlights, I think. So unfortunately, they're going to miss my singing again this year.
Oh no!
I know.
How dare they?
What's with that?
How dare they? Okay, incredible. I can't believe that we only
Emma's
about
come
like
back. We can mention her name again now.
20 minutes to go. That's crazy. That went way so fast. So we talked, just to wrap it up a little bit in the meantime, let's see.
Tony was there when photography was...
True story.
True story.
I love that.
But I moisturised, Oliver. What can I say? I was an early adopter of moisturiser. So, you know, even though I am 271 years old.
Oh, shush.
I know, I don't look a day over 270.
Oh, that's why, that's what the whole wizard is all about. Those people that live forever, but they always look 21.
Yeah.
You're definitely a wizard. You're definitely a wizard. Now I understand what the branding was about.
There you go, you see.
Okay, so...
I'm actually playing a wizard in autumn.
Oh, in LA?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I love Tony. I think one of my my very first Adobe Max, I was your guest. So I was able, literally within a week, Tony sorted out a guest pass for me. Yeah. So I was able to accompany you with semi-limited access, because in a very Italian Kladi move, I made friends with every person at every door of every session, because I wanted to see John Maeda.
You did.
So I'm a very, very incredible fan of John Maeda, which is a professor at MIT, also an author about design, the person about a lot of product design. Crazy sexy Gandalf. Let's go, Oliver. You got the vibe right. Love it, love it. Oh, thank you, Bruce. Thank you for the love. I miss Adobe Live so much. I love this community. Some of the people at my day job are essentially outsourcing their job to the AI, then they get called in to fix their document. Exactly, because you can tell. Yeah. You can tell. And you know how many times, like, and I really want to keep, like, for you guys to be aware. I have been in a situation where I review, for example, scripts for, summaries for sessions. Yeah. And suddenly, those look very alike. Yeah. With very same introduction, very same punch or introduction words. So, remember, first of all, within Adobe, we have our content credentials that are like almost like a label, that like a nutritional label that lets you know how the image is being generated. But also for text, if you stop thinking and let the machine do it for you, it's going to catch up and bite you in the back of the neck. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because you can tell. Yes, Stephen, you can actually tell when that happens.
And this is becoming an increasingly important part of submission for a lot of places with image and video. It's about where its provenance, where it's come from completely, and is it genuine in, and especially if you work in news media, where you have to be able to show that something is real.
Okay, so we are moving quick here. We went through our incredible apps. So we talked about Firefly and all the improvement, Image 4 Ultra. We talked about the Gen Video. We talked about the frames. We talked about Firefly Boards, which is the place where you can experiment. Then we moved into Photoshop, then Illustrator,
Elise.
And now Premiere, and then our wonderful Elise Swopes is on stage presenting Photoshop on the iPhone, which is super exciting. Cannot wait to see our composition. Elise is a self-taught photographer. She started on mobile. She's one of the OGs of Instagram. She literally started, she's one of the preferred accounts. I think I was doing an interview with her. She woke up a morning because she was literally one of the first users getting on Instagram. Instagram sort of treated her as like a suggested creators. And I can see, and I saw now recently Threads as well, the main design Threads account giving her a shout out. So she's an incredible creator, and I know that she was behind the push for Photoshop on the iPhone within our company as well. So you can see her here.
And this is
going
so
through and
good.
demoing it.
I first met Elise in Barcelona, I think in 2015. 2016 I met her. She was there with the then product manager David, for Illustrator product manager David. And and right from meeting her, you thought this person is a force to be reckoned
She's incredible.
with. She's really driven, but also super charming at the same time.
And lovely.
Some people are driven and kind of edging on mean.
Yep.
But
she's a lovely human being. We're actually in the same team.
Yeah.
So Elise and I work together on a daily. She's coming to Italy this year. She's coming to visit me in Italy this winter. I think August, September, winter. As if August is winter. I lived in England for
it's
too
here
long.
in the UK. What
I
season
lived
are
in
we in
England
right
for
now?
too long. That's my issue.
We've already had our first summer, which means
is
we're
finished.
so now we're in early autumn. So season 1 autumn, and then we'll get season 2 autumn a bit later on.
Yeah. So what we're seeing here is a composition that is getting together. We have our lovely giraffes, which is like almost a signature point for Elise. And we have some of our giraffe also in our offices. So our offices worldwide, within our doors, we have some of Elise images with our giraffes or cityscapes and animal integration and composition within our photography. Now, everything that you are seeing here, so we have this wonderful tap masking, which is a feature specific for phone, Photoshop on the iPhone. And by the way, Photoshop is also coming on Android. I probably think from today, I would say it is also available on Android.
Yeah.
And if not, if you do not find it today, it's coming really, really soon. Robert, come in, you're allowed. We gave you a shout out before. Thank you for the water.
Thanks so much.
Come here, give us a hug. Let's keep this real. So here's Robert Radinsky. We just talked about you when we were talking about Premiere.
To E11.
And you're Iceland. So thank you so much for the water. You came here to help us out.
I'm joking.
Thank you, Rob. That's Robert. We just mentioned him a moment ago with his incredible video skills. So go ahead and check him out on Instagram for his work. So look at that. Elisa is actually moving forward in her composition. Here we have layers, we have masking, we have also Gen AI available directly on your phone. You know, the first time that I tested these particular features and this particular app, I was at the cinema. So I was waiting, I got early.
I remember you telling me
true story. I was literally there. I got an email from the US saying that it was finally ready to be tested for employee. So I was able to quickly download it and then open it up. And then while I was waiting and looking at all the different trailers, I literally started to create. And I found that so incredible. So you can quickly catch up on your documents. And by the way, if you have a cloud documents that you have created within Photoshop desktop or web, you can access it on your phone as well.
That.
Yes. Cloud documents.
I did not know that.
That's so incredible. They are all connected. So whenever we work on web, they are already cloud documents. Yeah. But if you're working on desktop and you save your document as a cloud document, that also is available to be picked up anywhere and anytime. You can see our Emily goofing around in the back.
Her and Rob, by the way, they're tooling up right now with cans of water because it does dry you out in this area. So, and they'll be with us very, very shortly. I get an almost Pavlovian response to the colour pink. If I see the colour pink out of the corner of my eye, I immediately think of Emily, which is a little bit disturbing.
We're talking about the association of pink and Emily. I'm sorry, guys, you cannot see her there, but she's
I don't want
why
Emily,
are
I
you
want
mentioning
E.
me?
I
And we have
thought E was
Tina
cool.
as well, that is just joining us, coming here on Adobe Live soon, and so many incredible creators that we can see. I think that we are towards the closing of the keynote, so a lot of people are starting to trickling out from the main keynote stage area. And here's this lovely decomposition that Elise has created on the phone. And we have a little bit of a chit chat here between Elise and Deepa.
Yeah.
Elise also wearing pink, by the way.
Oh no, it's a thing.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
I've got no pink on. Oh yeah, I have.
I'm on my green area now. So.
You're in your green area. By the way, everyone in the chat, although we've been watching where you're coming from, but soon when we get Rob and we get Emily on, I think Karina's coming on a bit later on. Don't forget to let everybody there know when they come on where you're calling in from, where you're watching from.
That sounded like an 80 ad.
It did, didn't it?
Where are you calling in from?
And now here's some Journey.
Amazing. So yeah, all the incredible characters that you've seen and we mentioned before, such as Emily and such as Robert, are going to keep you company throughout the next phase or our keynote. So we're going to move from these features. That was the main feature based part of the keynotes where we have all the major announcements. So go ahead and hit your Creative Cloud desktop app. And you will be able to see all these different improvements coming to life, and you'll be able to test them as well really, really quickly. So after iPhone, do we have anything else coming up?
Yeah, I think we have Lucy coming up shortly.
Yes,
Lucy will be on.
Yes, so we have Lightroom. So we're going to start probably again from mobile.
I watched Lucy's rehearsal yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's good. She's got magic powers.
Oh.
That's all I can say. Magic Welsh powers. Welsh people, of course, represented very, very well here at this Max. We've got not only Lucy, but of course we've got Liz Mosley there as well. So
And she's going to be doing her first session at Max. And
female
really
strong, Welsh strong.
Yes, yes. Okay, so we have Elise back on stage, and we're probably moving with our composition because, as I said, this is a cloud document. So the cloud document was created directly on the phone thanks to our Photoshop on iPhone. And then because it's a cloud document, it will be accessible throughout our Creative Cloud environment of apps. So now if we go into Adobe Express, so express.adobe.com, and literally there is a folder that is called Your Stuff, you're able to access your stuff.
I never visit that one live because of the amount of wicked cat drawings.
But here you can see that the composition that Elise has just crafted within Photoshop on the iPhone is available. And she's probably going to do a little composition with it. So I'm really curious to see what she's going to be sharing on stage within Adobe Express. At the moment it's actually Photoshop on the web. Too bad we couldn't have Maddie as a keynote speaker. I know.
Yeah.
Where is Maddie?
She's in New York right now.
Oh, she's busy. She's living the life in New York.
So yesterday she was at the baseball with her husband and her children.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah.
I was thinking of her this morning at breakfast, and I was like, where is Maddie?
She's so busy now.
Okay, Maddie, we send you our love, and we miss you
do.
greatly at Adobe Max.
We do. But my retinas are kind of also a little bit thankful.
Okay, I'm really curious to see what is happening here with Elise and Deepa. I know that we have, I think some tech fix coming up on stage. We hear our behind the scene coming through and fixing bad things here.
Oh look, hang on! I love this stuff.
Going live. That's the beauty of the live, right? That's the beauty of. But we have pros on stage, and that's why I love to have our incredible team working together. So you can see here that we have also Adobe Photoshop on the web, because this is part of the Photoshop ecosystem. So we have Photoshop on mobile with iOS and Android, Photoshop on the web, and Photoshop desktop. And if you work with your cloud document, so Creative Cloud document in particular, you will be able to swiftly move throughout on the go between any of these part of the environment of Photoshop. And it's always your Photoshop. Slightly different interface, but you have your layers, you have your masking, you have your Gen AI features, which is super, super exciting.
By the way, we've got people dialing in from Egypt, dialing in. We've got people watching. Why am I suddenly a 90s or 80s radio host?
I love it.
We've got people from, actually I know the answer to that, but
We're missing our big headphones now. I just sort of feel that we should have our big headphones.
Well, I've got something coming up, which I'll talk to you about later on, but that explains why I keep saying that. But anyway, but we've got people watching from Egypt, from India, from Germany, on dial-up. That's crazy. On dial-up? Sean's on dial-up? What now?
Amazing. Let us know where in Egypt, Shaban. We'd love to know. Namaste from India with Arash. Namaste to you. Okay, so we have a shout out to Fresco. Oh, I know what's coming here. Yep. So we have a brand new addition to our team, and I saw her walking around before. So we are actually extending our team to Japan, and we have new entries with Japan. I don't want to reveal too much. I can just say that she's an absolutely incredible artist. You're going to see some of her work. She works directly on Fresco and iPads, but of course as the most talented true artist, starting with pen and pencil. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I will in a minute.
Okay. So she's a new entry in our team. And I really look forward to see. I know that they actually recorded the video that we're going to see in just a moment in Japan. Hopefully is her studio, because she has a fantastic studio. So let's go ahead and see her video. And here she is. She's the homie of the homie, by the way. She's a really good friend of Michael. And look at her work. She's absolutely incredible.
Wow.
Let's go ahead and share. I actually want to give you a shout out. And team, by the way, if you know her Instagram, I'm just going to go ahead and see and check if I can give her Instagram directly to you.
So exciting.
Because it's super worth showing. So her Instagram is just her name. Okay, perfect. So it's K Meguro. So if you go and type on Instagram K Meguro, you will be able to see her work right away. So Instagram.com/K Meguro to witness her incredible work, which is now taking shape live in Fresco. She's a wonderful artist. Did you know Kay before?
No.
Go ahead and explore her pencil work.
For some reason, I have a blocker. Every time everybody mentions Adobe Japan, Evangelism Japan, I think of Shiori.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's the...
Yeah, so she's not an evangelist, just
just an artist.
She's an artist joining the community team. So she'll be working with Clara during meetups. So if you're watching from Japan, or if you have a part of your community, or you know artists in Japan, you can connect it with Kay on Instagram. She will be organizing meetups and events in Japan.
So kind of late in Japan right now, yeah? So I think like Konbanwa, I think probably about right.
I don't want to make
if Joe's in the chat or Tiggs.
They can let us know. But look at her sketches.
Tiggs very fluent in Japanese. She can
I love that we are also shouting out Fresco. I think that's incredible to see Fresco back on stage. Yeah. And look how beautiful her studio is as well. Okay, incredible. We have Deepa back on stage, and we have our the keynote coming to an end with Lightroom. And we're only about 5 minutes to go until it's our time to leave our Adobe Live stage to our wonderful Robert and Emily.
Now this for me is very, very exciting, this stuff.
Okay, so I'm going to let you talk through it, because I don't know much. I'm going to be honest with you. I focus more on the design side and less on photography. So I'm going to let you cover that. And share all the info that you have and all the latest, especially since you've seen the rehearsal as well.
Yeah. So it's...
so we're walking into Lightroom.
Yeah, we are walking into Lightroom. And some of the capability... Lightroom, not Lightroom Classic we're talking about here, we are talking about Lightroom. Okay, so Lightroom has it really truly evolved into a system in its own right, in that it's accessible on pretty much every surface, so phone, tablet, desktop, web. Not all of the features in all of the applications, but all of the core functionality is there. Here's Lucy.
So we have Lucy on stage introducing Lightroom and starting from Lightroom Mobile.
Yeah.
Exciting. So what are the newest and latest?
Every day.
Tell us the latest.
Outstrips Illustrator now. That's the one app I do use every single day.
So we're going from mobile to desktop, and just because you've seen the workflow, talk us through it. I haven't seen it. I'm going to be very, very honest.
Lucy
I
can
don't know anything
capture
about this.
and edit in Lightroom Mobile, of course. This is the thing that's overlooked. So it has its own camera modes in there, which are really good. You don't have to use the default mode, okay, your default camera from that. You can actually switch the mode. So capture, edit, publish, process, right in one place, okay? If you're on the mobile device, of course, you can also create replays of your edits, which is where all of my daily Lightroom edits, that's the last stage of those. Once, wherever I do the edit, it goes into create replay. So right at the bottom of the share interface, you have a new option with two things in it to share your work, one of which is create edit replay. Shout out to Catherine, by the way, Catherine Eisman, the product manager for that particular area, Lightroom Mobile. And Bert is actually here today from the Lightroom team, the overall product manager from there. I've been told to ask him hard questions. But so there's facial stuff in here as well now, so you can actually target a face. Lucy, you're so tall. I don't know who that is.
And our lovely Elise.
Elise.
And as you can see, you can
Kelly.
quickly changing. Basically what we see in Photoshop, as I said, that was something that started as available inside our desktop Lightroom engine first. So we started with our masking engine inside Lightroom in 2022 at Adobe MAX
and now
LA.
it's a whole new ball game.
And now the ball games coming and finally coming into mobile.
So I think should have dropped around about now. I did check before I came out this morning, and my Creative Cloud app hadn't dropped. So what I should have done, I had to get out the door, but I should have just quit Creative Cloud and then relaunched it, and that update should be there. So I'm excited for people to see some of the new automatic masking features. So Lucy's focusing on the peoples.
So let's go ahead and quickly remove. I love that feature. Go ahead.
No. Honestly, it's so there are some things where just repeatedly trying to clone out something, maybe a distraction in the image as there, took some work before.
Yeah.
But the generative healing is, or the generative remove, is fantastic. So good. And like the others, you get 3 choices to start off with from there, so you can cycle through those choices. And of course, it's got a glass of Prosecco in it,
And then the beauty about that is that, of course, you have the same sort of workflow within Adobe Express.
Look at the size of that area. That's like a full third of the image easily. Whoa.
That's incredible. And again, you can do that inside Adobe Express and, of course, within Photoshop with our new Remove tool, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah.
And I think it's nearly our time to go and wrap up.
Yeah.
Right?
So the other hosts warming up now, doing squats.
Last push-up.
Push-ups.
Last push-up.
Come on, Robert. 2, 3.
In the meantime, we have now moved from mobile to desktop to see some of these capabilities within our desktop app. Hi, Rob. And we're towards the end here of our presentation within Lightroom. That was such an incredible hour and a half walking through our apps. What is happening here, Tony?
So this is apply blur. So this is something where AI is being used inside there to estimate the depth. You can override it. You can say which things should be in and out of focus with a brush. So you have a tool to do that. But generally, it is really, really good at estimating depth. So if you've got something that maybe you shot with like a very, very small aperture and you've got quite a lot of it in focus, but you actually want to detract from that by pulling some of it out of focus, that allows you to do that as an edit. Oh, and by the way, this is one of the new features from today, which is adding a QR code into the edit as well. So you can actually promote that with QR code and collections that you can invite people to, even if they're not in the Lightroom ecosystem.
Amazing.
So if they're using
and
a different editor.
how would they display them, the collection that they access?
So
Just within editor?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. So here's Lucy changing the weather. So
is that Wales?
it is Wales, yeah. I've actually used a shot of that place in several places, but not in my current series yet.
So we're going to see it soon on your gram then.
You are. I'm too distracted by red pandas at the moment. Laura took me to see red pandas. I was a keeper for an hour with her.
Whereabouts?
Exmoor Zoo.
Oh, incredible. Incredible. Okay, so, well, let us know where you want to hand over to our colleagues here. But in the meantime, we also have the end of the keynote. I think that was it.
Lucy.
The very last demo finishing off with Lucy, and Deepa is now on.
Yep.
But I think it's time for now to switch it on to our other incredible host. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Give it a live hug.
It's been super good.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Woo.
Bye.
All right.
Alrighty? Yes.
Look at that, guys.
I'm still signed in as me, so I'm going to sign out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I was watching that.
So if you want to sign in to be hearts, break a leg.
Haha, thank you.
Fabulously pink person.
Oh, it was great. I was watching you on the iPad over there.
Did you hear me say about my Pavlovian response to pink?
No, I did not. I have missed that one. Oh my gosh. So I have to sign in to be Hans? Yeah. Why? Gosh, yeah, that was really fast. Let me sit down.
Welcome back to Adobe Live, and I'm super excited because I'm with you here.
Yeah.
And this is your first Adobe Live.
My first Adobe Live, and I can't believe it either. I can't believe they're letting me on here to talk about Max live as well.
How are you doing, Emily?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to be talking with you, Robert.
Oh, yeah.
I've admired your work for a very long time. I don't care to admit that. But I'm excited to be talking with you about some very exciting things today.
Absolutely. Well, the keynote is still going. Keynote is now live on stage. We're going to be doing a mix of live commentary, almost like commenting a soccer game. You know?
I'm channeling my Graham Norton in Eurovision. I don't know if you have the equivalent to that when you watch Eurovision, or if you even watch Eurovision.
I used to watch it once in a while. But
they usually have commentators on there that like to sort of give their own comments and everything. So I'm going to be sort of channeling my inner Graham Norton. That's who we have for the UK. And just commenting on what we've got sort of being shown at the moment. And it's honestly going to be very exciting for me, completely authentic in awe and wonder. because I'm not actually sure what they're going to be talking about. I know it's very going to be inspirational.
So here's going to be a little fun backstory. When we talked about this setup, like doing the live stream, like, so what are we actually going to be talking about? Because we're going to watch it and talk over it while it's going. And the first thing you said is like, oh, I have no problem with talking. Like, okay, great.
That is true.
Because that's the same for me, right? So,
that is both a gift and a curse, Robert.
I know.
That is a gift and a curse, because I will continue talking until people really want to walk away from me. So now we've got Firefly and Creative Production. Oh, very nice. And they've got a lovely dinner there too. Let's see what they're saying.
What was your favorite feature so far? Have you had a chance to see anything from the keynote, by the way?
I have been watching it from a lovely little screen whilst I've been on the video booth at the moment. And I have to say the video features are pretty cool what we're releasing at the moment. We've got that generative extend going on, which I think is awesome. There's so many times I've had a shot and I just need a little bit longer, even just like 2 frames or something. And the fact that you can just click and drag and just have extra frames in that, build out your story, get it on the beat properly. I think that's incredible. Have you ever used it in any of your projects recently?
Yeah, I've used it. I mean, the problem is you always have, every once in a while you have the situation where you end up cutting to a beat, for example, you know, like having a music track laid out. And sometimes you just happen to run into this issue like, the clip is just like this 1 second too short because you want to hit that beat, or you want to do like this fade out.
Exactly.
For example, and like I always joke when I present about this feature. I always joke like we've been all there. You know, we did all the, you know, like the extending the clip back then. You know, making it slow mo or playing it reverse.
Putting like the time like all the way down
still,
before it looks jumpy.
Anything, you know, and we've done all the tricks that you can do, and now being able to actually like really extend it is really a game changer for many situations. I mean, it gives you 2 seconds.
2 seconds for video, but 10 seconds for audio.
10 seconds for audio, yeah.
Which I think is great.
So that means I could actually lengthen my videos when I'm talking? No.
No, I think with no one needs to lengthen you talking.
I know.
Because frankly, you do enough talking yourself.
Yeah.
But however, with the audio, you can actually lengthen that by 10 seconds. Not when someone's saying something, but if it's like a natural sound, or with music.
Yeah.
We're not creating any music out of this for now, but we are doing any kind of natural sounds. So if you've got lovely waterfalls or I don't know, a toilet flushing, you could probably do that too, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that I think
lengthen the toilet flush.
I think that goes through as room tone.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
I would agree to that.
We didn't specify which room it is, right?
Yeah,
so
it could be any room.
It can be a restroom.
It could be any room. Oh gosh, let me look at this. Where have we got?
Let's see the chat.
Yes. Which is on here somewhere. You look for that, Robert. I'm going to have a look at what we're talking about in this keynote at the moment. Creative mornings, level up essential skills. Oh, cool. There's a QR code on there. I bet everyone's sort of getting involved with that in there. These are more inspiration sessions, I believe. And so we can see on here. But it's crazy. I've been trying to keep up with whatever's going on in the keynote and everything. But did you attend it earlier?
Yeah, I actually sneaked in and I even sat down.
Oh my gosh!
But only on an empty seat that I was basically shown.
Below the radar.
So it's like we should be like rather a little bit outside, you know. But
and what did you see in there?
It was breathtaking. No, it's an engaged audience. People really like to enjoy some of the features, especially what Paul was showing, and also Anna's video got some applause, which was so nice to see. Anna, bless, and it was good to see the reactions. But what I also really enjoyed seeing the premiere demo, because I always enjoy seeing other people present.
Yeah.
You know, so I can how are they doing it? You know, can I steal a little bit of a
because you present about
style.
Premiere Pro a lot.
Yes, I present Premiere and After Effects a lot, and I never assume to know everything, right?
No, of course.
I just think there's always something to learn, even if you know a lot. It could be the style someone is presenting. It could be a trick someone is showing, or even the same thing that you're showing, but in a different way. You know, like there's not always exactly one exact way. There's multiple ways to do things, and that's the beauty of it, because you always pick up something like, oh, that's actually quicker, or that's smarter, or that complements really well with the way I'm using it.
Just a new way of doing stuff.
Absolutely.
A fresh way of looking at it. I love watching people demo stuff, particularly if it's something that I'm comfortable in myself, because you can always pick up extra tips. And what are we seeing now? This is a video.
And let's give a big shout out to our community that is tuning in online. You know, and again, I hope everyone gave you a warm welcome. You know, like as like the first Adobe, and hope it's not the last for you. You know,
I did
well,
say.
Depend on how you do today, right?
We will say, I as long as I don't cause any profanity or anything, I think that would be quite a successful live stream. I would say the bar is pretty low for it, but I would imagine that hopefully I can get through it without doing that. That would be the dream. I did put on my Instagram today that we would be talking in this, and I did say to any followers out there that you can come on the chat and heckle me if you like. Any interaction is really a good one, and I'd be ready to fight back. But let's see, what are we looking at this keynote at the moment? Just how people are, oh, I see. You know, I got to meet a lot of really good photographers yesterday. I was at a photo summit, and I honestly don't know much about photography. I'm a 3D artist, and so we have a little bit of photo involved.
Yeah, but I mean,
but the actual physical.
I mean, you're an artist, and you have a good eye, right?
Yeah,
so, I mean,
well, debatable, subjective, but sure. But it's nice to be able to see so many people's different stories, particularly about photography, how they're using Photoshop, how they're using our new Gen AI features inside Photoshop as well. And especially, I can't remember who it was that was talking about it. It could have been Anna in the video, where she's able to select like people's eyes or people's hair, everything like that. I think that's incredible. That it makes things so much easier, so much quicker.
Well, that's the thing. You know, because I was at the Gen AI Summit, or at the AI Summit, and I talked a lot with some super smart and kind people that really embrace the new tech. And not all of them are like pure AI creators. You know, some of them are filmmakers, photographers, designers.
Right.
So it was really a nice mix. And I talked to them, and you know, like finding out, and especially talking about things that are not just generative. You know, because AI is like a big buzzword, you know, everything is AI, you know.
It's easy
like
to get carried away with it.
This can could be like AI, whatever, you know, like I wouldn't be wondering if everyone is like, actually a friend of mine was at a trade show, at a conference, I don't know what it was, like a tech thing, and everything was labeled AI, you know, like, oh, the fridge has now AI powers because it can do, I don't know, foresee whatever you will be needing, and
I could do with a fridge like that.
Everything is slapped with AI on.
Or telling me what I don't need out of the fridge.
Exactly,
that's what I could
you know, so I think you need to be a little bit like take a step back and like really look at it from like a tool perspective, and you have to differentiate between assistive AI and generative AI, right? So assistive AI has been within our tools like forever, like not forever, but for a very long time. It helps you with tedious tasks, you know, like rotoscoping and After Effects, or you know, automating tasks, or you know, like anything that is like a mundane thing that is not fun to do.
Yeah,
right.
We've had it in our substance applications for years.
You know, and people tend to forget that how helpful that is, right? And this is also an AI tool. It's basically artificial intelligence, machine learning, however you want to name it, and generative AI in that case, which is Firefly for our tools, is something that actually generates something, but also you have the mix of both, where you can have the intersection, and for example, media intelligence in Premiere Pro is one of those examples that I really love to highlight to people, because it actually allows you to almost like write a prompt, like Green Mountain with a river, and it will actually find you that clip that you filmed,
of the
or someone
that you've
filmed,
got in your media browser.
that you have in your media browser, in your project, and which is nuts, because like if I would have that tech like years ago, working on larger projects, where we just like spend minutes, sometimes hours looking for that. I know I filmed this, I saw this, but where I didn't set a marker. Where was this particular moment or clip? Now you can find it, and that's the beauty of bringing assistive and generative AI and like this whole AI tech into into your tool set to be able to expand on your work and speeding up your work and to free you up for actual creative work, right?
Exactly.
And that's and speaking for I mean, you're a Substance 3D pro. For those of you who don't know Emily,
subjective.
She's very humble. She's a brilliant 3D artist. You should check out her Instagram. You can write it in the chat actually, or someone from the tech world.
Oh yeah, shall I plug it?
She's an amazing artist. So she's using painter to texture 3D objects. You can use modeler as well, sampler, to create textures and all that. And it's the thing is that people tend to forget or oversee with 3D is that if you know 3D, you have to know all the other stuff. So you have to know about textures in Photoshop and
Premiere Pro,
how to build all that, right? So she's a smart lady. And
I was saying to people earlier that I use Photoshop for quite boring things actually, and that's why it's really quite interesting to see people like Anna that we saw in the keynote earlier. Her work in Photoshop is incredible.
Yeah.
When I first discovered her Instagram, I was blown away by it. She just creates such beautiful things inside of it, and it's really, oh look, we've got a Firefly video coming in. But yeah, Anna's work is wonderful, and I really wish I would have that kind of creativity to really expand on that. And generative AI inside Photoshop allows you to add those things without having to spend all this time trying to find the perfect, asset to add to it and everything. Let me just sign in.
One thing I'm wondering is we have two cameras, right? So I'm like, should I look with the left eye to the left camera and with the right eye to the right camera?
Yeah.
Or is it the left or the right?
I mean, Robert, if you cross your eyes,
I can cross my eyes and I can look like with this. I'm looking. Anyway.
Oh look, it's moving. Oh, how wonderful.
Oh yeah. She has a little joystick.
Very posh. You're a big camera nerd. Right?
I am a camera nerd. I have way too many cameras. But to circle back really quickly to Substance, because we spent some time about how tools can help us, do mundane tasks better.
Yes.
And there's also Firefly integrated into Substance tools. Maybe you can speak a little bit about that, right? Because with textures and all that stuff,
absolutely.
like maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, in Substance 3D Sampler, we actually have text to texture in there and also text to pattern. Okay. And that means that you can create these tileable patterns using just a prompt text.
Okay.
Which makes things to do with that a lot quicker as well. We also have Substance 3D Viewer that's actually out in beta at the moment.
Yes, that's a nice
and this allows you to really look at your model. Anyone can open this Substance 3D Viewer. It's really easy to use, even if you're not well versed in 3D or anything. And you can open it, view your models, consolidate textures and everything, but you can also use the generative features in there as well. So if you are looking at a model of a telephone or something, you can actually use it to regenerate the textures within Firefly, which means you can iterate over your designs a lot quicker. Is it going to be the final result? No. But if you find some designs that you like, you can then add them into your creative process, which I think is really cool. I'm all for ideating over things.
And the thing is, it's so funny because I had this discussion with some friends and co-workers just like very recently, and they were like, yeah, so why, like they were not so much into AI, and they were like, so why would I do like textures in AI? And I was like, what? And like honestly, I didn't understand, because like how many times did I have to like go out, which is good, make no mistake, but like you're in a deadline, you're in a crunch, and I just need like this very specific wood pattern or this metallic texture.
Yeah.
Not anything that I have in my extensive library.
Right.
Or on Substance assets, but this very specific, this art-directed piece of metal or wood. Now you go out with your phone and you snap photos and the light is bad and you just scramble to get that perfect texture. Now, how much time could I have saved if I would be just able to prompt the texture? Now, of course, texture creation is an art for itself, but come on, like just to have like this little wood texture that you want to have in the background of your 3D object.
Hey, what if you want crocodile skin? I don't own a crocodile.
You don't?
No. They're dangerous.
I was in Miami like recently, so I saw a couple of crocodiles.
You did?
So,
Maybe you
I'm
could have
beating with
snapped
this
a
one.
picture for that.
I
for
do
the
actually.
Substance
I
3D
have
sampler.
like literally I was like the closest I was about 2 meters, and I think it's like 3 meters, but
Yeah.
we had to walk a path, and there was
my
crocodiles left and right, and I have a picture of that. I couldn't believe it. It was like surreal.
Good grief.
But yeah, so.
Luckily, there are no crocodiles at this Adobe.
But I didn't capture textures of them. I didn't want to go that close. You know, so.
But hey, it doesn't even matter. In Substance 3D Sampler, you could have text prompted that, brought it back in. There we go.
All right,
let's
check.
tune back in.
Yes, tune back in. Yeah, let's get back on it.
Otherwise, we'll just talk about 3D all day. I'm going to write in the chat.
Look, we have someone joining from Milan, Italy, Raul. So hello, Raul. Clara is here. Ivy, Romana, Sean. Hello, Sean. Good to see you. Would love to give you a hug here in person. Nick is here. Oh, hello, Marcus. Of course, he's tuning in, homie.
Of course he has to. We miss you, Marcus.
Part of our team.
Oh, right. Let's have a look at what are going on here.
You just robbed the legend, huh? You just stop it.
You are a legend to me. I love the way you can present stuff, and Rob knows Substance as well.
Yes.
How long have you been using Substance?
I think it is. I need to think back when I released my Star Wars fan film, which was I think in 20.
I was wondering how long it would be before you mentioned Star Wars on here.
I'd have to.
I was wondering.
So I think I released it in 2022.
Okay.
So, wow, it's been a while.
Yeah.
And I think I started like 2 years before. It was a COVID project.
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And here's the fun story, and it's a true story. And I've told it a couple of times, but I don't know if I told you and some of the folks that tuned in now. So I did a lot of 3D work back in my freelance days. Working a lot with 3D, creating like product trailers, like polished, shiny, glossy, like super nice close-up of products. And with that, it's always like very procedural textures, like noises, and everything is perfect. And yeah, you can do that with Painter and the Substance tools, of course, but I was just using, tools in like noises in Cinema 4D and some asset libraries. And when I started working, or was in the middle of working on my Star Wars project, all the textures and everything is like so grungy, right? Yeah. Everything is like scuffed edges, nothing is perfect, everything is kind of like used. I love that look. And I didn't know how to do it. And a good friend of mine, Can Eduman, so a big shout out to him, 3D artist, amazing human being, amazing artist. He said, well, Rob, you have to use Substance Painter. And I'm like, I heard of that? I don't know, like, humans are persons of habits, and like I hate change. I'm afraid of change, like probably many of you are. So I was like, I don't know, like okay, yeah, I'll give it a try. So I got a copy of Substance 3D Painter, tried it out, and I was blown away. And it's not a joke. I was like, I'm not saying this because I'm now employed by Adobe. It's like an honest experience. I had like the best software experience that I had like at least for the last 10 years.
We love Substance 3D Painter.
Because it's like, I know After Effects inside out, Premiere and Photoshop, and I love these tools. And you get like little updates, bigger updates, but it's like it's a tool that you know and love. So it's not like all of a sudden you go like, oh my god, yeah. So with Painter, I was like, okay, so let's give it a try. And it took me some while to wrap my head around how to do things. But
it's quite like Photoshop.
Yeah. But once I got around it, like, okay, so this is my 3D model, and I can rotate and paint on it with my Intuos or Cintiq or whatever I'm using at that moment. I'm like, hang on, this is real time, and I'm shaping and looking at it and painting and scuffing the edges as I go in real time, and then I take that texture and just take it back to Cinema 4D and render it. With 3D, the problem is always rendering, and I'm a super impatient person, right? So always having to wait for a render, no matter how fast your computers are, you always wait, because if you have the fastest computer, you just render it in 8K because you can, you always have to wait, right? And with Painter, it's like real time. So it's like, okay, I want to paint that, you see it. You want to change it, you see it. Right?
And you see the results of that straight away.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so it's much easier. I've tried texturing tools before, like different ones, where they're not real-time views. And sure, you can do a lot more with your textures. You can have a lot bigger textures. But I really prefer having that real-time view in there.
Yeah.
And we got Daniel on the chat. Hi, Dan. How's it going? You know, there is actually, Dan and I used to work together as actors before my Adobe days. We used to work at a place, and actually we have another person at Adobe Max currently who is on our Photoshop for Mobile booth, sort of helping everyone get in and have a look at the activation there, who also used to work with us. It's Jack Andrews over there. I can see him talking to someone. He's looking very serious. Probably giving him a good talk about Halloween, because we're obsessed with that, and that is the acting job we used to do on Halloween, but more about that later. Yeah, back to Substance 3D Painter though. I think if you know Photoshop, you'll feel very familiar with it when you first jump into it. And what we also have, which I think is interesting, which we might see a bit of, or maybe we've already seen it, I haven't seen the full keynote, is Project Neo. Now, have you tried Project Neo, Robert?
I love it. It's nuts.
It's a real entry point into 3D, I find.
Yeah.
If you're like an Illustrator user, or you're a little bit scared of sort of, I don't think I can work in 3D and everything, Project Neo is a really nice way of sort of easing yourself into it.
And you know what's cool about Project Neo is that, I mean, like we said before, 3D is like a whole nother beast, right? So 3D tools can be intimidating, you know, like it's complex, but Neo wants and does take away some of that fear, at least I hope, because yes, it is a simple tool, but it's still very powerful, especially in combination with Firefly. Now, what I love to do is, for example, if I take this can, right? I mean, this is just like a cylinder, right? So you place a cylinder here on a surface, and you could, place it whenever you could do the rule of thirds, to frame it the way you like, and then you just prompt, like a can of water with a fancy texture on it, sitting on a wooden shelf, and you get it, And this is like for the ideation process. This is nuts. And
you have full control of this composition.
Did you see the example that was shown before at the keynote?
Oh, what example was that?
It was basically she used Project Neo to create like a little circle, then like with 3 little circle shapes on the floor, and an egg. So, and the prompt was little like a fairy tale entrance with a mouse sitting on a little miniature kind of dreamy world, and that egg became a mouse, and those little 3 circles became stones, like stepping stones. And it was really, really cool. It was a great example of like
you can
how
really let your creativity run free.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
If I do say so. But it means you have more control over what you're generating. And if, like me, you don't really like that much writing, you can sort of just do it with the 3D as well and just use shorter text prompts for that, because you can just add to it there. Now, who have we got talking now? I think this is. Oh, let me see there.
Funny story. I saw him in the hotel lobby this morning.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, he was like standing there, and there was like a camera crew. Actually, I didn't see him first because I only saw the camera crew, and I was like, "What's going on?" And then I was like, "Okay, there must be like some celebrity or someone that is."
Yeah, I think he's a content creator.
Yeah, he has like a huge following, and then I saw him, and I was like, "Oh, I recognize this person," And then he's at the keynote, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's him," So.
Do you know who else is roaming around Adobe Max London today?
Tell me.
It is Tom Felton. Draco Malfoy is here somewhere at Adobe Max London.
He just walked by like 5 minutes ago.
Yes, in a lovely suit as well.
In a lovely suit, looking very much different to how we know him from Harry Potter, or at least how I remember him.
I don't have any Harry Potter jokes, and that's probably a good thing for him, because I bet he's really sick of that now. However, I do have a Star Wars joke if you want to hear it.
Please. Let's see if that's funny.
Okay, ready? How hot is a lightsaber?
Depends on which planet.
Wrong.
Okay.
How hot is a lightsaber? It is warm.
Does that qualify as a Star Wars dad joke?
It's not a dad joke. It's a good joke, Robert.
It is a good joke.
How hot is a lightsaber? warm.
Okay.
I can hear people are laughing silently online. Don't worry, guys.
I will tell this one to my kids. And
I'm
see
here
what
for
they
the
say.
next half hour if you want more stupid jokes like that.
Let's
look at him go.
let's bring the jokes in the chat.
Is there any good channels for me to start designing? If we're talking about YouTube channels, there are definitely some people to follow if you want to sort of start your design process. I would say actually Kladi, who was on just now, I am Kladi on Instagram. She is great because she always gives Illustrator tips. So if you're thinking of getting into Illustrator, Kladi is a great person to follow. There's also Eloise, which I am blanking on the handle at the moment. I will write it in the chat actually. I've got it here. Clack Studio, I believe.
And also Tony Harmer, who was here
course.
with Kladi, focusing a lot on design and also Photoshop.
Let me write
he's a
some in
legend as
here.
well. And also maybe like a couple of tips for you to start designing, and like maybe a general tip. Like honestly, don't be afraid to share your work. Most of the community is really lovely. I know there's like some people that you would say like, oh yeah, they're always commenting and being like negative or something. And yes, those people are out there and you can't help it. It's the reality of life. But I believe there are way more nice and kind and lovely people who would like to give you honest and helpful and productive feedback, constructive feedback on how you can improve as a creative. And you should embrace that and not be shy and worried about sharing your stuff online, because you could be the best artist and the best creative that the world has never seen if you just dug into your basement and never share your work. So be brave, go out, share your stuff on Behance, Instagram, YouTube, whatever platform you choose. Be active. You always show up and just be authentic and honest.
Yeah, I think so.
And in a way, also be vulnerable and
don't be afraid to try stuff.
Yeah, don't be afraid to try. And also honestly, don't be afraid to fail, because every fail is what I see. The way I see failure is only if you're not learning from it, right?
Exactly.
Because you fail like a million times on a micro level, sometimes on a bigger level as well. Mm-hmm. Hopefully not that often, but you only really fail if you not take your lesson from it.
Exactly.
And
I've done a lot of that, particularly since joining Adobe as well. Like, I think as an evangelist, Robert and I both work on the evangelism team. We're always experimenting with new stuff and new ways of communicating with people, talking about content, engaging with people, and stuff like doing Adobe Live for the first time. There you go. You can decide whether we're failing or not. But trying stuff out means, thank you, I have nails. I was trying to open
I was like, should I wait? Like, how long should I wait? Like, I just like trying to...
Hey, ladies, you understand, okay? Or anyone who really loves wearing sort of long nails like this, you understand the bane of our lives is opening a drinks can with the nails on. Also typing, which I will say, here's one for myself. I am very good at typing with long nails, so I haven't failed at that yet. But certainly got to learn stuff from that.
And rightfully so. Adobe Live, just mentioned, we have hours and hours of great design-related streams on this very channel, which is so obvious and so true. It's like right in front of our faces.
Yeah.
And this is true. I mean, we've been streaming Adobe Live for, like, I don't even know when I started. It was like years and years back.
Me
live
too.
in the studio, then during COVID in my home office. And like, literally you can find a stream about, I would say about anything. Like, no matter what it is, video editing, 3D, illustration. Like, I mean, we also had a ton of great guests. It's not just Adobe people talking, but also, like creatives,
talented artists talking about their work.
Anyone
and their
that is, exactly. So,
and
that's amazing. And it's all free for you to watch, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's insane. If someone would have, like, okay, here's a true story. When I started design, there was no YouTube. Right? Okay. So when I started, YouTube was...
Give away your age here.
I'm giving it away age. I'm not afraid about it. Oh, look, Star Wars.
Oh, hold the phone.
Hang on, I got distracted.
Wait, what are they doing with Star Wars, sir?
And then I don't know.
I wish I
don't
could
hear
hear
it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hear it. I have no idea what they're talking about. But anyway, it must be cool. James Cameron. So yeah, Adobe Live, and then what was I saying?
You go on Adobe Live and you see the artists on there, get inspired by them. They don't just have Adobe people talking on Adobe Live.
Yes.
We have their process, their workflows, everything's free on there. Just recalling whatever everything you've just said. But also, you know, it's nice to actually just hear from other artists and how they do that workflow. Like, it's much the same. Inside Substance 3D Designer, there is a lot of different ways of doing the same thing. And I'm sure people experience this when using other applications as well, is that you can do the same thing and get the same result as someone else that does it completely differently.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's very interesting to watch artists come on here and just do a little project or talk about their workflow or something like that, because you never really know what you don't know. And the only way you will be able to discover more is by going on and having a look and seeing what other artists are doing.
Absolutely.
And I think that's very inspiring. I like to put it on when I'm cooking.
I found what I was talking about. I was talking about when I started to learn design and you know, creativity and everything and working with the tools. I knew After Effects like early on and so Photoshop. So I learned it from doing. Learned it by books, learned it by friends that are creative, that taught me, that mentored me, so I was lucky. But also, especially for Cinema 4D, when for my thesis project, I wanted to do a 3D animated little short film.
Wow.
I knew I was gonna composite it and edit it in After Effects and Premiere Pro, but the 3D part, I was always overwhelmed and scared of learning Cinema 4D.
It's scary.
And it had like 20 books, it was half a meter of books with CD-ROMs and DVDs where you just slide on into your computer before YouTube and you watch really crappy, not HD recordings of something that a lot of love went into, but of course it's a different tech back then.
Exactly.
And now, as a young creative, you go on YouTube or anywhere else and you'll find hours and hours of
everything on there.
Anything. So it's incredible. And here's a tip I can share, which I don't know, I don't remember where I picked it up from, so I can't give the source to the quote, but I love it. And the thing is, with all the information and all the learnings outside, we can all learn the tech. But someone said, learn things you cannot learn in tutorials. I love this one because this basically goes back to the very basics of composition, color theory, motion theory, the principles of animation, all that kind of stuff. So go back, learn those things because literally everyone can learn a tool.
Exactly.
Everyone can learn which button to click, but learn why you click this button and what makes your design and your work better. Understanding the reasoning behind it instead of just oh yeah, that's a great feature. And
that kind of refers back to this whole Gen AI, discussion and everything. And sure, we can create tools that make processes faster. Maybe we don't have to press as many buttons to do things, but the actual knowledge of these principles of animation or the color theory, everything like that, it still needs this human touch to it. It still
100%.
needs this art direction.
100%.
And this is something where, creatives ask me a lot, what does this mean for the future? Am I gonna, have less work to do and everything? But I always say that art direction will always still exist in this generative AI world. You have these tools that make your processes quicker, sure. However, to actually create something, you can't program something to do that. I mean, you could prompt something, sure, but the actual thought of, does this look good? Does this look bad? It always has to come from you. And if you can learn that kind of theory behind that, of, these colors match with these colors, this is the composition is good and everything, that's the stuff you really need to sort of drill into yourself.
Absolutely, I agree. And it's also about how you, it's at the end of the day, it's your eye that is. Here's Tony trying to distract us.
Oh, it's Tony. He's back again. I love it.
It's about how
Such
do you
a good shirt.
How do you basically Hi, sir.
Sorry. I was looking at his shirt.
And no, at the end of the day, it's your creative eye and your all the years of experience and taste that you have in yourself.
Own style as well.
Yeah, that you grow, that you still grow and hopefully established over the years, gets to decide, oh yeah, that's good and that's not good, and let's proceed with this one, but not with this one. You know, so
absolutely. That's a very good point, and frankly, I enjoy the fact that with these newer tools coming in, you know, I can let this creativity run a bit more free. You know, instead of making 2 iterations of the shoe I'm designing, I can now make 10 in that same space of time. You know, and then once I've done that ideation, I can then go away and spend a lot more time on it. But it just gives me a few more options, but I can still add my own style to it. Admittedly, that style is just make everything pink. I don't make the rules. Things just look better when they're pink. And that is my, you know, professional...
That's up for debate, but
well,
I'm not going to debate with you.
Yeah, well, no, don't start this debate with me,
No.
Robert. We'll have to have a fight on Adobe Live.
I hear rumors that there was like a black E. Did you see that girl?
I did. Actually, on April the 1st.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which people might know as a certain day for doing certain things. We did see E come out, which was, she looked a lot like me, I would say.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, very similar.
Like me.
Very similar.
Very against pink. Very against, throughout all of my clothes.
She was all, you know, wearing black and black eyeliner.
She had these sort of black tears and everything. It was a look. And you know what? It's another style. And it was never just a phase, Mom. It was always E inside. But anyways, what are we... Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of very cool VFX on there. Oh, we're back on that.
Idris Elba?
It is. Here we go. Let's come back into this. Into the zone. I will keep wittering about 3D.
He seems to know quite a few folks, you know, like being best buddy with James Cameron and Idris Elba.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have to rewatch the Keynote because I want to hear what he's saying.
Yeah, I do want to hear this.
I want to be inspired just as everyone else is here.
But yeah. But I've been enjoying using Project Neo with Firefly at the moment.
Yeah.
Just because something about the model they're using in Project Neo, I'm getting some crazy results out of it.
Yeah, same here, yeah.
And I think it's interesting when you're a 2D creative and you're then stepping into Project Neo, even just things like turning something around, changing the perspective of something. You know, if you think about doing that in Illustrator, it's going to take you a long time, you know? And so we have this ability to kind of maneuver our 3D model and still get out this lovely SVG right at the end and take it into Illustrator, add our sort of edits to it. Again, it's a tool that we're using to speed up our process. And I think Project Neo is great for that. And I really want to actually check it out later. I think they have a little activation somewhere to do with Project
Neo. We have an interesting question from Jack. What's an Adobe product that you wish was improved? You know what my answer is?
What's yours?
Every product.
Every product.
Every product. No, I mean, like if I would say like, oh, this particular or that particular product, that would mean I don't care about the other products. Honestly, I think all the products are great, but every product can be even greater. You know, if you look back like 5 years or 10 years ago, like how far we've come with even After Effects or Premiere Pro, you know, like tools that were out there like 20 years ago that were used in like big productions where you go like, oh, they're already great. They are great. But yes, there's always room for improvement.
Yeah.
It can be always faster. It can be always better. And if you would just settle down saying like, you know what, it's all good, then something is wrong, you know. So.
And we love that innovation. Definitely at Adobe, I see that a lot in our programs. And I think, you know, we've all got stuff on our Father Christmas wish list that we'd like to see in certain apps. You know, I'd be excited, you know, personally to see sort of in After Effects, I would love to bring in an SBSAR into After Effects.
Oh, yeah,
How cool would that be?
That would be very cool,
Because we can already bring in our 3D models in there. We can bring in OBJs, GLBs, GLTFs.
And
embedded
FBX.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And so you can bring those in, they will have their textures on them. Perhaps you've done that in Painter. I would prefer it.
Absolutely did.
But it would be nice to have, whatever we've brought in and be able to sort of swap out these textures.
Yeah.
So an SBSAR is a substance archive file, and this is all your textures sort of in one file, right?
Yeah.
And so it'd be nice to just sort of switch between them, so that we can iterate over our 3D model
Absolutely.
better. See, that's on my wish list at the moment. I think Premiere Pro, I'm loving the kind of, the thing they brought out, I think it was probably about a year ago, it was where you can get rid of filler words.
Oh yes.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Filler words is like,
yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big culprit for, do.
Me too, unfortunately, yes.
All the time, as everyone can probably tell on Adobe Live. But don't you wish we had, get rid of filler words when we're live as well? Yes.
Like live beeping, like when you say like beep, and like oh beep, and that's like and oh.
But I really loved that feature and the fact that you can sort of get rid of pauses as well.
This is so helpful, and like the whole text-based editing stuff, we have to do like a ton of tutorial-ish videos, like reels for Instagram, where we explain stuff and we film ourselves explaining this feature, that feature. So we always have text-based stuff with captions, and this whole workflow is it almost feels like it's made for us, because it helps us so much to to really quickly crunch out those reels where we help others how you can experience this effect or learn about this new feature,
and you have to be quick.
You have to be quick, yeah.
I am a culprit of this. I do not have an attention span at all. And so when you're making these videos, you have to be straight to the point. You can't have all the pauses.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Exactly. We need to cut out all our filler words here and live. Yeah, thank you, Jack, for that question. I think I do know Jack. He is a brewer, actually. Works in a brewery.
Okay.
And they make lovely little beers and everything. Big Smoke beer.
Cool.
You're into your beer, Rob, right?
Well, I'm from Munich, so obviously. I know beer, and we have good beer in Munich.
I want to say that the design of their cans, brilliant.
Okay.
If you ever get a chance to look at Big Smoke's cans, whoever's doing their designing, it's looking
Send some
good.
over,
yeah, maybe we should. We should have beers here. Exactly. What else have we got? Dan has also asked a question. How did you both get into? Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's doing the stage selfie. I'm gonna do that as well in my session, which is coming up in about 3 hours.
Oh gosh, what are you covering in your session?
I'm covering Premiere Pro and After Effects and how to improve your video workflows. So it's gonna be. I'm really looking forward to this one. A lot of new stuff in there. When I was doing the concept for this talk, I was like, okay, what can I show people to wow them, but also to improve, their workflow.
Right.
Like what can I like?
Useful,
my goal was like, if I was sitting in my session, how would I go out saying like, I want to get back to work, doing stuff better and faster. So that was my goal of how to concept the talk.
Awesome. I hope I get to see that. It sounds really exciting. So how did we both get into designing? I think that's a really good question. So how did I get into it? I think when I first went to university, I did computer animation and visual effects because I wanted to be a 3D artist. I actually wanted to be an animator because I really liked, what they do on the Pixar films and everything. And I liked acting. I also liked computers. And I thought, wow, that's a really good way of sort of mixing those together. Oh, look, we're done with the keynote. Robert, we've chatted the whole way through. Isn't that brilliant? But anyways, and so I really got into the kind of animation when I was at uni. And I did my final year project and thought, wow, I hate this. This is not for me at all. And so I started using Substance 3D Designer and Substance Painter in my evenings because I'm a bit sad like that. But I could create stuff, and that really what got me into it, I think. Just kind of as a hobby, I would say. I had the knowledge of like what I was doing at university, but you don't actually really need to go to have that knowledge in there. You can find so much stuff, like what we were talking about before, on YouTube, stuff on Adobe Live as well, that will start you in that process for it. And like you say, learning those fundamentals, if you can do those, you know, you can then apply it to any kind of situation. So that's how I started designing. What about you, Robert?
For me, it was not really linear. You know, it was kind of like no other choice.
Yeah.
To be honest, for me it was like as early as a kid. Always drew. My parents are a mix of. My dad is like very creative, but also like very tech savvy. My mom is an artist, so I'm kind of like a mix of nerd and nerd tech enthusiast
Do they use
with an
any
artist.
Adobe products? Or are they traditional?
No,
painting?
but my parents introduced me to Photoshop 4. That was my first version.
Wow.
So and I said like, well, that's my first like gateway to being able to express myself digitally mixed with sketches. I was sketching a lot, like comics and drawing and painting and having like a handheld scanner. Scanners like 30 years ago, where like you had to like very slowly move down and scan whatever you have on.
I'll be honest, Robert, I was not here 30 years ago.
I know, so that's why I'm explaining you. So it was not like having like a high-res camera in your pocket. It was unthinkable, right?
Yeah.
So scanning an image or a photo or whatever I drew or captured, having it on the computer and being able to manipulate it, to combine it with other stuff, I was mind blown. And I was always, of course, intrigued by Pixar movies, intrigued by Star Wars, like creating worlds that are not real, creating characters that are not characters
of it, right?
that are not real. And I always wanted to create, like do something that was not here a moment ago, and all of a sudden it looks real.
Yeah.
And tools like Photoshop and then later on After Effects, like they were like the gateway for me to like, oh, hang on, this is actually possible. I can do this. So and then in 2001 I started to study design.
Yeah.
Again, still could not believe that I would be able to do 3D animations and stuff because processing power and everything was not where it is today.
Yep.
So it was still hard to grasp that and to really imagine and be confident about being able to do this one day.
Yeah.
But during my studies, things changed and things, got faster and easier. And then I was like, okay, yeah, maybe I can do this. And then it was like, all right, game on, let's do this. And
Oh, awesome. Yeah. That's a great origin story to tell people. I like that. And I'm sure over the years, of you using all of these softwares, you've seen how much they've changed and what we're adding to improve it. And that's what we were saying earlier. Even today, there's still stuff that we can add to things. There's always things that, oh, I wish it did it like this and everything. I was thinking the other day, the 3D Path tool in Substance 3D Painter, that was just game changing.
Oh yeah, that's
When
nuts.
I first started in Painter, I was doing a lot of fashion visualization. So all of this sort of stitching and everything you see on bags, you used to have to paint them manually, and then every time if your client wanted a change or something, you'd have to redo it or make some elaborate anchor point setup.
And we know how it is with clients, like with clients, they always like call you on a Friday afternoon. Hey, can you change this? And you go like, yes.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. And I'd be like texting them from the pub.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can have it done by tomorrow.
The fun thing is, since I'm a little bit older than you are,
not by much.
I've seen a couple of transitional phases. Like for example, like my design and typography professor, he learned like really like lettering, like with the letterpress, like where you have the lead letters, where you just, like the actual kerning of how do you space and even out letters and headlines. And so we had to do this, like learning and understanding of how kerning works really helped me to understand how kerning works in tools like InDesign and Illustrator, right? And this made me very appreciative of good typography and love good typography. Be able to animate and lay out typography in a much better way.
Yeah.
And was he mad at InDesign and Illustrator? A little bit, because he learned it the hard way. But at the end, the skill and the knowledge, persists because you still have to understand it.
Exactly.
And then, like 2 years later, I had like one of the first consumer digital cameras. As a nerd, I had to have it.
Of course. Of course.
So, and a lot of friends were like, oh yeah, you with your digital camera, analog is the real thing.
Yep.
And I was like, what are you talking about? You know, like, this is super nice. Yes, the resolution sucks. It was like 1024 times 768 pixels.
Yeah.
It's nowhere where we have,
I was hearing about these sort of early cameras yesterday.
Yeah. And then you know, like, and we are like in the transitional phase now again with tools like Firefly, where all of a sudden, like, what does it do to the tech and the creative industry?
Yeah.
And it's here to stay. It's embrace it as a tool.
Yeah.
You know, like, find your angle on how you can use these tools to become a better creative person.
Yeah. And there will always be resistance with that. You know, when not that I really was in the scene at that point, but when people started photoshopping their photos, you know, there was a lot of pushback on that as well. You know, oh no, I take photos and I don't Photoshop them at all.
Yeah.
But then when we think about it, even if we're taking a photo and we're adding filters to it, we're editing it in there anyway.
Course. And even in like in the darkroom, you know, like when you're like really like in an analog way, you can also, you know, like use different techniques to brighten and darken things, you know, the same tools that we have digitally in Photoshop. So technically, you're doing the same photo editing or manipulation, if you want to say that.
And I think that brings us on to our next two guests. I can see them getting ready over there. I don't want to spoil the surprise too much, but I'm a huge fan of those people over there. And they are using a lot of these tools with that. And so I think with that, we'll start wrapping it up, Rob. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's been great. It's been so lovely presenting with you and everything.
Absolutely. I loved it. You did great, and hopefully this was not your last.
Thank you. Maybe they'll let me come back. Who knows?
I'm sure. I'm going to have a word.
Have a good word.
I'll
bring the beer.
Yeah, you bring the beer and the fun. So
be
thanks
fun.
everyone that joined us here for our stream. We're going to switch in any moment, and stay tuned.
Yes.
A full day of exciting, inspiring stuff.
Yes. And thank you so much, everyone, for watching. This has been great.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
Awesome.
Adobe Live community. We are so excited to be joining you here today live from London. That was an awesome keynote that we just saw with all of the new features launching across Creative Cloud. And now we're moving into bringing on our different community guests. So if you're just joining in the chat on YouTube or on Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. For those who I haven't met, I'm Clara. I work on the Adobe community team here, based in London today, and I'm joined by James Barnard. Hey James, how's it going?
I'm a little bit tired, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
a little bit jet lagged. I came from Australia, just to, I don't want to make it competitive, but I believe I am coming here from the furthest away, versus anybody else.
I think you had the longest flight.
I did, yes, I did. But I'm reasonably well slept. A little bit sort of, showing my age a little bit here, but we're okay. The camera, the lighting's nice and flattering, so I've gotten away with it.
We got the lighting going on.
Yeah.
How many hours was your flight?
It was very long. It's 14 hours to Doha and then another 6 to London. So yes, pretty brutal. But we're out the other side now, enjoying myself today.
Nice. Well, we have all the energy and creativity here at the conference, so we're really excited to dive into some of the work that you have. But before we do that, we want to pull up the schedule really quick, just so you can get a sneak peek of what's going to be coming up here at Max. So as you know, everyone just tuned into our keynote watch party on Adobe Live, and now we're going to be diving into Firefly. So we have some exciting new updates to the Adobe Firefly web experience. Then we'll be moving on to Illustrator, so you're going to see some updates to Illustrator with my colleagues Kay Maguro and Tina Tooley. But with that, I know we just saw in the keynote, James, that there were some new updates to Adobe Firefly Image Model 4, which is really exciting.
Pretty incredible, isn't it? More detail, more resolution, more cleverness, basically. It seems to be doing a really, really good job generating concepts. That mood boards thing looked really
cool.
So that was Project Concept, they called that when I first saw that in Miami. And now, it looks amazing. Like the collaborative tools within there, using AI to come up with ideas for photo shoots and then remixing two images together. That looks really exciting. I can't wait to try that out. But today we're going to do something a little, what's the word? A little bit safe. When I post about AI on my socials, I usually get two types of people responding. Some of them are quite polarizing opinions.
Yeah.
A lot of people are here for it, a lot of people aren't. So today we're going to do something, maybe the most innocent use of AI that I could possibly imagine, and that is to come up with a colouring in book for my kids. So shout out to Elodie and Lincoln if you're watching from home. They're probably still in bed. Elodie is 6, Lincoln is 3. Hi guys, hope you're behaving yourself. Sorry, Laura, my wife, she's having to look after them while I'm here with them. But we like to do something a little fun with Firefly in our house. And we have really terrible weather in Queensland where I live. So it's sometimes it's ridiculously hot, sometimes it's astronomically bad. And recently we had Cyclone Alfred come in, and we were preparing for something 3 or 4 days without power because this hurricane was coming in, cyclone. And we got prepped before the power was about to go out. Mm-hmm. We got on Firefly and we made some colouring in ideas from the minds of my children. So that's what we're going to do today. So let's go dive straight into firefly.adobe.com, obviously. And we're going to start with a little bit of prompting here. Now, I'm just going to click on Generate first of all, just to bring up the magic tool that we need, just get a few more options going on. So what we're going to do today is we're going to try and create 5 or 6 different colouring in concepts from the minds of my children. We're going to put them together onto a piece of A4. We're going to make 8 different sections, and we're going to print that out, and we're going to turn that into a mini zine colouring in book for our children, so they can fold them, turn the pages. So
such a creative idea. I know we have a little bit of a sneak peek over there too.
Do we want to show it? Okay, well, let's show. Okay. So this is what it's going to look like at the end, hopefully. So if we could just bring up the main camera for a second. It's basically a sheet of A4 folded in a certain way that when it's actually put together like this, pinch, it's a little colouring in book for my kids to use. And inside there we've got, sorry, you want to zoom in again? There you go, Elodie and Lincoln's colouring in book. Brilliant, with a Stegosaurus on the front and a Love Dad message on the back. And then the beauty of this is that once they're finished with the colouring in, as long as they've not used felt tip pen and they won't bleed through to the side,
of course.
we've got a reversible design on the back that they can use for a little bit extra there So, you know, we're being a bit clever. We're going to go in InDesign, or maybe we'll go into a little bit of Photoshop to sort of treat our images. That's the end result at the end of it. And then we're going to do some practical applications, see what some folding and some cutting for me later on.
It's so fun. I love this print part of it too, because then we're going to have some, you know, also we have the part on Adobe Firefly. I know you're going to be using some other Creative Cloud tools, and then of course just bringing it into analog.
That's right. So, first thing I like to ask my kids when we're coming up with an idea for coloring in is, who are we dealing with here? So, is it an animal? Is it a person? Is it a made-up one? So I've got like a few prompts that my kids have actually given me, pre-prepared today for us to put in. First thing I'm going to do though is I'm going to type in black and white. This is our first prompt. Let's say line drawing, vector art, and I'm also going to do coloring in book style of. Okay, so my daughter's given me the first one. So, first character is the princess. What are they doing? They're stood in front of a rainbow, and she also has wings. Okay, so a princess with wings standing in front of a rainbow. Typing on camera, the pressure. Okay, here we go, generate. All right, Wi-Fi is working good today. This is the new image model 4. While this is loading, I'm actually just going to select a few different options on the phone. Because our coloring in book is in a portrait format, we need our images in 3x4. All right, not a bad start. I'm also going to come down here and I'm going to select a few different techniques under the effects panel. So we've got bold lines, that's a really good one for coloring in art. Line drawing, pretty cool. And we can also force in black and white here. Okay, so here we go. Let's just generate that again.
So easy with all the different styles pre-selected there for you, where you can choose through.
Some clever stuff we can do as well. I had a chat with Alexandria this morning. Shout out Alexandria, thank you for helping me with the new Model 4 that released today. So hopefully we'll get some better results using this brand new image model. So, princess with wings standing in front of a rainbow. Not bad at all. So another thing we can do is we can upload an image reference. Now, Firefly obviously has a gallery full of beautiful images that we can use as like a style reference for this, just to kind of force in that colouring in book feel that we've got here. So if I scroll down a little bit, we've got line drawing here. I'll give this one a go. And I'm going to leave the strength where it is, because we can experiment with this. I'm going to click generate again on this. While this is loading, let's set up our InDesign template so that we're all ready and raring for when these images go in. So I've just got an A4 page template here, horizontal format layout. I'm going to go over here to my frame tool. I'm going to start dragging from the top left-hand side. And while I'm dragging, I'm going to press up on the keyboard, and that's going to create a second right. I'm going to press right cursor 3 times to make a 2x4 grid. And I'm also going to do Command left, tap that to remove the padding, and I'm going to press Command down to remove the padding there as well. So we've got a 2x4 artwork. I'm just going to pop that into my screen, and I'm going to just bring up my toolbar here.
And as you're doing that, we have a lot of people joining in the chat. So I'm seeing Anna here, Oliver, Robert, thanks all for joining in. And again, if you're on YouTube or Behance, you can go ahead and post any questions for James in the chat.
Thank you. Please be nice with the questions. Okay, so I'm going to select this frame and I'm going to click Auto Fit here. All right, let's go back to Firefly, see how we did. Not bad, not bad. Let's try this one out here. Okay, a little bit too much grey going on here. Maybe I'll take out the black and white style. Or let's try a different composition reference. Now, I've pre-prepared an image that I used previously with my children. I basically typed in a prompt into Firefly to come up with like a comic book style reference. So if I do style reference again and upload image, I'm going to go over to my Adobe Live file here, working files, reference images, and we've got this lovely little style reference of this character here that I made just in Firefly, a little bearded designer dude here, but in a comic book style. We'll give this one a go, and we'll upload that. So that's our, oh, it didn't go in. Try it one more time. There we go. Generate again. All right, while that's loading, we'll go back over to InDesign. Now, the way this works is, this image here is our front page. So we can add in a little bit of text, something like Elodie and Lincoln's coloring in book in this lovely font, New Wake. And this image here is our back page. So I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to go over a lovely message from me. Love, Dad. Okay, that's our front page and our back page. All ready to go. My Wi-Fi is running a bit, so there we go. This is much better. Okay, so I like this one straight away. We can automatically download this. Pop this into our references folder here. We'll go our images. Then back into InDesign. I can select my next page here. I press Command D. I'm going to go our images, and there they are. Brilliant.
I love that style reference too. It's so
handy,
spot on.
It's great for the coloring in style that we're going to be going for here. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little stroke outline to each of these boxes. Just make that really, really fine, like 0.1 point, just like that. Just so that when we come out to cut this out later on, we know where to cut and we know where to fold.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, next prompt.
We also have a question really quickly in the chat from Lorianne. Hey, Lorianne. Just asks where your imagination or creativity comes from. Is there anything that inspires you?
Other designers.
Other designers.
Come into conferences like this, meeting other artists in my space and you know, colleagues and competitors. Gets my creative juices going, absolutely. You know, I live in a pretty remote part of Australia. Well, not remote, but there's not much of a design scene where I live. So I've got to get out there, and I've got to network, I've got to meet other people, and meet other designers, and I love coming to events like this. And thank you to Laura, my wife, for allowing me the space to do that. Okay. Next one, we're going to go boy, girl, so there's no favoritism going on here.
Course,
so we're going to do one from my son Lincoln, a Stegosaurus wearing roller skates. Okay, same style reference, same bold lines, same black and white. All right, now we can also just bring up our image inside of Photoshop as well. So this is our, well, it's got a little bit of grey in that image. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that up in Photoshop to bring out the, to take out that grey, just so it makes it a nice sort of clean colouring in picture to work from. So Adobe Photoshop Beta got released today, I believe, the new public model. Inside there's this brand new Actions panel, which is like ChatGPT for Actions. It's like a large language model. So instead of, there's so many benefits to using this, by the way. First of all, if you hover over the actions that they've got, it previews live within Photoshop, so no more clicking them and then having to undo. You can hover over the sort of the pre-made ones that's doing it. And this is actually based on the image. So these actions are being generated as suggestions by the new Photoshop.
It makes it so much easier.
So we can just say like black and white. Black and white preset 1. Hover over that, bang, immediately, right there. It's done our job. We just select it and it's done. So all of that grey that is in the rainbow is gone. And also, no more like multiple undos, because Actions are obviously loads of different steps within Photoshop. Now it's like a one-click job. So if I press undo, that's just immediately done. So you don't have to go through all the steps. So let's redo. We'll put that back in. Let's save that as our PSD within the same folder. And then we can relink that in Adobe Illustrator by right-clicking on the layer name here and do, let's do relink, that's it. And we'll just select our PSD one versus the, oh, what's that grey? All right, well, let's go and do this the old-fashioned way in our curves panel. Take out any of the colour that way, and I'm going to add a black and white fill layer here. That should do the trick. Fingers crossed. Maybe it's because I'm in like CMYK or something. Okay, that's updated there. Update that there, that's much better. All right, back to Firefly. Let's see our Stegosaurus. Brilliant.
So cool. I love it, so cute.
The dude with glasses.
Glasses, that's my favorite one too.
A bit more personality, okay? Same. Let's get our next prompt going so that we're not waiting. coloring book style of A. This one's from Elodie. Girl, witch, sleeping in a tree. My daughter is going through a little bit of a goth phase right now.
Nice. How old is your daughter?
She's 6. She's massively into like Wednesday Addams. She was like, yeah, she looks like a mini Avril Lavigne right now, sleeping in a tree.
Such a fun series, though. Yeah.
That's it. Okay, right, back into Photoshop. We can open up our Stegosaurus dude. Just treat him a little bit. There he is. Let's see what the black and white presets look like. See, it's adding a little shade. So let's say, let's just do it the old-fashioned way. Let's go black and white. Save that. Just making sure that any of the grey's gone. Back into InDesign. Command D.
Wow.
And where's our Stegosaurus dude? There he is.
And as you're doing that, we have some more people that have just joined. So international, I love our community. So we have Anna and from Brazil, and then Daniel from Ethiopia.
Wow. What a global audience you guys have got. Okay, this one's from my son again. A man wearing a giraffe costume. I don't know what's going on in Lincoln's head, but we'll do it. He's the boss. Okay, let's let that one load. We'll go back to InDesign, and we'll add in our girl witch sleeping in a tree. Wherever she is, there she is. Beautiful. Back to Firefly. Oh, look at this guy.
Wow.
Okay. Brilliant.
I
We
love
like this one here.
Giraffe in a suit. Can't go wrong.
Brilliant. And then we've got 2 more to go. Oh my goodness, she's giving me so much to type here. Okay, a plate of strawberries. What are you doing to me, Elodie? With little smiley faces. Can't spell strawberries. See if...
It's always live, right?
yeah, faces. Covered in melted chocolate.
So it sounds delicious.
She's the boss.
Lunchtime.
Yeah. Chocolate, right. See if we can get my spelling. Back to InDesign. What did we do last time? We did a Giraffe Man. Let's bring in Giraffe Man. There he is. Fantastic. Okay. And then, all right. This next one is, we're going to go a little crazy on this last one. All right. I want to just make sure that's there. Okay, for some reason there's a man inside there. I think it's because our style reference is creeping into there. So if we had a bit more time, we could just grab our slider here, just drag that down a little bit to soften the old dude going in. But you know, it's creepy. We love it. We're going to go with that.
Sometimes Gen AI comes up with things you would have never imagined.
Let's just go with it. Okay, this last one. A man, this is from Lincoln, a man with a lizard on his head. But before we do that, let's just say a bearded man, first of all. Let's just generate the man. Okay, now, this being a personalised colouring in book for my kids, what if that man was me? So, we're going to go up to our new composition. It's not new, it's now called composition reference rather than structure reference. He's a handsome chap, not bad. He could be even more handsome though, couldn't he? Look at this guy. Okay, let's pop this guy in, use that as a reference,
so cool.
And hit generate. Let's let that load. We'll go back to InDesign and take our plate of strawberries. Brilliant. That is really freaking me out. My daughter will love that. She's into the Addams family right now. This is absolutely working. All right, not bad. Let's up the strength a little bit for this composition reference. Let's get this guy looking much more like me.
And I just want to give a shout out. We have Chantal from the Netherlands. We have Cici from Argentina, Buenos Aires. We have
amazing. How on the day is it?
So many. I know. This is everyone. People staying up in the middle of the night joining us. So thanks so much for tuning in.
Okay, let's go to under the edit option. We'll go to generative fill here. So just to show you how this works with my left square bracket and right square bracket, I'm just going to make the brush a little bit bigger. I'm just going to paint over the hair section because my son was very strict. We need a lizard on my head, so I'm going to add lizard. Just see what comes up. Yeah, I'm nervous about this one.
Let's see what happens.
What's going to happen, but
the anticipation.
Lincoln's the boss. We have to do what he says. Okay, let's just check our file here. This is our last slot. There he is, little lizard. Okay, let's keep this one. Yeah. We like this guy. We'll download lizard,
So cool.
lizard beard dude. All right, pop this into InDesign. And then one last prompt. What I'm going to do is, because this is reversible, we need a background for this sheet. So we're going to do, let's get back to our prompts that we had before. If you just click generate, it's now got session history. So we can go back to our prompt and say black and white line drawing, vector art, coloring in book style of, and we're going to do detailed mandala flower pattern. And that's the prompt I used to get that lovely sort of complicated,
really
you know, my daughter absolutely loves this style. All their coloring in books have this kind of, it's kind of like almost adult coloring in.
Yeah.
We'll get this one. And then we'll put in our bearded man in the top. He's ready to go. And then, oh, lovely, look at this. Let's download this one straight away. So on the back page in InDesign, I'm just going to put that whole one in place. There's our flower. Pop that in, center that to the artboard, nice and detailed. Brilliant. Okay, final thing we do before we send this to print, which we're not going to do here because we don't have a printer, is to take that top row, select the whole thing, and then turn this upside down. So that's how it would look when you print it out.
Cool.
So when we fold across that central line, ready to go.
And it makes it so easy in InDesign too, just for any of that layout.
It's fantastic. And then maybe we could even like take this image here and just add a little Vergine to the front, send that to the back with Shift Command left square bracket, and that's how I made this other one. We used the Stegosaurus before. Lovely.
Cool.
So when we print, obviously our printers at home, they don't go all the way to the edge like professional printers. So this is our sort of bleed area on the back. So it's covering the whole design, and we're going to cut along these lines. So let's get our fold-in fingers on.
All
These
right.
are the ones that we printed out at home. One for Clara, one for me. We're going to fold. Just fold in half. Any way you want.
Any way we want. Okay. In school, we always learn like hamburger way or hot dog way. That's what they would say in US.
Okay. That's brilliant. So we're going to fold in half, unfold, go long ways.
Okay. Picture is facing this way.
Okay, and while it's long ways, keep up
You got I know.
the pressure.
That's like the pressure.
While it's long ways,
It's live.
fold along this line into the middle. So we're folding. Oh yeah, nice work, cameraman. Thank you.
Make sure I'm doing it correctly.
Okay, into the middle.
Oh, into the middle. Wait.
This mouse out
Make
the
sure
way
I did
so
this
we can
correctly.
See. That's
Okay,
it. That's
so
good. So yeah, while it's there,
Okay.
fold along that line.
This one?
Yeah, just along there.
Okay.
And then flip it over to the other side. And if you've got like a bone tool at home, you can slide along the edges, get that nice and detailed. Okay, so our paper is all folded 8 ways. Ready to go? Now we're going to go back. We're going to fold this way again.
Whoa.
So
Okay.
in half. So we're going A4 to A5.
Like this?
That's it. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
From the folded edge, I'm going to take our scissors.
Okay.
And we're going to make one cut from that folded edge to the center only.
Okay.
Like this. Okay.
All right.
So we've got basically one cut in the design, kind of like that. Just to that center bit.
All right.
That's it. Get it nice and tight if you can, because otherwise it's going to... Sorry, I'm like
Right.
schooling
I
you
know.
on how to
I
cut
know.
paper
I know.
here, but,
Right here, like this.
So make it as close to that central fold as you can. Brilliant. Perfect. All right, unfold again. Okay. Hold it up. It's 1/4 sheet fold along.
Other side.
That's it. That way over. Yep. Now pinch together like this.
Okay.
And then ta-da.
Ah.
Got it. And then just bend over. And now we have what's called a zine. Okay, so like an A4 zine, like this. Elodie and Lincoln's colouring work.
So
with a Stegosaurus on the front. And then we've got little different designs
Oh,
in it.
I love
If you
it.
wanted
You
to
can see
and you didn't have a
inside,
reversible
too.
printer, you can add a little staple in the middle there and really secure it down. But this is our fancy version that is reversible, and now they can colour in on the back as well.
So cool. I love this. And Elodie and Lincoln must be so excited watching this at home.
Hopefully they'll be give Laura something to do with the kids while I'm away. Sorry, Laura.
Awesome. Well, thanks, James, so much for walking through this. And I'm seeing in the chat if there's any other questions. Lorianne says, creation for families, so fun. Oh, Lorianne's so sweet. She says, big kisses from France for your kids.
Aw, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
And we have, let's see, more people coming in. We had some from Netherlands, we have Frank, we have Sweden. It's like so many different countries represented here. So if you have any other questions for James, go ahead and post it in the chat. We are live here from Adobe MAX London if you're just tuning in. We were just able to create this super cool coloring book that you can see here with Adobe Firefly that James created, then put it in InDesign, also used Photoshop to bring this to life.
How much time have we got left?
We have about 4 minutes.
Okay, why don't we just have a quick look at the actions in Photoshop?
Let's go for it.
This is unbelievable. I've been playing with this all day. So, yeah, this new actions panel is beyond ridiculous. I use actions all the time at home. I have like loads of different custom setups for things like centering things to the artboard, or especially in like Illustrator as well, exporting things, centering, and then cropping things like logo designs to artboard shapes, so you can export logos really, really quickly, and I map them to this macro pad that's on my desk, so I can press the button and go boop, boop. It's really, really quick. But this is unbelievable. So you can search for all sorts of different things in here. Let's say if we open up a photo, I did this yesterday. Let's find this dog picture here. Works obviously a lot better because this is, Photoshop. We're working with photos, so like make the background blurry. I've already done this on this image. You'll see. I used this in one of my videos, but right off the bat, Adobe Photoshop is doing the job for us. And honestly, hover over them. It takes a second to load. Blur background. Strong, but I think my Wi-Fi has just died. Yeah, I've just killed my computer. Brilliant.
It's the joy of live, and also Wi-Fi. Yeah, there we go. Went through.
But this one I was like add motion blur. So this is the one that down here. This was the one that I did for the demo previously. But it's one tap undo now, and it's absolutely mind blowing how fast this is going to make me.
So cool.
Nearly broke my computer there. Sorry.
Almost. But I'm really excited to see everyone who's in the chat try this out too, because I know there's a lot that just launched in Photoshop and in Firefly Web. So it was really cool to see you bring all of the tools together to create this coloring book. So
thank you for getting scissors through security.
Yes,
well done.
we got scissors. We found it in the back room.
Nice job.
But James, also, for those who are tuning in, if they want to stay in touch with you, social handles, website, anything that you want to share?
Socials is @BarnardCo, so that's Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and my website is barnard.co, and you can check out some of my logo designs there, and there's a few resources for designers in there too.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in London. Get some sleep. And we will be right back, so don't go anywhere. Next up, we're going to have Firefly, more coverage of Firefly, so you'll be able to check out what's new with third-party models. So stay tuned.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are so excited to be here in London with everyone as part of the Max experience. So you just saw the keynote and we kicked it off with some of the Adobe Firefly, what was new in Image Model 4. But we're going to take a little bit of a step forward in terms of what's new with third-party models in Adobe Firefly. So if you're just joining in the chat, go ahead and post in YouTube or on Behance where you're joining us from. We are live, so if you have any questions, go ahead and post them in there and we can answer those on the stream. But I'm joined today with Siobhan and James, who are joining us here in London. How is it going?
It's really good.
Yeah,
really great. Lots of stuff happening. The keynote was amazing. So much good new stuff, new tech coming out. Blown away. Photoshop was brilliant. I'm so impressed by that. But Firefly is off the chain today.
It's crazy how many changes have happened so fast.
And incredible.
Implemented in so many different areas as well. So like, no matter what your discipline, Firefly can come in and really be that sort of work tool for you to make your life a lot easier as well. So that's really great to see.
Yeah, so cool to see. And I know in the work that you do, you use a lot of AI.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about your content creation process, you know, what the origins of it,
So we make video primarily, but we do a lot of photos as well. And within that, we pretty much about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, we moved primarily to making imagery with AI images as like our backdrops and our foreground elements. And that progressed into video as well. So yeah, we've been using like 2D video assets within our work for a long time. And it just gives us so much creative freedom. Like it blew our minds, like as soon as we did it, because originally we were shooting more traditional like fashion Instagram content, okay? And Siobhan was the star of the show within that. And I was behind the camera for a long time, like an Instagram sort of husband, if you would, right? Okay. But with this introduction of the AI, it even gave me the creative opportunity to step into the work as well. So we've done a few pieces where both of us have been involved in it. Yeah, and it's been really great.
Yeah, I'd say that also like we used to spend hours and hours like looking for locations and not finding locations, or the weather, the sun, everything was like always playing havoc with our photography and our imagery and also our ideation as well. So we'd have all these brilliant like wild ideas, but we couldn't necessarily make them happen. And we were also buying a lot of props and they were sometimes going to waste. It was quite wasteful. And now we've got a green screen and sort of the sky's the limit now as well.
Yeah, we've been shooting against green screen for a while and comping that in against the images. So it's been really great, really liberating basically in terms of how we create our work.
Yeah, so many possibilities too, and I love scrolling through my feed on Instagram, and just the images you create are so beautiful. They're like magical. I feel like I'm transported to a different universe with a lot of them.
We're constantly trying to escape.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, I want to be there. I'll post that in the chat too, so you can definitely check out on Instagram. Remind me again the handle for Instagram.
It's They Are Creative.
They Are Creative.
Yeah.
Great. I will put that in there. But I know you're going to show us what's new in third-party models
let's do it.
Firefly. So let's go ahead and dive right in.
Okay, so we'll start with the images first, or should we go to video? Do you want to? We'll start with images first, right?
Images sound
let's
great.
do it. Yeah, let's start there. Okay, so Adobe Firefly's website. We go straight into the images tab, and then we're going to go straight into generate, and that takes us into the UI for the Adobe Firefly. There we are. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Live.
Okay. And there's a little bit of ideation of what we've been doing prior to that, so we can maybe just scan through that and show you because it's not irrelevant. Classic stuff in terms of building text, because Firefly is so powerful at building text, especially when you give it a composition and structured references and things like that. So we ran off a few modeling balloon dogs, etc., because we wanted to create some balloon text, etc. Really simple stuff. And then we went through the whole ideation process here. Now, as you can see, lots of things, and some kind of crazy, and some absolutely perfect. Well, let's go through and see what's new in Firefly, first of all. So, if we just go to the general settings on this side of the window, we've got Firefly Image 4, and then we've also got Firefly Image 4 Ultra. Hello. So, Image 4 is obviously the next step. And it's the superb model, much more detail. It's absolutely brilliant on photorealism and things like that. People and animals. It's got lots going for it. And then basically the simple way to put it is that Ultra is a much more refined, high fidelity version of that.
Yeah.
The detail is ridiculous when it comes to things like hair and those finite details within photography. It absolutely nails it. But it's not just photography, it will cover illustrations as well and things like that. It's absolutely superb. So we're going to go through some ideation now, and we'll get going with that in terms of what it can do. So shall we show those, and then we'll go to the next ones? Yeah, let's do a quick run. So
that sounds great, and I'll post in the chat too if you haven't tried out. So this just launched as of like an hour ago. The new Firefly image model 4, and also third-party models in beta. You can go ahead and check that out on firefly.adobe.com.
So we'll stick in landscape 4.3. We normally create our work in vertical video for Instagram, but this means we can see 4 nice images once we've ideated. So we create lots of landscape stuff, but let's do some of the things we talked about in terms of the strengths of Firefly Image 4. So let's make some cats, right? Because we love cats. Okay.
Everyone loves cats.
Everyone loves cats, right? So let's do a ginger cat, because ginger animals are the best, and that's the way it goes. So a ginger cat, and we're going to say a fluffy cat. So we're already into writing the prompt, and one thing we've learned over the last few days at the summit and obviously at Max is how much detail you can put in the prompt. Okay, its ability to understand language from, let's say, a photography perspective, or just like how you describe, how descriptive you can be, is absolutely magic. Okay, because it will provide you with all the tools. Now, if you can't do the descriptive side, we've got this panel on the left-hand side of the screen, which really cuts some of the corners there, so you don't always have to do the really descriptive text. So let's do a really descriptive text, and then let's make one with the panel on the left-hand side of the UI, okay?
So while you do that, James, I like to say that I feel like text and prompt writing is quite a skill set, and people are quite scared of it. So what we really love about Adobe Firefly's model is that all the controls that you get in this panel here. So you don't need to be a tech wizard, you don't need to know all the phrases, it's already done all the hard work for you, so you can go in and select some of those, which we will do in a moment. And that's going to really highlight the difference between these models and the third-party models, and sort of it's like whatever, which one is like best for who you are and how you want to create, to give you that flexibility.
Yeah, it is really a craft that you continue to develop, like the amount of detail that you put in, and it's just you see how the model refines it more and more.
Absolutely. I feel like my A-level English comes into
yes,
some
exactly.
form of help here.
Same with the writing piece too. Absolutely.
So you've almost become like a copywriter in the prompt world. So it's like a whole job in itself, really, of being really talented in that as well.
Yeah, and I know we do have some resources that are, tips for prompt writing. So I'll post those in the chat too.
I mean, we'll be honest, we're not the best prompt writers, okay? And we saw prompts that were like stories yesterday. They were enormous. And this is obviously a strength for us to improve upon. We tend to use this panel on the UI because it's so effective, but we'll quickly run that up at the same time. So we'll just take out that, and I'm now going to run in.
And as you're pulling that up, I'm looking in the chat here too. So I went ahead and make sure to follow They Are Creative on Instagram, so you can see a lot of the beautiful work that Siobhan and James create. And then I did see a question here about Firefly credits. So there are a few different options in terms of, obviously you have a certain amount that are free and then paid plans. So I'll go ahead and post the link in the chat to that so you can see more information.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so
we are still waiting.
Posting that in there.
Any minute now, it will be here.
I know. That's the one. Also, we are here on the show floor too, so a lot of different people using the internet.
So while we do that, I mean, we can have a look through.
Well, what we can do is maybe jump to some of the, whilst that's waiting, we will look at maybe some of the images we've previously created and things like that.
Yeah.
So we've got things like this, which is part of our work, where we used Firefly to create this background, then there was a comp in Photoshop, and then this is actually Siobhan, and then we used Generative Fill as the AI tool that it is. So things like that are really fantastic. We're going to bring that to life later on in this session to show you what that's like. And again, some more imagery.
I love that one.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Palm Springs.
And then
that's exactly the, that's the exact
I love that one too. Yeah.
And the great thing, as James is saying, that with Firefly, we don't just use Firefly, we use the whole ecosystem. So we use many tools in Adobe to bring and use generative AI in different areas and to bring it all to life and bring it all together. So it's much more than just a prompt and the image coming there. There's sort of the skill set in all the different areas as well.
Yeah, and just really bringing that vision to life through layering, and I'm sure you're working across tools too to really refine it.
Yes, we are. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I know.
Right,
Joy of life,
it's
everyone.
fine. We actually have some. We have some.
Always you got your plan B, plan C.
So let's look at how we made some images in Adobe Firefly. Okay. So if we just remove some of the assets we've got there. So this. Let me just get that. There we go.
There we go.
So here we have a nice balloon garden, and we've created several images, and I'll talk you through what we did. We might not be able to show it live, so we'll talk you through what we did, okay? So if we take this is one of the images created via Firefly. We asked it to make a surreal balloon garden with a nice sweet style path in the middle, cartoon plants, blue sky, and it's an absolutely perfect image in terms of what we were trying to achieve. Now what we're looking to do is place Siobhan within the scene, which will be like this.
There I am.
And then we can use the power of AI to create transitions between one scene and another. So I'll just remove Siobhan for the time being. And if we move to the next clip is where we use the frame. So let's go back to Firefly and check this out. I know we jumped straight into video production because we're waiting on this. Maybe if I bring up another screen. Firefly.
Yeah. A refresh always. Seeing in here if we have any questions. Oh,
here we go.
Okay.
There we go. I know we have some suggestions from the chat too.
Sure.
Oliver says maybe it's installing app updates in the background that sometimes kills the connection.
It's okay.
Great point.
We're live. We can deal with it. This is the world of the creative.
Okay.
There we go.
It's getting there. We are. Okay, right. So we've kind of skipped ahead a little bit because we're waiting on this image to produce from the Images tab in Adobe Firefly. So we're just going to jump over quickly to the Video tab. Now, the Video tab is very similar to the Image tab. We have a similar layout in terms of the UI. At the top, we can select our models here, and we have our brand new models released from the third parties. VO from Google, and then we also have the ability to change the resolution. So we have a 540 resolution, a 720 resolution, and a 1080 resolution, and that's obviously going to speed up our radiation working at lower resolutions first. Our aspect ratios, as we see, and we'll go to a vertical, and then we have our camera movements as well, which is kind of like that thing within the Images tab where you don't have to write out the really extensively long prompt. We can simply use the tools here on one-click buttons that give us the zoom in, the zoom outs, move left, move right, tilt up, tilt down, and static or handheld camera positions, which is so helpful in terms of guiding us to make the content.
So James, let me ask you a question. If we go into the VO2 model from the third-party app, do we still have like those sorts of controls that Adobe has?
Okay, so the things to make, the really things to be absolutely clear here is that the Firefly model is 100% commercially safe, as all of AI from Adobe is. It's 100% commercially safe, which is absolutely fantastic in terms of being able to use it within your commercial work. Now, Adobe have listened to the community, and we were asking for more models from some of the other partners, and they've found some great models to partner with. So we've got VO, which is all up and running live at the moment, and if we just quickly, as we're talking about it, we'll go back to the Images tab, and within there we have Imagen 3 and GPT Image.
And there's more to come, isn't there?
There's
lots, so stay tuned for that because that's so exciting. And for us, the reason that we really like this is because if you've ever worked with AI and these models, there are hundreds of models out there that we use, and it just means that everything for us is in one place, an ecosystem that is really user-friendly, which is what we love about Adobe's ecosystem anyway. And it just means that we can have different results, like different models give you different results, and it depends what you're looking for. So it just means it's all there for us in one place, and we've got options.
Right. Yeah. Some people like red sauce, some people like brown sauce, some people like mayonnaise, right? Yeah. Or both, right? Yeah. Okay, so our image generation actually come through, which is brilliant, and it's perfect. I mean, this is a photorealistic cat. I mean, they look fantastic.
The hairs
Look
as well.
at the detail.
I know, it's like the so realistic. It's incredible.
So realistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they are.
That actually looks like our neighbour's cat.
It was actually a photo exactly there.
So I'm just going to generate it again with the UI assisted prompts, which obviously help, and we'll just run that in the background. Yeah. Quick note, whilst we've been talking about those third-party models, is and we'll go through to the video tab. You'll notice whenever you go through to the model selection, the drop-down menu shows the third-party model, the non-Adobe models, and right next to it, actually we've already used this one, so let's just go back to the images tab. Okay, when you first use it, you will see add, okay? Now this is a really important thing. So you're going to click that button, and then it's going to tell you that you are now using a new model, okay? And it's just to let you know that we're stepping outside of, let's say, the Adobe world, okay? But all within the framework of Firefly to speed up that ideation and the process of using it, okay? So we can click continue, and now we can use it.
And James, what we really like is that, like, I feel like some people might be a bit worried that they'd have like a Firefly image and then they'd have like an imagined image, and like you wouldn't know like what was what, but it's very clearly like highlighted what's what. So you know that this is commercially safe, I can use this in my work, or I'm using this at ideation and it's from another model. So I think that's like a really like great point as well to make there.
Okay, so we were previously talking about how we use the frames in and out. So let's just quickly go through that. We'll show you it in how we do it. So we would select our model, and we can do this with the Firefly models, okay? And then we select our first frame, and we can add a picture. So if we were to add a picture, so we can take this one, and then we can add another picture, this one, describe with the prompt what we want it to do, and then it's basically going to provide the transition between the first frame and the last frame, essentially, and collect all those frames in between. And the example we got to show you is within Premiere, because that's where we're building our video. So as we played that,
that was so cool.
So that transition was done. That was one transition, and then we've got our actual frame. This is the original picture which we based everything off. Yeah. And then we have a transition that takes us through to a slightly meaner world, and there we go. Okay. And we can obviously then continue to build our video and place Siobhan within these worlds. And this is basically the simple premise of how we do a lot of our work. Okay. So there we go. Nice and easy. And she's not happy where she landed, but there we go.
Perfect, like Halloween almost.
Yeah,
like
it's
vibe.
almost got a little Halloween. Okay, Sleepy Hollow. Yeah. Okay.
I hope that like people can see that like we have a lot of fun with this. So like once upon a time we would have bought all those balloons. We would have like tried to build a set and now like our imagination, it's just limitless. Like we can just do whatever we want, and that's what we find so exciting about working with like AI models. That we can just go wild with it.
Right, let's use the new VO2 model within Firefly Video. Let's go to our desktop. We're going to pick one of our pictures that we previously made in Photoshop.
Okay.
So we're going to go to this folder, and we are going to select this one, which I think, Clara, is a favorite of yours. I think it is.
Let's see.
I think it is. It's the
one.
I
remember this one. I love that one. It just feels like you're just being lifted up, you know, like with the bubbles, and it reminded me too because in front of my house there's a guy every day that like has a big bubble machine. Oh wow! And so I saw that. I was like, oh, it reminds me a lot of that.
And
too.
It's like that. Like we like to play with like sort of ideas of like a hot air balloon, but then it's a bubble, and like it's just like our imagination going wild,
cool.
really.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm seeing in the questions in the chat here. So just reiterating that point within the third-party models, that it's very clear within the left-hand side that you can see the drop-down of what model you're using. For example, James right now, it's very clear that he's using the new Google model. And then there are a list that I can post in the chat of all the models that are going to be launching. So you can be able to select which ones you want to choose. And really it's about control. So making sure, you as the creative have control. Of course, if you stick with Adobe Firefly, it's always going to be commercially safe. So you know that you can use it for any purpose. But we also want to make sure that you have the option, as Siobhan said, to have that creative freedom to include other models.
And it is, yesterday we were there, a whole load of AI creatives, and the list is endless that people are using. So I can't stress enough how useful this is for us.
Right, that's going to go. So we're going to jump back to Firefly video and see what's going. Firefly image, sorry. So just to recap, we're using VO2 within the video model. We set it to 60 minutes, and we set in a first frame, which is one of our own personal pieces of artwork. And now we've set that prompt running, so we'll see what comes back. And now if we go back to the cat images, we're still waiting on those as well. So maybe we can show you.
And I noticed there that now that we're in Imagen 3 and looking to create in Imagen 3, now all those sort of like controls have gone, hasn't it? So it's like you sort of like, it depends what works for you really, because now it's like there's less control with that, so you'd have to get really savvy with your like prompt writing.
And it's really helpful with that message that comes up when you select it too, so you know that you're moving into a third-party model.
And this is so exciting that you've got ChatGPT image. This is like super, like we found out like 5 minutes ago that this is like there now, so it's really fun as well.
Yeah, and it's so great you don't have to leave, you're in the Firefly ecosystem, so it's great to have it all there.
So a couple of things, tips I'd say, that we use as well. When we write our prompts, sometimes when we're happy with the prompt, but we're maybe not happy with the result, okay? Maybe it's just not our flavor or our taste, and we want to rerun it again. A way you can do it, you've got seed numbers, okay? So once it's run an image, it will populate a seed number, and what you can do is just change the seed number or delete the number, and it will repopulate another one once you press generate again, okay? So instead of changing your prompt, you can just change the seed number and you'll get a completely different image with the same prompt. Okay, so a little tip.
Up in the cat image here, and because then you can go into.
It's just generate, so we're just waiting.
But if you just click on this one and then go to Firefly here, it should show the seed number now.
I don't think it will now because it's on the population.
Oh, with you.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, live, waiting for this.
I know that we're running short of time, so I think that with the image that we were going to do image to video, we can post that on our socials and we can post that on our stories.
Yeah.
And then people can see like the end result of what
that would be great.
Another quick tip that we do a lot within our video work is we chop things out and put them on green screen, so we can maybe show you that. So we have a nested sequence here, which is one of the...
Yeah, the green screen is really...
Okay, so we got a little bit of text, so maybe if I just...
Oh, bringing in the text from before that was generated.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this was a green screen and then we've keyed it out, okay? But it means that you can then start to use it to create more motion in your images, etc. And this is quite a simple animation, obviously.
Yeah.
But, it's a really powerful way to start if you're not an animator, if you've not got the skills to make 3D text move, etc. Use Firefly, create some text, which is so powerful in itself. Then drop that in, maybe drop in another word or another sentence afterwards, and you can manipulate the text in however you like, depending on your direction, and you'll get an outcome, and then you can contribute that, add that into your work, however you make your work within your Adobe software. Perfect.
So I think that's such a great place to end, isn't it? That it basically means that you don't have to have 10 years worth of experience. It's really liberating, and you can start experimenting, and that sort of your creativity can come to life.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see what you can create too, and I love how you brought in the text into the video. And we're really looking forward to seeing the final video on your social channel.
Yeah, we'll get that today. That'll be fine.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing that. And I'll put that in the chat too, so people can make sure to follow that. So before we wrap up, Siobhan and James, any final words or resources that you want to share with everyone tuning in?
Oh, what can we say?
I
don't know what I'm allowed to say in some ways. I'd say that using Firefly has changed everything for us. We had our most successful year last year by using AI. It's made us completely creatively free in many ways, and we will continue to use it in a big way. It's also pushed us to challenge ourselves to learn more things. We're not from the creative background. I think that has to be important. We self-taught, but this is new to us. This whole world is new to us. We're still learning. We're still making mistakes. We're still having fun. I think that's the point. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your creative process with us. And Siobhan and James, they are creative on Instagram. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in London and at Adobe Max.
Thank you so much, Karina. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
And we'll be right back. We're going to be back with Illustrator, with Kay Maguro and Tina Tooley. So stick around to catch our next session.
Great.
Bye, everyone.
whatever you want to talk about.
I
Honestly.
can share firstly a bit of, like, I opened a couple of projects. I can share a bit of general intro. We can talk about a bit of installation.
Yeah. Whatever you want to advertise, talk about. It's your time to shine. So.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Hi guys. So we're here from London doing Adobe Live. My name is Kate Meguro. I'm the community relationship manager from Tokyo, Japan. But today we have a very special guest, Tina Tooley.
Hello everyone! Super excited to be back on Adobe Live here from Adobe MAX London.
Yeah. So today we're going to talk about your process, what you've been working on, all the cool stuff. Because you're just, a talented human being, but just also a really cool person in general. So yeah, should we just get into it?
Sure.
Yeah?
Let me quickly perhaps
introduce yourself, of course.
So yeah, for those who don't know me, Tina Tooley. I'm based here in London in the UK, and I work in a kind of like variety of design applications, all the way like from digital to print design, and it's all the way like from like branding, typography, web design, motion, 3D. So it's kind of like a big range of things. But what my work is kind of like mostly known for is this kind of blend between analog and digital in so many like different like ways, let's say, different techniques. And should I share some of my examples perhaps?
Let's get into it.
So yeah, if you like, I just opened my website so you can see like a couple of examples of what's happening here, and starting like all the way like from like different like material explorations for the Tokame titles, paper craft, and just so you can get an overall kind of like vibe of what I'm doing.
Yes.
It's always like I love colors, so quite colorful, and all the way like from super digital to like super kind of like analog bits.
So cool.
And yeah, working with like smaller clients, bigger ones as well, and producing all kind of.
You don't do just digital, which is so interesting. You like mix actual materials that you find in real life, and then you bring it in to digitize.
And I love like I have what I call in my studio like my treasure boxes, where I collect all kind of like materials that I feel like could be interesting and I could use like on any future projects. And it's usually kind of like my inspiration boxes. So I grab things from there and start playing around. I'm gonna share like some more specific examples that I picked for you. So for example, like this ampersands, if you look at them in the beginning, you feel like, oh, it's a nice 3D piece, but it's surprise, it's not. So I'm gonna scroll at the very bottom, and you'll see it's just like a paper sculpture. So just grabbing like paper stripes and then creating like the whole composition. It's a tiny piece like that, so it's quite fun.
That's so cool. So it's like a lot of experimenting and then figuring it out, you think? Or do you plan ahead? Or it just really depends?
I think that's the best part of like playing with like different assets by hand, that you don't necessarily need like you don't really know how the final outcome is necessarily gonna look like. Sometimes you have an idea, but you try it out and it looks like so different in the end. And that's what I love, like this little happy accidents, this surprise out of it. So it happened to me so many times that I had initially in my mind, oh, I'm gonna use this material in that specific way, and just didn't work. And that pushed me like to explore even farther. And that's a very good example for like more like the liquidy kind of work I'm producing. Which so this is from Adobe MAX a couple of years ago, like for the co-create project. And I'm gonna play the behind the scenes while like I'm talking through that. Let me see if it's that gonna work. Yes, so I'm working quite a lot, as you will notice, like with oil-based, water-based materials and liquid compositions, like the example I shared. And the overall idea of that came through like when we just were playing like around with two of my friends, and we're trying to replicate this rainbow reflection of gasoline that happened every now and then on the street. And we perfectly failed. We never managed to get that. So we had like a whole bucket of gasoline, and we're like, okay, what are we gonna do now? And I just brought like everything I had in the studio, and we started mixing it, and we came across like this oil and water kind of base materials that they don't mix, and they allow you to create all those like mesmerizing graphics, which has been, for example, like a very important like exploration for me, like working on that and creating like graphics like this that was for NPR radio, like end of last year, like things that you could like, it would be hard like to just go ahead and draw it directly without having the basis of that. Of course, like I love all these like analog explorations, but you will often find also like I'm adding like so many like digital layers to that as the like behind the scenes I just shared. So sometimes it kind of can look like totally different, the outcome from the exploration itself. And I love that part.
That's part of the process, right?
Exactly.
That's the best part of
yes,
it.
I love that part. It's always like the little happy accident, like, and then adding like even more on top of that. And I'm gonna show like one more. I think it's. Let me see. I think it's that is like from the Tokame Festival in Munich, and it's a collaboration with textile designer Pia Schreiber that we worked together in developing the titles. I think you will watch them
wait,
later.
Is this actually? Did you 3D print this?
No, it's actually. Let me try to see. Well, I don't think it's. I'm gonna try
really
to
curious to
reload the
what
page.
tools you've used to create this.
Is it gonna happen? Okay. So I'm just gonna talk you through some of the behind the scenes. So, here you get like a hint of like the titles themselves. Go ahead and watch them like later if you want on my website to see like the full piece. But the overall idea was like because Tokame means touch me.
Touch me.
So and touch is so closely connected and can be interpreted in so many different ways. And we're like, it would be amazing to have like a collection of different materials that they would convey the message of touch in different ways as well. So we picked like I think it was like around 60 materials in total, quite a lot. And we start just like playing around with them and exploring them and filming that with a camera. And you can see like a couple of them, they're all like super analog, and that's what we want to achieve here, to have like even the titles, the touch me message being analog itself. So we always like real kind of like, so we like laser cutted it, we 3D printed it, and so many like different colors, scales, just to make sure that for each exploration we had like the right typeset. So it was all like 100% analog, captured with the camera, and then digitally like editing in order to add like all those kind of like layers on top of it with information, and so, and you can see like we added a bit of like 3D titles on that as well, just a little digital touch on this super analog explorations.
Yeah, that's so cool, because I'm also an artist as well, and most of my work is pencil and graphite, and then I go into Photoshop. So I love that this like organic, like you get your hands dirty literally, and then you play around with it, and then you have the happy accidents, right?
Yes, and those are the best, right? It's always quite nice.
But also, like, you literally, these are just like really like seconds of your work. So you're like in there doing it over and over and capturing the perfect moment. I bet.
Like, I remember like 60 were the final materials we used. We had like over 100 at the beginning, and like the footage we got, like when I started editing, I had like 30 minutes of footage to work with, and we just needed like 1.5 minutes. So it was like watching again and again, and that was like pretty quick because you had to film like everything in 3 days. We were like super fast switching materials. Sometimes when I experiment, it's like the whole day, and it's like cards and cards of my camera filled up with like materials that I can use. So like tons of different stuff.
So where do you like find inspiration? Do you see something you're like, I like that, I want to give it a try?
It's kind of like one thing is like taking pictures of things that I like around me, and the other is like collecting materials. So when I feel like a material is interesting, I will like keep it on my studio, and it can be like literally anything. Like the other day, somebody like in my studio is like part of like an art building, and somebody gave me like those massive bags of like little things that they were collecting from Thames River. And it's like little glasses, little rocks, little pieces. And I'm like, this is perfect. It's like such a nice piece of material to work with. So it can be like literally like anything, simple things that you find here and there, simple like materials. I love like also look at supermarket like for different materials. It's always like so many like different textures and bits that you can use. So I love that part.
That's so cool though. So you're constantly collecting and archiving and just like knowing when to pull one out.
Inspiration can be like literally like any little bits around you. Just like your glass of water, like anything, simple things.
And it probably depends like on the lighting too. Like it could be one different material, but like just a variation of things you could do with it.
And I'm often kind of like running workshops as well, and I had like a workshop that was specifically based on a glass of water. Finding like, and you could see like how many different outcomes we had was like amazing. I really loved it.
That's so cool. you want to show us any installations that I've heard you've been working on?
Yes,
Can we talk about that?
So I'm gonna share. This is like super like kind of like secret thing, and I haven't really finished that yet. I just started putting like some of the footage together.
Like a little sneak peek.
And I'm just gonna play while talking through that, and I can put like also full screen. So it's the whole idea, like the installation is called Voices in My Head.
Voices in My Head?
Yes.
That's so cool.
And it's actually a room where it's like all mirrored around, so you can reflect yourself, but the floor is like a whole like screen with some liquidy graphics, mesmerizing, that they allow you to kind of like get lost within them and just take a moment to like have a piece for your mind, like to just, you know, think and focus on yourself, take a moment to breathe. And the overall idea was like to place this room within like Festival Paradiso in Mexico. It happened last month, was an amazing one. And have like a little corner where people can just go relax, take a moment for themselves to like reset their mind. And this is like still like work in progress. I'm just chopped like a couple of the footages I have, so don't take it seriously, please. I still need to edit.
No, this is beautiful. We're like really lucky
and
that
I
we can
didn't
see
fix
this
the colors. I didn't do anything, so I just wanted to share a bit of the behind the scenes. You'll see that in the next couple of days, like properly.
Okay.
Edited.
All right. So there'll be like a big reveal on.
Yes. And it was amazing. Also, like the sound of it was from one of my friends, Scarlett, Lydia Scarlett, who actually did the voices. So you can hear like, oh, this is different voices. So you can see her on the footage as well. All these different voices from different directions, communicating the different feelings and emotions that we have within us. So yeah, that's like my, I would say, first big installation. So I'm super excited about it. So
congratulations!
Thank you. And yeah, definitely like you will see more of that quite soon, hopefully.
It would have been great if you had like a whole installation here too.
Yes, and I'm just gonna share today. I think I don't have. Let me go off my screen for a bit, perhaps, and then go ahead and share again. I think I have them on the here. So a bit of the graphics of that, because all the graphics created is like 30 minutes of graphics, if I'm not mistaken. They are all kind of like created out of this oil-based, water-based kind of like principle. I'm trying to find it, but I don't think I can. Oh, it's here. And it's like all kind of like mesmerizing graphics of liquids that I noticed like it, and the whole concept came kind of naturally. I was showing people the graphics and they're like, oh, they're so mesmerizing. I could just sit down, look at them and relax for a while. I'm like, oh, okay. That's so
it evokes
interesting.
a feeling, and I think everyone has a different experience when
So I'm not sure if it's gonna work here. Let's give it a try. But yeah, exactly. It's kind of like here we go. So you can just sneak a peek of like some of them. It's like, as I said, it's like 30 minutes footage of
May I ask what you used? Like a variety of different kind of acrylics or oil or?
It's all like oil-based, water-based. So it means like either you have like oil as the basis and you play with water-based like liquids, acrylics, or like anything that comes to your mind. It's like I don't really have like always specific one. And it's funny, like sometimes people ask me like to recreate, and I'm like, forget about that. I don't remember how I did. I really don't remember. I don't remember what tray I used, what exact materials. It's like I can make you something similar, but not exactly the same. And that's what I love on the analog things.
You can never recreate it. It's like once in a moment in that. Yeah,
exactly.
That's so beautiful.
But that's also the magic of that. That is like something unique that happened there. It has a value on that.
So there's no recipe to this.
No, there is no perfect recipe. It's just like experiment, and the more you experiment, the more like you understand the materials, the more you'll start controlling them in a way, but still like it's full of those happy accidents. Yes, and I love that part.
So do you like to collaborate? Like you mentioned, you had a sound artist earlier.
Definitely.
So most of your projects, you like have. I know you have a studio, but you like to collaborate with other artists.
Yes, definitely. Like I remember, like the Tokame, for example. Let me see if it perhaps plays now the video. It would be nice so you can see. Oh, or did I? Let me. None of them is that. Oh, it's here. I think it played already. So for the Tokame, for example, here we are. The Touch Me project, I collaborate with Pia Schreiber, I mentioned. She's an amazing textile designer, and I met her in one of the creative events, and she showed me her work, and I'm like, oh my god, I love your work. It's so good, and it was all about materials, and I'm like, I had this project coming up, and I'm like, this is the perfect fit. So for me, it's like really important. Like, and also at the studio, I work quite a lot with freelancers, just because of that. Because I feel like I'm working in so many like different fields. That is, I always love to collaborate with a person who is like the most suitable for the specific project, if that makes sense. And I love collaborating also with new people that I never worked before. And because it's nice because you learn so much, they learn so much. It's like collaboration is where you really like push things farther.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I'm really trying, like whenever time allows, of course, and budget and everything, I'm always like trying like to make projects like a collaboration, especially when we are talking a bit more creative rather than commercial work.
Yeah,
that it's
so like creating for yourself too.
Yes,
in a way.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So I love collaborating.
Yes. Yeah, that's so cool. It's a whole process. I love that.
Yes, it's definitely amazing. I really like.
Yeah. So what do you have in mind in the future? So what are we planning right now?
Oh,
if you
that's
want
an
to share
interesting
anything?
one.
If you don't want to, that's cool
definitely.
too.
So as I said, like I'm working like more like into this installation kind of side of things, which I really enjoy thus far. And the other thing I'm really keen on is like also analog art, but in a larger kind of scale. It's most likely going to be in kind of like murals or something like this. So still kind of like figuring out what exactly is that going to be.
So have you done murals in the past? Or?
I did in the past, yes. It's something that I enjoy. I generally really enjoy graphics that they apply on a space. That you don't have, you just consider not only like a surface that, I'm creating like for the screen, or I'm creating like the poster or something, but you have to consider like as an overall space, an overall experience, if that makes sense. And I think that's something that I really enjoy, and I want to like explore a bit more at this point. And yeah, of course, like I love keep going like with all these experimentations that we saw, all this kind of like explorations, both like digital, analog. But yeah, I think it kind of excites me. And yeah, I'm also considering like how can I have like a 3D printer, laser cutter machine in the studio. So I'm definitely like keen also to push like to see how I can bring the digital things back to analog. And yeah, I'm using it, but I think there is so much more to explore on that as well. Definitely, yes. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first
pretty loud over here. I wonder if people can hear it. But yeah, so you like to collaborating and everything.
Definitely, I love that part.
So like, you know, with your work, you are experimenting, so there are no limits, right? Is that like what just keeps on pushing you to explore your craft?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah.
So both like physical and like analog and digital, there are so many things you can like explore more and more. So as you said, no limits. And what excites me is always to try something like different from what I have done before. And that's why I guess you see also like on my work that it's kind of like multidisciplinary from all the way like from classic branding to like installations and anything that comes to your mind. It's I guess like my curiosity, like to explore like new mediums, new techniques, new tools that are available out there. So I would say I love that part.
So you know what, with your work, you experiment with so many different materials, but it's still Tina Tooley brand. Like I think a lot of people are very curious, like how do I keep it in my style? Like I don't think you should limit it to yourself, but like I see your work and it's like Tina Tooley. How do you keep it within that range? Is there like a certain amount of control that's part of it, or?
That's a very interesting conversation as an overall, because people like often come to me and they're like, I'm trying to find my creative voice and what am I supposed to do? And I'm always saying like, you don't look for it, just be true to yourself and you will see that it's gonna come out like by itself.
Okay.
So I never even like tried to build like a creative voice or something, and people just start pointing out and they're like, it really feels like your work, it really feels like your work. So I thought, it's kind of like, it's something that naturally comes. Just be true to yourself and it's gonna be reflected on your work by itself as well. So
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's one of the biggest like questions people have. So so I think we're done for today, but thank you, Tina, for all your time today.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Your heart and your inspiration with us. So
thank you so much. Thanks everyone, and yeah, feel free to reach out on my social for any questions, anything you want to chat more about. Yeah, always happy to chat.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina. Thanks everyone. Bye guys.
Bye everyone.
All right, here we are.
Hi.
Welcome back to Adobe Live, everyone. So we had a little quick interval, change of people, change of hosts. It's good to be back. It's been a long time since I was on Adobe Live. My name's Joe Allen, by the way. Today we're joined by Callum McHugh.
You got the pronunciation right.
Yes, always terrified at that moment.
Yeah.
So, if you'd like to just spend a quick moment introducing who you are,
Yep.
what you're about, where you're based, what's going on, and yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Callum. Some of you might know me from my design tips and tricks that I do on social media, mainly on Instagram under Callum's Creative Club. I do lots of kind of easy tips and tricks, just keep it very lighthearted and fun. I try and add some like humor into my content. I cover everything from Illustrator, Photoshop, Adobe Express. Try and cover most of them.
All the things.
Yeah, all the things. I'm based in Amsterdam, but I'm English, as you can probably hear, and from my name as well, a very Scottish name. So, yeah.
Wow, yeah. So you're here in the UK just for Max?
Yes, just for Max, yes. I managed to squeeze in a little visit to my parents over the Easter weekend, which was nice, and then I came here, so it's been good.
Amazing. So for those of you who are unaware, maybe just joining in, so we're here at Adobe MAX in London. So this is one of Adobe's biggest events pretty much on the calendar for creativity. We got little sessions happening. There's all sorts happening around. But today we're going to go through some recent features. Some of them are in beta, I believe.
Yes.
And some of them in the final release in Photoshop. So let's jump straight to it.
Let's do this. Yeah. So there's been lots of amazing updates. Just stuff that kind of helps your workflow, speed things up. A lot of my content is about speeding things up and just working more efficiently. So when I saw these, I had like a sneak peek of all the Photoshop updates before, and they are just really, really great, handy tips. So we're going to try and cover four main ones.
Okay.
The first one we're going to cover is improved select subject.
Okay.
Now this is a tool that a lot of us use. Normally if it's like a person, you want to select them. Obviously there's loads of ways of selecting things in Photoshop. I'm someone that always just uses like a manual way. If I wanted to select all this would be absolutely terrible. If I had all the time in the world, yes, I could do that. But I'm not going to do that. Again, there's
times like this is where you're like, let's charge by the hour.
Yes, charge by the hour. I always say don't charge by the hour, but
unless you're doing this.
If you're doing something like this, charge by the hour because you'll be a rich man. So there is a little feature that a lot of us know. If you go to select subject, and as you can see, I'm just going to copy and paste this into a new layer and hide this main image. It's not what you want. Maybe you want it like that. Maybe that's what you're looking for, but that is not what I'm looking for.
We've got as much as like select subj.
Yeah, not the full subject, just the select sub. Yeah. So there's a better way to do it now.
Okay.
So if I get rid of my selection, I'm on a Mac, but maybe on Windows this is slightly different. If you go into your settings and go down to image processing here, now we can change it to cloud. Cloud detailed results.
Okay.
Don't ask me what cloud means or does. I'm not technical enough.
So this would be the default setting. So I think when select subject came out, there was an option to like take a little bit longer, process it online, let the cloud fairies do it. But you had to choose it every time, whereas now
now you can set it as the default.
We can set it as the default, which personally I'd probably recommend because you're always going to get better results.
Now, if I go back to select subject, fingers crossed. Obviously, it takes a little bit more time. But now, if I copy and paste the selection now, that is now subject, not subject.
We got full subject, full stop.
I mean, the quality is pretty insane. Normally with these things, I'm a bit skeptical. I feel like it won't cover everything, but to me, this looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressed. But again, you're probably saying that's maybe a simple version. I like to really push it to its limits. So again, let's try and see how it works with this bike. Obviously, we've got, is that called spokes? Is that called spokes of a wheel? Is that the right term?
Spokes of a wheel, yeah.
I should know. I live in the Netherlands, so I live on a bike. So let's try that one more time.
By the way, for those of you who are watching, if you're watching live, you can join in with the chat. So we're on both Behance and YouTube. I'm trying to load up the chat. Yeah, jump in with any thoughts and comments, and any spare moment, we'll get back to you and bring those back.
Yeah, so this selection is done, and look at the detail. Like, this is so good. Because this image, there's a lot going on. You've got the graph,
this
details.
area around like what would that be, like the fender, I guess?
Yeah, I do not know the technical terms, but yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Obviously at times you might want to go in and do these kind of finer details.
Sure.
But for me, this is amazing. This has saved me so much time than doing it myself.
Yeah.
One last try, let's just keep going, just so you know how good it is. I don't want to just say it only works on these two images. So go down to select subject. Actually, let's see how it looks before. Go back into image processing.
Okay. Just change it back to just device-based.
Change it back. Let's just quickly show you how it looks.
I can tell her immediately, but
that is not what you want.
No. It's good.
Not. It's good. It does the job.
Yeah.
You just have to go in and use the erase tool and things. But let's go back to this new update now. And I'm going to keep this on all the time. This cloud version, I'm going to keep on all the time. Select subject. go. Look at that, so much better.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really
that's
impressive.
Much cleaner. And of course, you've then got opportunity to go in and clean it up even more if you had extra details you want to do.
Yes, yeah, of course, like with any of these things, it's always good to rely on the tools. There's like, foundation and then go in and manually clean it up. Like maybe I think it's a little bit harsh here. I could maybe clean this up with a eraser tool. It's just about speeding things up. This is such a nicer way to work. If you're charging by the hour, maybe this is a bad thing to use because it's going to save you all this time and then you can't charge as much, but yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
So this is in the general release. This has come out today. I will let you know which is beta and which isn't.
Okay.
Moving on, I'm aware of what time we have, so I don't want to spend too much time on that one. I tried to find a generic stock image with no logos on the clothing or anything like that. I found this image last night, so hopefully it'll do the job. So this one is all about this new Select Details tool, the Object tool. It is this little one here. Hopefully you can see it on the screen. Object selection. Now, if I wanted to change anything of these people, again, I would obviously go back into these selection tools here. If I wanted to change his jumper, someone's shoes, change the color of the t-shirt. But now, as you can see, you're getting a little preview already while I'm hovering.
And that's rapid.
It's crazy. And what is even more interesting is if you go into the Select People feature up here, it has all these little thumbnails.
Nice.
They kind of look like little social media thumbnails.
Yeah, avatars.
All you have to do is just click on the person you want to change. Sorry to this guy, but maybe I don't like his jumper or something. So I can go here and select
the
anything,
things we do to
much.
stock images.
Yeah. So upper close, I just click on that.
Yeah.
Click apply. And already his upper clothes have been selected.
Yeah.
Just as simple as that.
Nice.
I will show you on just someone else. So for example, this t-shirt here. I find him here.
And of course, with these being selection tools, you could add multiple. So you can just hold Command or Shift.
Yes.
And add extra things.
So now I've got his t-shirt selected here, so I can then do whatever I want. If I want to say we don't like the color of his t-shirt, we can desaturate it, change it.
Nice.
And it's really accurate. Like you see, it hasn't left kind of parts of the yellow t-shirt around the edge. Saturate it, change it.
Nice.
And it's really accurate. Like you see, it hasn't left kind of parts of the yellow t-shirt around the edge. It's really, really accurate. And again, of course, if this is going to print and being printed on a huge billboard, you might want to zoom in and really double check. But for stuff like social media posts and digital ads, it's such a quick way of
definitely.
working.
Even just like conceptualizing, because it could be that you start with a stock image as an idea of what your shoot's going to be, and then trying to get someone to approve it, and they'll pick out the wrong detail to talk about. They'll be like, oh yeah, this is great, but we don't like yellow t-shirts. Like, no, it's just an idea of what the image will be. The final one won't.
You always know if you're showing it to someone, if they hate a certain color. You can now just quickly take that out because they will just focus on that and not the actual design or the photo. They'll just focus on that one thing.
I remember showing website wireframes once, all in grayscale because that was the best way to do the layout. And they were like, don't really like it being gray. I was like, oh.
It's funny you should say this. On my last live I did in Munich in November, I spoke about how I design in black and white all the time because I don't want the client to look at any color and make any decisions on that. So this is a great tool for that. I will just show you how powerful this can be. So if we go back into selecting, I'm sorry that I'm bullying this guy here, but his jumper, if I wanted to change that, I could go in now to Generative Fill and type in white shirt. And hopefully with the power of AI, we can change his shirt. You never know what results you're going to get. With prompts, you obviously have to try loads of different things until you actually get exactly the shirt you want. But this internet, it's not too bad. It's getting there.
Yeah, I've got a delay on the chat, but we've got some comments coming in. Just essentially, this is crazy. This is going to save so much time.
There we go. Look, he's wearing he's wearing a white shirt now.
I didn't even see what you did there. I looked away and missed it.
So I typed in a prompt and then just hit generate. Over his original top.
So you did the subject select.
Yes.
Okay.
And then just generated over the top. So it's pretty amazing that you can do that so fast. I've just changed his top. And again, for like idea generations or just concepts or mood boarding, you can easily do that.
Nice.
Hopefully the chat is finding it useful, that tool.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Again, it can be, these big group shots, or it can be close-up shots. It works all the same. Go back into this object. Oh, don't want to select subject. Showing a tool that I already showed. Select people. You have here all his details here. Last night when I was practicing this live,
Love it, the pink lips.
When I was practicing this live, I selected his teeth, and I was like, how accurate is this going to be? I'm sorry to this model if this model is watching. I don't think they will be, but you never know.
You never know.
I can now go in and make his teeth yellow.
Yeah.
I can change them.
You can go Halloween.
And the detail, like the selection, is really great. Like,
oh yeah.
You wouldn't really notice it.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, I'm hovering over it right now. Let's try and get rid of the hover. Yeah. So it's really accurate. It's not like it's just making a rough kind of outline and it's just for concepting. Like, you can really use this in your work.
Yeah.
So it's a fantastic tool. I've just started using it, but I feel like I'm going to really use it now in my workflow because it's so much quicker than the manual way, so much faster.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so that's subject to text. Using the device is a little bit slower. Using the cloud, using the device a bit faster, not as good. Using the cloud, more detailed.
Yeah.
Realistically, it's not actually that much slower, is it?
No, both are not slow. I mean, I'm not on a super fancy laptop. It's probably like 5 years old, this laptop, so you don't need a super powerful laptop.
Yeah.
And we heard this today in the keynote, the main keynote earlier, that Adobe is really working on speeding up things and just optimizing programs. There's hopefully less crashes, less things freezing, because obviously we don't want that while we're working on something we haven't saved, because I'm not someone that saves my work that often.
Yeah.
Let me know if I'm going too fast. Let me know
if all good.
If anyone has any questions or... now, I found this image yesterday. I don't want to give away your address or anything, but you live in Japan.
I live in Japan, yeah.
So I thought I'll try and find... I presume this is Japan. I typed it in.
So this,
I don't want to be wrong.
Tokyo, Skytree.
Okay, I was worried that would be like the Eiffel Tower or something. Okay,
so
that's
this actually, so fun little fact, this is the tallest tower in the world. It's like 630 meters or something.
Okay. There we go.
Monstrous.
See, we've got design education and we've got education as well.
It's comically large.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd choose this image because there's lots of nice colors. I think it's, is it Sakura season right now? Yeah.
Yeah, just finished, but yeah.
Just finished. So I thought, why not play around with colors? And one of the new things that is launched is we have something here called the contextual toolbar, which has been around now for, I want to say about a year, maybe more.
Yeah, a couple of years, I think.
And it's obviously got a lot of helpful things, but this new one here, we have adjust colors. Originally, I'm someone that's used Photoshop now for like 15 years, so I would normally go up to adjustments, play with the hue saturation here. I would maybe go into select color range, possibly. I mean, I'm definitely not a photo editing expert. There's probably even better ways to do things. But I would maybe sample this color and hope that it's picked up the pink, but it definitely hasn't. That looks
kind of got
terrible.
Some of it, but yeah.
Yeah, so there's probably a more technical way to do that. But for ease, this adjust colors feature is super handy because if you click on it, you can see here, there is now these top colors that have been selected.
Okay.
I will just move it so everyone can see, hopefully, in the stream. Now, we have this pink already highlighted here, so I don't manually have to pick out all these colors. I just click once, and now
oh wow,
I can just change it, just like that.
And the nice thing as well is you can see it as you're doing it versus doing like the color range, which kind of like...
Yes, you can see straight away if it's what you're wanting.
Yeah.
So now I can drop the saturation down, change the hue, anything like that. Super handy. I mean, you can do it with the sky as well, this blue here. Bring it down. That looks pretty cool. It's just a super fast way of working if you're someone that wants to just play around with.
Yeah, you could go for some really graphic looks with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
I mean, I really love the contextual toolbar. It's a pretty new thing. Sometimes I lose it. Sometimes I'm like, where has it gone? I rely on it too much. But if you want to bring it up, you just go into your window, and then it'll be contextual taskbar here.
Yeah, perfect.
And yeah, if you've updated your Photoshop today, you'll have this new adjust colors feature.
Perfect. And of course, with it being contextual, depending on what tool you're using or where you are on your document, what you're looking at, it will change. Yeah. So just a reminder, how do we get the colors to come up there?
So let me go back. I think if I exit here. Yeah, so it will just be there straight away.
Oh, just because it's an image?
Yeah, because it's an image, you'll have this adjust
colors
feature.
Perfect.
All you do is just click on it. It takes a few seconds to load to pick the colors, and you have them all here, ready to edit. So really, really handy.
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a couple of questions in here. I can see Sean has answered some of the more T's and C's related. Thanks, Sean, for jumping in on that. We've got one here. When using the new adjust colors on something like a woman's dress, works fine, but there are hues that spill into her arms, neck, etc. How would you address that challenge? So I'm guessing it's kind of like reflecting colors from like clothing onto skin tones, or maybe like a background. We see it a lot with green screen if we're doing that.
Yeah.
Do you have any workarounds you might?
I would say, for example, maybe something like this image. I think it would be a lot of just doing a few different layers, maybe cut out the subject first and just don't work on that subject, possibly. I would do that. On images that I practice on, it's worked pretty good, but I definitely can sense that, if you just wanted to select the pinks that are in the background and it's picking up his face, then it makes his face look a bit weird. I would say maybe just spend some time cutting out your subject first and not editing that layer.
You have to layer up what you're actually building in the masks.
I would say just first of all, just try it without layering it up just to see the results you get. And then if you're struggling that it's picking up colors where you don't want it to pick up, maybe do some of these features we showed earlier where you can just select stuff, delete it, and then paste it back in afterwards. That's how I would work. But again, we know with Photoshop there is a million ways to do something.
And of course, let's ground ourselves. You can't do anything and everything. Like there is a limit to stuff all the time. But,
and all these new features as well, they're being tested all the time. They're changing, they're being updated. Adobe is obviously going to see how people are working with it, their feedback, and they will probably tweak it and make it better. So if people are struggling with like a way it might be working, it's great to hear this feedback because then it will get improved.
Of course,
Okay. I was leaving the best one for last.
Okay.
I don't want to hype it up too much. But as we saw today in the keynote, there has been a new feature which is in the beta app. I didn't want to get this wrong, that it's in the beta app. Maybe it's good to talk about how to actually get the beta app first.
Definitely.
A lot of people think it's some like special club to get into the beta app, but it really is very simple. So your Creative Cloud application you have is probably going to open up on the All Apps tab. And all you do, it's not like I have special access or anything because I work with Adobe or anything. You literally have the beta tab here. And then I obviously have it, so it says open, but you just can download it straight away.
You can see we've also got Premiere, Illustrator, Project Neo, After Effects.
So if you're someone that wants to experiment with all these new features, the beta app is the one to go. Obviously everything's still in beta, so you never know the results you're going to get, and it's still work in progress at times. But it's really fun to just try out these new features that haven't had like a general release yet. So Photoshop beta, it has had an update on the actions panel. Now, I didn't use actions that much because I felt it felt a little bit clunky to me.
There's a lot of prep work you have to forward think for yourself. And,
I think it's very good if you're doing a lot of bulk editing. I would normally do that on Lightroom now, but I would say actions definitely need a little bit of a glow up, and that's what's happened. So if you open up your actions panel, you will now have the classic actions or actions. I'm going to call it new actions today, or improved actions. Now, as you can see, we have all these different features based on your image. So you can boost the vibrancy, a little sepia, a mild pop. We all know make it pop is the term.
Make it mildly
make it pop. Mild pop. I haven't had that from a client yet. It's always just make it pop. And then you have all these features you can apply to your image in one click to speed up your workflow, like obvious ones like adjust levels, boost the vibrance, remove the background. And these all work as seamlessly as you would expect, super quick. Like that, the background is removed. I feel like I'm working in the future. Like I've used Photoshop for so long and I would manually have to cut all this out and the hair would be an absolute nightmare. Like her hair is okay, but if someone has really curly hair, you know the problem. But my favorite thing about this actions menu is it's kind of like an AI prompt, but it's not AI. It's just you can use it kind of like that. So you can type anything in like blur background. The background is already blurred here, but you can do, hopefully, when it hovers over it, an even stronger blur.
Okay,
maybe.
yeah.
The greatest thing is as well, yeah, when you hover over it, it gives you, I'm pointing at my screen, you can't see that I'm pointing, but if you hover over any of these features, you automatically get a preview.
And then when you click through, it will do a more processed, take a bit of time, I'm guessing. Yeah.
It depends again on your machine. It might take a little while when you hover over it, but it's pretty amazing that you can just type in any of these things you want to do and you'll automatically get what you want here.
So now you are no longer the Mac monkey. You're actually making your Mac the Mac monkey.
Yes, you're telling it what to do.
Yeah, what to do. Can we just see, if you say make it pop.
Make it pop.
Like, what is the definition of make it pop?
So I've done some experimenting on this, and I think it basically brings vibrance. You can see it increased saturation, warm contrast, so like that. I guess you would call that make it pop, like that. I guess we all have different definitions of that.
Amazing.
But it can do really complex things as well. It's not just stuff like increasing the saturation. For example, doing a glitch effect, you would probably have to do all these separations of the colors, move them. But now I just type in glitch, and I've got a glitch
So cool,
images.
so quick, so easy.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about charging by the hour. You're not going to earn anything if you're charging by the hour because you're doing everything so fast. But stuff like halftone effects, you can just type that in, hover over it, and you've got a halftone image.
Wow.
Because I think if I did that before, I would probably go grayscale the image. I think it's, bitmap.
Bitmap.
Halftone screen.
Yeah.
And then I would have no idea what I have to do here.
You have to experiment a little bit.
Experiment a million times.
And then go onto YouTube, watch a tutorial if somebody's done it before.
And again, that is not the result really I want.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I've improved actions. All that kind of guesswork and stuff that takes a lot of time is gone.
Yeah.
I'm aware I could talk about this all day, like even things like resizing. You can type in resize and it gives you all these options to resize your image.
Exporting,
cropping.
I imagine.
Yep, exporting. If you type in like JPEG, save as JPEG. All these things are just
amazing.
Yeah, crazy handy.
So great.
It's probably one of my favorite updates I've had.
It's pretty cool. You definitely saved the best till last.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah, very cool. We've got a couple of comments in here. Mysterious Fog, that's a great action. Also, these are coming out like band names, like Mild Pop, Mysterious Fog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard they've added like 1,000 things to search, and they're constantly going to be updating it. So you can pretty much type in anything that, and it's all like human stuff. Like you don't have to know the technical term. For example, like removing wires, for example. I think the technical term is like remove distracting wires.
Okay.
But you could just say remove
conversational language.
Yeah, conversational. There you go. That's the word. Remove wires, and it will know exactly what you're looking for.
What you're gonna do.
And it will do it straight for you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Pretty impressive.
Wow. So, okay, we just wrapped through a massive amount of stuff.
I feel like we covered a lot.
That was so quick.
So quick.
We did it. Complete. We've got some more streams coming up, so stay tuned. We'll be ending this one in just a moment. We're going to swap over and, sort out the mics. And I hope you had a good time. This has been a lot of fun. Make sure you go and check out the beta apps. They're all available. Callum, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's
super
enjoy
fun.
the rest of Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day.
See you again soon.
Bye, guys.
See you later. All right, bye-bye.
Hello, hello, welcome. We are live from Adobe Max. I'm here with the wonderful Angel, and I think we're going to chat all things social on Express. So why don't you introduce yourself and give us a rundown of what we're going to see.
Hi everybody, my name's Angel. I'm also known as being the Small Biz Angel. I'm a small business mentor and content creator, as well as I run an artsy business on the side called Pink Angel Studios. And it is an honour to be here today with an actual keynote speaker. So,
yeah, I'm blushing.
So I'm going to talk all things promotional, springtime content for those of you that run small businesses and want to make content for Instagram and different social media platforms.
Nice.
So.
I also have the chats open, so any suggestions you have, we're here to answer your questions. Any suggestions, or if you just want to say hi, then drop in the chat.
Beautiful. So I'm actually gonna, usually I start either from content I've already made, or sometimes I just start from scratch, which I am gonna start from scratch today. But Adobe does have some incredible templates. But today I'm just going to start from scratch and do an Instagram portrait. Here we go. The first thing I always do is change the background colour to, that's my pink background. We'll go with pink.
You've got to make it pink.
Yeah,
everything pink.
I'm thinking pink because I love pink, and pink like springtime vibes. And then the next thing I always do, just so I don't forget, is I always put my Instagram handle.
Yeah, gotta be done.
At the bottom, just so I don't forget that.
Also, the amount of times I've had my content stolen, people will screenshot it and post it on their own channels. So if you get that on, at least they can, makes it harder for them at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Any thieves out there?
Okay, let's pop that there. So I'm thinking springtime, but my brand is very much for Pink Angel Studios is pink, but think like the girly goths, like the goth Barbies, like the pink and the black, like merge it together. That is kind of like the vibes we're going for. So the first thing I'm going to do is just head to my brands and head to Pink Angel. So this is great because I run multiple brands. So I have like all my Pink Angel stuff in one and all my Small Biz Angel stuff in another. So I can head to my assets, and then as you can see, I have all of these different products that I use. So let's go with this one, I think.
Oh,
here we go.
Is that one of your products?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I love it.
Just
Hot
gonna,
Girls Club.
Yeah, the Hot Girls Club.
Love it.
Just gonna remove the background with this remove background feature. Very good, very good. It's just, the weather's nice.
Let it load. The weather is actually nice.
It's actually stunning. Like
what a British small talk.
Right, while that's doing its thing, we will.
I love the colours. I love the pop of pink. You have to have a pop of pink.
That's what
I'm
I thought.
all for it.
Bit of pink, bit of stunning. Still doing its thing. Let's add in another one as well. So I also love this one.
It's so good that you have them all just ready in your brand, ready to go.
Yeah.
Don't need to upload them every single time.
So these are the ones that I use mostly, especially this earrings one. We'll go with this earrings one to start with, actually.
Oh, cute.
So I'm just gonna crop, and I like all these like shape crops that they also have. I do like the heart one. I am a big fan of the heart shape, but I'm gonna go with a little circle and just add that in. Let's make that bigger. Make that the main character.
Nice.
So these are cowgirl ghosts, but they are cow bulls. That's so funny.
I love it.
So I'm just going to as well add some of the new filters that they've added onto Express.
Oh, I love these.
They're so cute. I think that one's cute. Oh, what's dreamy? Oh, I like dreamy, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, dreamy is the vibes. Let's go with dreamy. Pop it in the middle. And I want to make this a post for a recent bestseller. So this could be, for example, this week's bestseller. So go to my text. And again, like I have all of my fonts that I use for this specific brand just like ready to go. Move that down, pop this one here. And then I'm also pink.
We going for pink?
I feel like we need to do pink all the time.
Gotta be done.
I know it doesn't look like it today, but I am usually a pink girly. And I feel like you know that, but like today I'm giving like,
where's the pink?
There's no pink, really. I brought the pink mouse.
Oh, there you go.
That's what I brought to the function, is the pink mouse. So let's add best seller. But I'm gonna make this one a lot bolder in a slightly different font.
Are these all saved in your brand fonts as well?
Yeah. I have quite a few. I'm very indecisive. So I have quite a few saved, but there's like ones that I always like go back to. And I'm gonna put this one. Maybe let's make that one pink with a little outline.
Ooh.
Maybe that one. And I like how you can adjust the outline thickness. Might put it on a little angle. There we go. Oh, stunning. Bring that down a bit. Lovely. So I want to make this more, to me, so to more eye-catching, more on brand. So I want to add some things like little pops of like black, so it gives like the girly goth kind of vibe.
We've got the girly, now we're going to add the goth.
Exactly.
Nice.
So usually I like to go to media and I'm going to generate an image. Let's do portrait. And I think I'm going to generate, it's going a bit slow. Let me try
That's
that
fun
again.
of being at a live event. Everyone is here.
Let's
on
try
the Wi-Fi.
square. Oh. Well, do you know what? We'll try that again later, shall we? Sorry, live. It's live.
It wouldn't be a live stream if everything went to plan.
So we'll go to elements actually. Which there. Do you know what? I literally use this every single day, and sometimes I just forget where things are, like all the time. So we'll do some bats. Add some pretty little bats in. That one's cute. But then I also want to make it like gothic mixed with springtime. So we'll add this one in. There we go. And then spring flowers. Oh, these are pretty. Let's do icons.
This is definitely a new concept. I don't think I've seen a goth/spring. We got the bats.
It's
Get
like
the spring.
the two like complete opposites like mashed
Yeah.
together. That is like my complete like niche.
The contrast of the color palette works, so I like that splash of black.
I like the girly goth vibes.
We've got Paul jumping his in the background.
I feel like I only caught that out of the corner of my eye. Okay, let's add this.
Determined to distract me, but it won't work.
Okay, let's make these pink. Oh, she's stunning.
Oh, cute. So are we having the spring? The spring is all going to be in pink.
Yeah, and then the goth
and black.
all in like dark black, all that kind of stuff. Let's add a skull. I feel like skulls are very... That one's pretty. Let's do that. In black. I always just like to add silly little elements onto all of my posts. That's really cute.
Express has such a good library of all of the different graphics, the photos, videos, audio, literally everything.
So much good stuff. Like even in the elements, you can flick between design assets, backgrounds, shapes, icons. My go-to is usually icons.
Yeah, me too.
Just because I can I can customize those ones a bit easier. But this is such a cute skull. Right, we have a skull. Now I'm going to add some more text to make it stand out a little bit more. And I'm going to put, let's make it more readable text. I'm going to put some bears.
Cute.
Something like that. Do a little one of them. Perfect. And then I'm gonna add a little shape around it. Let's do.
With the yellow, is it staying yellow?
No.
No.
Who do you think I am?
Obviously not.
Let's do. Let's do black, but with pink.
Oh, mix it up.
Oh. That looks
nice.
cute.
I like it.
So a little customer face. Pop that up there. Oh, she looks stunning. Little customer face. I also like to play around with textures as well. Just to if I feel like a post like this, I feel like it could have more, but I don't want to make it look too crowded. I always like to maybe add a little bit of texture. So, paper. And I go to the design assets. And I pick a scrumpled up paper. Let's pick maybe this one.
Yes.
Layer it
No
over
design
the
is
top.
complete without a texture.
Exactly. Let's just drag that over. And do a bit of editing. Oh. I think I like that one. That's giving poster. It's giving poster.
So did you change the blend mode? Is that how you got it?
Yeah, I changed the blend mode to multiply. I didn't really like screen that much. It was giving too bright. And then just turn down the opacity.
Okay, that's a good tip.
And then it's giving this it looks like a crumpled up poster. It's giving crumpled up poster vibes. We love it. Okay. So when I make these as well, I try and make quite a few all at once. Let's see if that generate will work now.
Would you make this post then into a template and then you just swap out the picture?
Yeah. Or usually, I think that is not being our friend today.
Yeah.
That's okay. So if I want to make multiple of these, I'm just going to duplicate this. Then I usually take out the image and I'll add another image in. Where's my stuff?
You don't replace the image that's there, you add a new one.
So sometimes I replace it, it depends what image it is.
Oh, controversial.
So because I know I'm going to use this one. So this is a little mug that says, "Girls just want to have fun."
So cute.
Do a little circle. I love a little circle. And then again, I'm going to go to the effects and just play around with what I get. Oh, wow. I feel like that one just really brightened it up.
Yeah.
It's giving spring.
It's so easy to jump into that panel as well rather than having to tweak everything yourself.
Sometimes I go too far when I'm tweaking it myself as well. Let's pop that. Here we go.
It's also just a good content idea. I'm always stuck to content ideas, so to have just like a weekly thing that you can do, that's like one post a week done.
I always try and do like a weekly bestseller. Sometimes I just do like a customer fave, or like what's selling good today, or those like kind of like bits and bobs, or what people are talking about. Because sometimes I find, especially if it's not close to payday, like close to the end of the month, a lot of people like on my TikTok will be talking about like, oh, I love these earrings, can't wait to get them at the end of the month, and then like I like to create a post on that, and then usually at the end of the month that becomes then the bestseller. So. Right, we love that. She's so cute. And then also if I want to post it on my stories, this is like the best thing ever. You can
I love resize. It's one of my favorite features. I always use it.
Into it, and you can either just resize it how it is, or you can resize it, duplicate it, and resize it, so you can keep the original one. Oh, it's working its magic.
So it's generating. Where you've added the texture, it's generating to extend the texture. So that works on any photo. If you set a background photo, it will extend the background photo. Right now it's working on the texture, which is fun.
Wow. So Max has been great.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. See, that is literally, sometimes I just will, oh, that's perfect. There we go.
It might be fun to see that. Maybe later on we can see how generative expand works on a different photo. Maybe one of your product photos.
Oh, yes.
That might be good.
That would literally be perfect. But yeah, now I literally have three pieces of content, and then a piece of content that is I can easily put on my feed and then on my stories as well. So this is how like quick and easy I find, at least, making content on Express. I usually sit down once a week and try and get everything out and schedule it. I am a little bit behind recently.
Me too.
Oh no. But it's because I knew I was coming to Max and I had to make the Max content.
Of course.
So, which check out my recent reel. Anyway. Here we go. I'm just gonna adjust this as well. But the thing I love as well is that I don't have to make many adjustments like at all. Usually it's just the teeniest, tiniest things, or sometimes nothing. Okay. She looks beautiful. Now,
stunning.
I think I'm gonna... We'll add a new page. Actually. Duplicate this one. Add a page.
Do you schedule it with Express as well, or would you download it and then post it?
I schedule it in Express. I will either schedule it directly from here, from this page, or I will go straight to the content scheduler and then schedule it in there. So I can see what else I've scheduled if I have been on top of my content.
There's literally no excuse.
But literally.
It's good even if, like, sometimes I have photos, sometimes I want to do like a photo dump. I've not necessarily made the content in Express. So I just go into the calendar and then start a photo from there and just drop in the photos. And it's so easy.
Literally. It's the quick and easy create anything app.
It really is.
Okay, so let's do... Well,
what are we doing here? Is this a new post?
Yeah, I'm going to start a new post. I'm going to go to that mug picture we had. Here we go. Here she is. Let's make her bigger.
I love that mug. I want one of those mugs.
Here we go. But I feel like whatever is in the mug, it's giving, like, did you ever have like hot Ribena?
Yeah.
That's what it's giving. Or like a lemon.
Or like a fruit tea.
Yeah. Fruit tea.
Raspberry tea.
Go into that and make it into like a hot chocolate or something. Okay. And then to spice up a lot of my photos, especially if I want to adapt them to springtime, for example, or for Christmas, I add some Christmas elements in. So, because this is spring, I just like to add some little things over the top. So sometimes on my iPad, actually, if I'm doing this on my iPad, I will just draw some silly little doodles over the top. But this is why I really like the elements feature and the icons, because I feel like you can get some really cool looking icons that are like doodled.
Yeah.
Doodle flowers. Let's see what comes up there. Oh, cute. Oh, butterfly. Oh, she's so cute.
That is spring theme.
I love her. Let's change the colour so we can see her. Oh, she's stunning. Let's put her there. Right, let's add a bit of text on the top as well. Let's, as if this is a brand new product that is coming out ready for spring. So let's add some text. I'm just going to put brand new. We're not keeping the yellow.
The pink tea is actually so on brand.
I know. Let's do this. I feel like that's like ruining it, like because everything is pink in this one. Let's do that one actually. That's cute. We'll put this little banner up here.
Oh, I like that. That works.
That's cute. Now the little butterfly. I'm actually going to move. It's fine. I'm going to keep the butterfly there, I think. We'll add some flowers. One thing I didn't do, I didn't go into the filters and make this photo look better.
Oh yeah, gotta be done.
Oh,
we're missing a step.
There's so many new ones now. This came out this week, didn't it? These new.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. There's so many good ones. Let's do something a bit art dreamy. Let's do that one. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Oh, there we go. I think like that stands out a lot more now.
I like how you can edit them as well. Get the exact look you want.
And then I've just duplicated that text because I want the next piece to look exactly the same and to stay cohesive. Cohesive, that's the right word, yes. I'm just going to put available. Oh no, I'm going to put shop now. Shop now. Exclamation mark. There we go.
We have 3 minutes left. We've just had the countdown.
Oh my goodness.
It's gone so quick, I know.
So beautiful, stunning. We've done that. That was, oh my goodness.
Was there any last few things you wanted to show, just to make sure you get it all in?
So I think let's expand this really quick, just to show how it can expand if it's going to do it in time. So Instagram story, duplicate and resize. Oh, maybe I didn't do did I not do well, I don't know, I've done the
resize. If you toggle on with resize photo, generative expand.
Do you know what? Let's just share it let's schedule the post. So this is how I'd usually just schedule one post really quick. And I have both my channels, so I would schedule it to this one. And usually I just write up a caption, and sometimes I'm not very good with my words, so I would like use the generate.
I love generate caption.
I'm so not good with my words, so it's like so easy peasy. And then
saves my life every
this is
time.
It, really. It's like the most easiest content scheduler in the whole wide world. Oh yeah. I love it so much. I like scream and shout about the content scheduler all of the time. I put ghosty mug now available.
Let it work its magic.
It's working hard.
Sometimes I just post it, or sometimes I just use it as an idea or just like a template, and then you can edit it from there.
I didn't spell mug right. I put ghosty ugh.
Oh well.
There we go. And then easy peasy, I'll just schedule it. So we'll schedule it for tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Done. Schedule. Easy peasy.
Perfect.
And she's scheduled.
Can you show us your content calendar?
Of course.
You can click view. Oh, the green button. You could just click viewing calendar.
Yes. You're like
just
telling
to make
me
sure
all of the secrets today. And there we go.
Perfect. There it is. Well, thank you for showing us some of your content hacks. That's it from us. I'm Lucy Street.
I'm Angel White.
Thank you for watching, guys. See you.
Thank you. Bye.
Great.
Hello, hello, hello. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. I am Eloise. I'm a design evangelist at Adobe. Year and a half now, and I'm joined today by Nikki McWilliams. That I'm really happy. And today, Nikki, would you like to present yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Nikki. I'm a designer, maker, small business owner. I run 2 online stores. One just wasn't enough, you know. I was like, why not? Why not add another one to the mix? You know, I like being busy. Why not?
Girl.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I can show you a little bit of my work if that's easier to explain. It's kind of niche. I mean, some people might say it's a little bit random, but I make homeware and accessories inspired by my love of biscuits. We love a biscuit here in the UK. We love a cup of tea. And this is what all of my work is inspired by. Do you want to see?
Of course,
okay.
I want.
It's easier to show you, right? So I run nikkimcwilliams.com, obviously called my business by my name. I started off as a screen printer. I was making all of my screens in Photoshop, taking them down to the print lab, exposing them, and printing my cushions onto fabric, and then taking all the fabric home to my little flat and then sewing them together. And they're all inspired by my favorite biscuits, which is super, super fun.
It has a look, like a vintage look. I love it. I love it.
Okay.
This is really good.
It makes me happy that you've said that because, like, nostalgic, retro, like, comforting vibes.
Your granny just giving you that. Like,
yeah, you're like, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's the whole vibe, what I'm going for. So yeah, I run this store. I make cushions. I also make things like jewelry. And I'm going to be doing like a little sneak peek of a brand new thing that I've been designing using my Adobe tools, of course, today. And it's a collaboration with another person. Nice. So I usually make things like these, like little cute, like this is inspired by a bourbon necklace.
Biscuits everywhere.
Biscuits everywhere. Always tea as well, because tea and biscuits, they're like partners in crime, you know? Yeah. You can't have a tea without a biscuit. So this is what, does that make it, like, it's easier just to show you because it's like, it is such a funny niche thing. I would love to hear from anyone in the chat that has a favourite biscuit. That's always a good talking point. If you have a favourite biscuit, let us know, please. If I don't make things with your favourite biscuits on, also drop me a comment. Maybe give me some product ideas.
Also from the chat, hello Raphaël, hello Oliver. Hello everyone that is looking. And bonjour, si les gens nous suivent de la France.
Bonjour. Oh, amazing. Great. So today I'm going to be showing you how to make some content based on a product launch for my new product, right? So a little bit of background on that first of all. So I'm doing a collaboration with my lovely friend Liz Harry. I'm going to show you her Instagram because her vibe is kind of similar to mine, but at the same time very different. I can see her over there. She is like the most colourful person.
Oh I love her.
Isn't
that her?
That's
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
If you saw...
I wish you could see Liz right now.
Afterwards, I love your outfits.
But this is Liz. Like, she makes these amazing key rings, necklaces, and she does one in particular. It's like a smiley face that like spins around. And I'm going to show you right now the world preview of the necklace we've designed together. Are you ready?
You're privileged.
The world preview. Wait till you see this. So we have one little video. It's not a great quality video, but we're hopefully going to use this today to make some really cool content that we can share to help launch this, right? Now, obviously, Liz has amazing nails. And she sent me this little video on Instagram to be like, the pins have arrived from the manufacturer. The necklaces, sorry. They've arrived from the manufacturer, and this is what they're like. They spin around. Look at this.
This is so cool.
Aren't they
also
cool?
The nails?
Yeah. So great.
Unmatched. I love it. Oh,
yeah.
This is so cool.
So this is the first time I've actually seen the necklaces, right? And all I have is the necklace video, plus the assets that I've created for the packaging, along with Liz's help. In Photoshop. Now we have this little behind the scenes peek well in my sketchbook. So this is my process. Like a lot of artists, I start with a pencil and paper. I love to do a sketch. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. So these were all of my ideas for how I could develop a biscuit version of this spinning necklace. So I started off thinking, oh, maybe I could do like this party ring idea. Maybe it could be like a piece of toast. I was like, yeah, you know, toast.
Why not?
Why not? You know, why not? So we went through a lot of ideas. We sort of brainstormed back and forward. And then we sort of thought, oh, maybe it could be like this little rectangular biscuit. And I just wanted to show you this sketch here because this is where the idea started. And I love to do a ropey looking sketch. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just to get it out of your brain and into the world. So I started with this sketch and then I worked it up in, where's my cursor gone? Oh, here it is.
Bye, I guess.
See ya.
Was nice meeting you.
Yeah, see you later. And then I use Illustrator to actually create the artwork for the design because a lot of manufacturers, they need these vector files for creating the mold to then fill with the color and all of the rest of it. So it took me a long time to create those assets, right? And I don't particularly want to spend a lot of time on the social media. So I'm hopefully going to show you today some tips for creating social media assets to promote these things that we've already spent so many hours on actually making super, super quickly. All right. My plan is I'm going to make at least 6 pieces of real/video content in like vertical format and like a handful of social posts as well. And like we're out of here in like 20 minutes. You think I can do it?
Oh, you can do it. Of
I
course
can
you
try,
can do it.
right?
You can try it.
All right. Okay. So first up, I want to make my video content, right? Now, I've been trying to get back to posting long format stuff on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you feel about long form?
Yeah.
We love long form.
Yeah, I love long form. Actually, I'm watching long form. I'm not creating long form, but I love watching long form.
Yeah.
Like cool and cozy content, like long form. I love
exactly. This is the vibe I'm going for, right?
I'm not impressed. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised with you. Like something really cozy.
We love cozy, you know? We love cozy. So I've got like these long form videos, right? And this one is only 4 minutes, but it's sort of me talking a little bit about my process, about how I'm going to share my sketchbook. And then later on in the video, I do like a big flip through of my whole sketchbook. And this is 4.5.
So
this
she
is
makes
4
these
minutes
amazing
15, right?
spinner
And it's
necklaces.
landscape. Nobody on my social media really wants to watch this format of video. On YouTube, someone's going to sit down with a cup of tea and watch the whole thing. But I also need to get people over there. So we're going to create these little vertical teaser videos to do that, right?
Nice.
Okay, so let's head into Adobe Express. My absolute favorite, bestest buddy when it comes to creating social content. Okay, let's flip over to Express here. Now, have you used Clipmaker yet?
Clipmaker.
Yeah.
I haven't actually.
Okay.
I'm using Premiere Pro for my content.
Okay.
Actually.
Well, you can probably teach me a few lessons
Of
on
course,
Premiere
whenever.
Pro. But I'm going to hopefully teach you a few things about Clipmaker today.
Thank you for
All
that.
right?
I'm all ears.
Okay, cool. So for Clipmaker, this, I think it was just launched. It wasn't mentioned in the keynote, but it's live from today. There's a couple of different places you can access it from. You can either find it at the top here in your homepage, or if you start from Quick Actions, you can also find it in social media and Clipmaker, right? So let's just open it up from here. And this is such a cool tool. It's really designed to save people time when it comes to repurposing their existing long format content.
It will cut some piece of your content and then make it into a vertical format.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
That's
so amazing.
Honestly, it's so cool. And the way it does it as well is just so nifty. Like, it knows which bits are going to be the good parts for your socials, right?
Like it's a no-brainer. You can just drop your image, like your shoot.
Yeah, so here's my landscape sketchbook video, right? Oh, I don't want the whole thing. Let's just leave this here. I'm just going to drag and drop this over. and then it'll start processing, right? Now, this usually takes like 5 minutes or something like that. I don't want to waste 5 minutes of our live waiting for this. So I have a little screen recording just so that I can show you how it imports when it does process.
Okay, great.
So once it's processed all of your clips, it uses AI to scan through all of the text and pick out interesting parts of your video. Now, let me just hit play here. So you can see here, we've got on the left, it's picked an intro as an art collab reveal, and then it's gone through all of the transcripts of my video, and it's broken it down into, this one is about embracing imperfections. This one is about using Adobe Capture.
It's giving you like the subject of the that's really good.
Isn't it amazing?
It's amazing.
And it's already like giving me ideas for social content. I'll be like, oh wait, well this one is perfect for introducing my audience to my process, or this one is
and
great
the captions.
Yes. Okay. Let me also show you the captions.
I'm sorry. I'm just so impressed.
Okay. I'm really glad you reminded me about that, because I was so excited about showing you the end result. I forgot to mention the captions. So when you're doing this, after you've dropped your video in, you just want to make sure that you've checked the add captions box here.
Okay. Great.
And then you can just click generate clips. And this is when it starts doing its thing, right? So let me just go back to that little screen record and show you what happens when the captions start importing, right? So make sure you've selected captions. It'll start transcribing all of your videos, creating these like little sections. You can, once your captions are imported, make sure that everything's spelled correctly. Sometimes it doesn't understand my Scottish accent.
I love it though.
This is the thing. When it comes to accents, like sometimes for me, I speak quite quickly and it just doesn't, some things it picks them up wrong. So you can make sure that everything is spelled correctly. I can also go in and add custom colors that are relevant to my brand, just to keep everything really tied together, right? Yeah, it's cool. It's just such a cool feature. And then I can open it all up in Adobe Express and brand it up even more.
Love that.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super cool.
Okay.
And it seems super fast.
Yeah, well, see, where we are right now, it's still at like 28%. So in another like few minutes.
The process.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it will done the job. So you don't have to rewatch and rewatch and rewatch your video and then, oh, maybe this part is important. Or maybe I want to say that. Or what is the point of this part? Or would it be like super, like, oh, I'm sorry, I lost my word in English. But will my audience will like this? Oh, that's so great.
100%.
Oh,
yeah,
my.
you don't need to be scrolling through your whole video looking for stuff. And you can import videos that are up to an hour long, which is incredible. That was just a 4-minute video, but up to an hour, it'll scan through your whole video for you and find the best parts and pull them out. So this is my output here. Crazy. Let me just maximize my window. And I think one thing that's really interesting is that it's actually decided to make the video of me like full screen 16:9, right? But the other parts that are landscape, like my sketchbook sections, for example, it's sort of done this like blurred out background thing. So it's also picked the best format to display stuff. I can see your face. You're just
but I told you. I told you. I'm not an expert with Adobe Express. I'm an expert on Illustrator, Fresco. I'm not an expert with Adobe Express. So I'm just
you're blown away.
Genuinely super impressed. I'm supposed to know those kind of things, but I wasn't aware. And this is absolutely crazy.
It's cool, isn't it?
It's super cool.
I can't wait to just like do this with all of my video content. Like, the time it takes to make reels is just absolutely wild. So, yeah. Let me show you something even cooler, right? If you thought that was cool.
And you have cooler. Oh, my.
We've got cooler.
Let me sit down. Give me some fresh air. Give me some water.
Have a drink. Eloise, calm down. It's all going to be okay. All right, okay. So, we've got a bit of sound here. If you're watching at home, you should be able to hear the sound. Maybe... I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this super, super well, but hopefully the chat can tell you how good it is. All right?
Yeah, we have a good morning from the US, from Samantha. Hello, Samantha. Hannah said, these are amazing. I'm 100% with you. This is absolutely crazy. This is amazing. I love that. And we also have some people answering in French. Bonjour Sandrine, comment ça va? Ça va super bien et toi? And Tim from the team. Yay, hey Tim. And Ryan from YouTube says, happy Max Day. Happy Max Day, Ryan. I hope you love the keynote. And Danny say, love, love, love. So useful. Yes. Thank you, Nikki, for showing us.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You know? All right. If your mind is blown.
Yeah.
So this clip here, right, I recorded it in my dining room. You know, it's not great audio. I didn't have a mic on or anything like that. It was just like an echoey room. My cats were running around. Like, the sound is okay when I play it. Wow. Okay, that was way louder than I was expecting it.
I'm impressed.
But you heard it, right?
Yeah, I heard it.
The sound was
pretty well, actually. Yeah.
You definitely heard it. So it was okay. You can hear me, but it's not amazing. There's a little button now where you can just make all of your speech sound like you're in a recording booth. It is crazy.
Basically, Adobe Podcast, but directly everything is in Adobe Express, right?
Yes. Okay. I'm just going to hit the enhance speech button and let it do its thing. And you can set this to be as like intense as you want, right? And let's just put it up to, it was set at 90. Let's crank it up to 90 where it was. And I'm going to play this back now and hopefully you're going to hear a difference, right?
So I got me at the start of the year and asked if I wanted to do a little collaboration. And
what do you think?
Better, really better. I'm used to Adobe Podcast actually. I use it a lot for my videos because we have like the online website, the web app of Adobe Podcast, but everything is in the same place basically. Yeah. And honestly, it's all Express. What was I expecting? Of course it's Express. Everything is in it. Like, I mean, we can have everything.
Of course it is. It's got all of the tools that you need like regularly and fast at your fingertips. Like I don't use Adobe Podcast. I would not know where to start. But with this, I'm just like, oh, okay. I could maybe do a podcast now. Like, you know, I could add an extra thing to my list. Why not? Two businesses is not enough for me. Let's start another one. Shall we go to the podcast business?
Let's go.
I'm really hard. Happy. All right, so we've got our clips in, we have enhanced the audio, and we can like do stuff like bring in extra branded elements as well, right? So I'm just gonna go into my brand kit and like, oh, maybe my brands are not, oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing here. Let's see. Okay, so I created a brand for my spinner necklace. It's not, I wonder if the Wi-Fi is kind of gone a bit like funny.
The Wi-Fi is just like playing with us. But
okay, cool. Well, let's skip that then if that's not working. I wonder if there's another way I can try and access it. Let's see, maybe with text? Well, let me bring
basically the brand kits, you can have your fonts, you can have your colors.
100%, yeah. So if there wasn't 1,000 people trying to access the Wi-Fi right now, I'd drop my logo into this as well and just make sure it feels really on brand for me. Yeah. So yeah, as is. So that's me. I've done my 6 reels. How much time have we got left? What have we got time for? We got another 10 minutes? Okay, awesome. Should we do some animation content?
Oh yeah, I saw that in the keynote actually, like the brand new animation that we have in Express.
So
amazing.
good. Right, okay. So let's go back to the homepage. And all of those assets that we spent so long making for our packaging, these cute little biscuits that I designed for the packaging for our necklaces. This is a PSD, right? So I've got all of my different elements in layers, like they're all here. And it's fine as a flat image. It was fine for packaging, but I want to be able to use this for content on social without having to do too much work to make it cool.
To business.
Exactly.
You don't have time to create content.
No, exactly. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drag my Photoshop file into Express, and we want to import it as a PSD converted to an Express file, right? And that way, it means we get all of our elements that are all available to edit and play with, and we're going to apply the animations to those. Yeah.
For those who are listening, I think that we can also import Illustrator files as well as PDFs. Am I right? I think I'm correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I had a bit of an emergency a while ago where I lost my InDesign file, but I only had the PDF.
InDesign too, yeah, I remember that.
And InDesign files now I think are maybe coming.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're out yet.
You can send, I think you can send from InDesign to Adobe Express.
Oh, really?
I think I'm not sure about that, but I will
well.
check. Honestly, this could be cool.
But yeah, you can. Yeah, PDFs come in and are like editable as well. So it's just such a lifesaver. If you're in that situation, you only have the PDF, you know. So here's our file, and we're running out of time here. So we're going to animate this so quickly using Animate All, right? One-click animations, and it's at the top here. I'm just going to go into animations, and you'll see here we've got all of these options for animation. I'm going to click here. What do you think? Waterfall, glide, popping. Should we try pop?
Popping. Popping, great.
Biscuits pop, right?
Let's make it pop.
And we love making it pop. If in doubt, make it pop.
This is so cool.
Let's see.
I just
Let's
saw,
hit play.
like, it just played.
Oh, I missed it. It was so
yeah,
quick.
you missed it.
Okay.
You missed it, but
Oh,
this is so cute.
Yeah,
I love
that's
it.
cute. Now, everything is animated apart from the stars. So let's go and animate the stars, right? Okay, cool.
How do you pronounce Bourbon? Because Bourbon is a French word. Bourbon.
I say bourbon.
Bourbon.
Okay.
Bourbon.
You got it. And we're going to use the new dynamic animations, right? We're going to use wobble for the stars. Look at that. It's so fun. Let's do a little bit of squish. Let's make it a little bit slower. You see how each star moves individually?
I love it.
Isn't it so cute?
And some wobble with some of it. Oh,
Amazing. Yeah. And I could use this as like a really fun background. If I wanted to use this in some sort of advertising, if I was running like a meta campaign or something like that, I can access all of the Adobe stock sounds. And these are like commercially safe to use. So if I was to run paid advertising on any of these, it would be okay to use these tracks, which I think a lot of people forget that Express actually has audio, it's just such a good feature. This is going to be so loud when it plays. And just brace yourself for that speaker. You ready?
I was still surprised. That's cool.
But that's really Express as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
And that was just 2 clicks actually, if you count the background animation and all of the elements as well. I'm scared to play it again because the speaker in here is so loud.
No, go play it.
Well, do it.
We'll jump. We'll just be vibing with the song. Love it. This is so cute, actually. This is super cute.
It's amazing. So, Sectorials, one amazing piece of. If I was to spend more time on this, I think I would add some video content on top as well. We got time to add one little video on top, do you think? Do we have time? 1 minute?
We still have 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
2 minutes. We have 2 minutes.
Okay, let's add our product, right? Because I feel like the background is great. Let's drop in our video really quick. Make it big. Do a little resize.
Can you do that?
Oh, I want to do it like a little frame.
Yeah, okay.
This is my idea,
Really
so that you can see the video in the background, like this.
This is so cool.
Yeah. Now the thing is, right, I've been a bit of a silly Billy, and I have created this in the size of my original document, which was a print size. So let's quickly resize it for socials, right? Just going to click on resize up here, choose my social media post that I want for a reel, story, and hit duplicate and resize, and I'm done.
Amazing.
There you go.
Spend time creating, but your products and not your content creation, because Adobe Express helped you with the sound, with the videos, with the it does basically everything.
Yeah, it's just
It
such a
helps
handy
you
tool.
doing everyththing. That was so good. Thank you very much, Nick.
You're so
for
welcome.
that.
That was a good one.
I'm blown away by the clip maker, actually. I'm really like, maybe I will start shooting it. Why not? I'm using Premiere, but why not?
This
You
will
know
do
what?
it in 10 minutes for you.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you very
You're
much,
so
Nikki, for your
welcome.
time. And please follow Nikki on socials if you want to see those content coming to life. And her two businesses, of course. And you can also follow me. I'm Flex Studio, KLACK in studio afterwards. And you are Nikki McWilliams.
Nikki McWilliams on Instagram.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You're welcome.
And have a nice Max day. Hey Adobe community, welcome back to Adobe Live. We are streaming live here from MAX London. I know we've had a day jam-packed full of the keynote with a lot of new announcements across Creative Cloud and within all of our Adobe Live sessions. So you just heard from my friend Nikki McWilliams, who shared some updates in Adobe Express. And now we're going to move on to a new program called the Creative Apprenticeship Program. So if you're just joining in the chat with whether it's YouTube or Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining for us. And I'm joined here today with Milena Canizares, who is leading a lot of the efforts with the Creative Apprenticeship Program. How's it going?
It's good. How's your Max going?
It's been a lot, but really exciting. How has it been for you so far?
It's fantastic. Speaking to so many people in the community, the way they're using our tools, the things they're creating, it's just such an exciting day.
Yeah, and tell me more about your job at Adobe. So what are the areas that you're focused on?
Yeah, definitely. So I lead community content for Adobe across Creative Cloud and Express, and really focused on community content. So whether that's our live streaming, like we're doing today, working with our amazing team, working with community leaders who are creating content on their social platforms to share the way they're using our tools, the things they love, and what they're also creating. And then also in terms of like swag that's created by the community for the community. And so it's so great to connect with so many community members today.
There's been so many community members here, and I know we were just chatting earlier over at the booth with all the different posters that community members are there, and that's one of the things I love about our team is that everything that we show is created by the community. It's by the community.
100%. Same. I relate to that so much.
Yeah. So how is it then in terms of this new program? So tell me a little bit more about the Creative Apprenticeship Program.
Yeah, so today we launched the Creative Apprenticeship Program, which is a program completely focused on helping the next generation of creative professionals kickstart their careers. And it's been so good to hear from so many people in the community and how they're really excited about it, whether they're employers that want to host apprentices in the future, and even people who are looking and interested in like paid commissions and working with Adobe.
I love that paid commissions piece too. It's such an incredible opportunity for emerging creatives, that are new to the field to actually be able to put Adobe on their resume and work with different teams at Adobe.
Definitely. I think when we were thinking through the program, we're really thinking of all the different components that could be helpful if you were trying to launch your creative career. So there's the element of learning. How can we create content where you can learn everything about freelancing or interviewing or what rates you should charge, etc. And then on the paid commissions front, we want to make it as easy as possible to be able to get your first piece of work paid for, of course, and then have that piece in your portfolio.
Yeah, it's incredible to see just the community that's been built. And what is one of the reasons why Adobe created this program?
It's such a good question. I think, and I was thinking about this yesterday, actually, everybody as a creative when you get started, and so originally I was a copywriter and started working at an agency, but everyone has had that first person who either gave them a chance, whether it's your internship, your first full-time role, they invested in you, they saw something in you, and that small effort and energy on their part is actually what started your whole creative career. And like talking with a lot of folks today, everybody sort of has that same story and remembers the person who lifted them up. And at Adobe, we want to make sure that we're creating and fostering those relationships and connections to help people start their creative careers.
Yeah, it's incredible to meet so many, emerging creatives here at Max London.
Definitely.
And we're really looking forward to seeing how this program will impact and shape, so many early stage designers and creatives.
Yeah, definitely.
So with that, I think, I'm just going to pop over to the chat here to see if we have anybody there. We see Ryan. Hey, Ryan. I know Ryan's joining from New York. So again, if you're just joining in the chat, go ahead and post any questions you have for us. We are here live, so Melina can answer them for you. But with that, I think we can go ahead and dive into the experience.
Definitely.
And Melina, this just launched today, so this is hot off the presses, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, so tell me, maybe we can go to this first
perfect.
page. Yeah, tell me more about the landing page.
Yeah, so we wanted to create a site where actually, the next generation of creative professionals could navigate depending on what stage they're in. And so the first piece you'll see on the site is the career guide section. And this is sort of the content hub where all of our courses, our articles, our live events will be across everything you can think of, from interview skills, live events for portfolio reviews, ask me anything, things like that. And then we also have our posted commission projects. And this is where you'll be able to see the commissions that we have posted for people to apply for. They range across all kinds of things. And for those at Max, they got a chance to see like badges today, pins, posters that were designed as part of this program.
Yeah, I'm seeing here these latest commissions projects. And this is something that even, your team could put on there, or, another team at Adobe if we have something like Max London coming up, like you
100%.
said. Yeah.
This is actually where we had some really great conversations today, is we were giving out badges and pins and being able to share, like, typically if we're working on swag, Adobe could design that in-house.
Yeah.
And also we can post them as commissions and instead work with community members and showcase their first designs.
Yeah, I love this. And I'm seeing here too, all these different articles just to help, and I loved when you mentioned earlier about, just working with clients and like, how do you set pricing and how do you, interpret a brief, like all of these pieces as a freelance designer to get started, I think are so helpful.
Definitely. And Andrew Hochrattle, who I feel is sort of legendary on Adobe Live and known and loved by the community, has been working really hard on all this amazing content. It's why we wanted to bring a breadth of content in different formats, so courses, so that people can actually almost start working on learning paths on certain topics where they really want to dig in and learn more. But then articles as well for longer form content or content that you want to be able to reference. So things like, how should you price your work? How can you get started as a freelancer? If you're interviewing, what kind of things should you be looking out for in your first role? So.
Yeah, I love this. I think, and if there's folks in the chat, we say, looks great. Oh, hopefully the audio is working. So you can hear us clearly. If there is like themes that you're interested in for different courses, go ahead and post them in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. But for those who are tuning in, Melina, what is the best way to like either access these resources or be a part of the program?
Yeah, definitely. So I would head to our homepage and landing page. I think we can put the URL in here. And the idea is you would sign in with your Behance account and you'd be able to access all of the content for free. So again, that's like the courses, articles, etc. You can also have a look at the paid commissions board. And so that's another thing where I think it gives you an opportunity, especially for younger folks, to look through and get a sense of what the kind of designs and jobs are that are posted for the commissions before applying. And then also, once you've completed a successful commission, you're able to apply for an apprenticeship, which is such an amazing opportunity. We're working with companies of all types and sizes. And so to have that in-seat experience is just such a differentiator before you're out there in the real world looking for your first job.
That's interesting to hear. I'm loading this page here with commissions, but so walk me through how it works from a commission standpoint, then moving into an apprenticeship. So it's commissions is first with Adobe, and then you can move into an apprenticeship with a separate company?
Yeah, definitely. And actually, sorry, I just want to, because I see in the chat, Ryan says he still talks to the person who vouched for him and gave him a job right at college. And I relate to that so much. And I think that's what we were hearing echoed from the community today. In terms of the flow of the program, So once you go to the site and you log in, you would complete a course. So the courses are free. There are 6 parts, run around an hour in total each course, and complete a course. Once you've completed a course, you can apply for a paid commission. And once you complete a paid commission, you can apply for an apprenticeship. And one of the pieces on the paid commissions is there's that one-to-one mentorship and that availability to connect with someone internal at Adobe. And so I think also fostering confidence, relationship building, almost like teeing you up for that in-seat moment where you're going to be at a company working, is a great way to sort of flow through the program.
Yeah, I love how, and I think this lays it out so nicely on the behance.net/resources/commissions, is you kind of walks you through that process. You know, you have the courses you mentioned. Behance is such a great platform to be able to put your portfolio, connect with other creatives, and even find new job opportunities.
100%. And let's talk about the portfolios piece for a second. So obviously building an amazing portfolio and one that's curated and showcases not just amazing work of yours, but tells a story is something that's so important. And so we'll be doing bi-weekly portfolio reviews, and that'll be on Adobe Live, so here on YouTube. And then also we have a course with Launch that we started that's all about creating and curating that portfolio, and we'll continue to have a ton of different information on portfolios, which I think will help people craft and sort of put together the story that they want to be telling to both, their potential apprenticeship, but also their would-be employers thereafter.
Yeah, it's such a great resource to have. No matter if you're working with Adobe or another third-party company, you have that portfolio of work to just, have ready. I'm going through these two. So I know we have this, and this is the apprenticeship specifically, what you were referencing previously. Here are some of the companies that are mentioned. So
so we have a ton of partners and working with a ton of companies where we can sort of like match up like what they're looking for, whether it's, students or recent grads from photography schools, design schools, videography. And that's kind of where the sweet spot comes in of everyone is almost looking for something similar but different. You also hear from creative professionals in the roles they're looking. Some want to work at big companies, small companies, agencies, in-house brands. And so it gives us a chance to create a breadth of opportunities for a number of people, especially when different people have different interests. So.
Yeah, it seems like such a wonderful range here too. And I know for like even Creative Mornings, for example, I know we partner with them on different meetup events too. So to be a part of that is so exciting.
It's very exciting.
And I hear here, I love how these pages are laid out so simply too. It's just step by step in terms of what you need to do, have your Behance profile ready. And then so you are all actually compensated through the platform then as well?
So the paid commissions you're compensated for, and obviously they're done through Adobe. And then in terms of the apprenticeship program, it's something that Adobe's funding. And so there's that opportunity for employers to participate, even if they wouldn't have the time and the funding, in order to be able to contribute. And so it also makes it as easy as possible to have people with experience who are at these amazing companies almost teach and help the next generation of these creative professionals. And so they're not just getting to like pass along their wisdom, but it's also a way to give back, and people feel really great about that.
Yeah, that's so cool. I love just these opportunities, and what I'm excited to see is the work that will come out of it. So I know, speaking of that, we have Jana, who is one of our creatives, who's been part of the birth of this program, and can talk a little bit about her experience. So Jana, come on. I'm just gonna squeeze back here.
We'll scooch over.
Yeah. So how has Max been going for you?
Really good. It's my first Max, so very full on. I feel like I'm getting a lot of information, but I feel so inspired. I feel like it's the creative spark that I needed. So very good.
Yeah, that's so cool. We're so excited that you're here too.
Thanks for having me.
And tell us a little bit more about the work that you do and your background, and what really brought you to collaborate with Adobe.
Yeah, so I do brand design, graphic design, a little bit of everything, to be honest. I don't like to put myself in one box, but client work is usually branding. And then over on my Instagram, I'll share tips, tricks, behind the scenes, and whatever I'm working on, like client projects at the end. So yeah, I graduated uni with a BA in graphic design, and then I thought I'd go into this myself, work for myself, and so far so good. I'm just taking baby steps.
That's amazing.
And I'm a Max, so it's working.
You are.
Yeah.
And as one of our, first commissions, if you think about it, for the poster that you designed, I know you worked with Sam on our team, and we love your poster. I mean, seeing how many attendees have come up to get it has been really exciting. Can you tell us a little bit about your ideation and how you came up with it?
Yeah, so the brief was dreaming color, so it was very open-ended. That was kind of the only thing that we had to do was think about how we can apply color creatively and be bold. So I kind of just went the nostalgic route because I wanted everyone to kind of see it and feel connected to it in some sort of way. I didn't want the colors to be kind of exclusive to anyone. I wanted it to feel very inclusive.
Definitely.
So I started with literally just a rough sketch, doing a few different ones, and then I worked really closely with Sam, with feedback, and we're going back and forth, and it was very collaborative, which was nice. So
lovely.
it didn't feel like my first commission was like up in the air. I felt like we were working one-on-one, and we're talking about colors, talking about white space and stuff like that. So it kind of like came together over a couple of weeks, and then by the end of it, we had a pink and blue version, which didn't go with, and an orange and blue. So today was a surprise. I didn't actually know which one. Yeah, was going to be here. So yeah, and it's really crazy because I didn't see the posters when I first came in. I was in the keynote and someone walked past me with the poster. So yeah, it was really cool when I came out afterwards.
I was just going to ask you, what was it like to see your own work out there in the world?
Yeah, I keep seeing people walking past me with it, so it's very surreal. And I want to be like, oh, I made that. So I'm like, try not to be clear to everyone.
Of course,
but
it's fantastic.
I've got a few myself as well, so I can give it to friends and family. But it's a very rewarding experience.
Nice.
So cool. I know we have the poster actually right over there.
Yeah.
Can we grab one? I think Karina's going to grab it for us. So I want to make sure that people can see it's so beautiful, and I love that it reminds me, we were talking earlier of the Polly Pocket. Like it's kind of
yeah.
We work it.
It's
fantastic. We can zoom in on that.
Yeah.
See it.
It's so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it was dreaming color, the brief. So then I kind of took that dreamy aspect as well with the clouds, and it's like kind of like floating. And it's supposed to resemble like the creative world that we all kind of live in. So you've got like somewhere to work, you've got a photo studio, painting. So I wanted someone to come up to it and be like, oh, I relate to this aspect of it.
Yeah.
And then that would lead them to pick it as well. So yeah, I tried to just represent everyone in the creative space. And I think I'm really, happy with how it came out.
That's great. It was also really great to hear about your experience in terms of working on it, even when you said multiple color stories, because I think that's the whole point, right? In terms of paid commission, we want people to get used to what that process would be like, whether you have a freelance client or you're in-house. And typically designers are doing multiple iterations. Sometimes they're color variations, sometimes there's other sort of iterations, different structural. And so even when you said like you didn't know which one would come out, it's kind of like which design will the client pick, right? When you're doing design reviews and things like that.
Yeah, and even at the beginning when I was first sketching, like it didn't look like that at all. And I feel like it's very easy to get caught up in seeing someone's end result and you don't really think about the stages and the ideation. But there were so many things that went into this, and obviously it looks nice in the outcome, but all I remember is obviously all the different things I was trying, all the colors and like placement. Like I think it was actually a few days before I submitted it, we were still adding like little decorative parts just so it didn't feel empty. So yeah, it's just like those little things as well that help it come together. So
yeah, especially because design is such a collaborative process and iterative as well. So it sounds like that was also your experience. Yeah, amazing.
It's so beautiful. I love, here.
Can you see
if
it?
you have any comments in the chat and feedback, it's just really cool to have that aligned with all of the other community artwork that we have here at the booth at MAX London. And Jan, I know we were talking a little bit more about the apprenticeship program overall. If you have peers, friends, colleagues, how could they benefit from this program?
So something that I really wish I had at the beginning of my career. So I graduated and then decided I wanted to keep working for myself. And there is a lot of uncertainty and you don't get a lot of support when you're on your own and you're freelancing. So I think this is something that you really should take benefit from and advantage from, because there's also mentorship that's involved. So you're given a lot of guidance, but you've also got mentorship, you've got the commission projects. So it's really simple as well. So I think this is really Adobe's way of, like, we're using their products, but they're making sure that now we get something from it. Like we get our start in our careers. We get to, like even today, like I get to see my work and other people get to now connect with me on it. So it leads to like so many different branches, like networking and portfolio expansion. So I think, just get involved. Like all you have to do is go on Behance, isn't it? So Yeah, and make sure you've got your work on there so people can see what your style is. And you don't even need to be, really established. You don't even have to have your style. This is what's going to help you get to that point. So when you're ready to apply for a project, you never know if it could be you. And you never know what's like your individual style that made you stand out. And that will definitely help you get to that point as well, where you're like, okay, this is my style. This is what I've been recognized for. And I think it will naturally help you. And then you've got something on your CV, something under your portfolio. And I think it's really cool if you can say like, I've worked with Adobe and you like just graduate, you've just started. So yeah.
Of course. That's so great to hear. Also, it kind of mimics like what an RFP process would be like if you're a designer and like you're in a studio and you're, pitching for work. So I think it's like that good first experience. And that sounds kind of like how you described it. I also love how you said it's above and beyond the tools. And so the way we were really thinking about it too, and in terms of all the content that we're creating, is what are all the things you don't learn in design school or videography or photography or whatever it might be from that's separate from your primary discipline? And no one is teaching you like how to come up with your own business or how to run an LLC or, how should your contract look? What rate should you bill? And I think that there's such a need for that kind of content and help, especially when you're getting started and or switching careers.
Yeah.
And so really hoping that that's what proves to be really valuable with people.
Yeah, because I mean, when I started, I didn't have any guidance from uni. It was just like, you do like web modules, you do branding, but then it's what do you do with that if you want to do your, have your own career. So it's like, even like as recent as like this year, I'm still updating my contracts. I'm still making sure I'm protected in certain ways, invoices. There's nothing really out there other than like templates, but that's not, mentorship, where obviously with the program, if you have someone to speak to, you can ask so many questions. You can ask what they did wrong and how you can learn from it. So I think it's very like multifaceted. So I definitely think it's something that's going to eliminate a lot of stress for people wanting to freelance and dabble in that part.
Definitely. That's amazing. It's so nice to hear about your experience.
Yeah, and moving forward, is this something that you think you'll continue to use? I mean, although you've been working with Adobe on this commission in particular, how do you think you would use the program, in the future?
I think for now, I'd love to see if I can work on some other commissions. I think obviously, especially today, getting to see my work as well feels like really special, but I'd love to do a few other commissions and then maybe down the line, help with mentoring and share my experience with the program. And then I think having that perspective as well will help people see that you can then slowly transition. So I think kind of just experience all parts of the program.
Yeah, definitely. And so today you got to see your work on a poster that's being given away and attendees are carrying around all around Max. If you could tell us like your next, dream item that you would want to design, if you could choose what it is, what would it be? Where would you want to see your designs next?
Maybe on some sort of packaging that's like for like, so maybe packaging that's within like a set, for example, so everything's branded with a certain illustration I did, for example, or maybe like a mural, like obviously Adobe MAX, like we've got like the big displays and stuff. Artwork obviously was built for that, so maybe something like that where it's on a bigger scale. So yeah.
Dream big, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be really cool. I know that like the opening credits of Max.
Yeah, even the opening credits. Yeah, I'd always try to look and see like the different artwork that's in there because there's so much happening and there's so many different pieces of artwork. So it'd be cool.
Yeah, it takes a village.
Yeah.
I'm looking and seeing in the chat here if there's any questions, but also while we have one there.
Yeah, no, there's a couple questions. So I think they've been answered, a couple of them, but I would just say, so someone asked, Grace asked, is the program for university graduates only? Nope, not at all. So obviously we want to make sure that younger folks who are recent grads, have a chance to get started and create opportunities for them. But it's also for people established in their careers, if people are looking to switch careers. So definitely not only for university grads.
And as we're kind of wrapping that up, any other, I want to make sure, Jana, that folks know how to stay in touch with you or see some of your other work. I can pull that up to your Instagram account.
Yeah, it's Digitals by Jana.
Oh, there we go. We can pull that up here so everyone can see it. So is this the best way for our audiences to follow your work? And
yeah, definitely. I have a website as well, so you can look on there. But everything up to date. Like today, I posted a Photoshop reel announcing some of the new tools today, so you can check that out as well. But yeah, keep up with me on there.
Great. Well, we'll post that in the chat too. Again, that's at Digitals by Jana on Instagram. Jana, thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you.
the time to join us today. And thank you, Milena, for walking us through the Creative Apprenticeship Program. Thanks, everyone. We'll be right back. We have another episode coming up here on Adobe Live, so be sure to stay tuned.
and welcome back. Welcome back to Adobe Live. Good to see you guys here. Paul Tranny here with the one and only Elise Swopes, everybody.
Thanks, Paul.
Oh, the crowd goes wild.
Hi, guys. What's up?
Good to see you. Feel free to say hi in chat. We're happy to be here.
Very happy to be here.
Yeah.
We're in London.
We're in London.
Yeah, we're surviving.
Yeah, we're kind of, we're surviving. It's a beautiful day.
Yes.
Everybody's been just kind of catch everybody up to speed. We had the keynote this morning, which was awesome from what I hear.
I mean,
I hear there were some amazing speakers. Or not, I don't know. I wasn't in the audience. Were we?
We were just on stage.
Yes. So we'll try to pull up. You might have chat on there.
I think so. I think I do have the chat. Let's see who's all up in here. Hello, everybody.
And we'll, so basically we have, we did some cool stuff on stage. Obviously the stream is the latest stuff in Firefly, which we're happy to talk about. Wi-Fi might be a little slow. We'll just be honest. We're in a conference venue, and but I think it'll be really cool. Hello. So, what do you think of that? Somebody is in the wrong time zone and needs some sleep.
Oh, man, we are struggling out here,
Oh,
but we're
Rick.
alive. I think I'm like feeding off the vibes. Like,
Yes.
it's a very fun group of creatives. And wait, Ryan Selvey says, "What up? What up, Ryan? The homie."
Oh,
Got
Rick.
Rick in the building too. Got Lorianne. Lavon Hall. How cool to see both Elise and Paul.
I know.
It's
we
us.
haven't been together. I actually was never with you. I don't even know if I was there. When was the first time you did Adobe Live?
I did my first Adobe Live with Terry White and probably in 2016, which was
Wow.
almost 10 years ago. So that was
That's
a minute ago.
almost 10
yeah,
years ago.
that was a while
It was
ago.
crazy.
Yeah, and we were doing it in the different office when it had that
Yeah.
one room.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
a big studio room with a psych. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of cables everywhere. It was probably a little messy. But this is, 10 years ago, did you ever think that you'd be here, not only working for Adobe, but in London, giving a presentation on the Keynote stage
About Photoshop on iPhone.
About Photoshop on iPhone.
On Photoshop on iPhone, you guys.
That is-
Just a little backstory about me. I've been an iPhone artist for over a decade, 14 plus years to be exact. And the fact that I'm on the stage sharing Photoshop on iPhone with the world in London while working for Adobe is such a big deal to me. So it's very surreal. It's very cool, very exciting. Yes.
And might I add, if you get a chance, like whether you watched it early or watch the replays. Like,
Yes.
obviously, excellent job.
Thanks,
I don't
you
even need to
too.
say this.
For sure.
But it's
of
just really
course.
cool to, you make me look bad because I've been doing this for years and you just roll in, you're like, this is how it's done. And it's been like super smooth sailing. But again, to your point, you've been doing this a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
Creating on the iPhone before there was Photoshop on the iPhone.
For sure.
Which is cool.
Well, speaking of, should we show some Firefly stuff that's embedded in Photoshop on
Ooh.
iPhone real
Yeah.
quick before we
I would love-
maybe even dive into like the actual homepage
Yeah,
of
by all
everything?
means,
but
it's
right
loading
now,
slow,
of
so-
course. Well, we are in the iPhone here. And by the way, Art by Miss Abs says, "Hey, Paul and Elise." Hey, Art by Miss Abs. All right, friends. So we are now in Photoshop on iPhone, which is just super intuitive, super easy to use, first and foremost. I mean, it's redesigned to be really easy, especially for people who don't know how to use Photoshop. But it's got all the different foundations of Photoshop within it, from layering to masking to compositing, which I think is super cool. But the coolest part about it is it's super easy to get started. You just tap this plus sign, create a new canvas. You've got all these awesome options here. I mean, my favorite thing about this, first of all, is that we've got, social sizes, but we have print sizes, which I think is super crucial because I don't know about you guys, but I've been creating, again, on my phone for so long that I've been limited in so many ways on how I can create. And the fact that I have these high resolution, high DPI possibilities is insane. Because I can actually blow my art up on walls like this.
Right.
Which I haven't been able to in so long, creating on my phone. So the fact that I have this ability is such a big deal for me and so many people who create on our phones. So let's dive in right here. Now we're on the homepage. And we've got a lot of familiar icons and stuff like that right here on the homepage. As you can see, we got layer properties, selections, retouch, paint, we've got resizing. Even in this plus sign here, you're gonna get these awesome icons with a ton of different information.
You can add an empty layer, you can fill it, you can do types, you can do adjustments, image layers, and so many things. But it makes it super intuitive to just really dive in and get started. So I'm just gonna add an image layer real quick. I've got a lot of different options here. We've got add from camera roll. Of course, that's where I usually always start. I'm on my phone, of course, but we've got a lot of different options as well. We've got Adobe Stock. We've got Generate Image, which is also powered by Firefly, right, embedded in Photoshop on iPhone. And then you can take a photo. You can add from Lightroom as well, so it'll connect your Lightroom photos, which is super cool, or you can add from your files. Oh yeah, thanks, Rick. Rick says Elise has skills.
Yeah.
Thanks. And Priska says Paul is the goat. You gotta make like a goat noise
that's
now.
That's my mom's alias. That's my mom.
Is it?
She's like, you're doing great, son. Mom, you're giving it away. No, I'm not your son.
You're so funny.
Anyway.
Okay, friends. So let's add from the camera roll. Now check out all these selfies I've got, and also my English breakfast. You got to have fun with that.
Oh.
All right, so let's go ahead and add this image that I created this image in Firefly. I made this another day inspired by a lot of my other artwork that I've captured, especially in Copenhagen. I don't know if you've ever been to Copenhagen.
It's been like 10 years.
Dude, the architecture there is just insane.
And did you go to like Love City?
I think so.
With there's like a lot of graffiti.
Oh yeah, yes. I went in there. Yes.
Cool.
I think it's called something else, but
I'm probably wrong. Again, it's been 10 years.
I don't know what it's called though, but I feel like it was called. Oh, Luft. Maybe you're saying it right.
Maybe I
but
might
I just can't. I'm not good at anything, but.
Great place for photos.
Yes,
for
absolutely.
Sure.
Especially for the architecture. The architects go there and have a blast, apparently, by doing a lot of different things. So
nice.
I made this image inspired by a lot of the artwork or photos that I captured there. But just to get us settled so that we can kind of start utilizing Firefly in Photoshop on iPhone, I'm just going to use some Adobe Stock here. And we've got hundreds of thousands of Adobe Stock to choose from. And, being a surrealist, having access to Adobe Stock within Photoshop on iPhone is a big deal. Now, I don't know about you, Paul, but I have over 274,000 photos on my phone. 274,000.
How many of those are pictures of your food? No. Cats. I'm trying to guess
more
the
than
majority.
half are cats.
That's
the
what
other
I'm
half are
talking about.
selfies.
Okay, that checks it. I mean,
yes.
Let's look at your camera. Similar.
Yeah, and then the rest are like screenshots. And maybe there's some art sprinkled in there over the last 14 years too, but mostly selfies and cat pics.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. So it's really easy to just search some stuff in here. We've got a lot of pre-picked out content as well, but if you know anything about my artwork, you'd know that I'm just obsessed with giraffes. Like everybody knows, I love giraffes. I'm surprised I don't have a giraffe tattoo at this point. I do have cats tattooed on my finger, but that's a whole other conversation. We were just talking about cats over there.
Yeah.
Anybody, if you're cat gang, hit us in the chat. But we've got tons of different stock in here, which are all great. But I'm just going to choose this little guy right here. Let's go ahead and add this buddy to our canvas. Now, again, the reason why I bring up the fact that I have 274,000 photos on my phone is the fact that I don't have to download all these Adobe stock and spend all this space on my phone, right?
Yeah.
This is going to save us a lot of time where we don't have to download that asset, place it in our camera roll, import it back into Adobe or into Photoshop. It's really going to give us that ease to save that space, allow us to utilize all these different assets, which is super cool. So
do you find you usually, when you create, do you usually start with an image? Like obviously you start with an image. Because I know you can do other, not to give away, say, generative fill, but are you inspired by an image first and then you kind of go from there, like maybe something from your camera roll?
Yeah, so I usually am pretty inspired, and this is interesting. I'm more inspired by my old artwork that I'm not really happy with than anything else. So I'll like kind of, I'll look at some artwork that I wasn't necessarily happy with. I'll cancel this and restart it. Maybe it'll pull in a little bit. I know our Wi-Fi is a little finicky with so many people in the building. But my thing about continuously elevating my artwork is that I am always re-innovating and reassessing how I'm creating. So that allows me to look at a piece of artwork, be inspired by it, kind of keep my same style and steez, and then just have more fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I think that's a good, because you said you'd grab artwork that maybe you weren't maybe you're not happy with, or it's just like
For
you know
sure.
it's unfinished. And I
Absolutely.
think that's always a good sign because it shows that you're like progressing.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, I always like when I look back and I see the stuff that sucks of mine, I'm like, oh, that just means I've progressed.
For
That's
sure.
the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Is.
Also, pro tip too for a lot of people. A lot of people on Instagram will archive a lot of their old work. I believe that we should keep a lot of our old work up. That's just my 2 cents because I think it's really important for people to see your elevation and be inspired by that.
Yep.
I love going to the beginning of my artwork and being like, that was my favorite, but I love seeing the progression. So I think it's a really, really cool thing.
Couldn't agree more.
Your Priska, aka your faux mom, says, cat owner here.
I know. Hi, Mom.
Is it really your mom?
No.
Oh.
But
I
like
mean, you could have sold me on it, honestly, till the end.
My mom. No, she's not really my mom with an alias. Just kidding. She's not.
Okay, so you guys, Adobe stock was loading quite slowly. Usually it imports right away, but this time I always have a backup. So I had my cool guy really ready to go. Now, let's just pull this in real quick and do something kind of fun here. This is one of my favorite things about Photoshop on iPhone is tap select. It's going to automatically suggest the different elements to mask or select within Photoshop. So I can just select architecture and plant, and it'll automatically mask out the rest of that sky there. And I can kind of pull my giraffe into the position I would like it to be, which is awesome. Yeah, now they're saying now that is your mom, so it's a fact. That is a fact. Okay, cool. So shut up, Ryan. I love Ryan. Okay, so you guys, this is where Firefly finally comes into Photoshop on iPhone. Now, you know, on stage, I was talking about a little buddy for my giraffe. Big fan of adding little buddies. Now, usually at this point, I might add some more Adobe stock, but I actually want a little bit more control than that. So that's where I'm just going to do some generative fill here. And I am going to add a yellow bird here. So let's go ahead. If I can type live. If anybody knows when you do lives and you type, you're like, woo!
Like, how do I not know how to spell? Or have I never not known
Your fingers
how to
like automate,
spell?
like pick different things, and like you can't. It's just So, I love generative fill though right here in iPhone, like for very obvious reasons. I love the fact that it's going to seamlessly blend my prompt into what's already there. It's also going to save me so much time. I don't think I have, you know, like the blending and all that different stuff. It's really just going to pick up that lighting, pick up the shadows, pick up the different intricacies within that, and give me my output.
And even if you like, if you're not 100% sold on the output, obviously you could regenerate.
Yeah.
But at least like it's, I mean, we have yet to see it, but at least it would generate a new layer, and you could do all your little modifications that you need to, like flip it, have it look the other direction, or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely. Now the cool part about, I agree. And then what's also cool too is that because we have tap select in here, I know that it'll give us a brand new layer with. And then the layer will sometimes have like that existing image. But what I like to do is use tap select and cut out that little part of what I want. And then then I'll be able to kind of move around a little bit.
You know, I could just see once working on the iPhone, on Photoshop on the iPhone, what I would actually love to have is I want a Mac touchscreen and tap select. That's like,
what?
My screen would be so full of
iPads, but no touchscreen laptops yet.
They want you to buy both.
You hear us?
The only thing I can figure. Come on, Apple. We get it. We're sold. We already have an iPad and a Mac laptop. But now give us a touchscreen with touch. Because this is a thing that would start out on the iPhone and end up in the desktop.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well,
something.
Wi-Fi is not our friend at this moment.
How
are you doing over there on your Firefly?
I guess, we can switch
is it
over
loaded?
here if you don't mind.
Okay, that would be great because we are struggling
here. If we could switch over to my screen, would be fantastic. Just there we go.
You guys should try out Photoshop on iPhone though. First of all, it's completely free. You're going to get a lot of free basis and free fundamentals of Photoshop. So make sure you try out Generative Fill and Generative Expand.
Awesome. Yeah, and just to recap, like in terms of, we talked about basically Firefly, just kind of stay true to the session in general. We're covering all aspects.
Yes.
I personally like seeing it in the products because that's where I am. I'm in Photoshop on my iPhone. But I do want to mention boards, which is right here. So this is the new thing that popped up. And I'll just click over because basically you start out with a canvas and then you start making things. You start typing in whatever you want, right? So type in what we want and we could pick the model that we want. Remember, this is boards. This was called Project Concept internally because the whole idea is you're just concepting. But from here, you're just kind of generating.
Absolutely.
And typically I'd invite Elise to this. We would be able to work on a project, start dragging out images and ideas, boom, boom. And the cool thing is taking this stuff and like remixing it.
Very cool.
I do the same thing over and over
again. Did it just make that prompt based on what you had in there, or is this your prompt that you made?
Yeah, no, it grabbed that. So it remixed it, it dropped it in here,
love
and
that.
then I can click
For
generate.
people who are not really good at prompting, this is like such a key moment to really help you ideate and continue your process without having to get it perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And just, again, we're visual, so I'm not used to thinking in words.
For sure.
But here we have the combo of the two, like so, right? And different versions as well. This is my favorite part. Check this out. If we take a look, this is a remixed version. Let me scroll over to, say, like right here. It says what it was generated with.
Our
It's
content
generated
credentials.
This is huge. And I want to make sure this was caught earlier because, yes, I could pick different models. I can add them. But the fact that it says that where it came from, just I can trust how I got there to make the thing.
Absolutely.
Because even over here, I have more, but I also would just drag images. Some of these are from stock, right? And let's take a look.
Yeah, and you have access to stock within boards, right?
Yeah,
Which is
exactly.
awesome. Yes.
So we can jump over there.
Ease.
There we have stock.
Effortless.
And it just kind of does its thing. But the remixing is kind of like super fun because you end up with, again, different ways to kind of view your artwork. Can I show you one other thing that I want to see?
Show us it all.
I want to see this. Well, I want to see this in Adobe Illustrator. Can I see this in Adobe Illustrator? And Kelly Hurlbert showed this morning, but I want to be able to take some imagery. Let's take all this imagery over here. And I love being able to jump in and then sort it. So right in here, I like mosaic. Bam.
Love it.
Give me this in Illustrator.
Yes.
Because I will spend all day tweaking things to get them to look right.
Absolutely.
And here it just does it for me.
Yeah, especially with artboards. Like, please.
Yeah, with artboards.
Line my artboards up.
Oh, right? And then even if you could do this with artboards.
Yeah.
So anybody from the Illustrator team?
If you're
Is there
listening.
anybody from Adobe who works here or is in the area? I'm just joking. But this is how it works, is like we introduce something.
Of course.
And then it catches on. And then we hear from you guys, because that's why we're doing this live, is to get your feedback.
Yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are thinking and what you love, but also what you could imagine happening with something like this.
Yeah.
You know, our job is literally also community advocacy. So we pull that information and send it right back to the right teams.
Yeah, exactly. Like hit us up. Like, seriously, we're making this stuff for you. If we're not making it for you, why are we even building the thing?
Why are we even here?
Why? Here's another random thought that I'm thinking about.
I like thoughts.
And I know nothing.
You know a lot.
But could we see, because obviously we have Firefly video, showed that earlier.
I was hoping you were going to show your fun stuff. I know you got some fun things in there.
I got so many. I love that I just took this little thing and then I turned it into a video.
And that's just a frame that you pulled in, and then the prompt allowed that end frame or that beginning frame to be the inspiration of what is
and this is where, like, sometimes I know exactly what I want in terms of the in terms of either the first frame or when it comes to composition reference. I'll take this structure and turn it into a statue.
Of course.
But then I also like how it surprises you as well. So 3D paint blooming like flowers and give me something that I wasn't expecting.
Absolutely.
I like that you could get kind of me. I'm like, hey, Firefly, go do this for me. And it has to figure it out.
For
it can't be like, I'm not sure. It just has to give you a video.
Do you say please and thank you? I don't see a please and thank you in there.
I know.
We're gonna revolt, Paul.
I'm not gonna survive during the robot takeover that's happening in the future. But again, super easy to work. And then the next thing I was going to ask is like, we have video here. Would we want to see video here?
For sure.
In boards.
I think that would be, personally, I'd love to see it myself.
I would love to be able to take inspiration even from like a YouTube video. If I could drop that in here.
Absolutely.
And say, okay, we want this motion applied with this style to do a new thing.
Absolutely.
Which is pretty cool.
Well, Vandal says concept is really cool. I need to explore or experiment more with it.
By all means.
Definitely dive in there. And is this available right now?
It is available. Yes.
It's available right now.
And you should have all these. So this is what we have now.
Yeah.
We could see more in here because that's the big question. What would you want to? There's obviously non-Adobe models. Notice when I add them, it says, hey, this isn't Adobe. We don't know where this is. This might not be commercially safe.
Right.
We just know that we want to give you flexibility when it comes to concepting and creating. But think about do you like this? Do you want to see other models in here? What would those models be?
For sure.
You know?
Yeah, giving people the option is important.
I think so, because I don't want to hit barriers when I'm just riffing and concepting, which is, again, why I share this with you, which I won't type in your email, but and we'd be able to riff off this as much as we want. Feels, obviously super nice.
Yeah.
I could stack images, I could cut things out.
Honestly,
actually, is that right in here? I know it's in here.
For me personally, I don't know if you're going to get to that point. I know we have a little bit of time, but I personally believe like that eyedropper thing is like, it's life-changing in my opinion.
Yeah. Like sampling the style.
Yes, and it's not just about like composition reference or style reference. It's also going to pull like these random pieces out of the image to be inspired by to adjust the actual prompt, which is super crazy.
Yeah, and that's a good point because when you're concepting, you're just playing with ideas, and that's what it's doing. It's like we'll take the style. You don't know the style it'll take.
Yeah.
Like it did. I don't know if it did it in Kelly Hurlbert's demo today, where she sampled a disco ball.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
And peace. And then it took the perfume bottle and turned it into a disco ball.
Oh yeah, it did.
That was neat.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And I wouldn't think of that, but that's what Firefly and these models have to do.
For sure.
They just have to make something for you.
Absolutely.
Which I think is neat.
Well, Shane says totally agree, which I'm assuming either it's about something you said or maybe it's about what Vandal said.
He was. I
thanks,
totally
Shane.
agree. So, anyways, there's so much to play with, but I like that you could play in here.
Absolutely.
And there's very few tools. God, I get it. Photoshop is over. That's actually why I like Photoshop on the iPhone too. It doesn't feel overwhelming to me.
It does. It's supposed to be simple. It's supposed to be straightforward and intuitive. I mean, I'll tell you, I have been in the process of working with the team to design iPhones since the beginning. It's been a 10-year process, but it's finally in the last year or so been like real.
Yeah.
And to be in the room with the people who are concepting these super important pieces of Photoshop on desktop to be something that's intuitive and really easy to use on phone is such a science.
Yeah.
It really is. So they've thought it all the way through. They've done it all.
Uh-oh, that might be our cue.
Is that our
I think
cue?
we're wrapping up, yeah.
Oh, wow,
we're
you guys, that
over
went by
a
too
minute.
fast.
Yeah. Dang it. Stay with us online. You'll see more
Love you
coming from
guys.
us.
Yes.
Elise Swopes, everybody.
Paul Trin, you guys.
Thank you so much.
See ya.
Hey, what's up, homies? I'm with David Oku. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michael Fugoso. I'm an illustrator. I work at Adobe. This is David Oku.
Nice to meet you,
Did I pronounce
everybody.
your name?
Say it again?
David Oku?
David Oku, that's it.
Oku.
Yeah.
Nice.
Simple.
Have you guys seen David's work? It's amazing. He's going to show you in just a second. Today we're going to talk to you. What are we talking about today? Illustrator, process,
Yeah.
latest and greatest stuff.
I think normally I will always talk about the process of my work, but I think today I just wanted to talk about certain things that came out in the last year with Adobe Illustrator that have helped my workflow.
Okay, nice. Nice, everybody. Yeah, also, hey, what's up, chat? If you have questions, just feel free to shoot some questions over, and I'll be looking over that while David's going to show his awesome stuff.
So,
seriously, you just okay. What's up?
No, go for it, bro.
I was just gonna hype you up, man.
No?
I was gonna be like, hey, no, like, seriously, like, just wait for him to open up his deck here. You're gonna see your mind will be blown. Watch.
So, hello everyone. My name is David Oku. I'm an Illustrator animator based here in London, and for who doesn't know me, I started my journey within branding, logo design, and a lot of freehand stuff.
You started with logo design?
I actually started freehand back in the days. I used to do only black and white marker design, like Mr. Doodle.
Yeah.
So fill up the whole wall with just a black marker.
No
and
way.
Freestyle draw everywhere I go.
Yeah, I can see. Okay, awesome.
And I think this that you see on the screen right now is kind of the evolution of my work within
insane
time.
isn't awesome. You know.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your work too, by the way.
Oh, come on, no, mine, no. I'm pretty average.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
how does your when you hit the Command Y, the outline mode, how does that look like?
Actually, I cannot show you now because this is a PDF.
Yeah.
But it looks very similar to your work. So a lot of layers, a lot of light shadows. Because if you notice a lot of things that I do, you have a lot of lighting, shadow playing all around it, just to give a little bit more dimension to the objects, I think. And as you can see, I'm addicted to sneaker culture. Yeah. So most of the stuff I do, I always relate to urban sneaker.
Yeah.
I collect shoes as well. I wear them. I don't just put them there. So for every shoe I have, I do a design and kind of create a story for that as well.
Yeah.
And yeah,
whoa.
Literally, I just do. I just love to fill up the page and try different mediums with all the work I do, and yeah, that's what I do today. I try to stay true to my style, but always try to find new ventures of how to use my art like in different ways. I'm looking at going into clothing right now. I did, as you can see here, some wrap for cars, against sneakers.
These are Did you have a? Do you mind me asking questions in between? Or
please, go for it, please.
Do you have a professional background as far as did you go to school or did you just learn all this yourself? How did you get into?
So I've traveled a bit because I come from I'm a half Italian Nigerian person.
Oh, yeah.
And I've lived in Nigeria, Italy, Germany, and let's say my education I did till high school within Italy, but then I dropped out in my time of uni. In Italy.
Hey, I dropped out too.
Out
of uni, yay!
And we still made it.
Uni dropouts over here.
No, but let's say
sorry.
When I moved to London in 2010, I saw the opportunity to come to London and I wanted to get my degree. So I went back after 8 years to make a course in London, and I got my degree in LCC here in Elephant and Castle.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
So that's where I think. I used to draw before, but I think the course that I make here in London changed my view on design because I met a lot of people doing animation, illustration, and that actually made me want more, discover more digital, how to work in the digital space.
Do you call yourself a designer or an illustrator or a designer and illustrator? You know how because I struggle with this too, you know?
But don't you think we are creatives?
Yep.
Because I feel like when a client asks me, I always say illustrator, animator. But I think when it comes to me, you do illustration, I do illustration. But illustration can be branding, illustration can be clothing. Everything is illustration. So I always say if you're an illustrator, you can get away with any form of design discipline. You can be an animator in the future.
Right.
Even if you don't do perfect
frame by frame animation. You can make moving graphics.
Yeah.
And it will look, you did it actually with your, you remember we talked about the AR?
Yeah, yeah.
So you move your work, and I think that is just your evolution. You get tired of what you do, so you always try to let me learn more, let me get more, and I think you got bored of doing the same thing when you bring it so far.
You're right.
Yeah, because I think you master your style, but then you evolve to improve.
You
You
kind of
know?
always think of like what the next thing is, or like, yeah. I mean, for me, the evolution could be just like one little change.
Yeah.
But it's like the biggest difference to me.
But it make a massive impact. Small changes make a massive impact.
Yeah.
You remember we talked about shading.
Yeah.
Shading can, I see a lot of time you create grain, but then you make you put almost like a Gaussian blur on it, so it looks realistic. Rather in my case, I keep things very solid.
Right.
It's
You have
the
like a
same
lot of hard
approach.
lines. And, yeah. Sorry, man. Maybe
Go for it. Go
so
for
we'll
it.
get back to you.
Yeah.
I just love talking about this stuff. I'm sorry, chat, everybody. Oh, hey, Lavon Hall. I hope I pronounced your name right. Says, hey, Michael and David.
Hey.
Hey, Lavon Hall. I love the love that you're all sending. Thank you, everybody. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry to derail this a little bit. I just love asking questions about
Go
that.
for it,
that
please.
stuff. Yeah.
Any question you have in mind, please go.
Okay.
Because and yeah, I just think like the journey is good. And one thing I wanted to mention is we was talking about evolution. I work mainly with Illustrator, but lately I'm trying to move away from it. So I started learning a bit of 3D, self-taught. So and now things are changing. Obviously, we have AI right now.
Yeah.
I will say like as a producer, I've never really been super pro regarding AI, but I understand that it's the future.
Yep.
So you need to kind of find a way of, you cannot just say, let me ignore it. You have to actually embrace it.
Yeah.
And try to make it work for you in a different way.
Yeah.
Not just create for me, but work with me to do something even better.
Like you're still the what you call that? You're still
In control.
Yeah, you're in control. You're directing everything. But yeah, all right. So
and as you can see, this is some idea that I did myself by prompting. I'm
Yeah.
not the best in writing, but I think because I have a good vision, just translating your vision, even with poor wording, you can always come out with.
So these are created with in Firefly.
Yes.
So would you use like okay? So you use like maybe like a shape
The
reference.
capsule.
Oh,
So the idea is the
nice.
capsule.
Yeah.
And the story is about the cat playing with the capsule, and the capsule first was drawn, then. But don't get me wrong, I feel like I experimented with this, and I will not definitely do everything AI, but rather I will create certain things.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, guys. I get easily distracted. I'm sorry, like,
Yeah,
you know,
don't
when
worry,
I see,
man.
when I see friends, you know what I mean?
You have to.
Okay, yeah.
But you know what I like to do is now, what I see as a challenge now is using AI, but at the same time using Photoshop, using Illustrator, because I think when you put a lot of different inputs, you can actually make it change so much, and still a lot of more control rather than.
And then do you use it a lot for like ideation and or like anything
I do.
like mood boards?
I do, but not as much because I'm very old school. I came from traditional art. So for me, being in contact with doing something freehand is still important as it is digital. If you look at my work freehand, you will not see this style. You will still know it's me, but I'm more organic, if it makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Go for it, please.
No, I mean, you definitely have like a freehand style. Like, I don't know if you noticed, like with my work, it's like primarily with shapes, and you know, I depend heavily with the shape builder tool. I can tell like you're a really awesome like hand drawer, and you do
But
stuff
in
like
parts of it.
parts of it.
Because if I'm very, I wouldn't say similar to you. I can see the difference.
Yeah.
But I'm very sharp.
Yeah.
But certain element, like I like to draw faces a lot.
Yeah.
So I might draw the face on a paper first, more organic. But the background to the organic object will always be very sharp, very edgy. So it's a mixture between it. But I've learned how to draw straight into Illustrator now, so that makes it more solid looking.
Yeah.
If it makes sense.
For sure. All right, so what do we got here? We got look into some of your process here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are a few of the tools that came out lately in Illustrator. And I don't know, I just think that they are game changing for a lot of designers. So that's what I wanted to talk about today.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to start to see is almost like the difference between gen shape fill and generating a pattern.
Okay.
As you can see
Perfect.
here on the top, you see I did some skins like tiger skin.
Oh,
and
sweet.
the top one are all vectors. But I noticed there's a difference. That's why I wanted to make the VS, make it VS. Because if you look at the pattern on the bottom,
Yeah.
I always feel like, I don't know, when you do vector, it just creates more like a three-dimensional flow to everything you do.
I see.
Rather when you do a
Yeah.
pattern, it's literally the pattern of it.
Yeah.
You can see there's more shadows, there's more like, let me zoom in. Oh, you see?
I see right there, yeah.
It's not perfect, obviously, but as a reference, if you want to get angles or moving the fur,
Yeah.
it makes a big difference. You can see it here as well in the zebra. You always have more lighting, shadow playing in, gradients. And with the pattern, you have a lot of solid texture, I would say.
Very
so
nice.
I'll just do another one quickly. Literally now you can go in Illustrator, got the square.
Oh, we're in Illustrator, homies. Hey! Okay, while you're generating, I got some really
Yes.
cool stuff from the chat. Hey, Lavon Hall again. All of David's work is beautiful, especially those colors.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then Eliza Obiri, thanks. OBD. Great inspiration from you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, homies. All right, what do we got, man?
So while it's waiting, so I just want to show the difference now at example between the vector and the pattern.
I did hear that because there's, I'm not sure which Wi-Fi you're on, but the Wi-Fi might be a little bit slow. Oh, there you go here. Okay.
Sorry, this is a vector, yeah?
Yeah.
So now that I've pressed the vector, I just have the head of giraffe popping out.
Yeah.
But let's say if I go now, it's already here. If I go here now in the general pattern, I can put the giraffe skin. And then
nice. Man,
It's gonna load.
I just love looking like, I can see right here, but I just love looking over your shoulder
Yeah,
on your,
that's fine,
on
that's
your
fine.
screen. Yeah.
But yeah, I just think like this kind of tool, they are very intuitive right now. And I don't normally use them all the time, but because I do a lot of character, what I like to do is like, let's say I did a full-blown character with all the details.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to change the plain shirt.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in right now and just do like a generative pattern to fill the space. And I didn't waste 2 hours to do the full-on pattern,
Nice.
So going here, what else I wanted to show is like now, as you showed earlier.
Yeah. This is Gen Shape Fill.
That's the one.
Nice.
So now with simple shape, I can simply say, I want to fill like a winter theme. Let's play enter.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. Yeah, generations might be a little slower than usual right now, just because like everyone's on the Wi-Fi. So just heads up, everybody. But yeah, man. So for that first green one, like, what was the prompt for that? You're like,
Was
it like
floral.
Oh wait.
Actually, not the floral. Was a brush fill.
Yeah.
A brush texture. But for some reason, when I say brush, it took some elements, as you can see. You can see I feel more like a brush at the end of it.
Oh, yeah.
But for some reason, it feels more like a bush, like some grass. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't always come exactly as I want it.
Yeah.
But I think something that I find interesting is like, I will never think to fill it up like that.
Yeah,
And
and
sometimes even that mistake bring me to think it in a different way.
Spark some ideas for other stuff. Yeah.
You see here now, winter theme. You
Yeah,
have this little.
dude, I love that. Yeah. It's like some really cool like snow globes inside of the ice cream.
And you see,
yeah,
it's a scene of winter on an ice cream. So that's very cool. So if we go here,
the amount of detail too. That's pretty. I mean, it's all purely vector.
I wanted to ask you: do you think that this shape, this shape that I'm using, are they already too complex? Do they need to be more simple to have a more effective?
No, I actually
more precise style to it. You know what I mean?
I think this is probably the right amount of shapes that you have, because when you have the intersecting lines, that's also a good way to guide. If you really want like a separation right there, like that's a good way to guide Yeah.
Okay, so it stays in the margin of it. That's what you're trying to. Okay.
Yeah. So we got what do we got? What prompt did you type in for this one?
Winter ice cream.
Winter ice cream on the. Yeah.
Let's try.
Yeah, let's get some really. Yeah,
because I don't like to do traditional things. I always like to make things look slightly different than what reality is.
Yeah.
Almost like surreal.
Yeah, man.
And here we go.
Hey, dude, see, you're right though. I mean, you probably wouldn't think of making something like this,
a gingerbread man in a snow skirt.
Yeah.
But yeah, literally, that's it. And let's say now, sometimes what I like to do as well is like when you have an idea, for example, when you're doing clothing, I think this can play a fundamental role. You can simply do a square, put a vector, and say hip hop. You like hip hop?
I like hip hop.
90s. Sorry, my prompting is still not perfect, though.
It's all good. No prompt. I don't think is there a wrong way to. There's no wrong way to prompt.
There's no wrong way, but I think sometimes the suggestion might help as well, because I'm not good in writing in general. So when I write, I'm a more visual person. So when I write, I lose myself in the text sometimes.
Yeah.
Plus, English is not my first language, so that doesn't really help.
Oh man. Hey, Shane Escano says, big fan of David's stuff on Behance.
I really appreciate it.
You got some fans on here, dude. Very nice.
And here you see, I said hip hop 90.
Hey, I mean that's pretty sick, right? Well,
you make the work, you know.
Yeah. You know, do you usually have your like the detail slider more on the higher end?
Not really that much. I won't lie. It's because for the way I use it, I would say, for the way I use it, I use more the gradients, the color infos on Illustrator, object on path, but I don't always use. I like to create the image. I won't lie. I like creating image, and I like the process of creating everything myself.
Right.
So I don't know. It's difficult to detach that old school mindset, I would say.
Yeah.
Because it's good to see ideas. So when I want to try something that I normally don't do, I say, okay, let me see how it looks quickly. But then I will definitely go back and rebuild from scratch, if it makes sense.
Almost everything I do, I'm 100%.
You see?
Like I was saying like earlier, I use a lot of these Gen AI tools for just for like more like ideation ideas and stuff, and then
because sometimes your brain cannot go. Okay, if you're in a room of five people, you will have a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
But when you're alone, there are certain ideas you don't really reach yourself. Right. So I think this is a good thing to brainstorm, giving you mood board, color combination that you never used. So let's continue. I just want to show you. So this you showed earlier as well. This is something I find very cool because back in the days, this didn't exist on my time. So this is some of the cool stuff. So let me open up.
Also, guys, if you, I know we got a lot of fans of David here. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. I'm all eyes and ears on the chat, so I'm sure David would love to answer any of your questions.
So back in the days, when I wanted to do a gradient on anything, I would simply go on the swatches, obviously, take the colors, drag them down, and literally just throw everything here.
Yeah.
Rather, something that I find super cool that Adobe have done this year is, hey, let me take all the way.
Yeah.
Oh. Do you know a quick way, Michael?
I think I do. I think I showed one earlier.
Show me the trick, please. How to remove all in one. Can you remove all the colors in one?
Oh, remove all of them at once? Oh, no, I just undo all of them.
Okay, that's it. That's
I don't know. I don't know a trick.
Way. You see, that's what I wanted to know. You know all the tricks. So, let's go back here. So what now is possible? You can actually select a few colors all together.
Yeah.
Bring it down in the gradient.
Yeah.
And what it does, it differentiates it with a good spacing.
Right.
And now if we just put the gradient on, you have it perfectly done.
It's perfect. Yeah, right? Isn't that, it beats
fantastic.
like just clicking and dragging. You know, funny, it's like such a small update like that. It's just so powerful for illustrators. It just like saves you so much time.
I just feel like the power of this is that sometimes you want to experiment. Okay, you see, I selected 5 color. It took me like more than 5 seconds to take everything. Rather this, you select them all together and immediately you have a preview of how it will look like. Actually, a good thing will be how to find one button that will take all the colors away. That could be...
Okay, hey, you hear that? Okay, we'll bring that back to the team.
Why not? You know.
Very nice. Yeah.
And then something else that I find very cool personally, especially for people that do logo design, branding, is now you have the possibility to select all the colors. And if you go here on the menu, you can have create swatch infos. Did I do it good? And immediately.
These are like two of my favorite updates, like recent updates, I think.
Because back in the days you had to type everything,
so
type
it's out, right?
more than half an hour.
You gotta make the graphics and everything.
Yeah. So this is a quick way for your client to have all the infos he needs.
Yeah.
And then let's go here. This is something that excites me a lot.
Oh yeah, I can tell what it is already just by looking at it. Really quickly though, we have a question.
Please.
Ella, Leonetti. I mean, David did kind of go over this early. As an illustrator, do you worry about AI taking over? I mean,
I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't. Can I be honest with you? I think it will have an impact at the very beginning of it.
For sure.
And
it
as
has
it
an
gets,
impact now.
Yeah. And as it gets better, it will still have a massive impact. But I also think that something AI doesn't have. Tell me if you disagree.
No, for
because
sure.
I find it interesting. I think nobody can replace your creativity. You are Michael, I'm David, and we all have something that makes us us.
I have a way of explaining that too.
Yeah.
It's when you generate something, it might like look really nice, but you kind of don't feel anything behind it because there's no
programmed almost.
Yeah, there's no human story behind it. I can go to a museum, right, and I can see a multi-million-dollar piece on the wall that's like a red dot, right? The reason why it's worth multi-millions of dollars is because there's a human story behind it. So, yeah.
I just think there's more in your work. I can see. Listen, it's almost like painting. When I look at art, I talk about painting because painting is the easiest way to understand the state of mind of a person. If it makes sense, you can feel from a brush stroke if the person was nervous, how passionate it is, how much work he put on the canvas. So I think behind creative, they can do something very cool and sharp. But it will never, you will still be unique because only you can do what you do, if it makes sense.
Hey, what's up? All of them, man. I got to do it for everybody. Okay. Yeah, so thanks for the question, Eliza. Or I'm sorry, Ella, thanks for the question. And thank you, Adobe Live team, for getting that Behance for David out there. Nice. All right, so
going back. So one thing that I'm really excited about is object on path.
Oh yes.
That now you can actually select multiple icons. And let's see if I'm blind today. Here we go. If I just click now on this stroke that I just created.
Yeah, boom. Yeah.
The beautiful thing is like you can space it.
Right. When I showed this at the Max last year.
Yeah. That's where I copied it from you.
Oh no! Everyone was like, "Yeah!" Like it's like these. It's like these very simple. To me, I think it's a simple. I'm pretty sure like making it isn't simple, but like these simple updates that just makes your life so much easier.
Yeah.
Just like
you do cars, I know. So if you think about a wheel, the structure of the wheel
inside. Oh my gosh! Yeah, the spokes of the wheel. Yeah.
This will be one button that you push and it changes your life.
Yeah.
I think another.
Oh, sorry, dude. Okay.
What do you do?
Hey. Thanks. That's Lucy, everybody. I know you can't. Nobody can see that, but oh well. She made me dance for her. All right. Okay. What's up, man?
So another thing, I'm now creating an arch just to show this. One thing that I also like. Let me see. No.
Oh, what we got? This is
We just got this here. Oh.
It's you have that glare, huh? I think that's the glare from the.
So one thing that I like as well with this is playing around with font, giving it a shape or creating. Let's say for people that do logo design, I think this tool is very important. It's very important because now you can simply select this, throw it on your arch.
Oh, yeah.
And immediately you have this kind of arch icon logo.
Okay.
And you can put your icon here in the middle. And I think it's a game changer for people that do branding or even if you want to do a pattern, it's actually a good way to start from because you kind of distribute your work equally,
Yeah.
and then you can create a sequence.
Really quick, David. So
Yeah,
we
sure.
are running out of time. We have a few
Okay.
minutes left. Is there like something, a really cool thing you wanted to show?
Okay,
Really
last
fast?
one. Okay.
Yeah.
I have this old logo that I designed, and one thing that I wanted to show everybody, I just discovered.
I love this. I can tell what it is already, right? Can I? Maybe?
Maybe. Sorry, this is so bad. Let's do this. Okay. Let's go here.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the new discovery of my, the new discovery of the summit yesterday, Max and
Yeah.
everything.
Okay.
I think the new program to be for me, my next step will be on Project Neo. I just like the fact that now you can import SVG objects like this from Illustrator. You didn't copy it. Hello.
Oh, yes, man. I know. This is a pretty awesome thing with Project Neo. Oh, there it is. So this was a flat illustration you made in Illustrator, right?
Yeah.
And
now you can literally bring it in. Oh, sorry, it's very slow for the connection.
Yeah. It's just the Wi-Fi, everybody. But it's all good. I mean, you made that like a flat logo. You brought it into Project Neo, and you were able to extrude it with ease.
And
you can also, do you know you can also do this with like multiple different colored shapes too?
But I've learned actually how to, because I work a lot with shapes.
Yeah.
And I think because you do shapes, if you understand how to work on shapes, this is actually a very simple tool to make 3D art.
Yeah. Well, all right, David,
Thank
dude,
you.
thanks for coming on.
I really appreciate that.
Super talented. I love this guy. Thanks everybody for jumping in, asking really cool questions, being really cool fans of David. Hey, can you bring it in?
Come on, man.
Oh man, dude.
I appreciate that.
Whoa!
Welcome back. We are here live from Adobe MAX London, and I'm here with the wonderful Jules.
Thank you.
Tell us, what are we going to be doing today?
We are going to be doing a little animation inside Adobe Express. And there's some funky new animations, and just want to talk you through a few that I love to create.
I'm so excited for this. If you follow Jules on social media, you'll know that you create these really cool, like, are they like ads, product animations? She layers it all. So I'm really excited to see how you do it.
And they can literally be for anything, but I can't use After Effects. I am trying to learn Premiere Pro, so Adobe Express is my go-to for creating animations for my social media and for my clients as well. So the first one I'm going to start off with is just a really nice one for a simple recipe for lemonade. And if I play it, it just has this rolling ingredients kind of stepping in, rather than it being just a flat graphic. And I just want to kind of walk you through how I've created this animation. And you can see I've added it to a timeline, and it's just a few seconds, but there's nothing happening yet. And there's a couple of steps I'm going to do first. So first of all, I've copied the image of the lemonade and I've placed it so that it sits in front of the ingredients so that they are layered from behind, but it's still sitting looking quite flat. So I'm just going to drop a wee drop shadow, on here.
And does that image, have you used remove background on that?
I've used remove background, and it's all from Adobe Stock. It's all of everything, all the elements and everything is created within Express. And I just want to add a kind of stronger shadow here, just so that it kind of stands out and looks a bit more 3D and not so flat. So you can really imagine the images coming out from behind. And then all I've done is I have grouped the text, the image, and the green banner so that it all moves at the same time. And that's the kind of key, because otherwise it would all move at slightly different times. And I'm going to go up to animation, and I'm going to focus on in. And I'm going to just use the slide animation, but at the moment in the preset it's too fast. So I'm going to double click on the toggle just so I can play around with the settings a bit.
Okay, that's good.
First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this from strong to soft. I'm also going to change the timings just a little so it comes in a little bit slower. And I'm also going to start it from outside the page. And what that does is it just gives it a bit of a longer drift in and gives it a better scrolling effect. And then I'm going to apply that to the other four. So if I just go down to slides, double click. Oops.
I love how it has a personality. I didn't know animations could have personality.
Yes.
Until Adobe Express.
There's so many endless kind of things you can do, and I really love kind of exploring to see just how I can make the things move differently, but still be quite simple to achieve, and so it's not too overwhelming. So if I quickly change these.
Also, you have some fans in the chat. We've got Danielle and the social shells. So Danielle said, Jules has such great animation and design content.
Yes, she does. Thank you, Danielle.
And the social shell says, woo woo, Jules is doing such great work.
I will buy them drinks later.
I feel like you made a deal with them.
So I've got all four. If I play this though, they are, is it going to play? The timeline. Oh, it's at the end of the thing. They do it at the beginning. And if I play it, they all come in at the same time. So I don't want them to do that. I want it to have a bit more movement to it. So this is where I'm going to play around with the timings that they're all coming in. Now the first one I don't mind coming in at the very start, but this one, I am just going to drag the timeline because I have it selected, and maybe take it down to about 4.5 seconds so it's coming in slightly later. And the same with this one, make sure I've selected them all. And then I can drag that down to 4 seconds.
Okay.
And then the last one can then be at 3.5. So now if I go back to the beginning and I play that, it's now coming in at a slightly different time.
and it just gives it a little bit more movement.
Yeah.
But you can see that it's just a kind of couple of steps, but it gives us a really nice effect. And there's so many different ways you can use that. You can use it for recipes, or you can use it for an introduction to yourself and things that you like. And there's lots of different ways you can use this style of animation. So that's kind of one of my favorites to kind of create. I could also add a little bit of animation to Delicious Lemonade if we wanted. So again, we can make this a bit funkier, and we could either have like the flicker, or I really love the bungee.
You do?
I do. Yeah, I know you do, but I actually do.
Oh my gosh, in all of my presentations, I ask people if you can make bungee, and like drop in, if you can make bungee look good, then do it and tag me and tell me. So, oh my god.
So I like bungee, and I've added typewriter lemonade. But at the moment, when I'm playing that, lemonade comes in too soon. So I'm just going to select lemonade again, and I'm just going to adjust this so that it's going to come in once, oops, should I long, once Delicious has come in first, and then it comes in a bit slower. Just, I think the secret is to edit the timings to all the different elements, not have everything all happening at the one time. So that's the first one, and I do have another one if we're good for time.
Yeah. I love that. I feel like if you were to play that, that looks really complicated from the start, but as soon as you break it down, you've just got your images, your text, and then the things you want to come in together, you've grouped them and then applied the animation, and then you've just staggered the timing. So it's some really simple steps to get something that looks really cool.
Yeah, and I always start with designing my finished graphic first.
Yeah.
And then I think, well, how can I add a bit of animation to this once it's all complete? So my next one seems like it's much more complicated, and I'll just...
Oh my gosh.
I'll just
a ton of different scenes at the bottom.
Yes, so that last one was all in the one scene.
Yeah.
So there wasn't any transitions or pages, whereas this one is more complicated, but we can break it down step by step, and you can see that I'm combining lots of text effects, and it's not actually loading properly. There should be a kind of water background, so I think it's kind of a wee delay, but it'll load back in, and lots of movement, lots of things swinging in and out. And this is one of my favourites, is making this fruit fall at bounce effect, and then we have a kind of sweep by.
That's so cool.
The secret with this one is, it is literally just lemons. It's a lemon and it's text. It's not anything fancy.
Easy. All you need is lemons and some text.
Yeah. So I just want to show how I built this. So what I've done is I've created a copy, and again, I have done the complete design. You can see I've got all my pages down here.
Okay.
And then I'll just talk through as much as we have time for to kind of start adding in the animation. And again, it's just little by little, know how to see, know how each page can work slightly differently, but also have a little bit of continuity with them before, so you pop up into there. So the first one, I know, got to have savings. And the first one is I had to introduce our new animation, which is the wobble. And again, with the lemon, and it already has a bit of a character to it, so I thought that one was super cute. We can obviously make it spring more, and we can have it slow down the speed, but I just let it coming on really quite fast. And again, this is an element from the Adobe stock, so I've just grabbed all the things that are existing in there already. So I'm quite happy just to have that simple one, but then I'm going to add a little transition, and I'm going to do a quick slide. And I just want to do a quick slide so we go on to the next frame. And then these next 4 slides, I have easy peasy lemon squeezy, but I've got these working at really short frames, just 0.5, 0.6 seconds, because we want them to move quite fast. Whereas this one was 2.5 seconds, so there was a longer timeline with it.
And have you just duplicated, you've made one slide and then duplicated and changed the text?
Yes, so I make one slide, add the background and the text. Once I'm happy with the position, I copy it the 3 times and change the words.
Nice.
And then I'm going to add a little bit of animation, and I'm going to go again with slides. And I often like to use kind of the same style of animations, but just change directions. So it's a really nice way of not being too overwhelming, but you still are getting a bit of different movement in here. So with the slides, I'm going to make sure that it's going left, and it is. And this time I want it to keep it strong because I want it to come in fast. But because I've added an animation, so if I take this back to the beginning, if I play this, because it's got a transition, easy didn't animate because it was happening too soon. So if I click on it, I'm going to move the timeline so that the animation doesn't come in until the page is fully transitioned. So now
there's a bit of trial and error to get your timings
it's
right.
absolutely, and I think it's what makes a difference between making animations look quite smooth to they feel a bit jarring and they don't quite work. So the secret is to go into the toggles and really play with animation or play with your timings, because now when I play that, we now have it transition and then the text comes in. We're not going to have any transitions between the next few pages because we don't need them. We want it's the same background. All I want to change is the text. So this time when I go into animate, I'm going to have slides. And I'm going to have it coming down the way this time. And I'm going to have it coming from outside the page again, so I get a larger movement than we would do without that. And the next one, slightly different page. So we can have this one going right, and again start outside the page. And then the last one, slide animation again, and we'll have it coming from the bottom. So we've got the same transition but in 4 different directions. So now when I play that, we have it all coming in quite fast. So
I love it.
It creates a really cute effect.
That's really good.
But it's not that difficult to do.
And so when, just on the timeline, so we've got the timeline on the bottom, and then you're selecting on the canvas what element you want to animate.
Yes, absolutely.
And then that's when the element is selected, then that's when you can change the timing.
Yes. So the next one is, again, this is one of my favorite effects to create. So I've added some text, and I've added a text effect shape behind it. But if you double click in here, there's a really sneaky cut out text, which I love. And I've used in a few of my designs. So now instead of it being like the solid text, we had a see-through effect, so we can get the video playing in the background. And now we are going to add some animation to it. So we go back up to animation. And this time, I think I'm going to add flicker, just so we can have each letter flicking different time. But I also want, so we've got the lemon text, but our lemon is just staying stagnant, and we want him to move as well. So
what are we going to do?
I think it's going to be a bungee again.
Oh my God. You're killing me with the bungee.
I am.
To be fair, it did look good when you showed us the preview, so I'll allow it.
It's almost like a challenge, right? Lucy doesn't like the bungee, so you had to make this work. So now I'm going to have it starting outside the page, and I find that 9 times out of 10 I do have it starting off the page, but it's happening too fast, so I'm going to really increase the duration, so it gives me a much slower bounce, and it does feel like it's bouncing at the bottom of the page. But then this time up at the top we've got this in, loop and out, and we've only done in animations.
That is actually perfect, because I've just seen we've got a question from Ella who's asking, can you add an exit animation?
Oh yes, so now, yes.
There we go, perfect.
Good timing.
Perfect timing.
So we're now going to add an out, because I don't want to just leave them hanging at the bottom of the page. So now we're going to do a drop, and again we're going to have the drop ends outside the page. So now if I play just this part of the animation, we have lemon effects, the bounce in, and then he drops off. And it's just a really nice way to add movement and look like he's like zooming across the page.
Danielle says, love the bungee. Love the bungee, love. No, Danielle.
Lots of love for the bungee. So,
no, I'm not having
it. And again, this one, I've got quite a long timeline on here because I want to use the letters individually this time. And again, it's just to show you a different way to use text effect. And there is a wee bit more work with timings this time. So, oops, I just got onto the right page.
I want to know in the chat if you're team love bungee or team hate bungee.
So now we're going to have each letter, we have to add the animation in separately. And I'm going to use the fade one here.
Ooh.
And just quickly add the fade to them all. Fade. And I don't know if you noticed, I've got here just So I'm going to add some animation to the lemon. So what I've done is I've got the lemon kind of sitting behind and slightly in front of the text. Okay. Again, just to make it look like it's kind of in between the letters. And again, I just like to always make sure we can kind of add a bit of depth to the design so it's not so flat. But if I start to play this, again, we'll see that the animation, oh, it's not actually working. Hang on, have I done that? Oh, it's out. See, I hadn't, there you go. I hadn't switched it back to in. So I'll quickly fix that. And I'll do the fade coming in.
There we go.
Yeah, see?
Just a preview for Ella.
Exactly. And
can you select all the letters at once and apply the animation all at once? Or do you need to do it one by one?
We can, but I'm going to do it individually because I'm going to tweak the timings of each letter. So I feel I have more control.
Yeah.
You can do it, but then if you don't like the effect, you have to deselect them all. So it's longer, but I get more control over it. So this time, hopefully, if I start to play it, it'll all come in at the same time, which it's a bit boring. So I'm going to, again, just slightly, each letter, have it coming in half a second after the other.
And do you just get used to kind of like, now you've done so many animations, you just know that, okay, this needs half a second, or you can kind of judge it better after just trial and error?
It is literally going in and just playing with it and seeing what it's capable of, and each animation works slightly differently. Some look lovely if you slow them right down. Others, you just want them maybe 7 seconds and it's really fast animations and then it repeats. I've done ones that are animations up to a kind of 30 seconds a minute. It just depends on what you're doing, but that's what I love about it. You do have so much flexibility and how much you can kind of change it. So now, when I start it, just drag it across. This is where my mouse doesn't work. Hang on. I'm not used to a mouse, I can use the trackpad. So now we've got them coming in nice and slowly.
I actually love the bubbles in the background as well.
One by one, and again, I just typed in how it bubbles in a blue background and I got some lovely effects. But again, we don't want our lemon just to be stuck there. So I'm going to add a little bit.
Stuck like a lemon.
Exactly.
Is that the same? Stood like a lemon.
Stood like a lemon. In my head I was trying to say stuck, so I can't quite get that. So then I'll add a little bit of animation, and I'm just trying to remember what I did with this one. So I think I had tumbling in maybe?
Oh no, tumble. Tumble's the one that I
said
you got it.
It's tumbled actually.
Bungie and tumble.
Bungie. And I'm using both.
The two just so happens to be the two animations
just
you're
for
going to use. But
So-
hey, I'm here for it. I asked people to make them look good.
So I'm going to have him bouncing in.
Nice.
And then once he's bounced in, I'm going to use loop, which we haven't used yet.
Okay.
And this time I'm going to have him starting to zoom in. So we're going to have him coming in and then he starts to get bigger. And again, it's just a lovely way of, you're not only having animations happening at the start of your scene and the end of your scene, there is a way to add more animations throughout the whole thing. So now he's just very slowly, he's still playing very slowly.
Spoilers!
Yeah, spoilers for what's next. Yes, so we are already, if we start this from the beginning, you can see how much we've already got through, and it's literally been like 10 minutes just talking it through.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to grab a wee water, sorry.
Yeah. I love how detailed and how complex it is. Like when you're looking at it, it's like, I'm like, when you showed me, I was like, oh my gosh, that would take me so long. Like to even, I guess you've got to have the kind of mind to break it down. Like you have the vision and then it's like, okay, well, these are the elements I need, and then do it step by step rather than just being like, oh my God, how do I animate this? Just like break
but
it down.
often, like, because I'm a designer for print and it's branding, so I don't have an animation background, but I would literally watch animations from After Effects that were very complex. We go, is there anything from there I could break down and use and express? And then it was just starting very simply with the recipes and then kind of going, right, okay, I've done that, move to something else now. And then again, there's so many cute lemon animations elements in here. So I brought in this wee guy, and we of course have to use our new wobble to come in because this one works quite well with the wobble. And again, I've just added a paper video background, so it's like crushing in the background. And oh, it keeps going past. And then for this one, I'm going to add in the type hello once, and I've purposely made this a different scene because I don't want the wobble to keep happening. I want it to stop and then the next animation comes in. So I would then copy that page, take away the animations and just add an animation to hello. And all I'm going to do is add typewriter, just so it comes in the same way. So we have this guy wobbling. And then I've just selected, I've got a quick, very quick frame, just so that it's stagnant, and then I can select both and not the paper, and just have it maybe dropping out the bottom. And I'm going to double click it so I can have it going off the page. And that's on, see, I've done it again, that's on in, so I don't want to do it on in, I want to do it out. And again, it's something to watch, is because if you don't remember to switch between in and out, you can add it the wrong side. So if I do it, the drop, and I'm going to group it so that the animation happens at the same time. And then going out. So then if I go on to the next one, this is one I like where we can use the start from the off the page and have that kind of slide motion effect. How are we doing for time? I'm done. Just wait, okay.
Yeah, we're good. We haven't had the wave just yet,
Right,
but we do have questions. People are asking if you, when you save this as a template, are all of the animations still active?
Yes.
Yep.
And
So
you
they
can
are.
share as a template, and I am planning on uploading this to my Instagram bio and give it away if anyone wants to sign up for it. So yes.
Why don't you flash your Instagram now, just in case anyone wants to download this template, and then we can get back into it.
So there's my Instagram.
So head over to Jules' Instagram if you want to download this template and see how she's applied these animations.
Yeah, because often as well, I like to sometimes give people a template with the animations built in so they can re-watch it and break it down and drag the timeline arrow, because that's how you figure out how I've actually done the animations. And because you can learn them so much easier visually as well. So with this one, I'm going to go to in and make sure I'm coming to the right animation. And it's going to be my slide, but I have to have it starting from outside the page, and I'm going to slow it down again so that it's coming in a bit slower. And I think I'll see if one works better. So one works better, it gives it a bit of a longer animation. And then I want this one to go in a different direction. So I want the same animation, but just coming from the opposite side. So I'll switch that to left, make it nice and soft, change it to a second.
Nice and soft.
Nice and soft. And then start from outside the page. So now when I play that, I should have them now sliding nicely in.
That looks good.
Which gives you that really lovely kind of effect. And then I've copied it, so it's this page and then this page, I'm then going to have them sliding back out. So we just need to do the opposite.
You're going to have all the lemonade sellers are going to be hitting you up like, we want an advert. Give us a social media advert.
But that's the thing, I have kind of shown that you can literally produce professional looking animated adverts using Express, which is brilliant. So slide, and now I have to have them going the opposite way. Soft, end outside the page and make it a minute. And again, you can just see I kind of tweak the timings of things just to kind of manipulate how fast this effect works. Soft and outside the page. So now, again, if I just play this last wee bit. I now have them sliding in and out.
Oh, I love it.
So it's and again, it's just the one element that's repeated. It's not like it's an overcomplicated design, but you can add quite a lot of kind of like movement.
I'm actually mind blown. This is the kind of thing that looks so complicated. We just had the signal to wrap up now.
Oh my goodness, right, okay, so there was just a few pages, but if anyone wants to download the template, I will have it uploaded tonight and have a wee shot at it.
Yes, so please, if you want to see the rest of it, download the template, head to Jules' Instagram. Gosh, that went so quickly.
It went really quickly.
Well, thank you for joining
Thank you so
me.
much.
You
Thank
smashed
you.
it. I love the animations. That's it from us, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Adobe Live. Good to see you
Wow.
here. Paul Tranning with the one and only Brendan Baum.
Hey, pleasure to be here.
Yes.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Amazing. I don't know. Actually, you're amazing creator. I was going to say like I don't even know. Can you give yourself a title? How do you describe what you do?
I do quite a few things. I think primarily the channel is centered around telling these fantastical stories, giving people a burst, I guess giving people a tiny snippet of the crazy wild things that goes on inside of mine and my team's heads, and we string them together in these beautiful short form stories.
Yes. So, and just a little context, Brendan talked you talked in the keynote today, which was awesome. So we're like showing all these cool how to do the things. And then you go up there and really, I want to kind of talk about your talk because it was just such a cool thing to see you just working away, churning out content more than anything really resonated with me. But it was cool seeing you on the big stage. You can go find that stuff, so watch that later. But we have you in the flesh now. So
Hey.
good job in the keynote today.
Really appreciate it.
Dude.
I had so much fun. It was an incredible crowd. 1,300 people out there.
Hey,
Is that not insane?
No big deal. Just average
insanity.
Thursday.
No, that's
No
not
big
the average.
deal.
I've never spoken in front of that many people before.
Was
I nervous? Absolutely.
Were you?
Oh, of
couldn't
course.
tell. Like I
you're
seriously couldn't
you're
tell.
too good to me.
No, but seriously.
Even
no,
that,
you can't tell.
I've got to say, I was all in the audience. I think when you're up there, you just absorb everyone else's energy. Thankfully, the crowd was just incredible. And it was just genuinely a really fun process. I was getting to stand there and speak about one of my favorite subjects in the world, which is storytelling.
Yeah.
So what better place to do it than Adobe Max?
Well, and it's kind of hard because it's you on stage. It's probably a little awkward. I like how you did talk about storytelling because you're like, it's really not about you, dare I say that. It's about like getting a message across or telling a story like you talked about today.
Exactly.
Which is probably why you weren't nervous because it's not about you. It's like, it's about the content you create.
Yeah, I don't think me as a human is that interesting, but I think the stories that we tell.
I'm kidding. I'm messing with you.
But I think the stories we tell can be really interesting.
Yeah.
And I think that's the really magical thing. So I think we've all got these like whimsical, magical stories that we can conjure. And don't get me wrong, every story I ever wrote over the first few years was absolutely terrible. And even today, I'm definitely not hitting home runs after home runs. But thankfully, with enough trial and error, we got to a place where, thankfully, we've kind of worked out how we can formulate a great story that really resonates with other people. Most importantly, we enjoy creating and fuels us to keep making more.
Well, still, when you say you create, we can kind of get into your backstory and talk about your YouTube, which obviously I have up here, which I don't know if this shows how many YouTube subscribers you have, if it shows it here. Oh, here we go, 15 million. Boom. No big deal. It's fun looking at that big number.
Yeah, it's a crazy number.
Even the thing that you talked about today, like sort of during COVID, this guy churning out a video a day like a madman.
Yeah, that was insane. That was like.
Is that okay? I don't mean it.
I mean, no, dude. I think madman is actually a compliment in the grand scheme.
Good.
I went through this churn period where I remember going through it and thinking, I'm going to look back at this and go, how on earth did I manage to keep this level of momentum and speed for so long? For that 3-month period, 7 days a week, I was waking up in the morning thinking of a brand new video idea. I'd then work out either what props I could salvage from around my homes or what essential stores I could pick things up from. Then I would shoot most of the videos on my own or like rope in my mum or my brother or stepdad to help me film them, edit the entire video on my own, and then upload it. And usually at this point, it would be about 2, 3 in the morning. And then I'd set an alarm for, it was usually about 8 a.m. and the cycle would just repeat video after video after video. Now, although that sounds exhausting, and it probably was at the time, I think I was wired with so much adrenaline of the fun of just telling these stories one after the other. And thankfully, throughout that process, managed to just learn step by step, video by video, how to create a slightly better story each time. And eventually, by the end, thankfully, people outside of just me and my mum started enjoying them.
Yeah, and it was cool. Like, you were just doing it out of the enjoyment of telling a story. And then we could talk about like sometimes how maybe technology inspired you because you wanted to try something new. Were you driven at all? I have to ask because like, I mean, were the views motivating or not motivating, or tell me about that? I don't know. Like, I think about motivation. Where does it come from? Learning something new, reaching new people? Is it a combination of things? Like your motivation to get up at 8 a.m. and work till 2 a.m.? Where's that
It's really
motivation?
interesting.
And where can I get it? Can I buy it at the store? Because I'll take it by the 6-pack or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's something I think about quite a lot. And even as a creative, I feel like we are all just constantly second guessing ourselves, our motivations, why we do what we do. And I think this fits really nicely into that category. I'm going to put this under the branch of like, should we care about the views? Are we doing it for the views? Are we doing it for ourselves? Where's the line in between? Now, I think the answer to the views, in short, is no. I think the answer I like more, instead of saying views, is the audience. Are we creating for an audience?
Okay.
Absolutely. That's. I think the reason I love telling stories is I love making other people smile, laugh, or just bringing some light into their day. That's why you've probably noticed like most of our videos end with me either getting hurt or like falling off a cliff or something, because I think it's usually quite an amusing gag. We don't really make too many sad videos or like drama-based content, because ultimately I think one of my main goals is to just bring happiness and sunshine into people's lives and create this fun content. I think you can get lost creating content just for you, and when that then happens, it almost just becomes like a cycle of like you're creating to please your own ego.
Yeah.
And I think for me at least, I've discovered I really enjoy creating for people and almost like serving, like a greater purpose. And even though you shouldn't be looking at the views as your affirmation, knowing that just because that number's higher means there's a greater audience pool of people who have bought into that story, that kind of does give you, or me at least, that kick of energy to just go out and keep creating more and then go, great, an audience pool of 100 people love this story. How do I now reach an audience pool of 1,000, 10,000, and then just keep growing it from there?
Yeah, and kind of what you're doing. And I like what you said about don't call it views. Those are people that you hope to, it's kind of, you look at that number, you're like, I brought a little bit of happiness upon these people that hopefully liked this video.
Exactly. And that's the aim of the game.
Because you said, oh, well, your videos have a certain tone, and you've reached them and hopefully made their day a little brighter, which is kind of fun, right? I mean, I could see some motivation there.
It's always the aim, at least. And that's so funny because I think about how I feel in the process creating some of the content and how it sometimes couldn't be further from this idea of like fun and happiness.
Okay.
And like sometimes when you're creating content, it is a grind. It is just like this pure.
Seriously, dude.
It's throw all in. And then you're doing that, you're putting yourself through that because you care so much about the audience on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Which is like a really weird paradoxical idea, but I guess it's the thing that drives me to push through that. And carry on creating in the late hours of the night when you should be asleep, or waking up really early because you want to capture that sunrise, or watching that tutorial till 4 in the morning because you want to finish that simulation so it looks beautiful.
And the way you're, I don't know, man. Still sounds exhausting. And just thinking, and we all know honestly how hard it is to learn some of this stuff. So you have an idea. I would want to know, one, are most projects you tackle, maybe you've learned, but 5 years ago during COVID, was it always like you thought you'd have a 9-to-5 day and it was never a 9-to-5 day? Or what is like, I mean, I would always sort of underestimate how long something takes. Is that usually the case?
Oh yeah,
underestimate?
No, always. Everything always takes way
you're
longer.
Like, oh, I could do that. And you're like, no, it's so much harder.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case. And that still hasn't changed today. I think that's why, at least for me, it's been so important kind of chasing my passion and chasing this thing I love. I think content creation is such a saturated space. There are so many incredible content creators, and genuinely where we're at today, to kind of, have your content surface to the top, you've kind of got to be thinking like, what is something I can do with my videos that are so unique, so different, something so crazy that stands out from everything else that will make people stop.
You gotta trying to just like break through, right?
Yeah.
Is that I don't know if that's the.
I love the saying, like, the cream always rises to the top. And that's what I think about quite a lot when making content. How do we make sure what we're making is the cream? And when people watch it on their page, they're excited because it shoots straight to the top.
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to get into this, but we were noting it's great the live feedback you get. For one, you know exactly, you were showing me some views today. Something you've published has outperformed this other thing. And is it hard to anticipate? Do you ever know what's going to be like, what's really going to take off? Do you now have a natural gut instinct of how to like break through? Are you getting to that point? Because you were showing me the views today. You're like, this video did okay, but this one is freaking going nuts. And I'm like, how do you know this? And it's the answer is 10-year, well, however many years of experience, dude.
What are we on now?
And years isn't the way to describe it. I would calculate that in like 10,000 hours.
Oh, yeah,
Because 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., your days are longer than mine.
Yeah, I think we're at 14 years now. 13, 14 years of just like grinding and learning it. But I'd say for the most part, yes, I can roughly predict how a video will perform. In very rough, loose terms.
Yeah.
I think when you've been creating your own content for long enough, you can sort of notice things from past videos, and knowing the performance of those, you can kind of get a gauge of how a video will perform. It's basically looking back at the data, whether you are physically doing it or just from memory, and being able to go, okay, I know it had these elements in that worked really well historically. Now I've included all of these elements together. In theory, that should be a multiplier that sends it even further.
Yeah. And what's cool about this is, like, I would say it might be a gut instinct, but you're taking all these various factors that you've learned over the course of 14 years that gets you to that success a lot faster. So I could see you, and I don't know, I want to know where you want to like go in the future, because I want to hire you as a consultant right now. I'll tell you that. We don't have enough time with you, and that's the big problem. But would you want to, like, you want to just continue creating like you're doing now? I think you reach a point where you're going to have so much to share that you need an audience of 1,300 to speak to. Because other people need to hear what you're saying. We just don't have enough time.
Well, look, if you want to dive through any of the data and do some
you tell me where to go. I don't want to touch.
Maybe we can talk about some of the things that I think about when we're creating content. I'm running camera views now. We're good. So go on, let's look at our most recent video. So if we go down to shorts. So this most recent one, we uploaded an hour and a half ago.
Oh, this is what we're looking at.
And I believe this is on 500K. I just don't think front end is showing up to date.
The Wi-Fi is a little slow.
Okay, cool. We'll take it as what it's at. So the very first thing when we look into creating a video, we'll really hyper-focus on what the first frame of a video is. So you hear a lot that like creators need to be hyper-focused in the first 3 to 5 seconds to create a hook. I argue that's too long, and I don't even think you've got 3 to 5 seconds.
Okay.
I genuinely believe you've only got one frame to capture your audience. And my kind of science and proof of this is, I don't know if you've got any nieces or nephews, but if you watch how, especially Gen Alpha, consume content, they don't even wait a full second to decide whether or not they want to watch a clip. They have flicked before they've even watched 1 second. So, as creators, knowing that, we need to go, okay, what can we do with the first frame of our video that is so captivating, so compelling, that tells a story that I have to watch on? So something that we'll kind of engineer with all of our videos is going, great, we've come up with this awesome video idea. Now let's have a separate brainstorm about what that first frame of the video is. Now, what are you looking for in the first frame? The obvious and the easy one is it eye-catching? Is it something that if I saw, it would kind of like hone me in on? I'd argue it's
even from a composition standpoint, this is dynamic.
Exactly.
Yes.
Number 2, does the first frame tell some sort of story? Now this is quite low res, but I'll describe what you're supposed to be seeing. You're supposed to be seeing a plane that's completely evacuated. All of the gas masks have fallen down from the ceiling, and someone is running with a parachute to a very bright open space, which hopefully you would assume is a door that's been blown off of a plane. So number 2 is, does it tell a story? And once we've achieved those 2 things, both spectacle and narrative, you've created something enigmatic for the audience, i.e. something that they want to know what happens next. And suddenly, we've created our hook in 1 frame.
Yeah. And I've never, 3-second rule, whatever you want to call it. Now we're down to like 1 frame.
Exactly.
And you're right. You said I can watch my nieces and nephews, how fast they go. I don't even know if their fingers on automatic at this point. Are they
crazy.
registering?
I know. So the kind of test that we talk about in the team is, if I watched this, if the first frame was blown up as a photo and I put that on a wall and I just looked at that photo, does it compel me to want to know more? And if it doesn't, we don't create the video.
Yeah. And might I add, I actually like this. I don't know if the original is low res, but some of this low res stuff kind of has a live act, caught in the moment feel.
Yeah. There's this,
I don't know if it's, but that's probably just, I don't know, I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah, I think
if
this is the
something's
internet.
Okay, might be the internet, but also if I see something that's like maybe too produced, I'd be like, what corporation is trying to push their, does that make sense?
Yeah, what advert am I watching?
I don't know.
Yeah, it always feels like it's some sort of ad message that's getting pushed on you. So using that kind of ideology, you can look at kind of like almost any of our videos.
Well, it's on the struggle bus.
Now,
Struggling.
this next first frame, you can see a hand reaching out towards a door that reads bad painting. What's the story? What is about to happen next? Where am I about to go?
Yeah, it said bad painting.
Or you see the no entry, or you see bad.
What's about to happen? I would say don't do it, man. Don't do it. That's one of my first reactions.
But you get the idea that I'm about to.
And don't do it. No, why are you doing that? I have to watch now. Stop it already. I'm
Exactly.
being manipulated.
So we always try and work out how we can tell a little story in 1 photo to kick off the video. So can the audience instantly understand what is going to happen just from an image? And this one, you go, oh, okay, someone's about to go inside that door. There is also generally just like this interesting thing where for some reason, whenever anyone films a door, and someone is about to walk into a door, it performs really well.
Interesting.
It's like a weird anomaly. People love doors.
That's fascinating.
Taking in that kind of learning and knowledge, we kind of choreograph this to go, okay, cool, let's use that learning and make the first frame of our story me opening a door.
I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have, like, as a designer, I would think, okay, people captivate you, so when you see a face, you're drawn to it. But here, again, there's no face, there's a door. We can't fit, maybe that's it. There's a mystery. The mystery of it all, it's like a big question mark.
Exactly.
And I'm into it, dude.
Yeah.
All right, doors. Let's get on. Let's
Doors
get
and
creating
photos.
those doors.
Doors and photos. Yeah.
Doors and photos. Creating a story in 1 frame.
Yeah.
This is blowing my mind. Because you're like, hey, you create videos, and yet the first piece of the video, first frame is a piece of art that compels you to think something or do something or whatever else.
It's really good fun because it just means that, once you've come up with this idea, you're not done as soon as you've just come up with the idea. It's then going, okay, we've done our, I don't know if I call it verbal storytelling, but we've done our 3-act structure. We've worked out what the narrative of this video is. Now, let's do some visual storytelling and just work on a singular image. And you're right, it's something that like graphic designers will know very well. And they've been doing for, I guess, forever, working out how they can compel audiences with a single frame.
Yeah.
We're now just bringing a little bit of that world into the world of video.
And what's funny for me, like as a designer working in a still frame, this day and age of video where we're living in a video world, this whole time I feel like I've been creating a still image. I feel like I've been making keyframes. So let's think of the art that I'm making as a keyframe to a story. And you're taking a story and then you turn it into like a keyframe in the beginning.
Yeah, we just flipped it on its head, basically.
Yeah. Into it. But also seriously. Oh, so many questions. She said we only had 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago. Not really. But, dude, like, 1, you have to know technically how to do this. 2, and I take it you have a team of people or people, like that's another thing because you're pretty young and you're probably able to attract people to work with you. Like, the the business management, the people management side of this, the technical management. I don't know. Tell me, how do you pull that off? Like, how do you?
Oh, wow. Still working out as we go. No, look, thankfully, I've got.
We don't have enough time for all these questions.
Yeah, I've been so blessed with the absolute creative wizards and geniuses that have come and joined us. Thankfully, everyone at our studio, we're in the same boat. We're a group of nerds that love technology, love filmmaking, love storytelling, and are just so obsessed with working out how we can make our stories better and better day by day. And thankfully, I think that energy, it just kind of multiplies in the studio, and we all feed off each other. And day by day, thankfully, the art form, which is the videos, get better and better because of it.
Yeah. And it's cool. Like, you've surrounded yourself with the right people that energize you. And I think I've surrounded myself with a genuinely just awesome person here as well.
Oh, dude.
We're going to stay in touch. Guys, reach out to Brendan Baum. You can find him on YouTube and everywhere else. Seriously.
I
this
really
content's
appreciate
free?
it.
I don't have to pay for it? I would. Now he's going to start charging me specifically. But...
I'm just going to send a paywall to
Yeah,
you and work out how to block you that everyone else has still got
I'm
for free.
I'm going to pay full. I love it. Well, Brendan, dude, you're a gentleman and just
It's
an
been
awesome
a pleasure
guy.
to be here. Thank you, Adobe. Thank you, everyone
Seriously.
watching at home. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Adobe Live. I am your host, Jesus Ramirez, and with me is Magdiel Lopez. Hey Magdiel, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good, man. It's going good.
It's going good. It's been a wonderful day. We started in Sydney, moved over to London, and here we are in San Francisco to finish off the day with yet another incredible Adobe Live. We're going to be talking about redefining motion with Firefly and Generative AI. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Magdiel?
That's right. We will be getting into it today. I'm so excited to be here with all of you guys who want to hear everything that you guys are thinking through the chat and all of that. It's exciting to jump in and from a brand new day from here, from the States, coming from LA, coming from London.
London.
We were joking about doing this stream in Spanish just a second ago.
We could definitely do it in Spanish if we wanted to.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable doing that. Hola. I'm from Cuba, for those of you guys that don't know. And Jesus, you're from Mexico.
I am from Mexico, that's right.
Yeah. That is right, so we could do it in Spanish.
We can definitely do it in Spanish. I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. Everybody say hello. I see Voodoo Val, Robert, Oliver, Sean. Sean says hello, Freddie. That's actually what my family calls me, Freddie. I mentioned that in a stream, and Sean has remembered for years. I mentioned that back in 2019. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be an exciting day. Please let us know any comments, questions that you have in the chat. We're going to be with Magdiel, then we're going to switch seats a little later on. I'm going to teach Photoshop, and then there's a schedule. Redefining Motion Design with Magdiel, design a spring poster with Fiorella and Katrina right after us, and then it's me teaching Photoshop Composite with Magdiel. And we're going to create an animated carousel with Katrina, Fiorella at 1 p.m. Pacific. And we're going to end the day with the one and only Magdiel Lopez doing a live poster build. It's a fun-filled day. As I said, we started in Sydney, went over to London, and here we are now in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I'm going to let you take over and let's discuss what we're going to talk about today.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll do a little introduction of who I am and the kind of work that I do for those who don't know my work. I do a lot of digital art, and I normally enjoy just creating beautiful pieces of work that I can put online. We're talking about, we met a stranger yesterday and we're telling her what we did for a living. And, I kind of feel torn in this world of creating things like this, like what you're seeing on the screen, and posting them on my Instagram, which is a lot of fun to do. And, kind of stretching the tools to see what can we do with them. And, in this photo, for example, I'm mixing a lot of Photoshop, pixel things, photography with more illustration done in Illustrator, and then bringing in even some inflated objects here from Illustrator and passing them through maybe Firefly and bringing them back into Photoshop. So doing stuff like this is really fun for me, personal projects, things like that. So my world consists of doing this kind of work for fun, exploring a lot of that, and then doing some of these for clients as well. Stretching things, trying to be creative as much as possible, literally stretching things, so you can see.
Absolutely.
And, having fun with traditional tools, but also new tools. So today I want to kind of explore with new Firefly tools, everything that Firefly has in store for us, from new engines to how to turn something that we have into motion, and going through a project that I did a little bit back in the day. The other part of what I do is I started a poster a day thing in 2016, 2017, which launched kind of my online career, and I kept just doing work from that moment on. And I've worked with some brands, and something that I've really enjoyed doing is launching a company called In-House. And the reason why I'm talking about In-House is because Adobe launched today a program where people can do internships in companies, and In-House is one of these companies. It's my personal company, and I'll go over to our website. But we do work for different corporations and stuff like that. But starting today, you can sign up to be an intern in our company through Adobe.
Oh, wow.
So you can go to the Adobe website, and there's more information on that you can check out. But you can join our team, do an apprenticeship. This is so cool because my younger self would have loved to be able to do this and have a team that can teach them, hang out with them, do creative work. So if you're interested, go to adobe.com and you'll find out, how to sign up and do.
What are the requirements?
I don't know the requirements, to be honest.
Well, look at the website.
But, look at the website. But I think you have to be coming out of school. So it's something like an entry
I can't
point.
Be your intern.
No, I don't think you need to. It's like an entry point into the industry a little bit. So that would be super cool if you're interested in that. All right. With that being said, let's jump into Adobe Firefly.
All right.
Yeah, this year Adobe is focusing a lot on bringing high quality, image generation and improving the models themselves, and kind of adding kind of like a one stop for everything that has to do with AI for any creative person. Now, with my background, what I talked about, I'm very interested in AI because it's a tool that can help creatives like me come up with better concepts, faster concepts, but also on the side of my business, developing a commercially safe things is really useful to me. So obviously, Adobe keeps being the only company that is producing, text to video, for example. Was the first tool and the only tool that's commercially safe to use. And one of the things that Adobe's doing this year is that they're incorporating new models that you can use as well. Those are not commercially used, but if you want them for coming up with ideas, things like that, it's up to the creators to decide how they use that, right?
Right.
So yeah, I want to start by talking about the generative, text to video, and people have been already making some cool things with it. There's a new engine that you can use, and we can take a look at a few of these right here. If you click on it, it'll bring you back into the videos, and if we play it, it's so nice.
Oh wow!
That one transformed into a bird. So yeah, it's cool to see how like people are using. For example, this one comes from an image, but you can take a look at it. Some of the other things. Like let's take a look at this one. For example, this would be great for like a background loop. Yeah, so the image generation when it comes to like video is becoming really, really good. And it's good to see that some of these are like, the prompts are really small. We can see this one right here. It's a Gothic cathedral. Moss, soft lock, you're entering a few of the things. And one of the things that I loved about, Firefly the most is that you actually have all these tools down here that can help you really get started on what you want to generate. Sometimes it's hard to really kind of like tell the AI what you want, and it's really limiting if you don't know the language of like video creation, things like that. But this really helps you with the camera angles. It helps you with the kind of like size or that you're looking into doing. So it's just really fun to even explore some of these ideas over here, and kind of switching the lenses or switching the kind of like environment here and producing something else, right?
You know what I equate this to? Remember when you were learning Photoshop or Illustrator or whatever tool, you would just click on something just to see what happens?
Yeah.
And this is exactly what I found myself doing with these different tools. This says zoom in, but what does that mean? And then you see it happen, like, okay, this is what it does. And then you click on the next one and try it. And pretty soon you have an idea of what the tools do, and you can create some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, kind of testing it out. And like that's still how I use things.
Yeah.
I don't know how I use things. But I still click on things. I'm like wondering.
Just see what happens.
Yeah, see what happens on that. And obviously you can click generate and create your own version of this video.
Sure.
This is also the beauty of AI is that you can kind of like coming from an idea, kind of expand on that idea, right?
Right.
So yeah, it's really cool to see the video generation being a little bit better this year and like getting better on that sense, and also being commercially safe.
That's a big one.
That is a big one, yeah. And as the tool progresses and keeps getting better and better, also in tandem with Premiere and other tools like that, it really becomes really, really powerful. Okay, so that is generative video. Another huge thing that happened this year, and we're going to jump into it, is text to image. So text to image this year has something really, really big happen, which is like the model got updated. So it's not the image 3 anymore. Now it's the image 4.
Okay.
So
cool.
with image 3 in the past, it was getting better and better, but you could still get some artifacting in the face or lack of consistency, things like this. But now there's a lot of like consistency with the new model, which is the Firefly Model 4, and then there's the Firefly Model 4 Ultra. And then there's a difference between those two, and we're going to explore it right now. So let's just do a simple prompt here. Let's do model in studio setting, and let's just prompt that. Obviously, similar to video, we have all these options on the left here that we can apply different filters, different things, and if you've used these at all, you know that you can go from like color palettes, you can go for lighting, all the different things. So this is Model 3, and it's not bad. It's actually giving us really good images.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, but you can see how, you know, there's small inconsistencies sometimes, especially when it starts getting around smaller images like a group photo, right? Group photo. Let's try that one, and see what happens with that generation. Normally, when the photos are smaller, it's harder for the AI to produce something. So this is, you know, this is going to be helpful to see kind of like the difference between the models here. Okay, let's look at this one. You can already see, yeah, the hands are problematic, and
the guy in the middle looks surprised.
He looks surprised. There's some inconsistencies even with lighting between them. But now with the Model 4,
yeah, let's look at Model 4.
Let's take a look at that, and let's just click generate. There should be a lot more consistency. Yeah, like on this one, like you can really see this person here on the left. But with Model 4, you can really see
much better.
How there's a lot, you know, it's a lot better.
Oh,
the hands look so much better.
Yeah.
And kind of like the consistency of the image is like,
I mean, I would have to like really from where I'm seeing the image is what, about 6 feet away.
Yeah.
It looks really good. I would have to zoom in and see if there's any weirdness with the fingers or details, but it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like it. It doesn't look like there's anything weird going on. You know, and the model, like I said, keeps getting better and better. Let's try the Ultra. So there's a difference between the Ultra and the 4. And the difference is not necessarily quality. It's just the output tends to be a little bit more creative.
Okay.
So it tends to be a little bit more like, you know, different angle, more dramatic lighting. I don't know with such a simple prompt what it would do here, but you can already see
we got
how
one result, let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's a little bit more crisp, but at the same time, you see how the light is a little bit more dynamic. It just feels like, I don't know, like it feels a little bit more.
It feels ultra.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more ultra for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the model's getting better, and of course you can use. Today was announced the partnership with OpenAI, so you can use ChatGPT and other models in tandem with the Adobe tools, which is really cool because with these images you can still click on edit here and do like the reference, style reference, generate similar. You can do all the different things that you would normally do here. But you can also, I think you can edit them. I did it before. Let me see. You can add text that'll probably take you somewhere else, and then the opening Photoshop web can take you there as well. I'm trying to see where I can. Here it is. Generate fill. So you can, on this one, you can obviously edit the image and generate in different areas, or you can also expand it if you need to expand it. Obviously, all these tools are also inside of Photoshop,
right,
and all of that. But you know, it's always good to get something started. In this case, I wouldn't do this because obviously,
if anything, you would do like a generative filler, like give someone a tie or something.
Exactly. Yeah, but similar to the other thing that we talked about, it's really important to take a look at what the community is creating, because it can give you, first of all, it can give you a lot of ideas. And you can also see how people are getting, high fidelity images, really.
Right.
What are they using for prompting? And you can kind of run your own prompting and maybe add a couple more styles here. I think I had created something before. And one of the cool things now is that you also get to keep all the files of the things that you have been creating in the past. For example, this prompt right here, it was really cool, and it gave me these results that really feel super high quality.
Yeah.
and super good. Obviously, using all of these different things, right? From the the effects reference, which I feel like it helps a lot, this model, right? This is the difference with all the models that I've used in the past that are not like Adobe Firefly. It's really hard to sometimes enter the styles that you want. There's not like anything that helps you get there. Let me go back and see some other ones of the ones that I've created recently that we can look at. Yeah, all of these images are, are getting so good, and this is a tip that I would give you too. Like if you're trying to create something and you don't know how to write it, how to, get it there, all of these was trained on the Adobe stock website. So one thing that I normally do sometimes, I go to the Adobe stock website and I look for something that is similar to what I'm looking for.
Right.
And then I try to do a prompt that's similar, describing that, and that normally works. For instance, this is an image that I, similar to something that I've seen on the Adobe stock website. And again, the image looks really, really nice.
Yeah, they're excellent.
Commercially safe. We can just, go to work with this one.
And we cannot reiterate that enough.
Exactly. So if we go back, obviously there's other tools. I love this tool right here. I think I have it over here. And it's just, it's just such a cool tool to create quick environments, quick things that you can just put out there and use this whole 3D environment as a almost like a template to create an environment that then you can use for AI generation.
I think of this as the almost like the composition reference feature, where you can put in a like maybe your logo and then generate something that looks like your logo. I think of it as that, where you can build something in 3D space and then have something generated based on that composition.
Exactly. So like just by creating a couple of I'm just gonna do like a little forest here made with these little trees. So I'm gonna keep duplicating them just to show a little bit of how you could use this tool. There it is. So I'm gonna make this one a little bit bigger. There you go. And I'm gonna move this.
And these are gonna be trees.
Here. So these are like Christmas trees or something like that.
Okay.
And then we're gonna have our little character here.
Okay.
And he says a little bit big.
He's got a really big head, but that's okay.
Yeah, this is how good you have to be to do this. Like, not good at all. Yeah, this is the cool thing about this tool. It's like very simple to use and move around. And
well, you definitely don't have to be a 3D modeler or 3D expert.
Yeah, exactly. So let's do character walking into a Christmas forest.
Sure, why not?
Claymation style.
Okay.
Okay. I think I spelled everything right. I'm a horrible speller, just so you all know.
Yeah.
So you'll see me make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, well, thank God we're prompt engineers now.
Yeah. Hey, I see Ted on the chat. How you doing, Ted? Good to see you.
Oh,
man.
there's Ted. Hey, Ted.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Good to see you, Ted.
All right. So here are the cute little compositions that I got, and these are really cool. So it's like it's cool to have that control, right? Which is like like a huge thing. I really like this one. I think obviously we can develop more. Like if we wanted this to be like a snowman character, we can do a little nose. I mean, for example, this would be great to cut it out like this and put it in a poster in the background.
Right.
For like a campaign, shopping center campaign or something like that. I can see this working for that. So this is another one of the great tools that you can use inside of Adobe Firefly. And then let's go back into one of my favorite ones. Is the image to video one, and I want to show you a project that I did before.
Okay.
With the image to video, I ended up doing a. Let me open this file and show you an animation that I did completely inside of Firefly.
So all of this is Adobe Firefly.
All of it's Adobe Firefly. Obviously, the first composition, I started doing it with Photoshop, and then from there, I took it inside of Adobe Firefly, and we're gonna attempt to recreate this today.
All right, I'm excited.
Yeah, this should be fun to do because there's a lot of prompting that happens on this, and I have a whole folder called prompts that we're gonna be copy pasting.
Okay.
But
wait, you don't have it memorized?
I don't have it memorized. They're too long. They're huge.
Okay, great.
Obviously, you don't want to. The model doesn't need you to do such big prompts. But when you want more control, you're gonna need to add some prompts. Especially with this one, I didn't want the scene to move at all, and that seems to be, even the problem with some of the when I was practicing to do this talk. Sometimes you don't get the results you want.
Right.
So it's like even today we might just do it and not get exactly these results. But I explained exactly what I'm doing with this and how I got to this point, right?
Yeah, it looks incredible. Kingsley's asking, I love this. Is this Adobe Firefly? Yes, this is Adobe Firefly.
Yeah, this is completely done Adobe Firefly. In fact, we did a giveaway with Adobe Live through their Instagram. So go check out Adobe Live Instagram. And we did a giveaway of 50 of these. So 50 people have these at their house.
That's cool. Do you have one?
Yeah, I have one.
Where's mine?
They're about this big. Man, you didn't participate on the giveaway.
Well, then
you gotta go in and comment.
Oh man, I gotta go in and comment. Yeah, everybody leave a comment. Maybe they'll win. I'm not promising anything.
No promising
anything. No promises.
Yeah, so we did this one, and this started obviously with a simple, like Photoshop file like this one. So I put together this composition inside of Photoshop. With this bonsai. Now I can honestly not remember if I did this bonsai with AI or if I did it with Adobe stock. But like if we go, it's pretty simple to nowadays to just create something, right? So so let's just create a bonsai real quick.
Yeah. All right. Do you know how to spell bonsai?
I do.
Okay,
Is that spelled right?
It looks like it. There's no red underline, so you're
We're
fine.
Good.
Keep going.
I saw a red underline a little bit earlier, but I think the word was correct.
It looks right to me.
Isolated.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat how to spell bonsai.
Okay, I'm just gonna do that. I'm not gonna do a long prompt.
Just bonsai isolated. By the way, it's a good word. I use that word isolated a lot when generating and also when searching for images in Adobe Stock to get exactly what you
look at that. That's perfect.
Yeah, because then this is easy to like mask and put into other projects.
Yeah, and now with the the new way to like remove background inside of Photoshop, which is something that you'll be teaching pretty soon here.
Yeah, we'll be showing that in about an hour and a half.
It really does a perfect perfect job at just cutting out.
Thank
the
you,
image.
Oliver. Yeah, I think we got it right.
We got it right.
I think so.
Thank you to all the spellers in the in the chat. Let me see. Default to cloud. Yeah, you want to do that.
Cloud,
I'm not gonna go too deep into that.
Yeah, but look at that.
But you do want to default into cloud. This is pretty crazy.
Actually, if you show them what the mask looks like, because that's I think more impressive. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it took you what, 2 seconds?
Less than that.
Yeah.
This would have been a nightmare before.
Oh yeah.
Like it would have been a lot of time.
And
and it's using the cloud to do it, which you'll go into more details on that.
We'll talk about that, and so stay tuned. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, but check out how clean this is.
Yeah.
Like it's very clean. I don't think when I did this, I don't think that was around.
No.
You can kind of tell here. You can kind of tell here in the corner how it's But it's a simple composition, and I want to open this to give Jesus anxiety. Look at my layers here.
None of them are named, man. What's
Nothing is named.
No,
Jesus is known.
No colored coding on the layers. Oh man.
Jesus is known for naming his layers, always having everything organized, and I am totally the opposite of that. So.
To be fair, I gotta say something. Mine looks like that, but when I ship it off into like
the
client,
that's
that's when I really make it look nice and neat. But as I'm working, it looks just like that.
So it's very pretentious, If you don't have to send it to anybody, don't.
Oh right, God, exactly. You're right. If you open my files that no one sees but me, they look exactly.
So this is what it is. Nobody needed to know this, so I just worked on it.
So let me get out the way. Oh wait, I gotta move this way. There we go.
Or you get, but it's a pretty simple, like background, which is just planes and. Shadows and stuff like that, and then you have the bonsai on top. I have these kind of like shapes that I normally use on my design. What else? I'm trying to like kind of describe the scene a little bit for you guys. we have somewhat of a shadow behind, which is like a copy of the bonsai itself.
Yeah, and then distorting it, nice.
Distorting it, so it's like, you know, like doing some of those little details to like kind of bring it into like a quote unquote 3D space. Also, I don't know, I can't tell if I did a nope. Yeah, just adding spacing between the layers, something that would feel natural. So that's what that is. And then from here, all I did is that I saved it as a JPEG, and I have that right here for you guys just to see the finished JPEG. And I'm going to be throwing that one inside of Adobe Firefly.
Awesome.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and do it. This is live. We don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed.
We don't know how the AI, you know, is going to develop this.
Let's pray to our AI overlords that this works.
But I do have a tip when you want to create a perfect loop. The best thing to do is to add the same composition in your beginning frame as your.
But look at that pro user thing you just did. You just drag and dropped that image. You didn't even call it out. Like you don't have to click, hit browse, find it on your. You just drag it in there and boom.
Even if you click it, you don't. I have another tip for you. You can just drop this in here.
What?
And it finds a folder for you.
Oh my god.
And that's it, when you're saving files and stuff like that. It saves a lot of time. Everybody knows this already. I feel
Clearly
like.
I didn't. Not everyone's a pro like you, man.
But you need this. You need this to be the beginning and ending.
Okay, so you have a starting frame and you have an ending frame. And what Firefly is doing is just completing that. Okay.
Yeah. And obviously, you can use another frame.
And to be clear, this is exactly the same file in the start and at the end. All it's doing is filling in the middle with whatever you type in.
Yeah, there's a 5-second generation, and within that 5 seconds, it could get crazy.
Okay.
But
it's got to come back.
It's got to come back.
Oh, that is okay. So now okay, that makes perfect sense now.
Okay, so now the loop starts to make sense.
Now the loop starts to make, because it always comes back to the beginning. So one has fire, the next one has snow, but the first frame is always the beginning.
The same. So it kind of like. Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy's a genius. This is why they pay you the big bucks.
That's funny. You're funny. You're gonna see how much of a genius I am right now with my prompts. They're a mess.
But they work.
Okay, so one of the cool things that you could do is that you can create a prompt formula. So I went to ChatGPT and I told ChatGPT kind of what I wanted to get from these.
Yeah.
And he created,
pro tip, screenshot this right now, everybody.
Yeah, you can screenshot it. I'll leave it right there.
Yeah.
But what you want to do anytime you're working with AI, and this is really good when you're creating a campaign as well. Like if you're working with a client on a campaign, you want to create, what I call a prompt formula template.
Yeah.
That they can use moving forward, or you can use moving forward to generate things for them, right?
Yeah.
So this is what it looks like for this, and the idea behind this is that you would just change the,
insert
the description
Got
where
it
it needs to go.
Yeah.
To be able to work it.
And this text file can just live in the folder where you have all your other assets.
Other assets for the brand, exactly.
That's perfect.
So for this one, I tried to do this, and I did this the first time I did it with Adobe Firefly, and it worked out. Now, every time a new model comes around, things shift a little bit.
Yeah.
So this one is a new model, and I was literally testing this yesterday.
Okay.
Just to see if it worked, and it wasn't working
all right.
at all. So
well, let's see what happens.
I created other prompts that are a lot longer, but it's kind of the same thing. If you see that the prompt always starts and kind of like ends in the same way, and it has already baked in the fiery and the water and all of that. So let's just dump one of those in here.
Dump one of those. Wow, that is quite the prompt.
That is a long prompt. And again, I'll put it in the screen right now in a second.
All right,
so you guys.
So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, I
want to see finger cross emojis in the chat, by the way.
Well, you know what? It's going to be bad already because I forgot to switch it to vertical.
Oh, okay.
And our images are vertical.
There you go. Well, let's
already going to. We'll play
see what happens.
We'll play it and see. Okay, this is like a glitch effect.
Okay.
So the prompt here was to do like a glitch style effect, and as you can see, it starts with what we have.
And it's glitching and doing all these weird things.
But it
comes back.
It lands.
It comes
on this
right
one
back.
because it's a glitching effect.
Man, now you're gonna. If you see me creating these loops online, is because I'm stealing his ideas.
Yeah. I mean, you have to try this.
Yeah,
Everybody on the
I
shop,
definitely want to try it.
You gotta definitely try this because it's such an easy way to keep doing the little loops And then I have another tip for you when it comes to loops.
Oh, please.
Okay, let's say you don't want to do a loop that ends with the same frame, right? You need it to continue.
Sure.
Make your generation, and then at the end, steal the last frame of that generation and put it as your first frame on the next generation.
Got it.
All right,
That
so you
makes
got a
total
person
sense.
running,
Yep.
and then when they're finishing the run, you freeze that, put it on the first frame of the second generation.
Right, and then you can do something
And then you
else.
do the same
Right.
thing again.
Okay, I get
right?
it. So like if the guy is running and his arm is here, but then at the last frame he's here, that could be the first frame for the next generation.
Yeah, because you
That
right
makes
now
total
only
sense.
have 5-second clips.
Yeah.
But with that, you can just make it.
Thank you for the finger cross emojis. I appreciate that in the
Infinite.
chat. But yeah,
Okay.
that makes a lot of sense. All right, so we're gonna try again.
We have the new generation
All right, let's
here.
see. And this is a glitch one.
That's a glitch one.
Okay.
I can make a full screen.
Cool.
But you see, it's keeping the consistency of the whole frame. It's not changing anything. And I like the flickering on the, like here towards the end.
Got it.
On the colors.
Okay.
That looks nice.
That looks really good.
So let's try another one.
Okay.
Another one of the 20,000.
Yeah, let's do something cool. Not that the first one wasn't cool. Something
this one
equally cool.
I get it. This one wasn't as cool as the other ones.
No.
Sometimes it's with generations where I see it struggle the most is when there's movement, when like people are like shifting their perspective or moving around. That's when it kind of struggles the most. But if you kind of keep it consistent and try to use elements that normally shift that way, like water, fire, things like that, particles.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's.
Oh wow.
This one's kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, so you see the whole shifting of the environment.
Yeah.
Doesn't help the realistic nature of it.
Sure.
Still not bad. I mean, it looks pretty interesting.
Yeah. But it added the spin on its own, right? Like you didn't.
I didn't ask it to add the spin. Yeah. So this is what I'm getting differently than the first time that I did it.
So
with
now
the
I have
formula.
a question for you.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is gonna work. But earlier you were talking about the options that you had on the generate video. Oh, but I see. But there's no.
Because when you enter a seed, it kind of like gets rid of those options.
What is the seed for?
The seed is the beginning and end frame. So it's telling it's assuming that seed is the color, the camera, everything else. So it kind of like overrides that. Which.
But if do you need to enter a seed? Can you just do the frames without the seed? And if so, what would the downside be? And I don't know the answer. Oh, that one's cool.
Let's take a look at this one. This one got a little bit more. It's a little bit closer. It's more happening in the background. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, as you were saying, the model changed, so now we have to like figure it out.
You have to kind of figure it out how it reacts to the prompting.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing. Like the prompting that I have right now is not doing the reaction that I want.
Yeah.
And this is the fixed one, quote unquote fixed one.
Okay. The fixed prompt, you mean, or?
Yeah. What I'm producing here is already something that I tested.
Oh, got it.
And it gave me a little bit of better results than before. But it still wasn't, it's not perfect as it used to be in the first time.
Sure.
But we can try some other ones that I have here. I took a lot of screenshots on other prompts that I was completing. Even some of the ones that I had the first time, which is the same one that I'm using right now. And I'm just screenshotting a lot of prompts just to try them out.
Okay.
But we can try the formula just to see what happens.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? It should be fun.
I did this formula for a branding that I did, and it worked out really well. I'll show it to you in a second. It wasn't video. It was text to image. Okay, this is the same glitch one that we did before. Yeah, and I think it should have on my files. Okay, let's change the. I'm struggling to see here. Describe your environment. Okay, what should it be? What should we add here, Jesus?
Let's see. Well, chat, give us give us like an idea so that we can just pick something that someone writes in the chat. So what would the idea be? Like what is the prompt or like the?
I see an emoji, fire emoji, but I don't know if they mean like actual fire.
No. So the boundary leaves extract. So what do you want to type? Like give me an example, and then people can extrapolate from that. So like what would be an example?
Like for example, it should be like
Okay, rain falling, snow setting, fire cracking, mist rolling.
Let's do snow setting. Let's start with that. Okay, while people think of other things.
Yeah, we'll do snow setting while we give people a chance to write their prompt in the chat. Yeah. But we'll do snow to begin. So think of are these like elements? I guess everything I mentioned was an element. So
yeah, it's like elements of the think about it, because my idea at the beginning was to do the same tree and all these stations not stations, seasons.
Seasons, yeah.
Stations is in Spanish, estaciones. I'm translating live in my brain. No, all the seasons of the year going through the same tree, but I wasn't getting the results that I wanted, and then I settled for a more kind of like dreamy approach, which you see the same seasons, but it's more like seasons of life. You know, it's like sometimes you feel inspired and really good. Sometimes you feel a little bit more like, it's a bad day. So that's what I wanted to achieve with that.
Okay.
It's fun to look at these little animals that come up.
Yeah, I know, the little animations. Okay, here we go. We got a video. What happens?
Let's play it. Okay, another spinning screen.
But no snow.
And you see it's changing the tree a lot. So that's why I didn't use this. And there's no snow. Well, there's a little bit of snow. You see it?
Clarissa wrote, "Writing a planet in space." I don't know how that would work.
Hey, in space. Let's do it.
Planet. Yeah.
Environment?
Sure, why not? From.
Let me see. Here's another one.
It's interesting that it makes a spin. I wonder why. It's doing that.
It's doing that a lot with the environment. Maybe sometimes also the AI is taking cues from the actual photo that it's looking at. So maybe it's just like like seeing the room and like the square shape of the room, and it's kind of like having that. But you see it's doing it with this one too. And I did the space theme here. Let me see at some of the ones that I generated before. And I don't know if there'll be video. Yep. I don't think it saved all the ones that I did back in the day. Maybe this one.
Let's still spinning.
No, you see, this one is a little bit. This is from the first time that I did the project, and I remember that I was still struggling with the camera not moving. But for some reason, I don't think back then it would save the progression. Maybe this one, or this one's probably from yesterday. Or this one's just an explosion or something. Oh no, it's spinning too. Let's see what else we have here on the generations that I've made before. Let me see. There was one with water from yesterday that was really cool. And then I have all the images that we can test out. Oh yeah, this one was interesting. Check this one out. Zeus. Like it was like it fills it up, lifts it up, and then puts it back in the
Well, it's funny that it kind of like realized that it could potentially float.
Right. It's like it kind of like understands the environment. And the dynamic of it. Let's try a smaller prompt. Let's just do only light.
How about if you just go like on fire? Just like literally tree on fire.
Okay, let's try that too.
Maybe we need to go the 180 and just be super generic, just on fire.
Let's do that. Tree on fire. Yeah, but
then the beginning prompt and the ending prompt will make it so that the fire starts and the fire ends, I assume.
Exactly. Yeah, but it might get crazy in between.
Yeah.
Which is what I was trying to achieve the very first time I did this, with creating something that that was keeping the structure consistency.
I mean, this is excellent.
Of the whole thing, and it was just like messing with the light, right?
Yeah.
When the new model came out this today, it's just not clicking the same way. The quality, I would say, is better of the generations. It's just it's the language when you're talking to the model, right?
Right.
Somebody said bonsai. That's not how you spell bonsai.
No, it's with an I, or maybe at least that's my assumption.
Robert, you're messing with us.
Yeah. Let's see.
Is that why the whole thing's not working? Because
I
you're
know.
spelling bonsai wrong?
No, apparently that's how you spell it with an I.
Yeah, it's still doing this kind of like, but the cool thing is that it's landing on it's landing at the end, right? So it's doing the same thing, but it's landing at the end of generation.
So wait, well, okay, I see.
Yeah. I have some other images that I want to try out.
Yeah.
Let me pull those up.
For sure. And, I'm looking at the chat to see if we have any questions. Ryan said, pro tip to use isolated. That's right. This looks so good. Thank you so much. I think that might be Paco. That says Francisco. I'm not sure if that's him or not. Our Paco. Yeah, so we have more images. What are these images of?
So these images are kind of like, random images that I have to test out and see.
So completely different, no longer part of the same scene.
No longer part of the same scene. I feel, I'm with that scene. It's like essentially the bonsai and just running through those loops that start and end in the same position. But now I wanted to try something else with other images that are not maybe starting and ending in the same position. They just have a little bit more freedom.
You know what I'm wondering, and now this is like really gonna like date myself here, but like, do you remember that old, I don't know if it was late 80s, early 90s, like Michael Jackson video with the face morphs people?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if you put like your face and then like the face of like an animal, and then just like it'll because the starting frame would be your face and then the ending face would be the animal's face. So then your face would turn into a cat or something.
You could do that.
Yeah, so that's probably, I just thought about that.
We should probably try it.
We can try it right now. Just you can probably generate a face and then generate a cat or something.
Okay, we'll do it right after this. We're having fun, guys, so you can tell. Okay, so let's click generate horse in Red Studio.
Okay.
I probably should have said, you see, it's giving me some other options here now, because I'm doing a beginning frame, but I'm not doing an ending frame.
Okay.
So there's a little bit more freedom on the movement.
Got it.
At this point.
Because it'll just figure out what to do from frame one.
Exactly. So I can say handheld, I can say static, which I'll probably pick static for this one. Let's see what it comes up with here and what that looks like. Hopefully it's looking good. Oh yeah. Dude, I love how the light shifts there.
Pretty good.
Yeah. And it's hard with horses because their legs are,
We have to. It has to figure out the mechanics the weight of it, the physics.
But I've seen that the physics with hair and things like that are really good. Let's see if we do. What should we do? Zoom out, maybe. Let's just try it out. Let's do horse in the studio, slow motion. Let's test that out just to see what happens there. Yeah, and I find that if you have beginning images that are like pretty cool, it also helps the AI, because you could go straight into text to video and generate something with that, but then it's something really useful when you can do. Also text to image and come up with exactly what you want to begin with.
Right.
I think it's a lot more powerful to do it that way. Yeah, check it out. That looks really cool.
That looks really cool. Oh wow, I just loved how the shadows just move over his body.
Over his body. Yeah,
it's really, really cool.
Okay, let's try another one with, I have another photo here that I really like. Is that ice astronaut that I have. And let's just do this one. Melting ice sculpture. There it is. Oh, it's too short. It's way too short. Let's do time lapse.
Interesting. I would imagine that if you just leave it blank, it'll just do its own thing.
Am I spelling lapse here wrong, guys?
Time lapse. That looks maybe separated. Or no, I don't know. Maybe it wants you to separate. I don't know.
Hey, there it is.
There it is.
It wasn't on me. I just want to say that. Okay, let's do this one. Hopefully, what we get here is like the astronaut is like melting slowly. Let's see. Oh, you already did that.
But it didn't work. So
well, we should probably do it together.
Well, here, do it on
Okay.
yours. Do it on yours. So I just generated a person's face, and then I generated a person, a cat.
Okay.
Yeah. And then people can see the workflow. So the workflow was very simple. Go into the text to image module and basically use a prompt that you use, studio, portrait of a man.
Okay. Oh, look at this one.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Just melting.
Yeah, it's melting.
Super cool.
And you can create an image like with this image as a seed.
Mm-hmm.
So we could add this image to the style reference.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then just do melt like water in the floor and put that as the finishing frame.
Let's do it.
So it's like it's kind of adding to that steps between those. Okay, what do we do first, the cat or this?
Up to you.
Okay, let's finish this one real quick.
Yeah.
Just to see.
Just to give everybody the 10-minute warning. We got a 10-minute warning.
10-minute warning. Okay, we'll go fast then. Okay, let's do it as a style reference, and then let's just do water. What do we do here? Water splash? No. On studio floor. Let's try that. See what happens. It's the beauty of these. We can just try things, and nobody's stopping us.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, what I'm trying to create now is I'm trying to create an end frame for my beginning frame. I should probably change the scale to this. And then, Jesus, do you know a lot about like the style, like visual intensity and strength?
It's so funny. So the reason I say it's so funny is because the short answer to your question is Zola. Long answer to your question is after experimenting so much, it feels like when you drag the visual intensity slider to the right, it gives you more stylized results as opposed to bringing the visual intensity to the left. The example that I've given in the past, at least with the testing that I've done, is when you drag the visual intensity to the right, you could imagine that you're like a high-end photographer, that you have a lot of lighting and a lot of stylized on your photo, and then dragging it to the left is just like me just taking a picture with my phone and then walking away. But I mean, that in simple terms, that's the results I've gotten with the testing I've done with it.
So if I want to reference this image heavily, I should do the strength higher, but then not touch this too much.
I would probably leave it in default. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been kind of my perception of it too.
Yeah.
Like playing with it, it's like if you do the visual intensity up, it kind of messes with it too much. Okay. But you see now it's picking up too much of the astronaut, right? So maybe we should go lower.
Yeah, go down and see, like, this is the thing with generative AI at the moment. There's a lot of trial and error, and then you see the cool bonsai tree. But I mean, I can guarantee that took you dozens, if not hundreds of generations.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent a whole day, like about 8 hours, generating new ones until I got to the prompt that worked.
Yeah,
and then I was just switching those words. Right. So there's some work there to be done, especially when you're creating something that you want it to be consistent. You definitely need to spend the time.
But that's where the whole term engineering comes in, right? Like prompt engineering, because it's not just typing a word and it does it. Is you have to figure out those keywords that make it do what you want for that specific project.
Exactly. Let me go back to. We'll go back to the image to video, and let's try that. Let's try this as the first frame, and let's try our generation as the last frame. They're a little bit different. I could put this in Photoshop and edit it a little bit to make it better. I'm just gonna try it out to see what happens. And I feel like that's how you can add control to video and animation generation, is to have control over the first and last frame. The more control you can have, the better it can be. And then at the end of the frame, like if you didn't want to do that, you could continue. So this last frame will be my first frame of the next animation.
Right.
And then I will loop it all together, right?
Yep.
That's for for people like us that don't want to animate for real.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't want to animate for real.
Okay, let's see the result of it. Okay, so it's doing a little bit more motion. Okay, and it just switched to the end. That happens sometimes when you have, in my experience, that's happened when...
Yeah, it just stays and then it switches to the end.
It just switches to the end because they're like...
They're so different.
yeah, they're very different, or the structure doesn't fit the prompt, right?
Right.
My prompt is saying melting, and then this goes back into like static, like water splashing. So it doesn't really make sense. So you also have to look at after that. Okay, so the cat guy photo.
It's exactly your issue. So try it and see if maybe you'll have better luck than I did.
Okay, so what do we do?
So what I did is I just went to text to image like you did, and we got 5 minutes, by the way. Cat isolated. Well, I did portrait, so like so it's face on. Okay. So cat portrait in studio, I think is what I use.
Studio.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's generate a cat,
and then,
a pretty cat.
Yeah, and then right now you can just put man portrait, same prompt, just man. That's and then true. If you get two that are facing the same, like similar angles, maybe the last two cats.
Yeah.
But see, like I was having exactly the issue that you just described. It just stays the same to like the last couple of frames, and then it just switches. So maybe that one probably works with one of those.
So let's download this one.
Yeah.
And let's download this guy. What's going on with his neck?
But he's got a cool shirt, man. It's what kids are
I've
doing
never
these
seen
days.
that.
I was wearing one last night. I had a jacket on. You didn't see me.
That's awesome. Okay, so let's go back into the image to video.
Yeah. So I tried the prompt morphing and it didn't work. So let's see if it gives. But I mean, I shouldn't influence. I want to see where your head goes. Maybe you can think of. Like if you wanted the man to turn into a cat, like
man transforms.
Oh, that's a good word. Transforms
into a cat. Let's just do that.
Yeah.
Let's just do that. See what happens.
Let's see what you get. I hope you get much better results than what I got, because what I got is just a cat just like literally just walking up and sticking his head up. So.
I keep forgetting to switch it to vertical.
Oh, okay, I see.
So it's gonna probably just use that crop of the image, which is not gonna be great.
Yeah. Well, let's just see what it did. Watch. Oh, that wasn't really a.
It did a dramatic zoom of both of them.
Zoom out, yeah.
Transform slowly into a cat. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so a lot of testing
to see what words it could use. Yeah, and by the way, this is something that we just came up with like a minute ago. Just
the cat stuff.
Yeah, the cat stuff. It's not the whole thing, but like the cat stuff, which is how you ended up in your bonsai tree, by getting an idea, trying it, and see what happens.
Yeah.
That was more of a transformation. So then we would have to figure out exactly how to.
Yeah, we could do some steps there in Photoshop where it's like the metal step.
Yeah.
To kind of help it.
I thought about that.
Right?
So yeah.
Yeah. So you can definitely do some of that. I know other models like Runway are really good at transforming one thing into another one, and you can now use Runway inside of Firefly.
Well, why don't you change the model? Because we've been using Firefly model. Maybe we use a different model.
I don't think I have it active, so that's why I haven't even done that.
Got it.
But yeah, on the bonsai tree, it ended up being, you guys kind of we already looked at the result, but just grabbing a lot of these 5-second animation loops, and you can kind of see where the end, that's the beginning of the next one, right? So it's it goes into a night scene, but it just takes a lot of time to kind of craft those different prompts that would get you there. Like I said, I recently did a branding for some friends of mine, and I want to show you guys real quick inside of Illustrator that we needed something to establish this brand. I know we have about 2 minutes, right?
We have 2 minutes, yeah.
We needed something to establish this brand. This is the branding work we did through my company in-house.
Nice.
And it's really clean and nice. This is an IT company, but they really needed like a piece that was bringing the IT nature of things, but also keeping it colorful, adding a little bit more color and life into this. So we used their logo with 3D effect inside of Illustrator, and obviously this is really easy to do here in Illustrator. You can change the light, do all that. And then I generated this one in Firefly because this is kind of the effect that I wanted. So once this was done, the prompt was saved, and then they approved this kind of image. And then, as you can see, we added that into the brand, and it really just makes a difference on these
Yeah.
assets, right? So it's their logo, but made out with those.
I mean, and how fast did you do that?
Pretty fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Once the prompt was finished and they approved it, it was pretty fast.
It's pretty fast, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's incredible. Incredible how fast you can generate assets that you can use for clients.
Yeah. Yeah, this definitely revolution is happening right now.
Absolutely, and you're leading it, my friend. Viva la resistance. All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to take a break. Magdiel and I will be back in just 1 hour. But up next, we have Design a Spring Poster with Fiorella and Katrina coming up just a few minutes. We're just gonna run out. They're gonna come in and make sure you stay tuned and check out all their amazing work and the stuff they're gonna be showing you guys. We'll be back in an hour. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much.
Today we're going to be talking about the generative AI features that are in Express. Here on the homepage, this is kind of like the first area where you will see the text-to-image and text effects generation.
And if you need inspiration,
yeah,
all the keywords and the prompts are already on all those images.
On hover, yes. Pug wearing a bow tie sitting next to a cake. Oh my gosh, and then... And then
there you go,
just right when you hit generate, it takes you straight into the editor. To the side here, you can adjust your prompt. In the text box, you can change the content type. Right now it's not set to anything. You can set it to photo, graphic, or art. You can change the style here. So it's all categorized. So you see 6 right now, but if you click on these different subcategories, you'll see a lot more options. And then when you scroll down, you'll see the different results that you can look through. And then if you want to see more results, just hit load more and then it'll generate 4 more images. Now another way you can use text to image and text effects is in a project. So let's go ahead and actually start from a template. Yes, we have a bunch of different invitation templates. Let's go with this one. Go into media and then go to photos and then you'll see this button that says text to image. Okay, pug wearing graduation. It's better to just go for it and then like trim down. Oh my gosh.
Oh, adorable.
Wait, this one's adorable.
That one's so cute.
Okay, so now we're going to explore the text effects. All you have to do is just select the text box. And if you scroll down, you'll see text effects right here. So you just open that up and then it pulls up the text box for you to put in a prompt, how tight or loose you want the effect to stick to the letter. And then there's also sample effects. So if you're like me and have trouble writing prompts,
show me the pink balloon. Oh, that's really cool.
Good.
Yeah, that's great.
So we're at medium and I do this. You have to hit generate every time you make a change or an adjustment to your prompt or any style.
Thank you everyone for hanging out with us today. I had a blast. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. We are streaming live from San Francisco. But actually we've been live for quite a long time, since like 1 a.m. in Australia. Ooh, well, it is now 11 Pacific time. And I am your host. My name is Karina Trios, Adobe Express Evangelist, and today we are with Fiorella Granda, and we're going to talk about all things Illustrator. Welcome, Fiorella. Oh, also, it's our first time in stream.
Hello, yay!
Hello in chat from Paco. Hi, Cody. Hi, Anthony. Hi, Chad. Hi, Paloma. Hi, Rocky.
Ryan.
Hi. What?
Oh, Ryan.
Did I read that wrong? Oh, Ryan, hi, hello. Sorry, I need to squint a little bit to read the chat. It's a little bit far. But hello, everyone. So excited to have you all in chat today. But Fiorella, tell us about what we're doing today.
Yeah, so I'm going to be making a spring poster, but I'm also going to be showing you all the new features that are dropping on Adobe Illustrator at MAX London. Here we have my spring characters, and we're gonna be making like a spring affirmation type print. Yeah, so I'm super excited about this. I have like cute little motivational messages. So I'm just gonna start off with my regular workflow. I always start in Live Paint and just, paint away. So I have my little flower here and my little bumblebee. Yeah, I wish I could say spring is here, but it's not.
What do you mean? Spring is here.
Well, I wish the weather would reflect that, but unfortunately, no.
April showers brings May flowers.
I mean, you don't live in Canada, but it was literally snowing last week.
That's fair. I actually was in Toronto, I think like 3-ish weeks ago, almost a month ago.
Oh my God.
And it did snow. It did snow. I should let you know. I didn't know you were from there.
Yeah.
Wow.
We can meet up, get coffee.
Wow.
Shop, do all the things.
Yes, get Timbits.
Yeah. Oh, I love
Mr.
Timbits.
Puffs. My favorite.
One thing that I love, or like multiple things that I love about the US is obviously Trader Joe's, but also Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
There's no Dunkin' over there?
No.
Ah.
Oh, I don't want that.
Wow.
Yeah, no Dunkin' over there. So that's really sad. But I've always, like, since I was a kid, loved the chocolate sprinkle donut, like the rainbow one.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So while you're coloring this, and since we're already talking about, like, you said you're from Toronto, for those in chat who have never met you before, give a little intro. Who are you? How'd you get your start?
So I'm Fiorella. I'm an illustrator, graphic designer, and also a content creator based in Toronto, Canada. My work really focuses on creating spaces of representation for women in sports, actually. So I have a big sports portfolio in my work, mainly because of like the personal connection that I have to it. So I was an athlete my whole life, and I've always just like had a creative pull to blend those two together, and I've worked with the WNBA, NBA now, worked with ASICS, and I plan to like work with big sports brands this year. So we're manifesting. I also have like the series on my profile called Designing for Brands Until They Notice Me. So
Ooh.
I don't know. I think I'm going to be pitching to another brand soon. Probably Adidas, because I pitched them so many times. And I was like, girl, please give me a project, please.
Oh, man. So how many brands have noticed you from this series?
So I actually just signed another project with a brand that I pitched to on social media. So I'm like super excited to announce that in a few weeks. But 3 actually. 3 out of like 10.
3.
I know that's like obviously not good odds, but it like sent a lot of other projects my way, and it's just a great way to show your portfolio out there, because what I've realized is that brands thrive with community. So if you're like posting about a brand and are creating commotion on social media and have their followers in it too, it's such a big compliment to them, like even at Adobe, community is huge, right? So that's what I try to do with every post and stuff.
Oh, nice.
So here we have a happy little rain cloud. Yeah,
It's
look
so
at
cute.
Look at her go and be great. Yeah. What are you? what have you been up to in terms of work lately?
What have I been up to? This. No, honestly, this week was actually pretty chill for me. I just did a stretch, I guess, of just going to universities and
cool.
speaking and stuff at that. And like you said, like a lot of community work and events. And so I've just been like talking to a lot of university students and stuff about like career readiness and things in the creative field.
Yeah, I was gonna like plug you for our stream later that like you're such a good person to talk to because of like all of your experience. So people in the chat, reach out to Katrina and follow her for career tips. I wish I had somebody like her when I was like just starting out. So yeah,
I wish I had someone like me too. Honestly.
Definitely a great person to follow if you're trying to get into this world of graphic design and like Adobe and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, oh my god, that's so sweet. Thank you. I'm gonna cry there.
Like I said, I'm a words of affirmation girl.
That's the theme, words of affirmation.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah. Oh, what's the chat saying? Say hello to Brazil. Hi, Brazil.
Hello,
I've always
Brazil.
wanted to go to Brazil, actually. I'm from Peru, so neighbors.
Nice.
Yeah. I want to go to Brazil for Carnival. That would be so fun. Yeah.
seems
I'm
fun.
also a big beach girl. That's why I'm like, why isn't the hot weather here?
Oh man, why'd you pick Toronto? Hold
I mean, I had
on.
no choice.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I'm from Peru, and my parents were like, yeah, we're going on a trip, and we just never went back.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. That never happened.
Oh.
But yeah, that's how we moved here, basically. Oh yeah, so that's my immigrant story when I was like 10. Yeah. You know the vibes. Yeah, so we're
Nice.
almost done here with this coloring. And then we're gonna bring it to life with some more text, some sparkles, some more of my signature style and stuff. Yeah.
I love it. It's turning out really well.
Thank you. Do you have more travel plans coming up this summer or?
Ooh, this summer. Ooh. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't really have some either, but then my friends were like, let's go to Europe. And I was like, I don't have any money, but maybe I'll swing
Let's
that.
go.
I'm never going to be 24 again in Europe ever, so I have to go. You know?
Honestly, one of the best life lessons I've learned was say yes now, figure it out later. And it's true. I mean, within reason, okay? Within reason. I'm not about to give some irresponsible advice, but, sometimes when there's something as big as a trip, or if, you're going to do a speaking engagement or something, sometimes it's so much better to just say yes and then figure out how you're going to get to that point, rather than, the other way around, because then you get overwhelmed and, it's kind of a downer on the
100%.
exciting thing, so.
100%, because a lot of opportunities don't come twice, and it's important to take advantage when they're presented to you.
Right.
Like me coming to San Francisco, I'm like, I can't pass this up. This is such an incredible
It's your first
opportunity.
time on the West Coast.
It's my first time on the West Coast.
That's
West Coast, Best Coast.
She said it.
Yeah, what am I going to do? The East Coast doesn't compare. So yeah. I'm excited though. It's so beautiful here. What I love about San Francisco is all the colorful houses, how it has so much more character. Yeah, because me and Katrina were talking about this earlier. I have an architecture background, so just being here brings me life, I'm like, yes, finally, color. People are going for it. I love it,
Nice.
Because there's so many typical modern homes and stuff. So yeah. All right, so we are almost done.
We're so close
with this coloring. I'm just gonna add some soil to my plant. Or maybe I should make this windowsill all white. I think that would be better. There we go. Okay, so now once we have our colors in, look how cute she is. We're gonna add some prompts, some text prompts, and I actually, with every single one of my Illustrator file, I have guides just to like make sure that everything is centered. You can there's actually you can set this up with the grid tool on Adobe Illustrator actually, so that's always a super helpful tool to have when designing. So we're first starting off with let yourself bloom, and then I give myself grace to grow. We should all give ourselves grace.
That's so
you know?
nice.
And what's something, Katrina, what's something you're working on improving?
Oh.
You're like, oh, I didn't realize I was going to get this question.
I'm looking to improve my consistency with creating art.
That's a great goal.
Yes, because I feel like with the nature of my work, I create a lot for demos, for work, you know?
Right.
But I haven't, it's been a long time since I've made art for me
For
just
you.
cause. Not even for content, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just to practice, just to like flow and stuff.
Yeah, I actually did that on Monday, actually. I posted an Earth Day print, and I was like, whoa, this is the first time that I've made an art piece that I was like, no, I just want to make this for fun for Earth Day, you know?
I love that.
So yeah, and then we have, I trust that rain will help me grow.
These are so nice.
These are so cute, no? And this one is, I grow at my own pace. Katrina, what does growth look like to you?
Oh my gosh, these are hard questions. Chat, feel free to answer them as well.
Yeah.
What does growth look like to me? I feel like growth looks like just you not being in the same place that you were. You know? Like, no matter in which direction it is, just as long as you're not staying in the same place for like a bajillion years.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that everybody has a choice, you know? You have a choice to make changes and stuff like that. Like even like on my freelance journey, like I was really like unhappy with my job at the time and my professional life that I knew that I was the only person that could change it, you know? Like anything that I choose to stay is a choice. So yeah. And speaking of things that bring me joy, this honestly brings me a lot of joy. Like just making art brings me so much joy. But also good things take time to ripen, you know? So
yes.
And we're all
except
right on
if
schedule.
you're avocados.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I literally have to buy avocados when they're green because they're either like black at the supermarket or green.
No, I feel you.
I have to invest. I have to buy them a week in advance.
Yes. Pago said, growth to me means being a forever student.
Yeah. Always learning.
Robert says, go to Europe and stay there. Your life will be totally different.
Girl, I'm trying. I've always wanted to do that.
Pago said, in the creative world we live in, there's so much inspo and learning for us. It's awesome.
I agree.
I agree too.
There's so many good people out there to follow and get inspired by. And honestly, like when I was finding my creative style, I found like 5 artists that I absolutely adored and like just tried to see what kind of style that, like what are their kind of graphic rules that they go with in every single design. Like some person does like cool type, some people do like bubble letters and stuff like that. And you're gonna see here how I have those same set of rules for myself. So for example, I always have bright colors, I always have text, I always sign my name in a funky way. And I also have little sparkles everywhere too. So that just like signature touches like that is what's gonna make your work recognizable to people. And it's gonna, like you're gonna become known for something essentially, so.
Wait, that's so awesome that you said you put sparkles in your work because I put sparkles in my work.
Yeah.
I made it a thing on the Express streams. I always say like, it's not a Katrina piece if there's no sparkles.
Yeah, like you need to make your work shine and dazzle and sparkle. So
I had a student once tell me that when I did a workshop on making a brand kit and stuff, and she told me that she was really empowered to see sparkles and like random stuff in my brand kit, like as like imagery and stuff, because her professor told her that having sparkles, smiley faces, things like that is like it's too girly and too childish, too playful. And I was like, no way.
Because I think like people come to you because of your style and your expertise. So if you want to put happy faces, hearts,
right,
and stuff, like do your thing. Like people, like I said, you're gonna become known for what you like to do in your work. So yeah, don't be afraid to like show your personality and stuff. That's why people are drawn to your work at the end of the day. So yeah, I'm just gonna.
Agreed. So you're just putting sparkles everywhere? I love it.
Almost finished with her and the sun. This is so on brand for Earth Day. Look how cute. The earth and the sun, just having a good time, vibing.
Oliver said Katrina Sparkles Trios. I wish. Wait, hold on. I'm going to start a fifth Instagram with that handle. Nobody take it. No one take it.
Oh, did I? Okay, sorry.
That's all good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add some more here and here. I just realized that they're way thicker than the rest of my design, but I'm just gonna go to select all and lower the stroke weight because I realized that it's way thicker, but it's okay. Actually, one of my favorite features on Illustrator is the select same appearance. I'll demo it in just a second when I'm done with all the sparkles, but it literally makes things so helpful so you don't have to like manually select every single thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Well, I'm a complete newbie to Illustrator, so.
Really?
Can't wait to learn.
Well, you're the Express Queen.
Yep, and I stay there. I stay there. No, I recently started learning Photoshop on iPhone.
Let's go.
It's going great. I still don't know the scientific explanation of what masking does.
Masking is tough.
Like, what is it doing to the picture? Chat, if you have the answer, 5 points to whoever answers it right, according to Fiorella's description.
And actually, I want to highlight some of the performance enhancements that have been going on Illustrator. So I just saved this like 3 times, and it's been so seamless. And we actually have the new links panel here. So I have like how you would have it on InDesign.
Yeah.
So here I can see all the images that I put in my file. So here's the link to my file, and I could also like relink it as well. So if I update this image, I can relink it from my files as well. So that's super helpful. And actually, we're gonna try out. I think we're gonna try out generative shape fill. Let's go.
Ooh, okay.
Something new that's happening today at Adobe MAX in London. So I already tried this out. So I'm just gonna grab one of my frames. Ooh, I'm just gonna expand this all quickly actually. Since this is all a live paint group, I'm just gonna expand it so that they're all individual shapes and vectors. So I go to Object, Live Paint, Expand. So that will expand all my shapes. So like now I can grab this right here, etc., etc. Okay, so for this one, I want to create a bright blue sky with flowers, and I actually tested some out here, but I have another reference image here that I actually found on Adobe stock. And so we're just gonna select our shape, and then we're gonna go to Gen Shape Fill. And what that does is you select a shape on Adobe Illustrator, and that basically fills the shape with whatever you want. So you can go to Gen Shape Fill, and you can go to the settings to customize it even more. And I want to choose a style reference. So I can choose an asset here, and I want to choose this one. So I'm gonna put bright blue sky with flowers. And then I'm gonna click Generate, because I want my butterfly to have a bit more oomph. I want it to have like bugs and flowers and clouds.
A whole scene, yeah.
Yeah, I want it to really make. I want it to look like a children's book, you know. I want it to give it that extra layer that it needs.
Nice.
So we'll see how this thing goes. And you can also select the shape strength of everything, and you can manually adjust it even more to what you're looking for. So I find that super helpful. Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, and everything's in vector.
Look, yeah, and everything is in vector, so you can actually... Oh, and you can see different variations of your design here. So it can give you 3 different options, and everything is a vector. I think I'm going to go with this one. But you could go to ungroup, and you could select separate things. I could even go here, and if I don't like this pink, I could go to select same appearance, and it would select all the objects that are in that color in the generated image if I wanted to change that. So I love how that one turned out, especially because you have a style reference as well. And the next thing that I want to show you is text to pattern. So I actually already generated another text to pattern here, but I put like Milky Way galaxy pattern, and it's actually a seamless pattern here. So you can, where is she? I can go to my swatches panel, and I can go to my generated pattern here. I could change them, or I could just like make a whole new thing, and there it is again. But I'm gonna show you how to make it. So I'm gonna grab my window frame here. I'm gonna grab my window frame because I wanna add a flowery wallpaper, you know?
Yeah.
I want to add a flowery wallpaper in my little house. So I'm just going to see how I go here. So then in the swatches panel, actually, you can click on these 5 little dots, and then you can put in a prompt of whatever pattern you would like. So I'm going to put dainty flower wallpaper, and I'm going to see... I can also see what kind of density that I wanted to be in. So if I wanted a bit more detailed, then I could put high or low, whichever you want. I'm gonna go in the middle, and I'm gonna go to Dainty Flower Pastel wallpaper, just to continue on with my color scheme. And then just see her generate. And also, if you wanna see all your generations of everything, you could go to the window panel right here, go to window generations, or sorry, variations, and you can see everything that you generated over. I think text to pattern has its own panel, but everything that we did with Gen Shape Fill, you can see everything that you made in this file.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's our patterns that we generated. So let's see how they turned out. I'm just gonna go in my background layer, just so it's at the back, and just see, ooh.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's so cute, I like that. Or I can pick this one, or that one. I think I'm gonna go with this one. This one's a little too tropical, I think. I think I want more of like a spring themed flower. Ooh, or what do you think of this one? I don't know. But
That
we'll
one's
see.
cute too.
And you could also edit the patterns that you generate. So let's say that I wanted to make this a little bit brighter. I can pick this background color, and I want it to be a bit more dark, let's say, or like I wanted to make it purple or pink or something like that. And just to like make sure that it fits more within my color scheme that I have going on. And it's a seamless pattern, so anything that you change here changes everywhere, which is honestly super helpful.
And I think this is like the important part here, that even though you're generating, you still have creative control over the colors, the density of the pattern, and all that stuff. It's supposed to just take out the tediousness of creating this from scratch. But you could still like customize it and do your own thing.
Yeah, because sometimes creating a pattern can be a little frustrating, because if you move one thing, everything else moves, and here you can just have the ease of doing everything with text to pattern. So like if I move this, see this one right here to the left, that one moves too. So you can fully adjust it and make it customizable to your liking. And look how that turned out. I mean, that looks so fun.
Yeah.
So for you to see everything that you generated, I'm just gonna go here to Window and see if I can find the variations panel, or sorry, generated variations, and you will see here, it'll bring up a panel and it'll show you everything that you've generated in this file so far. Okay, moving on. Generative Expand, another one dropping today at Max.
So excited for this one.
We actually saw this, I think this was part of Sneaks or something like that.
Yes.
At Adobe MAX.
Yes, and it's the keynote this morning.
Yeah, I remember the crowd just going absolutely insane when they were demoing this. And I'm so lucky that it's here today and I get to demo it for you guys.
Yay!
Okay, so let's say that I wanted to make, I want to grab this one right here. And I want to make, let's say, an iPhone wallpaper for myself. Oh, I don't want her. I don't want the background. I want this print right here. So I'm just gonna grab a small frame from here, and I'm just gonna put another background in the back just to make it pink, or I can make it purple, whatever we want, whatever floats our boat. And actually, I'm gonna make it more of like a periwinkle purple. I've been loving that color lately.
That is my absolute favorite color.
Yeah, like, it's like a bit more blue, but
yeah.
She's cute. So I'm gonna make another artboard. So I'm gonna make a artboard in the shape of a square. I'm gonna adjust it in just a second to what I have here. Oh wait, no. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go here and just make the artboard right there. Okay, so now that we have our artboard and now that we have our artwork, I'm just gonna make sure that there's no black stroke on the outside. There is. Get out of here. And then, and then we're gonna just manually expand. So I want something for an iPhone wallpaper, let's say. So this has to be a little bit more narrow. So I'm gonna go like this, and then I'm gonna click Generative Expand Beta, which can, let's see. You can put in a prompt here, or you could just click Generative Expand, and I think it's buffering right now. Or you can click Cancel.
Is it going?
Here, let me just...
I couldn't tell. You did that so fast.
Let me just see. Okay, here's the Generative Expand Beta panel right there. So I'm just going to click it one more time and go Generative Expand.
Also, chat, has anyone tested out these new features? I know they just came out this morning, but it's been a couple hours now, so let us know if you've played around with these new features in Illustrator.
Yeah, this is definitely a game changer, especially because when you make a design and you need it to be like 1x1, 2x3, 4x5, or 9x16, which is the most common when like you're creating content or something like that.
Yeah.
Here, let me just try and see if this one would work.
I was so happy when Generative Expand came to Adobe Express. I was probably the happiest person in that room because I was like, that's the place that needed Generative Expand with the one-click resize. So it was nice to be able to extend images and stuff. And we're gonna see it later, but my the post, my 6-year anniversary post, I needed it to be long for my stories to like tease out the post. It cut off at my like arm shoulder thing, and then I expanded it, and it generated the rest of my arm. And I was like, oh!
Actually, like
that's a fake arm.
Yeah,
but it looked like mine.
That's the thing. That's what I love about Generative Expand is that it still makes the image look real, because you can tell when some people edit images that like, girl, that's edited. You know?
There's a little curve,
but
you know?
Yeah. It makes your butt look really big. People are like, I don't have a problem with that. No, I'm just kidding. But I like how realistic it is. And I actually just took some pictures in like a really busy area in downtown Toronto, and I went to the remove distractions part in Photoshop, and I like zapped everybody out. I was like, goodbye, 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 goodbye.
Easy.
I don't know why Generative Expand is a bit laggy here, but I actually did it with the orange print right there. last night, and it literally duplicated the pattern so well and it expanded so well. So I actually love how that one turned out. But let's just try one more time and see if she's gonna expand for us.
Anthony said, not yet, but we'll soon. Paloma said, oh, I'm excited to use this in Express. You get it, Paloma. Oh, man.
I've never used it on Express, so I'm excited.
It's pretty hidden. It's kind of hidden. I can go over it when we stream Express 2 hours from now. But yeah.
Make sure you come back for that one.
Come back for that if you want to see how to expand in Express. I need to write that down so I don't forget it. It's okay. I feel like all of y'all will still be in chat in like 2 hours. Our Adobe Live super fans will remind me.
I love that. So I'm actually going to try and make a mock-up here because...
Okay, we're moving on.
I think I want to have a clothing line one day, so...
Oh, you should!
Doing this on Illustrator is actually so helpful, and seeing how your designs look on mock-ups or clothing in real time is such a helpful process when designing, because sometimes when it prints out, you're like, what the heck did I just do? Or you see the little lorem ipsum thing from the text that you forgot to erase.
No, my worst nightmare.
And you already sent them the final files. Yeah, but it's okay. Here we are. And we're gonna make mock-ups.
Yay.
Okay, so which one do you think I should make a mock-up with?
Oh my gosh.
The oranges look fun. Chat, what do you think?
I know, chat. You gotta give him 2 minutes.
Butterfly, oranges. We have the sun and the globe.
Wait, can you go over the affirmations again? Just
yeah. Okay.
Let's zoom in.
So we have, everybody has to let themselves bloom, okay? Let yourself flourish. And then you also have to give yourself grace to grow. What's something you're working on improving? What's something I'm working on improving?
Yeah. You never answered the question.
I never answered the question. I put you on the spot.
I know.
What am I working on improving? There's a lot of things. I've been going to therapy again. I'm talking with my therapist. And she was like, we have a lot of things we need to work on. And I was like, okay. I think I'm going to focus on letting go of the things that I can't control, because I'm a very anxious girly, and sometimes when things aren't in my control, I stress out a little bit. So
I feel that.
I need to just let that go. And we also need to welcome new beginnings.
Yes.
Welcoming new beginnings now. If you're going through like a transitional phase in your life, you never know what could be on the other side. So just welcome change, welcome uncomfortable settings. I actually heard this quote the other day, and it said, our brains would accept a familiar hell than an unfamiliar heaven. And I was like, whoa, that changed my life.
Wait, say that one more time.
Our brains would rather accept a familiar hell than an unfamiliar heaven. And I was like, bars. I need to write that down in my notes app right now. So I just try to think of that whenever like I'm in situations where I don't feel like out of my comfort zone. So I just try to always think about that. Has anybody in the chat said what we should do for these mock-ups? I'm working on making time to paint purely for the joy of expressing my passion.
Everyone's just answering your question.
Wow, heck of a quote. I know.
Yes.
I know, right? I was like, when I heard that one. Katrina, do you remember?
Oh yeah, Robert was so negative to Express in the beginning. Hey, it gets some getting used to. And you know, what was the quote before this? Welcome new experiences.
Well, I welcome new beginnings, Robert.
New beginnings. New beginnings.
So Robert, let's welcome new beginnings with Express, okay?
Yes, Robert.
And there's also, I grow at my own pace. You know, it's really easy to compare yourself to others, especially in this world of social media as well. So growing at your own pace is so important.
Yeah.
Then there's also, I'm worthy of joy and abundance. Everybody's worthy of joy and abundance. So we also just have to give ourselves grace with that. Good things take time to ripen, except avocados.
Except avocados.
And also like berries, any type of berries. And one day I'm like, whoa, these are so cool and ready to eat. And then the next day they go bad.
That's strawberries.
Yeah.
Blueberries, is grape a berry?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if she's part of the berry family.
Well, all the other berries seem to last just a little bit longer than strawberries that I found.
Yeah, you're right. Strawberries do go
The
bad.
avocados, man, they ripe like.
Yeah.
You take them out, ripe already. Dang it.
Robert said, "Wow, LOL."
Yes.
Yeah, he's accepting. He's welcoming new beginnings.
Mhm.
We love that for you, Robert. And then we have I'm stepping into my power. Everybody needs to step into their power.
Mm-hmm. Look at those boots. Hold on. Zoom in on those.
Oh,
Give me
yeah.
that moment. Hold on.
Look at her little boots. Right? They're like retro, disco, 70s.
I love it.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to channel for this.
Mhm.
Just going like, woo. I get some comments sometimes being like, you kind of look like your art. And you know, me doing this next to her, I
It's
kind of
like
see.
this.
Yeah, I don't want, my arms are kind of lanky, so they're out of the screen. And then we have keep growing, you got this. So chat, what do we think should be on the mock-up? Let's hear it.
All of them.
Okay.
I'm not helpful.
I was maybe thinking, I think maybe the orange, or
I think, yeah.
the orange, the cloud, or the flower, maybe.
Yeah, I think anything with like the bright colors and the contrast shows up well on merch if we're thinking about
Good
that
point,
sense.
Katrina.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's do that.
Look at me.
Look at you.
Design directions.
So-
Art director.
Art director who? So we're gonna put this on the mock-up layer that I already have. So I think, or no, not I think, I know. In order to make mock-ups, you have to put everything on the same layer. So just get a reference image of whatever mock-up
Yeah.
that you choose. I got this one from Adobe Stock.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, what's really helpful about this is that you can even take a picture of yourself, and let's say that you're wanting to create a shirt and you want to embroider something on it. You can get an article of clothing that you already have
Mhm.
and do that mock-up already all in Illustrator. So I think
Wow.
I'm gonna put her, do you want to put her in the middle or like on the side?
Oh, I'm
I
a
think-
side
Okay.
person, but if you're gonna do middle, do middle.
Let's do side. That's popular. That's popular with the kids these days. Right on the chest area, and then like a bigger design on the back. I think that's very popular in merch
Yeah.
design right now. So for these mock-ups, we're gonna place that all on the same layer. And then we're gonna select this and select that, and we're gonna go to Window, scroll down. Where is she?
Oliver said yes, grapes are berries. Oh, thank God.
Then we're gonna click mock-up. Oh, sorry. Berries.
Yes.
Yeah. Grapes are berries. Grapes are berries.
I was about to sit here looking real dumb. Nice.
Wow. So you learn something new every day.
For real.
So what I just did was I selected both items, then I went to Window and then Mockup.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna select both and put Create Mockup. So it's assessing the image right now, and taking the vector and actually putting it on the piece of clothing that I have here. And
This was
Illustrator
everyone's
shows
favorite
us.
feature last year.
Yeah, and Illustrator shows us different mockups that they've generated here. So I can go here and I could even by the neck area and like by the arm, it's gonna move around a little bit. So that way we know what it looks like when like the shirt bends or something like that, or sweater bends, even in like the pockets. So that's always been one of my go-to favorite Illustrator features. But also here, somebody made a business card, smiling with this mock-up. And then we have other ones here. We have a tote bag. I think in a graphic designer starter pack, there's always a tote bag. You know, a tote bag, some sort of drink, maybe a matcha latte, maybe a cappuccino.
Yeah.
And then like 600 stickers maybe, and like mood boards and magazines and stuff. And then we have a little tote bag too. And we could, and actually when we place these tote bags on the canvas, we could move those around as well. So even with this one here, I could grab this one and see how it would look on different parts of the tote bag.
Wow.
As well. Okay, so moving back here, do we think it needs more finishing touches, chat, do we have any feedback about this print?
Mm-hmm.
You like it? You dislike it?
Or if you have any questions for Fiorella in general, whether it comes to like, design or illustration, something about her career that interested you.
Yes, that is my go-to hoodie style. Yeah, I've been loving that too. When we were talking about like the chest or like on the heart area and then the full design on the back. I think merch can be so much more digestible if it's like that, because sometimes when it's at the front, you may have like a hoodie pocket or like, it could be a bit loud sometimes. So I like the subtleness.
Or if it's a zip.
Right. Yeah. I like the subtleness of that. Oh, we're still on berries. Blueberries are also known for their health benefits, including being rich in antioxidants and vitamins. Yeah, I've been trying to get my berries up each day. I have a berry protein smoothie every single morning.
Nice.
Yeah, try to get those gains. And Paloma also said millennial graphic design starter kit. Yeah, real.
That is true. You forgot enamel pins.
Yes.
That's one that I do.
Oh yeah, you gave me a boba enamel pin at Max.
What year was this?
I think you were giving away pins like back in October.
Oh, this past year.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I love that one.
You didn't give I made an airline wing like a pilot wing sticker.
I would love that.
Not sticker, pin.
I would love that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next time I see you.
Yes.
Please bring me one.
Yes. I try to make a pin or a sticker every year. Because it's fun. I like making like tangible stuff.
Items, yeah.
And like stickers and pins are easy to make like in Express and Fresco, at least for me, with my very limited skill set. But still cute stuff,
Yeah, I love those pins. That was so fun. So thank you so much for giving me one.
You're welcome.
I'm just gonna try and see how this would look on with like a design in the middle. So
yeah.
Let's generate another one here just to see how it would look. Do we want to do another one? Do we want to do the same one?
Just keep mocking up. We have
we have about
8-ish minutes.
Yeah.
So
we have about 8-ish minutes left.
Time to go crazy with the mock-ups.
It's time to go crazy.
Okay. So while you're working on that,
we can also put this entire thing. Actually.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Continue.
That's okay. Other super important announcements that are exciting. Is that we have the Adobe Apprenticeship Program. If you're here earlier in this stream, Fiorella and I kind of talked about our career journeys and how we kind of got started in this industry. So the Adobe, the Adobe Apprenticeship is just an amazing way to get started, especially if you're a student or you just graduated or you're switching careers and you're just getting started, you need work on your portfolio. This is a great resource that's completely free for you to access as well. You just have to go to behance.net/resources. There are career guides. You'll be able to, like, once you finish a course, you'll be able to take on or apply for commissions, real commissions and projects from the Adobe teams here, and get that on your portfolio to help kind of like jumpstart your portfolio and your creative career. So
that's such a great initiative.
It's amazing.
That's insane.
Again, something I wish I had.
Something I wish I had.
Y'all.
You guys have it good.
It's amazing. So as we're clicking through these pages, this page is live now. So while you're on Behance, all y'all on Behance watching the stream, don't click off the stream, but start a new tab. Behance.net/resources, and click through the pages. We're in career guides, and there are a bunch of different courses. A career shaped by you with Meg Lewis, how to make money as a creative with Weekend Creative. So a lot of folks who have been on Adobe Live streaming before, you'll see a lot of familiar faces. Office hours, here we go. So a lot of learned content and tutorial content for you all in courses, and also our in-person community events for you all to join and stuff. And then once you're done, there are commission projects. Again, there are a couple requirements. You have to complete at least one course, have your Behance profile ready, apply for a project. If you get accepted, then you'll be able to work with Adobe on an amazing project that you can put on your portfolio, on your resume. And then there will be the creative apprenticeship right here.
Oh, I love the illustration too. Oh, I love that artist.
It's
she's one of my favorite
amazing.
artists.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, you'll be able to work with all of these folks. And there's just more information on how the apprenticeship works. So go ahead, check it out. And hopefully, you know, I get to see some of y'all's work in the real world at the teams at Adobe. Okay, Fiorella, what do we got?
I made another mock-up, and I actually think I love how this one turned out more because it has everything that we talked about. And, like, even on the tote bag, it looks really cute, too.
Whoa!
You can have a little... You have fashion as art. People can read your tote bag. People can read your hoodie. And, like, I just... even on this notebook, too. That would be a cute, like... If you have an affirmation journal or something, or if you like to journal before you go to bed every night or at the beginning of the day, I think this would also be a cute cover. I think I would change the cover to a white or another pastel color. But
which, of course, you can get from Adobe Stock or generate on Firefly or anything like that. Love that. You
100%.
literally took what I literally said, like, oh, do all of them. Literally, you put all of them
I mean,
on one mock-up.
if it's that fast and if it's right there,
yeah.
Thanks to the new performance enhancements, I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
Awesome.
Amazing. Okay, we have Anthony saying, applying. Yay, apprenticeship.
Let's
Creative
go
apprenticeship. I want to
program.
see all of y'all future apprentices. Bree said, I am so excited for this. Need to fix my Behance. Yes, fix that Behance. Fix your Adobe portfolios.
I have an Adobe portfolio. I should fix that. You know, making my portfolio is something that I always avoid, but I should do it now. Something I always procrastinate with.
Let's see, Ashraful said, oh, it's not available everywhere. That is true. Yes, I forgot to mention it is available for US, Canada, and UK for now. So if you live in those regions.
I love the excitement in the chat too. Oh, and Lisa also said, top tip, create mock-ups of stuff your client would want to order. Inspire them to give you more work. 100%.
Yes.
I think when you're working with clients, it's always great to present them options, even if they didn't even know that they were thinking it.
Right.
And you can get more coin. So that's always a really helpful tip. Thank you, Lisa. I'm so excited for this. I need to fix my Behance, but like, this is a dream. Me too. I love it.
And yes, and just as a note for like folks who aren't in the available regions, that doesn't mean that in the future, you know, this program just launched, that maybe will expand, or even it doesn't help to in general just get your portfolios ready, because again, like, not just through this program, but like in anywhere. If you're posting your work on social, or you know, you have your website, or you know, write blog posts or something, someone at any moment can see your work and decide to click on that Behance profile. And you don't want to be that person who's unprepared. So definitely prepare your portfolio and your Behance profile, even if it's not for the apprenticeship program, because my favorite saying is, luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
I need to also write that down. We need to make a quote sheet of everything we spoke about today.
For that opportunity, and the outside world will see it as good luck. So
I actually had that happen to me the other day. I was on a discovery call, and they were like, oh, is your website the best place to see your work, your website portfolio? And I was like, oh my God, they're going to click on my website portfolio after this. So I went and fixed everything really quick. And you're right. It's always important to have that up to date. Even like after you create a project you're really proud of, spend an hour or two putting it in. It's going to make your life so much easier instead of doing it all at once.
No, yeah, 100%.
When I was young, I could go to the forest and pick a blueberry and pull backpack on. We're still on blueberries.
Listen, yes.
I'm a big berry lover too.
Other fruits.
Great for antioxidants. Like Robert was saying. Robert has so many berry facts. So thanks, Robert. Shout out you.
I love that. The word of the day, the theme of the day is berries.
Should we go grab a berry smoothie after this? We could get our antioxidants.
We really could. You could recolor those oranges there.
And I could put strawberries or something.
I was gonna say make them blueberries.
Okay, I'll make blueberries.
Make them easy.
Yeah, I can make blueberries. I've never done a blueberry before.
Yeah, so we have 5 minutes left. So just for those who are just tuning in with 5 minutes left on this segment, can you recap some of like the newest features that you went over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those who have just joined in, I was going over my workflow and how I have a set of rules for each design that I do. So for example, we can see here we have vibrant colors. I always have funky typography. I always have sparkles. Katrina also has a lot of sparkles in her work. And just to make things like as light-hearted as possible. That's my artistic style, and I like to make art that resonates with people. So that's what we went over today. And then we also went over some of the newest features that just launched at Adobe MAX London today. So we have Generative Shape Fill, which you basically take any shape on Adobe Illustrator and then type in a prompt. So if I went like this, and I went Gen Shape Fill, typed in a prompt, and then put another image asset, it would generate what I was putting into the prompt.
Right.
So for here, we put bright blue sky with flowers, and then we can also go to Window and go to generated variations and see everything that we generated in this file. So that's also super helpful. So you just don't lose your options and you always have them there. We also went over text to pattern and how you can also edit this pattern. Oh wait, let's go back to how we get to text to pattern. So with text to pattern, you go to your swatches panel and then you click these 5 dots right here and you can type in any prompt and it would generate a pattern for you. And these patterns are editable because I know sometimes making patterns is a bit tricky, and especially when you adjust them and stuff, but this takes a lot of time out of it and can streamline your workflow exponentially. So love this new feature. We made a flowery wallpaper, we made a galaxy pattern, star pattern, stuff like that. And then we also went through Generative Expand Beta. I made this a couple days ago, but basically it would expand your artboard to whatever ratio that you were wanting, because sometimes when we have social posts that we need a 1:1 ratio or 4:5 ratio. When you go to the Artboards panel, you can click Generative Expand Beta, and it can make your artwork to whatever ratio that you were needing. So that's always such a super helpful tip. And then we did a ton of mock-ups. We did so many mock-ups for my clothing line that we were manifesting. So yeah, this was a very fun stream. Thank you so much for having me, Katrina, for being such a good host. And thank you for the chat too, for being so awesome, and for giving me so many good facts and quotes to add to my dictionary.
Oh yes, now you need to make merch and like sweaters and new posters of all the quotes that were just dropped in chat, including the blueberry ones.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. Stay tuned for the next segment, which is From Concept to Composite with Jesus and Magdiel.
Let's go.
Yes. Thank you so much, Fiorella. I'll see you again
Katrina.
later.
Yeah.
And congrats on your first stream in San Francisco.
Thank you guys for being so amazing.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. We will see you in a little bit. Stay tuned.
Bye.
This class is all about the adjustment brush. We're gonna open up this portrait. I wanna show you guys the 3-dot icon here, which is the edit toolbar panel. The adjustment brush is right here. Also, one of the other new features is the selection brush. So those are the 2 new brushes inside of Photoshop. The big deal is that you can create an adjustment simply by painting over an image. It's just a little dark under his eyes there, so maybe I can fix that by going into the adjustment brush tool. So you'll notice that from the adjustment dropdown, we have all the adjustments here. So I can just simply choose curves, and I'm just going to paint over that area like so. I can now come in and make further adjustments. Notice how when you adjust the curves adjustment layer, you inadvertently add saturation to the image. You can just click on the drop-down menu here and choose luminosity. So look at the difference between luminosity and normal. See how it gets darker without increasing the saturation. So for me, one of the best tools is the spot healing brush tool. I recommend that you create a brand new layer and click on sample all layers. For example, if I wanted to minimize the wrinkle here, what I like to do is use the modes. These are basically blending modes. If this blemish, distraction, wrinkle, whatever it is that you're trying to remove or minimize, is it darker than the skin tone or lighter than the skin tone?
Okay.
So in this case, it's darker.
Right.
Right? So you want to applying it. And then when we paint, we didn't destroy any of the texture. What I can do now is press Control-Shift-F, brings us into the fade command. Now this is very, very important. You will not have access to the fade command if you do anything else in Photoshop after applying that spot healing removal. So it needs to be done immediately after you make that adjustment. It's got an opacity slider, so notice how I can just reduce the opacity. See that? So now I still have my skin texture. I still have the highlights intact. It's still there. You can still tell that it's him, but it's not as intense and not as distracting. And there you go, before and after. So I was just in Rome a couple,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're so happy to be back with you. This is my friend Jesus Ramirez.
Look at that R roll.
Hey, you got to roll the R.
You got to roll the R.
We've been joking all day that we're going to do this in Spanish, and we might just speak Spanish the whole time. We never know.
You never know.
We are so happy to be here because we're going to be doing From Concept to Composite with Jesus. If you don't know Jesus, he's an amazing creator from the Bay Area, and he's been working on the entertainment industry, creating posters for movies and TV shows. You're probably seeing a lot of his work around. And when he's not doing that, he's spending a lot of his time in his YouTube channel with 2.3 million subscribers, teaching you how to do Photoshop tricks and all the things. Jesus, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Thank you so much. Excited to be here with you and with everybody else at Adobe MAX London.
Adobe MAX London. Yeah, we went through London, then Australia, and now we're back in San Francisco.
Yeah, we're going around the world and ending with us. Ending with you, actually.
And it feels really good. Yeah, we have a schedule for today. We did a couple already of things. We're doing this one. And then let me pull it up. Right here, we have the next one at 1. Creating an animated carousel, and then we have another one at 2, creating a live poster. So we'll be doing those in a little bit, but Jesus, why don't you tell us what we'll be talking about today?
Yeah, so from ideation to the final composite, I imagine that similar to what you're doing a little later on, we're going to start with a brand new tool where it's ideation, the age of technology. We're going to ideate using this brand new Adobe tool, Adobe Boards, a Firefly tool. It's a generative AI first approach to mood boarding. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to take our idea, take it into Photoshop. We're going to look at all the new features released today in the general release of the Photoshop application and the pre-release version as well. 4 new features on the general release, 2 new features in the beta application, and we're going to look at those as we work on this project. So it's going to be kind of like yours, a live poster creation.
That's awesome.
For those of you that don't know me, as you mentioned, I do work in the entertainment industry, creating posters for TV and shows. A lot of these shows, to be quite honest, I haven't seen a lot of the shows that I worked on. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, but but it is true. I get hired to create the graphics, and not necessarily be a somebody reviewing the TV shows. But everything that I talk about, everything that I teach comes in the context of working in a production environment, a real world professional production environment. So if I wouldn't tell anyone to use things that I really don't use myself. And I think that's why people enjoy watching my YouTube channel, because it's like a real world approach to how the tool is used. And then when we have new tools come out, I try to integrate those tools into old techniques or traditional techniques that work for decades. And people seem to like that. And I think that's the way that it should be. At least it works for me in my professional work.
Yeah, and you do such an amazing job just breaking down those tools and like bringing them down to a level where people can understand them and use them. So, I also want to remind people that, while we have you here, throw questions on the chat.
Oh, yeah, throw questions.
Yeah, whatever you want to know that you've always wanted to know about Photoshop or the new tools, this is the time to do it. Jesus is an amazing creator, and also he understands the software so well that this is a great opportunity to ask him questions. So hi to everybody, Paloma, Clarissa, we see you in the chat.
Voodoo Val.
It's good to see you guys as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get into it.
Yep. And if you have any questions, as you said, leave them in the chat. If you learned something new, throw a thumbs up. Let me know what was new in the chat. It really helps us out that way, because sometimes I don't know what people don't know. I'll just say something, and apparently it's something a lot of people didn't know, and it clicks. So yeah, let us know what clicks in the chat.
Yeah, I want to see the click. Is
Awesome.
there a click emoji?
I don't know if there is a click emoji, but what should be the emoji?
Maybe a mouse.
A mouse.
Because you're clicking.
Oh, a mouse. Oh, got it. If there is a mouse emoji, put it in the chat, and we'll know that you learned something new.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
throw it in.
Just let us know what it is. Yeah, so we're going to start with this brand new tool at firefly.adobe.com/boards. And as I mentioned, this is a generative AI first approach to mood boarding. I don't know if you do a lot of mood boarding with your work, MacDill, but I assume that you do. And we're just going to ideate the idea that we're going to flesh out. Something I should have mentioned is, obviously I work in the entertainment industry, creating TV and movie posters, but I'm also a big superhero fan. I like comic books, so I've done just for funsies, composites where I just do something that I think is cool. And I like superheroes a lot. That's how I got into Photoshop. So I figured, why not? Let's make a superhero composite or superhero movie composite
awesome.
here. So poster is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's jump right into it. So we're gonna use this brand new tool, and we're gonna click on this create new board icon, and that's gonna jump us into this workspace that allows us to generate image for ideation. So we're going to have access to not only the Firefly models, including the newest model, version 4 and 4 Ultra that were released today, but also other models from different applications. I like Voodoo Val's emojis there.
Jeez.
Yeah, pick one of those emojis from the chat, and then
I like it.
and then yeah, drop it in when you learn something new.
Yes, those are great.
So we can, just describe what we want to generate, right? Or we can create art boards. We can click and drag and create an art board.
Okay.
A lot like you could with, Photoshop and Illustrator and things like that. And you can delete the elements. These are the elements that were there before, right? So, you can decide how big or how wide this is. By the way, this is not the canvas that this is not like the final product. This is just ideas. Like we're throwing ideas and see what sticks, right? A lot of the times, especially, I don't know because I know you've done posters as well. I don't know how your workflow is, but a lot of the times, if I'm involved in the first step, which is the design process, there's a lot of mood boarding involved, right? Is this going to be anything from like, is this a close-up? Is this a group shot? Is this a, double exposure? Is this, warm, cool? There's so many different variables.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of like what this tool is going to help us do, generate things so we can get an idea where this poster is going, right? So we can start very simple. We can just start by clicking on the describe what you want to generate button. And then we can type in a prompt. By the way, something I mentioned earlier, we have the different models here, starting with the fastest, which is Firefly Image 3. And then we have the Ultra Image 4. We talked about it in your stream. And then we have non-Adobe models here. Now, at this point in the creation process, in my opinion at least, it's okay not to be commercially safe. So I can go to one of these other models. Notice that the Adobe models are commercially safe. What does that mean? That means that you can use whatever Adobe Firefly generates in a commercial project, meaning you're not going to get sued by anyone, and you have licenses to use that asset in whatever your project is. So, but at this point, when you're just generating ideas, I would say it's okay to use some of the other models and see what results you get. And then you can use that idea on your actual project. And at that point, you definitely want to use commercially safe assets. So we'll just start with Firefly Image 4, which is the one that came out today.
Okay.
And as I said, I wanted to create a poster of a superhero. So like I'm thinking of like maybe like a superhero like Flyn, almost like Superman. In this case, we'll make our character or talent female, so I can say something like woman in a hero pose. I'm going to say floating in the air. And then a word that I learned from you earlier is isolate. So you isolate her in the background. I really don't want to get colors involved or any of that involved or backgrounds involved. I just want to, I'm thinking of the main pose of my hero.
Narrowing down the actual character, right?
Yeah, narrowing down my character. So isolate.
That's awesome. And then the aspect ratio, you have it in square now?
Right. Because again, I'm not really concerned about the artboard or anything like that. I just want to get a pose. But you're right. The aspect ratio is square. If I'm using a full body, maybe portrait might be better than that, than square or landscape. So good catch there. And, I have generation settings that I can apply, like style, composition, all that sort of stuff. Again, not that important for this initial stage, but maybe down the line, you will have specific styles, specific compositions. But at this point, I'm just like, we have nothing on screen. I just want to generate my first idea and see where it takes us from there. So I can click on generate. And in just a few seconds, we are going to get a generation based on my prompt. So now I can, start seeing, okay, well, that might be, not really what I want. It's just too, I don't know, too expressive. Maybe I just want something more natural. So maybe I'll just say woman in a floating in the air. Woman floating in the air, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe that'll give me something more
Yeah, it's a hero pose.
Yeah.
So maybe
that's why
you
yeah.
should do superhero woman.
Right.
You know, like describe it.
Sure.
like
Yeah,
that,
I could describe it a little more, but see, like now we have different kinds of floating.
I see.
And maybe she's like a fun superhero, right? So
Okay.
maybe that's what we want. We can drag that generation there,
Okay.
and we can move on, to like the next thing. Obviously, I would generate this so many more times, so I don't want to spend the entire stream coming up with the mood board, but I think you get the idea. So let's just imagine that this is a perfect post, and I'm happy with that after so many generations. Great. Now that we have, the post, we can start thinking more about the actual, the background. Like
Okay.
maybe we have like a futuristic cityscape. Or actually I'll do this futuristic cityscape. I'll generate just to see what we get. But I'm now thinking, well, she's flying, so maybe I should use the keyword aerial in the prompt so that we get a high level shot, right? So then we're start getting some of these futuristic
aesthetics.
Yeah, so maybe we can put that in there because I like that look a lot. So I can imagine how, she could be flying through the image. By the way, I can zoom out, and we can get a lot more room in these boards. See that?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, we can use text. We have ellipses, lines, arrows if we wanted to point to different things. All these tools are available, of course, but
it's almost like you creating like a giant artboard with a lot of different ideas.
Exactly.
I normally do this in Illustrator.
Right, but there's a tool now with the generative AI first approach that allows you to just come up with ideas really fast, really quickly. Now, you could also go this another route, right? Because right now I'm just thinking of one element. What does my foreground look like? What does my background look like? What does the post look like? And what I was going to get to is, do I want a cool look? Do I want a warm look? Do I want a monochromatic look? By the way, I could also switch to different models in each one of those steps to see what the result is. There's so many variables. But I could also simply start with, I'll just say woman superhero movie poster.
Okay.
Actually, cinematic. Superheroes, cinematic. I'll say cinematic poster. And then maybe just start like that, super simple. And this could have been my starting point, just to see where that, because at the end of the day, this poster that we're creating is supposed to be cinematic, and see.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So maybe I like this better, right? Like this one's like, that one should have probably been my start point. So then I can start ideating on poses, right?
And I think the cinematic word here in the prompt also really
helped a lot, right? And at the end of the day, what does cinematic really mean? Well, in my opinion, just if you get two things right, you'll make things look cinematic. Number one is the color grading. The color grading is not color correcting. Color correcting means that you're essentially neutralizing an image. If you have too much yellow on you, you neutralize it, you color correct it.
Okay.
Color grading means that you're applying color to tell a story. And that could be done with, simply adding contrast and saturation, which is probably what happened here. In other cases, you can add color to a story by adding color. In this case, you can see how there's a little bit of blue in the shadow. So that's color grading. You're adding color to tell a story. So, we can spend a lot of time ideating in this tool to come up with the idea that we want. And at some point we can present it to our client and say, hey, this is probably the poster that we want to go with. I can imagine having the titles and credits here in the bottom, and there's plenty of room. And by the way, when we design posters for movies, you're not really seeing, I think in this one I show it, you're not really just seeing just the poster, right? It's like a giant, actually I didn't show it in this one. I think it's this, I think the Fraser one I showed it. Yeah, this is what I designed. It's like a giant composite.
It's huge.
But then they crop it to fit different solves, right? So in this case, the actual poster, but it might be widescreen for the streaming platform that is being streamed on, whatever they may need. But I actually create that, right? And you only see a portion of it.
What is the resolution of that image that you have to
that
create?
one right there is 9,000 by 10,000.
300, 600?
300.
300?
Yeah. The files are huge. The files could be, I worked on files as small, usually they're more than 5 gigabytes, but as big as 20 gigabytes, depending, because some of these files have thousands of layers. But anyway.
I'm getting Clarissa asking, what's the resolution of the images you are creating or generating on the mood board? Do you happen to know that? I heard it was somewhere around 2,500.
Like, you mean not the resolution, right, the resolution of the generation?
Yeah.
I don't know in this specific tool, but I do know that at the moment, and correct me if I'm wrong, nothing generates over 2K. I think it was 1K in the past, and maybe version 4 can generate up to 2K. I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah. And then no matter how big your canvas is, or your artboard in this case, it'll stretch out to be that big, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm not even in this particular case, I really don't care about resolution, because again, this is just for ideas. Having said that, I can right-click on one of these images and say Open In, and we have two options: Open in Express and Open in Photoshop. When you open in Photoshop, the one thing that you'll realize is that it's going to open up in Photoshop for the web, and it didn't open up on Photoshop for the web, but that's fine. Usually what happens is Photoshop for the web comes up, and you can edit it, but it turns it into a Photoshop cloud document, which means the regular version of Photoshop could be open. If you click on the home window and go into your files, it'll populate here when it loads. So right now it's just loading to the cloud, and it should appear here in just a second. And I'm making sure that my internet's connected. Yeah, I do have internet, so it should populate there in just a second. Let me try that again, just in case it's not letting me do it. Yeah, so it must be just uploading now. But the point is that you can upload it to Photoshop. It opens up in Photoshop for the web. You can go to Photoshop to the web at photoshop.adobe.com. Oh, here we go. See, your cloud document is ready to open in Photoshop. There you go. I can click on Open, but this opens in Photoshop. By the way, I don't know why this happened. It started happening today. I've never used Photoshop in Spanish, but my Photoshop for the web defaulted to Photoshop for the web in Spanish. I don't know why. I don't know how to change it.
It's your last name.
It's my last name.
It's your last name.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, very smart. So this is in Photoshop for the web, but a lot of the times you may not want that. You probably want to work in Photoshop, and it'll appear here under your files. There it is. You can click on it, and this is a Photoshop cloud document. This is not saved on my machine. This is saved on the cloud, and you can see that cloud icon here in the tab that shows that this is indeed a cloud document. So anything I generate in Firefly Boards could definitely be brought into Photoshop, but in most of the times, that's just a place for me to generate my ideas.
Awesome.
Cool. Awesome. You know what? This is what came up here on what I ended up with in Photoshop. So maybe we'll design something that looks a little bit like this. We'll see where it goes.
Okay.
Cool. So as I mentioned, we have to generate something that's much, much larger than what I really need. So why don't we, you know what I'll do is I'll use a picture of the Brooklyn Bridge. I have this picture of the Brooklyn Bridge here, and this is where our superheroes from Brooklyn who's from Brooklyn? Captain America and Spider-Man's Queens, right?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about superheroes.
Oh, I know way
man.
too much. Sorry. Let us know in the chat. I'm pretty sure Captain America's from Brooklyn and Spider-Man's from Queens. But anyway, so this is an Adobe stock asset.
Okay.
Notice that it's not licensed. You can just click on the license icon here, and then it's going to open up this window. And in a second, I can confirm that I want to license my image. What does license mean? It really means two things. Number one, I can use it commercially anywhere I want. But most importantly, it removes the watermark, and it gives me the high resolution version of this file. So
that's a question that I actually have for you. Like when you're working on these projects with clients, do you leave the images unlicensed and work on them and then license them at the end, and through the masking it'll update?
Usually I'm 99% sure that I'm going to use something, so then I'll usually just license it. Very rarely does it happen that I license something and I don't use it, but that is definitely a way to do it, especially if you don't have a lot of licenses. And usually when I'm working with studios like that, like a license doesn't really mean you can get as many images as you want.
I see.
Here's a trick. This is an old trick. If you go into Image, Reveal All, it just shows you all the pixels in that canvas. So it makes the canvas larger so that it covers all the pixels that are in that particular image. So that way we can work on this. One of the brand new tools in Photoshop now is, the tool is actually older, but the technology is new. We have the Select Subject button and the Remove Background button. Let me press Control key on Windows, Command key on the Mac to bring up the Preferences panel. And from the Preferences panel, go into Image Processing. make sure that the select subject and remove background is defaulted to cloud, not device, all right? So right now this is device, right? That's where it was. So let me show you what that looks like. If I just click on remove background, I'm just gonna click on, because it was telling me switch to the cloud. That's the result I get, right? Let me just duplicate that layer and delete the layer mask. And now I'm gonna press Control K on Windows, Command K on the Mac to bring up the preferences panel. And from image processing, I'm gonna switch over to cloud to get detailed results. What happens here? Well, Photoshop sends this image to the cloud so that the Adobe service can process the image and determine what the main subject is, and it returns the selection to me, in this case, the mask. To be very, very clear, Adobe does not save these images on their servers, and they do not train these their models using these images. So Firefly is not being trained when you upload these images to be processed for a mask. All it's doing is looking at the image, determining what the main subject is, and then it returns what it found. So
And I also understand that it's not using AI to do this process.
Oh, no, it's using machine learning technology. Like one of the ways that you can think about it is, remember the old AI that Adobe had, or you know, the name they used, Firefly. They use Firefly now for image generation, and before they had Adobe Sensei. So it's not generating pixels; it's just analyzing the image.
Gotcha.
So you can think of it as the old Sensei just being smarter, and the new Firefly is what generates pixels.
What I'm going with that is like a lot of people were concerned that it would use credits to do this process, but it doesn't.
It does not use your credits. That's a very good question. It does not use your credits. So I'm going to click on remove background now. It's going to take a little longer.
Yeah. Well, that happens. I would confirm that Captain American's for Brooklyn and Spider-Man's for Queens. That's what Ryan says.
I knew it.
On the chat.
I knew it, Ryan. Thank you so much. But look at the difference. You can see the cloud processing versus this is a cloud processing, and that's on device. And this is new, brand new today in the general release of Photoshop. This is not Photoshop beta. This is actually inside of Photoshop now. Let me hold Alt on Windows, Option on the Mac, and click on the layer mask icon.
Whoa.
And look at that mask. I mean, it is so good, so good. I mean, it looks, it just looks incredible.
There's no way to do that before.
Not that fast. You needed to spend a lot of time. A lot of time.
You can redraw all of that.
You would spend a lot of time. And you know, to be quite honest with you, if we zoom in, we will find small imperfections, right? Like it didn't get everything.
That building.
But it got us 98, 99% of the way there.
Yep.
You know, so it's a very, very powerful feature that I highly recommend.
Such a time saver.
It's such a time saver. Yeah, I recommend that you use it.
We should be doing some mouses on the chat for that one, because that one is some clicking.
Oh yeah, we gotta see some mouse emojis in the chat.
Mouse emojis in the chat, because this one's clicking for me at least.
Yeah. Now let's look at a generate image feature, because I'm thinking we need a sky, right? So we can definitely go into Adobe Stock and generate a sky, but we can just generate an image of a sky. So maybe we can say something like, I don't know, dramatic. Oops, did I spell dramatic? Dramatic.
Welcome to English class, guys.
How about there's dramatic sunset sky with purple? Because I don't know. I have purple in mind. I don't know.
That's awesome, Wendy. Thank you, Ryan, as well.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Ryan, and Voodoo Val, of course. Yeah, so now we're going to see. By the way, what the feature that I'm using now is essentially what Adobe Firefly has on the website, where you do text to image and it generates something. By the way, look at this. So it generated it generated water too, but that's fine. So I can just look at all these skies and see which one works best. I kind of like that one. That one looks kind of cool.
Yeah, that one is cool.
You can actually see some of the, I'm going to call them imperfections, but they're not really imperfections of the mask. They're imperfections of the colors in the image, right? Because Photoshop did a fantastic job with the selection, but you know, obviously there's not much it could have done in those colors, but that's really easy to fix. By the way, this dramatic sky layer was added below the bridge layer, which is what creates that effect. If I wanted to be like super technical, and I don't know if we have all the time in the world to explain this, but what I would do is follow all the parallel converging lines until I found the vanishing point in the horizon line. And you know, I'm just gonna guesstimate, and I'm actually not gonna follow the lines. They're probably right about here. So if I follow all these lines, these parallel converging lines, they end up probably a little bit lower, probably like right there. That's my horizon line. So that's where the water should be, because that's in perspective. So I'm gonna move that up. because that's the horizon line, right? The horizon line where the ground plane meets the sky. So theoretically, this is a better composite now because the perspective of the horizon line matches the horizon of the foreground and background, and it makes everything look more cohesive.
Yeah.
Something we're gonna do now is I'm going to just create a new layer, just nothing else, just a blank layer. Control Alt G on Windows, Command Option G on the Mac to create a clipping mask. A clipping mask means that the layer below controls the visibility of the layer on top. And I'm just gonna paint with black. That's all I'm gonna do. And I'm just gonna paint with black really, really quickly here. Obviously, in your projects take more time, but I'm trying to create the illusion of the bridge being backlit.
Yeah, the shadows, right?
Exactly. And it's also helping with that masking issue, that fringing.
Yeah.
We don't need a lot of detail here, so that's fine. I can just paint.
Most of the things are black anyways, except for a little bit of the light there and the flag on top.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like I'm going fast, but what I would do normally, here's another keyboard shortcut. If you paint over something that you don't want to paint over, just hold the tilde key. The tilde key is to the left of the number 1 in North American keyboards, so then that acts as the eraser tool. And actually,
you don't have to switch to what?
You don't have to switch.
The other color.
Right. You don't have to switch. And actually,
that's a pro tip.
That's a pro tip, and I'm going to even show you an even more pro tip. I just thought about it. Control semicolon, control semicolon to hide guides.
Okay.
So this is the pro tip that I just talked. I'm going to do it in a new document. That way, it makes sense.
This one's really clicking for me. I didn't know that one.
Well,
that's such a time saver because then you have to go
for sure
switch it to white and all of that. People are gonna enter this chat and they're gonna be,
like,
confused.
why so many mice?
What is going on?
Yeah,
but it's clicking a lot. Good
so
job,
like
man.
when you paint on a layer, right? Like there you go, you paint it, right? But if you want to erase, you can of course switch over to the, I don't even know where it is because I never use it. Oh, right here,
down there,
the eraser tool, and you can create make it larger and then erase, right? But the problem is that it's got a different softness and it's to look good. And people could go, well, yeah, you can make that softer. Yeah, you definitely could, and then that looks better, right?
Yeah.
But that's assuming you're using a simple brush. If you're using a much more complex brush, let me find one here that'll work. Okay, here we go. This one should work. Why isn't? Oh, I'm in the eraser tool. I meant to go here. Yeah. If I find a more complex brush, where'd it go? It doesn't matter. I can pick something else. We'll say this one, the charcoal one, right? I'm painting with charcoal, but if I switch to the eraser tool and erase with something else, you're not going to get those edges, right?
Yeah.
So then if you press the tilde key, now you get those edges, right?
Wow.
And if you're in an older version of Photoshop and you're like, hey, I don't have the Creative Cloud, my question is why not? But let's assume that that's the case. What Photoshop is really doing is adding one of the 2 blending modes that the brush tool has that the layers panel does not. So that blending mode is this one right here called clear. So it's clear. It's exactly that same thing.
So that's what that shortcut is doing.
Watch this drop down when I tap on the tilde key. See that?
Oh yeah.
It switches. So all it's doing is switching to the clear blending mode temporarily, so you can erase with the same brush, so that it doesn't look like you're using a different brush. It keeps everything more cohesive, and then you can paint. See that?
That's awesome.
Cool. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna be throwing a bunch of those tips as we move on. We're gonna call this, actually I'll do one, I was gonna say we're gonna call it good for now, but the one thing that I will do is I'm just going to create a selective color adjustment layer, clip it to the layer below, and I'm gonna go into the neutrals, and I'm just gonna add a little bit of magenta so that it matches the sky a little bit better. See, all I did is, so the neutrals, I'm adding magenta. So I knew that because the sky is purple or magenta, by adding a little bit of magenta to the neutrals, it was gonna make it feel more cohesive. And I didn't really do that much work, right? Just
That's brilliant. What's the difference between doing that and just adding it to the normal, like, color balance magenta?
Well, I mean, technically there's some differences, but like this to me just makes more sense in my head, because I know
this looks cleaner. That's why I'm asking, because I never thought about doing this.
Well, think about it this way: if you have something that should be a neutral gray, like the back of our laptops, and then you just shift and add more of a color, whatever that color is, and it's going to take the color immediately, right? So then I'm thinking, well, if I change the neutrals in this photo to a specific color, it's going to affect the entire image. And if I make it the same color as the sky, it's going to look cohesive. It just, like, that's what I don't even think about it. It's just what happens.
We're getting too nerdy for this.
Yeah, we're getting too nerdy.
We need to move on with the other new tools.
Yeah. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to just put everything into a smart object. And what I'm going to do, because I know I'm going to need it later, so I might as well do it now. I'm going to go into Filter, Camera, Raw Filter. And from here, I'm just going to do a couple things. Number one is I'm going to apply a lens blur.
Okay.
Just so that it blurs the image and we get that bokeh effect. That's the other thing I didn't talk about earlier. So how do things look cinematic if you have like a very blurry background? So I can change the type of bokeh and increase the blur. And then from here, I can adjust, what's blurry. So, trying to get that blurry look that we were looking at, earlier. And, maybe that's too blurry, but I think you get the idea.
Yeah, but compared to the photo that you're working with, this might be the right amount of blur.
Sure. And there we go. We'll call that our blur. And I'm going to save this because I don't want to accidentally lose this. I won't even bother naming it just because I don't want to spend too much time on naming files. Great. So now let's start working with our main character. And that way we could see some of the new tools in Photoshop that were released today. So far we've talked about one of the new tools, which was the remove background feature using cloud processing. So why don't we go into let's go into Firefly, the Firefly website. So I'm just going to go into firefly.adobe.com and we're going to generate our main subject. This is what the website looks like today. You have this navigation bar on top that allows you to select the different things that you want to do. In this case, we want to generate an image. We can do a text to image and we can describe our character. So we said we're going to go with a female superhero, so maybe I can type something like woman standing, I'll say looking strong because I'm thinking like a strong look, looking strong, and I'm not going to give it any more than that just because I want to see what it does.
You want to swap it to horizontal or?
Good question. I mean, good point. Yep. I know that was getting you earlier. So yeah.
Oh, that got me so many times.
Swap it to portrait. The one thing I will do is I will add the photo content type because I wanted to generate a photorealistic image as opposed to an illustration under the art option. So when I click on generate, we are gonna see hopefully like a strong looking woman that we can composite into our poster. And these are good, but she doesn't look superhero enough, and maybe she doesn't need to. So I'm just going to generate one more, and then if not, we'll just pick from one of the 8.
Okay.
So standing looking. So I'm gonna use the word muscular, because then maybe we'll get some, some.
Do you mind if the lighting here is not cinematic? Do you want it not to be? You want to be as flat as possible?
So that's a very good point. I don't want it to be as flat as possible, but I was gonna challenge myself in Photoshop. But yes, if
you always take a challenge.
If I was smarter, what I would have done is probably gone into I don't know, maybe techniques or something. Actually, all. And I think there's one in here called cinematic, right?
I think so. I think I've seen it.
You know what? Maybe it is. It's standing,
you just type it.
Looking strong in a cinematic look, and then I'll type in isolated, so that it's just easier to mask.
Yep.
Because we don't want to spend too much time masking. Yeah. So let's see. There we go. Okay. So.
Oh, she's very strong.
She's very strong. This one could work. I don't necessarily like that, like her abs are showing, and that's fine. Yeah. But I can always use generative AI to give her a shirt, and that's what I will do.
Okay.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to change the prompt a little bit because I want her to be wearing something with color. So I'm just going to stand looking strong, wearing a red shirt. In a cinematic, there we go. So wearing a red shirt will be good because then that means I can change the color and I can show the next feature.
Yeah.
So it's going to be generate in just a second. There we go. Oh, this is perfect.
Okay.
Great. So I like this one right here. She's kind of looking to the side, looking, strong, superhero, perfect. So I'm just going to, again, open up in Photoshop for the web or download it. In this case, I'm just going to download it, and that's fine, into my desktop. And I mean, I could have saved it to Photoshop for the web and done the same thing I did earlier. I just chose to save it on the desktop this time. So you can go to File, Place Embedded, and then just place her in there. And then, you know, we can kind of play around with like, you know, where she's going to be in this image. Maybe I'm going to probably have to generate some pants, but that's fine. You know what? What I'm thinking now is I can just double click on this and see if I do this, it's not going to let me save it because it's a JPEG. So when you bring it in, you can't add more layers to it. I wish that Photoshop would change that. But
yeah, I've run into that issue many times.
It is what, yeah, it does that.
So you have to save it into a new thing after you're done editing and then embed it again.
Yes.
Right? But can you embed a PSD?
Okay, so here, let me show you how the workaround. So this is the workaround. So the issue here is that when I open up this smart object, it was saved as a JPEG. You can see that this is the JPEG. With JPEGs, you obviously can't have more than one layer. If I try to close this smart object, it'll tell me to do a save as, right? So then I can just say, I can just call this smart object woman. So now there she is with all these layers, but that's no longer that same document, right? Because if I open this up, it doesn't have those layers, right?
True.
But I did save it. So what I need to do now is right click on it and choose replace contents and then replace it with that one. So it looks exactly the same, but when I open it now, you see the layers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And now when you can keep editing on this?
Now you can keep editing on this.
Oh, okay.
So I run into
Smart.
that problem all the time.
Smart.
Yeah. So now that I've done that, I might as well work on it here. I don't want her wearing shorts. So maybe I can just, you know, come in here with the selection
I'm
tool.
right over the...
Yep. And I'm just going to loop around her body. And when I come back to where I started, Photoshop fills in the rest. And actually, so she knows, like, so that Photoshop knows that these are like her legs there. I'm just going to like remove that space.
Go to the space
During
there.
fill, I'm just going to type in the word blue jeans because I want her to be wearing blue jeans. Blue jeans.
I'm covering what you're doing right now with myself in the screen. But
oh.
Yeah, I was trying to get out of the way a little bit.
There we go.
Over here.
There we are.
There it is.
There we are.
We're switched. Yeah, so we're trying to generate some.
Yeah, it might not work because I didn't. Oops,
You
you
didn't
did
cover
shorts.
that
I didn't cover the entire thing because I'm
part.
just gonna delete this and go again even faster now because now I can see. So, and I'm just gonna give her blue jeans. I don't want her wearing shorts. I want her wearing. There we go. And again, if it's not perfect, it's okay. Because we don't have a lot of time. Blue jeans. I usually spend a lot more time with my selections and with everything else. Oh man, this stream is going by so fast. I just looked at the time.
It is, yeah. We are about 18 minutes away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to talk about the new features. Right. Perfect. Like, okay, those jeans work. So there you go. That's my
awesome.
That's my superhero. There she is. She looks strong. She's the hero of this movie. And so one of the new tools in Photoshop, and actually I'm just going to do a quick remove background so that we just look at this image, right?
Nice.
So one of the new features in Photoshop is the ability to adjust colors here in the taskbar. When you click on that, what Photoshop does is it finds the most prominent colors in the image, gives you 6 swatches representing the composite view below. If you only have one image, obviously it just looks at that one layer. In this case, we have multiple layers. So the hue saturation adjustment layer looks at everything below and it finds the 6 more prominent colors. When you click on one of those prominent colors, you can adjust them. So if I don't want the red shirt, I can move it. But then you're like, wait a minute, why is the sky changing? Well, there's a little bit of red in the background, of course, right? But in order for this not to distract us, I'll just hide the background and then I can control her shirt, right?
Okay.
And I can click on some of the other colors in the image. For example, if I wanted to change the color of her jeans, but none of these swatches match, what you can do is click on a swatch and then click on this eyedropper and click on the color and notice how the swatch changed to the color that you clicked on. And now you can adjust that specific
That's awesome.
color. See that?
And it desaturates and everything.
It does, yeah, hue saturation and lightness. So here it is in the properties panel. By the way, for those of you that are a little more advanced, what these swatches really are is ranges. So I click on the reset icon here to reset everything. They're ranges, that's all it is. You can see the hue selector here. So when I click on one of these swatches, the range changes. So what Photoshop is doing is looking at all the colors, finds the most prominent ones, and finds in what range they are, and it creates a preset. You can think of these circles as presets and see how it just bounces around between them. And you can set your own preset, as you just saw, by clicking on that circle and then clicking with the eyedropper, and it changes. But all it's really doing is presetting the location of that slider.
Not that you need more than 6, but is it limited to 6?
It's limited to 6,
Okay.
but you can swap the ones that you don't like.
Awesome.
The cool thing about this tool is that you can just go back to your old default colors. Default colors back in the day were these, and they were in a drop down. Now they are in swatches, but it's exactly the same thing. Because some people might say, well, I don't like the prominent colors. I want to go to the old RGB CMY color swatches that were on the drop down. They're still there, not in a drop down.
Yeah.
Only difference. But prominent colors, I think, is a great feature because it actually looks at your image and the colors that are there, which is fantastic. And as I mentioned, when you click on one, you're really just selecting the range, and you can adjust the vertical lines here, indicate the colors that will switch, and then the fall off are the triangle controls. So when you make an adjustment, look at the bar on top remains red, and then the bar at the bottom shows you the color that those colors switch to. You see that?
Oh, I see. Okay.
You see that? So right now I'm saying
transforming that into the bottom one.
Yep.
Okay.
So red is becoming green. Now here's a pro tip that like not a lot of people know. So I'm expecting to see a lot of these little mouse icons there. So I selected red, right? And if I make an adjustment, of course I select red. But what if I want to affect everything else by red? So in other words, if I bring the saturation down, the red color becomes desaturated, right? Because but what if I want to desaturate everything except red? What do I do? That's the pro tip.
I have no clue.
Yeah. So remember, the two little lines, the vertical lines, means that you're selecting those things, right? So I have these two lines and I'm selecting reds. Well, now I gotta flip those. I gotta put the triangles there and the lines in the outside. How do you flip those? I wish there was a keyboard shortcut, but there isn't. You just gotta drag this all the way to the other end and see how it just came up on the other end?
It comes from that side.
Yeah, so now you put the triangle there where the red starts and the triangle here where the red starts. And now when I desaturate the colors, everything but red becomes desaturated. See that? See how is desaturating?
Yeah.
See how the only thing that remains red is the... So I'm affecting every color but red. That's all. That's what I mean.
Or maybe you can make this and do it in an action. So every time you click on it, it's already set up and you have to move the...
Absolutely, yeah. So here's a feature request. Just have a little icon here that when you click on it, it flips those. And then you can target. So this tool is great at targeting colors you want to select, but it's not so great at targeting colors you don't want to select. So all I'm saying is inverting that. And I see a lot of little mouse icons in the chat from Robert. So that's a trick that a lot of people don't know. So yeah.
Dropping some gold here, man.
That's what I'm trying to do, man. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so let me think of, I just want to make sure I cover all the new features while we're creating our poster. So we already talked about if I really wanted to come in here, by the way, I could also do the same selective color technique, neutrals, and then just add a little bit of magenta and try to like match
it a little bit.
Match the lighting a little bit.
You told me something about a bird, adding a bird.
I did. Okay, so that's okay, to be very clear, this next new feature is part of the Photoshop beta. Everything I've shown so far is part of the Photoshop general release, and there's actually one more. Remind me of the bird. Let me just do one thing really quick.
Okay.
So let's just imagine that, you know, like every superhero has like a logo, right? Like Superman has the S or whatever. So let's just super quickly here design the fastest and ugliest logo in the world, right? So like this is gonna be her superhero logo, almost like like a really bad lightning bolt,
like a lightning bolt,
really bad S. I don't know what that is, but that is her logo. Okay, we can agree that that's her logo. Well, I'm gonna save this on my desktop, and I'll just call it logo. So this is also brand new in the latest release of Photoshop, where maybe I want to apply her logo either like on her shirt or somewhere, but I want it to be texture really cool, but I don't want to spend the time compositing. What do I do? Well, you can click on the text to image icon, and I can start by just typing the idea that I have and isolate it. And once I narrow that down, I can now bring in the logo. So let me show you what I mean by that.
Got it.
So old rusty, how about this? Old rusty metal.
Okay.
How about plate? I'm just gonna say plate. Plate of old rusty metal.
Okay.
On gray background. So I just want old rusty metal. Yeah, that's what I want. Old rusty metal. she's a superhero for the people, you know?
Yeah, Vando, that's right. Not all heroes wear capes. Yeah, you're exactly right about that. Carol, you're right. You know, Jesus is dropping some gold here. I've never seen people break that down as good as you did just now.
So did plate as in like a plate, but I just wanted like a bar, but that's okay. It still might work.
Yeah.
So that's fine. So
I think it'll work.
It'll work. It should work. It should work. So old rusty metal on a gray background, right? And this is exactly what I want. That's like our superhero, you know, has this logo, and I want to have that a similar texture on that. Well, what do I do? Well, on the text to image module, you see there's the composition. This is brand new in today's release of Photoshop, the composition. You can also access it after you generate something from this icon here. It's right here. Choose image. So I can choose our logo that we just designed that is super amazing. And I can just click on generate one more time. And it should generate that logo, but with that metal rusty texture that we can apply.
I saw that you didn't even, oh, that's awesome.
There you go.
I saw that you didn't even have to do the style reference.
No, it's just
as long as you're in the image.
Yeah.
It just generates according to the image.
Yeah, it generates according to the prompt. So I already knew the prompt was going to work.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep. And what I can do now, and actually I generated in this layer below, so what it was applying the color adjustment. So that's what it really looks like. So what I can do now is come back into our tool that we were looking at earlier. Actually, I'm just going to rasterize the layer, right? And I'm just going to remove the background. And now that's the logo in that style. And I can bring it down, you know, and maybe put it on her shirt or something, you know?
Okay.
And there you go. That's the logo on her shirt. I don't necessarily like it there, so maybe this could be part of like the title, you know? The logo is here on the left with the title going on the right. We don't have a title for the movie. Usually what I would do in this case is create a gradient overlay.
Okay.
And then just,
I see.
You know,
smart.
Adjust it accordingly, you know, just to be the text more legible, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And then this is the logo there. So that was another one of the new features.
Yeah.
And if I wanted to really, let me see. So we have the, so with our main subject, right, everything looks fantastic, but maybe we wanted to do something to like her face or her eyes. We can go into the object selection tool, and this is completely new. Again, general release in Photoshop today. You can go into the select people drop down. You can see these circles with people's faces. We only have one person here, so we only see one circle. We can click on that. Notice that entire person is selected.
Okay.
And you can click on apply, and it applies that selection to the entire person. See that?
I see.
Control D, Command D to deselect. I'm gonna now click on her again, but now I can select her individual facial features. So eyebrows, eyes, iris, all of that. So maybe I can select her iris, click apply, and now I can go into something like the hue and saturation adjustment layer, and maybe click on colorize, and you know, make her eyes like red or blue or you know, green or something.
It's a lot easier to isolate.
It's a lot easier to isolate different things. I could also change the blending mode on this adjustment layer to something different if I wanted to, maybe screen, whatever works for you. So there you go. She's got those green superhero eyes. Also, here's another thing you can do. You can go back into the object selection tool, select her again, and we have something called facial skin. I can click on that, and I can also use upper body skin. So now it selects her skin.
So you can select multiple
things. I'll select her nose. For some reason that wasn't selected earlier, but nose, facial skin, upper body, click apply. Now I have a selection on her skin, and I could do something like color correction, right? Hue and saturation, maybe colorize it a little bit, and you know, we can keep it like green alien skin, whatever we want, or just colorize it to you know, whatever we need. Or simply shift the hue, right? Just get her more into like neutral skin tones. Alt on Windows, Option in the Mac. Any imperfections is just a regular layer mask. So you can just paint with it right right inside of it, like so. And there you go. That's
awesome.
That's part of the new tool. So those are the 4 new features released today. The object selection tool, facial details recognition. By the way, it doesn't only select faces, it also selects their clothing, right? So I can go into select people. It's gonna take a second and look at that upper clothing, lower clothing. So upper clothing is a shirt, lower clothing is her jeans in this case.
And you can probably mask that inside of the color edits that you did before, right?
Yes, absolutely right. Absolutely right.
I want to give you a 5-minute warning.
5-minute warning, great, got it. So we have 2 new features that we gotta talk about. So you talked about adding a bird or something about a bird. One of the new features in the Photoshop beta, everything I'm talking about now is in the Photoshop beta. The new feature in the Photoshop beta that just came out today is in the Actions panel. If you go into Window, Actions, you have this new action panels. The old one, you can still get to it by going into the flyout menu and choosing Classic Actions. This new Actions panel, which is down here, allows you to, this is what the homepage looks like. It analyzes the image. So based on your image, you can apply different actions. The actions that have the little icon, the little eye icon on the top right, allow you to hover over those actions, and you can see a preview not only on the canvas, but look at the layers panel. The layers panel changes. And just to make it super obvious, I'm just gonna put all of this into one smart object, so it's super obvious that that's what's happening. Just one layer there, but watch what happens when I hover over. See that? See how the layers panel changes? So I can see a preview. So this is what the AI is suggesting based on my image. I can click on this refresh icon and I can get more. I can click on it one more time and get more suggestions. When I click on it this time, it's gonna reanalyze the image and it's gonna give me more suggestions.
Okay.
If you know that there's something in there, you can search for it. For example, I know that I discovered that there's add a bird option. So you can type in the word bird and it's, put a bird, that's what it's called. You can put a bird. So what does that mean? It puts a bird, believe it or not. So now Photoshop,
I feel like this is the new banana.
It's the new banana thing, yeah. So you have to have a bird and a banana.
It's like,
so
why?
What is this?
But it's also fun.
What is it? There you go. Is that bird? There it is again. It adds a bird. And
So
it's the same bird.
The cool thing about this is that it doesn't only create the effect, but it also adds it to the layers.
Right.
So if there's a few steps like adding a bird, it also cuts it out and puts it in the layers. So it does a few steps for you, right?
Exactly. It's just like an old action. It's a bunch of steps. Absolutely right. If you want to know there's no list that you can go anywhere. I wish there was, but here's the tip that I found. Shout out to Pete Green from Adobe who showed me this tip. If you go to the search bar and you just press the space bar, you get to see
that's great.
All the different actions. You can change how the actions look. I prefer. I'm having. There was a way of changing it. It's not there now. I'm not sure why that is, but here we go. List view. I prefer looking at the list view because I can actually see what they say. And I can see the icon here on the right, and you can just hover over these accordingly. The last thing that I'll mention, super important for those of you that are old school Photoshop action makers. Number one is, notice that there's a new icon here to create an action, and Photoshop is telling me I can't do nothing. Like, it just doesn't let me. At the moment, you cannot create actions in this new actions panel. You have to create actions in the old actions panel. If you have an old action from the old actions panel, you can definitely run it in here. You can type up the name and it will show up on the search, but you cannot create a new one or you cannot edit one. You have to go back into the old actions panel for that. But the new button is there. That means it's coming at some point.
Yeah, that's gonna be really fun.
It's gonna be great. And the last thing I'll mention is that if you press, if you go into the history panel, which is right here, and then you just run an action, whatever the action is, it doesn't matter. The history state would just be, in this case, it actually did everything. But if you press, if you go back into the classic actions view, go into the flyout menu and go to playback options, by default, this should be on history, which means it creates a single history state for your action as opposed to all the steps. And this is totally up to you, whatever works best for you. In some cases, it's great to see all the steps. In other cases, it isn't. I have no recommendation on what should be your default. Just pick the one that works best for you. So when you apply an action, notice now that it says action and then it's just one single history state as opposed to all these other history states.
That's a great tip.
And I know we have 2 minutes, but I want to show you the last new feature in the Photoshop beta, and I'm going to go into the original image that we were working on here. If I zoom in, I see a bunch of people that I really don't like. Well, now I can go into the remove tool. You could have done this before. It's just the new and improved remove tool algorithm. And also, if I were to make a selection like so, I have a new, I'm going to rasterize this layer just so that I can do it, rasterize layer. I have a new remove button here in the
You might want to move that
taskbar.
up so people can see it on the.
Oh,
sorry.
There, it's okay. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Remove.
Awesome.
That's new, and then the algorithm is new. And to be quite honest, we have enough time that I can go in here into the selection brush tool, make my brush smaller, and then just loop around the areas I want to remove like so, and then I can click